Chapter 112, Who's Here? The three pushed aside the fat lady's portrait and crawled out through the hole. Who is it, going out at this hour? Madame Fat opened her bleary eyes, glanced at the three departing shadows, and muttered in dissatisfaction. Albert and the other two didn't say a word, quickly walking down the corridor toward the tapestry where the giant was hitting the silly Barnabas. Is the place you mentioned here? George looked at the wall opposite the tapestry and asked in a low voice. Yes, right here. You need to concentrate on the venue you need and walk past that wall 3 times, and a door will appear on the wall. Albert gestured for the twins to step aside, then began to concentrate, preparing to open the entrance to the House of Wishes. However, when he passed by that wall 3 times, he found that no door had appeared on it. No door. Fred and George both looked at Albert with puzzled expressions. Albert stared at the wall opposite the tapestry, falling into a brief silence. Before the twins could speak again, he reached out and pushed them both, signaling everyone to leave quickly. What's going on? After the 3 of them walked a distance forward, Fred stopped and asked in confusion, Is it you? There's someone inside the ask and you shall receive house. Albert said confidently, Only if there is already someone inside can we not open the door from the outside, unless you can guess which room the person inside is in. Are you sure it's not the way you're opening it that's the problem? George asked with a suspicious look on his face. Impossible, I've been inside several times already. Albert shook his head and said, Besides, I have no reason to deceive you, it would be pointless. The twins exchanged glances, also thinking that Albert had no reason to joke at this time, and the other person didn't seem to be joking either. Who do you think is inside? George asked curiously. I don't know, it could very well be a couple. After all, it's a perfect spot for couples to go on dates, and no one comes to disturb them. Albert casually remarked, however, there should be only a handful of people who know about this place. Why? Fred asked in confusion. Would you be willing to share secrets with too many people? George couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's right. Albert nodded and said, The House of Requirement is a magical place. Whatever kind of place you need, it will provide it for you. Is it really that miraculous? The two said in unison. Otherwise. Albert said softly, Let's try again another time. Of course, if you don't believe me, just consider me lying to you. Why not believe? Fred said, That will be our secret base from now on. Have you all decided how to use it? Albert retorted. No. George thought for a moment and said, At least, when we go out at night, we don't have to worry about being left outside the lounge overnight. Look at you, this is all you've accomplished. Fred sneered. What about you? Albert retorted. I haven't decided yet. Fred mumbled. How dare you talk about me? George sneered. And you? Both of them looked at Albert. Me. Albert paused for a moment. From now on, brewing potions, practicing magic, finding a quiet place to do homework, or making something, you can all come here. When you need to hold your pee, you can find a urinal here. It can also be done during a date. Tell me, do you have a girl you like and are you planning to leave George? Albert asked with righteous indignation. Why does it sound like I was abandoned by someone? George looked speechless. Stop messing around. Fred couldn't help but roll his eyes and change the subject, saying, Let's take you to some other places first. We know a lot of hidden secret paths. We can go to the library later. All right, that's a good idea. Albert nodded in agreement with the twins' suggestion, taking the opportunity to accelerate their exploration of Hogwarts. As for who is using the wish-granting house, Albert does not believe it is a couple, although he cannot rule out that possibility. However, he has other ideas in mind. Who is the most suspicious at Hogwarts? The answer is undoubtedly the defense against the dark arts professor. Although Bode Blore left a good impression on Albert, every defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts has been quite suspicious, from Voldemort's henchman, a writer who moonlights as a con artist, a werewolf, a fake XOR turned real undercover agent, a troublemaking Ministry of Magic toad, a double agent, to the final Death Eater. Siblings, actually, Albert would suspect Professor Broad because they had encountered Professor Broad here before. It wouldn't be Voldemort's minions again, would it? Albert started to daydream, but quickly shook off the thought. If it's a Death Eater, there shouldn't be many willing to talk to a Muggle wizard. After all, Death Eaters all hate Muggle wizards, this is an undeniable fact. This way. Fred led the way, and the 3 of them stopped in front of the knight statue. 2 of them showed Albert how to use the password to open the secret passage. For the next majority of the time, the 3 of them wandered around the castle. Albert was very satisfied with the current progress of their exploration. After George showed him the secret passage leading outside the castle, he couldn't help but wonder if Sirius Black had used this passage to infiltrate the castle years later. The poltergeist is on the 3rd floor, do you think we should use it to wake up Filch? When Fred stopped to check the map, he suddenly suggested, it would be really funny to have Filch wake up and start looking for us. He must have just fallen asleep. The two of them looked at Albert together, waiting for his opinion. Alright, but where do you plan to hide? Don't tell me you plan to play hide and seek with Filch in the castle. Albert agreed. We can cause some trouble for Filch, and with your disillusionment charm, he definitely won't be able to catch us. Fred pulled a bag of stink bombs out of his pocket, winked at Albert, and it looked like this guy came prepared. Alright, how are you planning to do it? First, you all go invisible, then watch me. Fred disappeared in a flash. Come on. Albert raised his wand and gently tapped George on the head. George shuddered and was surprised to find his body blending in with the surroundings. Too cool. George, using the Lumos spell to check his body, excitedly said, I bet that even if I stood right under Filch's nose, he still wouldn't be able to catch me. It's best not to take risks, my illusion spell isn't very advanced. Albert reminded himself after using the disillusionment charm, if Filch examines closely, he can still detect it. The two had just exchanged a few words when they heard the sound of a Pai Pai Gue's roar from the other end of the hallway, students not sleeping, wandering around at midnight. Last time, when we were out at night, we encountered a peeper, and that guy did exactly the same thing. George winked at Albert. However, he forgot that he had a disguise spell on him, so others couldn't see the expression on his face. Soon, Fred hurriedly ran over here, only to be grabbed by George and pulled into the secret passage behind the portrait. Chapter 113 discovered the disillusionment charm should last for a few hours, maybe even shorter. Anyway, the effect will gradually wear off, so pay attention to any changes on your bodies. When Albert used the disillusionment charm on Fred, he reminded him, if the charm fails and you get caught, don't rat me out. I have confidence in you, after all, you dared to use it on yourself. Fred didn't take this matter to heart. In his view, if Albert dared to use it on himself, it meant the spell's effectiveness was guaranteed. Sure enough, Filch has been woken up. He's already gotten up and is coming over to catch someone. George, who had been staring at the live point map, immediately spoke up to remind everyone after noticing that Furchy had started to move. Have you found any other professors? Albert pressed on. There is still a task related to Furchy on my end. If it were just Furchy, Albert wouldn't mind completing the task while he's at it. Nothing has been found so far. Furchy will probably search the 3rd floor first. We'll go to the 4th floor, make some noise there, and then, after the three of them huddled together and whispered, they began to act according to the original plan. On the 3rd floor corridor, Filch, wrapped in a thick cloak, was in an extremely foul mood because he found himself empty-handed again. Those students who sneaked out in the middle of the night had vanished, and even Peeves was nowhere to be seen. Furchy quickly regained his spirits because he heard a series of hurried footsteps, and the sound was very close. That guy is still nearby, he can't escape. Furchy gritted his teeth and chased after them. As he turned the corner, he even saw the light disappearing around it. You can't escape. Furchy muttered to himself, picking up the oil lamp and chasing after him. However, when Furchy caught up, he discovered that he had actually lost track of his target. That's right, I lost the chase. Felcy dared to pound his chest and guarantee that there were absolutely no secret passages nearby. Where on earth could that despicable guy be hiding? What is this? Furchy had just taken a few steps forward when he felt he had stepped on something. He moved his foot away, shone the light over, and his face immediately darkened. I stepped on a big pile of crap. Furchy angrily lifted his head, raised the oil lamp, and scanned the surroundings, looking for the bastard who had been toying with him. However, Furchy was completely unaware that the person he was looking for was crouching in the corner of the hallway, trying hard to hold their breath and suppress their laughter. Without a doubt, Albert's disillusionment charm successfully helped Fred evade Filch's watchful eyes. Fulka didn't stay in place for too long because he heard the sound of armor clattering from upstairs again. Did that guy run upstairs? Could there be a secret passage nearby that he doesn't know about? Impossible. Filch believed that no one knew the secret passages of Hogwarts better than he did. He hurriedly chased after the direction from which the voice came, muttering under his breath, "You can't escape. I will definitely hang you up and whip you mercilessly." After Filch's footsteps faded away, Fred finally opened his mouth to gasp for air. He felt like he was about to suffocate from holding his breath. Filch hurried through the secret passage at top speed and arrived at the armor corridor on the 4th floor, only to find a helmet lying on the ground. The sound just now was made when it fell. When Furchy walked over, he smelled a familiar stench again. That's right, the smell of a big poop bomb. A big poop bomb landed on his boot, and as soon as Filch realized it, he immediately chased after it. He already knows he has been played. Is it those annoying students, or is it the prankster? Peeping Tom, come out here. I know you're the one causing trouble, come out here. Filch's face was flushed, looking like a volcano about to erupt. Fred, hiding nearby, excitedly watched the direction in which Filch had disappeared, completely unaware that he had managed to pin this incident on Peeves. This is a good thing, anyway, neither side is any good. If they could just tear each other apart, that would be the best outcome. In another corridor, Albert closed his pocket watch, estimated the time, and then used magic to create a crackling sound. Just as he was about to leave the crime scene, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching. Damn! Albert quickly held his breath and hid in the corner. A few seconds later, a pale light appeared in Albert's field of vision, and Professor Bud Broad, draped in a purple cloak, walked toward him. He raised his wand, looked around, and his gaze lingered for a moment on the place where Albert was hiding. Done! Albert felt his heart rate quicken involuntarily, unsure if his disillusionment charm would fool Professor Broad if Furchy is also on his way here. Professor, did you hear any noise? Furch said angrily, there are students out after hours, and I think there is more than one. Albert smelled a foul odor and swore that it was definitely the twins' doing. They had thrown a big poop bomb at Furchy. Are there students out on a night stroll? Professor Broad raised an eyebrow, glanced at Albert's position, and said, I didn't see anyone. I just heard a noise and came to check. What's wrong with your boots? A big poop bomb, very likely made by Pikachu. That guy went invisible. Furchy explained irritably. Poltergeist. Professor Bloat repeated it with a meaningful tone, and with a gentle wave of his wand, he swept away the stains from Filch's boots. Thank you. Furchy said gratefully. You're welcome. You go look over there, and I'll check over here. If it was a student making the noise, they definitely haven't gone far. Professor Broad pointed in the other direction. All right, we must catch them tonight. Furchy, holding the device, turned and chased after the corner, while Professor Broad also turned and left. Albert vaguely heard Broad's voice, this is the last time. Albert didn't think this was an illusion. Professor Broad had indeed discovered him. However, the fact that the professor actually let him go surprised Albert. After the two left, Albert tiptoed away, heading to the agreed location to meet up with the twin brothers. Speaking of which, why did Professor Broad suddenly appear? Could it be that he is really the one who entered the wish-granting house? Albert didn't think much more about it. After shaking off other thoughts in his mind, he cautiously made his way to the rendezvous point. Are you okay? George asked worriedly. I just found out that Professor Broad has also appeared. He didn't see through your illusion spell. No, he has already seen through it. However, he let me go. Albert said helplessly, let's hurry Fred back, we're going to the 8th floor. What are you going to the 8th floor for? George asked in confusion. Let's go to the room of requirement. We should be able to get in there. If we can, let's hide there for a while. Once Filch goes back to rest, we can head to the library. Albert wanted to confirm whether the person who was just in the wishful thinking house was Professor Broad. Okay. George also knew that tonight would end here, causing too much trouble wasn't good. Where did you and Fred agree to meet? He's coming soon. George said. Albert, are you okay? Soon after, Fred, who had gone to divert the crowd, hurried over and asked with concern. It's okay, let's leave this place first. Albert interrupted, Fletcher is still looking for us. Of course, there's also Professor Broad, who won't be fooled by the disillusionment charm. Data and bookmarks synchronized with the computer site, ad-free and refreshing reading, Chapter 114, Albert's Little Tricks. The three of them quickly moved through the secret passage and took a while to reach the 8th floor. After listening to Albert's account, Fred, slightly out of breath, felt it was unbelievable. So, Professor Broad didn't help Furch catch you. Albert is considered an excellent student in the eyes of the professors. George made a teasing remark, then gaped in astonishment, because a door actually appeared on the wall opposite the tapestry where the giant had knocked Barnabas silly. Just as I thought. Albert whispered softly. Indeed, what? Fred asked curiously. Nothing, just go in. Albert pushed open the door and walked into the wish-granting house first. I can't believe it's true. Fred and George exchanged glances and followed Albert inside. Their mouths dropped open as they beheld a room they had never seen before, exquisitely decorated. With the excited expressions on the two people's faces froze, and they stared in astonishment at the various exquisite and luxurious chamber pots placed in front of them. Albert looked at the astonished expressions on the faces of the Wesley brothers and mischievously blinked, saying, So, what do you think? Surprised. Don't tell me you just happened to find this place because your bladder was about to burst. Fred couldn't help but ask. How is that possible? Am I that stupid? Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes. Is this really the broom closet we discovered earlier? George curiously examined the luxurious chamber pot here, suddenly realizing something and asking, So, you need to pee? The three of them couldn't help but laugh and each chose a style they liked. However, do we really have to hide here? It feels a bit strange. Fred scratched his head and said, after all, no one likes hiding in a pile of chamber pots. Nothing, just go out and change to another room. Albert casually said. This place is not within the range of the active point map. Perhaps Sharpfork, Moonface, Bugtail, and Bigfoot haven't discovered the secret here either. George looked at the hotspot map in his hand and said, Pointed Fork, Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot. Albert pretended to ask in confusion. The maker of the live point map. Fred explained. Oh, them. Albert nodded and said, they probably didn't notice, after all. Very few people know the secret of the wish-granting house. No problem, Filch is still on the 5th floor. George said after checking the hotspot map. After the three left the all-you-can-wish house, Fred asked, where do you want to go? A place to rest. Albert suggested. This time, it's my turn. I want it too. The twins placed their hands on each other's shoulders, and after another attempt, the door opened. This time, they found themselves in a cozy room with a roaring fire. Awesome. Fred patted the armchair. By the way, you haven't told me how you found this place. I want to know too. George agreed. This is the result I analyzed from you. You passed by here multiple times back then, didn't you? You were even looking for a hiding place at that time, right? Albert brought out his pre-prepared statement, and to some extent, he wasn't wrong. That's exactly right. So, I took the time to try, passed by here multiple times, and then wanted a place to hide. Albert explained. What was the result? George asked. Of course I failed. I tried many times before finally opening this door, and only after sorting through my intuition did I figure out the correct way to open it. Albert began to exaggerate the difficulty of discovering this place. In fact, he succeeded on his first attempt. Later, I tested making this place into other rooms many times before finally discovering its correct usage. Albert blinked and said, so, later on, I named this place the Wish Fulfillment Room. Because this room will transform into whatever you need according to your requests, it's quite fitting, isn't it? So, you found this place through these clues. That's right, I found this place through the clues you provided. Aren't I impressive? Albert nodded and said, if you want to praise me, go ahead. You. The twins were just about to say something but swallowed their words back. However, they were still very impressed with each other, never expecting that Albert could find such a place with just this little clue. When we make the garlic crosses, we can do it here. George suddenly said, this way, we won't have to worry about the dorm smelling like garlic. Have you not given up yet? Albert thought they had already forgotten about it, but unexpectedly, they brought it up again at this moment. Why give up? We already have enough garlic. Fred nodded and said, this is our first alchemical item. Albert couldn't help but wipe the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He didn't know whether he should tell them that it wasn't really an alchemical item, but he really felt embarrassed to speak up and shatter the boys' beautiful dreams. After all, the two of them are going to become the kings of comedy. The three of them rested in the room of requirement for a long time, waiting for Filch and Professor Burbage to give up their search for them. Compared to Filch, who was searching for them, the twins sitting by the fireplace roasting marshmallows were having a fierce battle with Albert. There were 2 sets of wizard's chess on their table, and Albert was easily handling 2 opponents at once. Fred, give it your all, you still have a chance to turn the tide. George encouraged loudly. How do you want to add? By the way, you actually lost even earlier than I did. Fred looked at his brother sitting next to him, making sarcastic remarks, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. He knew he was about to lose. Cough cough. George cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject, saying, it seems like Filch has gone back to rest. Let's go to the library. This is a good idea, let's go. Fred immediately stood up, ready to forfeit the game. All right. Albert didn't call out the other's thoughts either, he just moved his queen to checkmate Fred's king. You lost too. George, with a sense of schadenfreude, patted Fred on the shoulder and said, you're much better than our useless brother. Brother? Albert asked in confusion, that poor guy who had his tongue burned through by candy. Cough, cough, that was just an accident. George cleared his throat and quickly walked out of the wish-granting house. The three of them walked toward the school's library. The Hogwarts library closes at 8 in the evening, so the three of them were surprised to find that the library door was not locked. Albert opened the door and stepped inside first. The interior of the mansion was pitch black, eerie, and terrifying. Albert raised his wand, using its glow to survey the surroundings, then walked toward the restricted section at the back of the library. After crossing the rope that separated the forbidden book zone, the atmosphere around became even more eerie. Albert raised his wand, using the pale light to read the title of the book. Help me find the Book of Spells. Also, don't casually flip through those books, and don't take them off the shelf. No one knows if these books have been cursed. Albert warned, remember, never open the books, as that could bring us a heap of trouble. Understood. The twins exchanged glances but still nodded. Searching for the needed books in the sea of books is undoubtedly a very time-consuming task. Albert spent a long time but still couldn't find what he needed. The books in the restricted section all looked very worn out, and Albert suspected that many of them might be rare editions stored here. Albert. Fred's voice was low. I heard some faint whispers coming from those books over there. Whisper. Albert frowned. Hearing the twins say this, one might think that the restricted section was hiding Voldemort's Horcruxes. The three of them huddled together, pointing their wands at the already peeling, faded golden letters, feeling the hairs on the back of their necks stand up. They could all hear the whispers coming from the book. This is the restricted section. It's not surprising to find such books here. Don't open it. Albert warned, it must be a book documenting dark magic. Do you think it contains powerful dark magic? The twins looked at the book with a hint of awe in their eyes. Maybe, I don't know. Albert advised. But I can assure you, if you open it now, you're definitely going to be in trouble. You are right. Fred gave up on the idea of courting death, worried that there might be some bad dark magic in the book. After all, some books can lead to some not so good things happening after reading them. The Toadstool Tales and the Wizard's Sonnet are the best examples. The former will make you feel nauseous and vomit, while the latter will make you speak in 5-line rhymed verses for the rest of your life. Help me find the Book of Spells. The spells in there are more suitable for us to learn right now. Albert reminded once again of Fred, and George both nodded in agreement to help. They also wanted to learn some dark spells. The slightly powerful dark spells in the Book of Spells were obviously suitable for them to practice. Search separately, it will be more efficient. As long as you don't randomly touch the books, nothing will happen. Albert reminded him and then continued searching for the books he needed. The number of books stored in the restricted area is considerable. As Albert passed through a certain area, he faintly heard someone whispering. Albert immediately held his breath and listened intently. He could faintly hear the source of the sound coming from a nearby bookshelf, but it wasn't from the books on the shelves in front of him, it was from somewhere else. It seems like there's something here, but it's hidden by magic. Really strange. Albert muttered. He didn't try to uncover the secret but continued searching for the books he needed. That was the purpose of his visit here. It took about an hour, or even longer, for the three of them to basically go around the restricted section before finally finding the books they needed. I knew the books here wouldn't be so easy to take. Fred pointed at the chains on the book and said, what should we do? Alohomora won't work, these chains must have been enchanted. You're not planning to forcefully break the chains, are you? George and Fred both don't want Albert to do that. He is worried that doing so might lead to bad consequences. Of course I wouldn't do something so foolish. I expected the anti-Arolo opening spell on it. Albert pulled out a small knife from his pocket. This knife was something he bought during Christmas. What Albert wanted was not the knife itself, but some universal accessories that came with it. Among them, there was a tool used for picking locks. He has already practiced at home, and opening such an old lock is not too difficult. What do you plan to do? Neither of them understood why Albert suddenly pulled out a small knife. Using Muggle tricks. Muggle tricks. Both of them were very curious about how Albert planned to do it. All of you, keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Albert began fiddling with the lock on the book. Before long, there was a soft click, and the lock on the book was suddenly opened. How on earth did you do it? The twins looked at Albert in astonishment. I told you, this is a Muggle lock-picking trick. Albert shook the small knife in his hand and said, most wizards tend to overlook some of the Muggles' little tricks. Although they can't compare to the unlocking spell and are a bit slower, they often ignore this point, leaving me with a loophole to exploit. Although Hogwarts has cast spells on these locks, and even if forcibly breaking the chains might trigger an alarm, he believes that using the key to open the lock will absolutely have no side effects, because that is the correct way to open it. Although Albert didn't have a key, using Muggle lock-picking tricks was clearly not a problem. Next time we have the chance, you must teach us this technique. The twins' eyes sparkled. They found Albert's method very useful. Most wizards tend to underestimate Muggles because they can't perform magic, which gives Albert a loophole to exploit. Even Hogwarts, it seems, has clearly overlooked this point. This trick for picking locks is easy to learn. If I get the chance, I'll teach you. Albert said casually. Whether the twins can learn, he didn't know. By the time they left the library, it was already 4 a.m. The three of them were holding tonight's loot, the original copies of the Book of Spells, the Book of Potions, and Powerful Potions. After confirming several times that no one was around, the three of them quietly left the crime scene and returned to Gryffindor's common room, avoiding a ghostly wizard with a cane along the way. When they returned to the dormitory, Lee Jordan was already awake, looking displeased at the three who had just come back from their night out. "You should have woken me up," Lee Jordan complained. "Who told you to sleep like a pig?" Fred held up today's loot and boasted to Lee Jordan, "We got it from the library." "Let me see what books you have," Lee Jordan asked curiously. "Take a look yourself, don't break it. Let's take a nap first." Fred stifled a yawn, started taking off his clothes, and prepared to go back to sleep. He hadn't slept like Albert did earlier, and now, after the excitement of the night out, he really wanted to sleep. "Good night." "Good night, those three bastards." Looking at the three people who had returned to bed, Lee Jordan muttered a curse under his breath and turned his gaze back to the three brick-like books they had brought back. Pete Chapter 115, The Obstacle Curse. At present, Madam Pants has not yet noticed that 3 books from the restricted section have been quietly borrowed by someone. Albert is quite concerned about this matter. Every time he goes to the library to do his homework, he will deliberately pay attention to whether there are reports of books missing from the library. Actually, Albert was overthinking. The books in the restricted section are all chained to the shelves, and the librarians won't spend their entire day checking if any books are missing from the restricted section. After all, the chains used in the restricted section are imbued with protective magic, making them impossible for ordinary students to unlock or break. While some might sneak into the restricted section at night to read, secretly taking books from there is no easy task compared to what Albert was concerned about. Another amusing incident had already spread at Hogwarts. It is said that a certain student, while out on a midnight stroll, had the night patrol officer, Felch, running in circles. This administrator has been looking gloomy these past few days. Alright, most of the time, Filch has this expression on his face. The rumor started when a student happened to pass by Filch and heard him muttering to himself, "I will definitely catch you, I will hang you up and beat you." Whispers like that, combining it with the previous case, everyone quickly concluded that Filch once again failed to catch the students who went out for a midnight stroll. For Hogwarts students desperately in need of interesting topics, this is undoubtedly an amusing event. Some students quickly started to speculate and turned the whole thing into a story that everyone at Hogwarts knew about. However, the rumors they wove were quite in line with the actual situation. After being bombarded with rumors, this Mr. Administrator would glare fiercely at every student passing by whenever he stood in the hallway, trying to find the guy who sneaked out at midnight. Filch's fierce appearance not only failed to catch the culprit but also scared the younger students to death. Mr. Administrator had no idea that the culprit behind all this was currently outside the castle having a snowball fight. George looked at the snowball suspended in midair, surprised, and said, "You successfully mastered the obstacle charm." "Yeah, I learned it not long ago," Albert said. "This magic isn't actually too difficult." Fred scoffed at this, one of Albert's lies. "This magic isn't actually that difficult. Using magic to accurately hit a moving object is not an easy task." Jordan reached out and poked the snowball suspended in midair, turned his head to look at Albert, and curiously asked, "How did you get so good at aiming?" "Be careful," Albert reminded. "Be careful of what?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Jordan hadn't even reacted before a snowball hit him in the face. "I warned you." Albert shrugged, explaining with an innocent look on his face, "Although the obstacle spell can temporarily halt the target hit by the spell, the effect doesn't last very long. Of course, if the wizard using it has malicious intent, it can also repel enemies, depending on the wizard's own magical power." Ha ha ha. The three of them couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing this scene. The next moment, while George was still laughing heartily, a snowball hit him squarely in the face, and some of the snow even fell into his mouth. George wiped the snow off his face and, with a swift motion, threw a snowball at Lee Jordan. "I dare say, there aren't many first years who can use the jinx." Fred, while Lee Jordan was throwing a snowball at George, also threw the snowball in his hand at Albert. Fred's ambush didn't succeed. The snowball was frozen in midair by a bluish-green spark, as if someone had pressed the pause button. "The effect is not bad." Albert reached out and pushed the snowball aside, and the next moment, the snowball landed in the snow next to him. "Snowball fights don't involve using magic." Fred couldn't help but protest loudly, "You're cheating, how can we have fun like this?" Fred is very envious of Albert's speed in learning magic. They are both studying the obstacle charm. However, unfortunately, so far, no one except Albert has successfully mastered the obstacle charm. There are quite a few things to learn on a regular basis, and mastering a spell requires a lot of time spent practicing, especially in the first year. Everyone's magical power is still in a continuous growth phase. Someone like Albert, who can quickly master magic, looks almost like he's cheating. "Alright, I won't use magic." Albert put his wand away in his pocket, bent down to scoop up a snowball from the thick pile of snow on the ground, and threw it directly at Fred's face. who was still about to speak. Let me finish speaking. Fred couldn't help but protest. Then, while he was speaking, he got hit by another snowball, this time thrown by Lee Jordan. Do you want to practice the jinx with snowballs? Albert raised an eyebrow and spoke first. That's a good idea. This time, before Fred could even say anything, he was interrupted again by George next to him with a snowball. You three bastards! Fred shouted angrily. Who came first? Albert directly ignored Fred's protest and asked. After you. George and Lee Jordan both raised their hands and pointed at Fred. Fred, get ready. Albert bent down, packed a snowball, and shouted to Fred, I'm going to throw it. What preparation? Fred was still a bit dazed when another snowball hit him in the face. Of course, it's to practice the disabling spell. Albert blinked and said, this is a rare opportunity. That's right, this is a rare and great opportunity. Jordan and George nodded in agreement. We even gave you the best opportunity. Bastards, I don't want this kind of opportunity. Whoever steps out first will get smashed. Fred glared at the three of them angrily. That guy. The two of them pointed at Albert simultaneously. No, it's you, George. Fred was very dissatisfied that his brother, who was supposed to be on his team, was actually kicking him when he was down. All right, I'll go. George readily accepted the reality, but he added, however, just to be clear, everyone gets 10 tries, no one is allowed to dodge, and you can only use the shield charm to block the snowballs. I have no opinion. Albert said straightforwardly. Of course you have no opinion. As a result, it was no surprise that none of the three managed to use the barrier spell to block the oncoming snowballs. They were hit one after another, and these guys particularly enjoyed aiming for people's faces. Lee Jordan brushed the snow off his face, pointed at Albert, and complained, the three of us are going together. Who told you not to use the disarming charm? Albert waved his wand, easily freezing the three flying snowballs, stepped aside, and let the three snowballs miss their target. What on earth are you guys doing? Sana, who happened to be passing by, got hit by 3 snowballs. It's all Albert's fault, who told him to dodge. Lee Jordan was the first to put the blame on Albert. That's right, that's right. Fred and George chimed in. Throw snowballs at them, or I can help you. Albert eagerly volunteered to offer help. Ahem, Shauna, do you want to join me for a snowball fight? Fred finally threw a snowball at Albert's face when he wasn't paying attention. Albert is too cunning, he actually uses magic to block snowballs in a snowball fight. George was seriously talking nonsense. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at the twin brothers and muttered, actually, we're practicing magic. What magic? Sana asked curiously. Barrier spell. Albert replied without hesitation, you bastards, you still want to ambush me? Isn't this just giving you the chance to use a barrier spell? George retorted. Do you want to practice together? Fred invited with a smile, this spell is quite interesting. No, I'm planning to go ice skating by the lake. Shauna pointed to the ice skates in her hands. I brought them back from home during the last Christmas holiday. Ice skates. Albert raised his wand, blocking George's snowball attack, and said to Shauna, are you alone? Angelina and the others don't know how to play this, you know, a lot of wizards only like Quidditch. Sana said helplessly, by the way, can you skate? Yes, I can. However, my level in this area is quite average, Albert casually remarked, but I thought you didn't like sports. It's very rude to say something like that. Sana raised an eyebrow and said, I've been playing this the entire Christmas break. Do you guys want to join me? Is it interesting? Fred asked curiously. I personally find it quite interesting. There are also many people skating over by Black Lake. Shauna nodded toward the direction of Black Lake and continued. Let's go check it out too. George is a bit interested in skating. You don't even have roller skates, so why are you going over there to make a fuss? Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at the three of them. Ice skating is not easy to learn. Generally, beginners who want to teach themselves will end up falling on their butts. Moreover, ice skates are quite dangerous and not very beginner-friendly. Isn't there still you? Lee Jordan reached out and pulled Albert along. By then, you can use your transformation skills to make a pair of shoes. I believe you can definitely do it. Transforming into those kinds of shoes is quite difficult. George dismissed Lee Jordan's suggestion. You should borrow some ice skates from someone and then use the duplication spell to get us the skates. Albert was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Everyone around him was a talent. Chapter 116. McDougal. As George said, getting a pair of skates isn't that difficult. Albert borrowed skates from Shauna, then used a duplication spell on them, easily handling the skates for 4 people. Although the skates Sana used were universal, Lee Jordan's feet were too big to fit into Sana's skates. He could only stand by the shore, watching the other roommates put on their skates and prepare to try this new sport. Be careful with the ice skates, don't slip, and don't hurt yourselves. Albert looked at Fred and George, who were already wearing their skates, and loudly reminded them, "You'd better practice in a less crowded area." "Is there really no way you can help me adjust the size?" Lee Jordan felt a bit down. Being left out wasn't a pleasant feeling. "Borrow a pair of skates from someone else, and I'll help you make a copy." Albert put on the brown boots, performed a double inside edge, and began to get accustomed to the feeling of gliding on the ice. After putting on his skates, George started trying to walk and almost twisted his ankle. Fred next to him had it worse, falling directly to the ground and gritting his teeth in pain. So annoying, this guy really knows how to do everything. Fred, with Lee Jordan's support, slowly stood up. "Watch out, don't step on my foot," Lee Jordan warned loudly. "Are you guys okay?" Shauna turned a corner and stopped in front of the two. "I've already told them." Albert stopped next to Shauna, watching the twin brothers who couldn't even stand steadily. He shook his head slightly and said, "It's normal to fall a few times at the beginning. You really can skate." Sana watched Albert's smooth movements and couldn't help but exclaim, "You really can do everything, can't you?" "I played it before, my family taught me." Albert told a little lie. Actually, Albert has no talent in this area. After falling several times during practice, he got so frustrated that he directly used the panel to level up his skating skill to level 1. "Who among you is going to teach us how to use this thing?" George shouted at the two. "This, I can't help you with." Albert shrugged helplessly and said to the twin brothers, "My skating skills are terrible." As if to emphasize what he had just said, Albert nodded again after finishing his sentence and repeated, "Yeah, really bad." "Are you guys here to skate too?" Mario turned a corner and stopped in front of Albert on his left side. Of the acrobatic trio are all skating here. Their skating skills are very proficient, and they can even perform various strange moves while skating. Albert feels that the three of them can team up to participate in the international skating competition. "Mario, can you teach us how to ride this?" George saw a familiar face and quickly asked for help. "I just started not long ago myself, so I can't teach others." Albert noticed Jack's gaze and explained helplessly, "This is not a problem. However, we can't guarantee that you will be able to learn it. After all, skating also requires talent." Danny and the others didn't mind lending them a hand. After all, they were all from Gryffindor, and their usual relationship was quite good. Albert saw someone teaching Wesley and the others, so he turned to Shauna and asked, "Do you want to take a stroll around the Black Lake together?" "I won't go." Shauna looked around Black Lake and politely declined. "See you later." Albert waved at a few people and started skating around the Black Lake. The Black Lake at Hogwarts is really large, and there are quite a few students skating along the shore near the castle side. Of the lake surface is very calm, and Albert glides around the shore, admiring the scenery along the lakeside. To be honest, this feeling is quite novel. He believes that many students actually haven't appreciated the scenery around the school from various corners of the lakeshore. It would have been great if he had brought a camera. Albert spent quite a bit of time walking around the lake, and when he returned, he even ran into a few acquaintances. The red-haired McDougal sisters of Ravenclaw. Katrina had just let go of her sister Isabel's hand, and before she could take a few steps, she fell flat on her backside. Albert quickly maneuvered around the outside to avoid colliding with the other party. New students who are just starting out are very dangerous when practicing skating. After all, you never know when they will fall, or when they will take you down with them. "Are you okay?" Albert saw that Isabel had no intention of helping, so he reached out and pulled Katrina up from the surface of the lake. "Thank you." Katerina felt a bit embarrassed because Albert saw her in such a disheveled state, but she still politely thanked him. No problem." Albert was considering whether he should let go, as the other person looked like they might fall at any moment. "Katrina, you probably don't have much talent in this area." Isabel looked at her sister with a helpless expression. "Long time no see, Isabel." Albert said, "I've read your paper, it's great, what a pity." "Thank you." Isabel nodded and said, "I never thought I would win the most promising newcomer award for today's transformation magic so soon. It's still too early for me. Do you two know each other?" Katrina raised an eyebrow and said, "Nice to meet you, we all attend Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club." Albert explained. "Albert is a genius in transformation magic." Isabel suddenly said, "Do you two just love to flatter each other like this?" Katrina looked at the two with a strange expression and said, "It's not flattery, it's the truth." Isabel shook her head and said, "By the way, my thesis used a small part of your theory." "I don't mind." Albert waved his hand and said, "Professor McGonagall told me about this, and I agreed. Anyway, it's all information found in books. See you at the next Transformation Club meeting. Albert handed over Katrina's hand to Isabel and turned around, preparing to leave. Isabel suddenly called out to Albert. I heard you are quite familiar with Professor Broad. Isabel suddenly said. Albert was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why Isabel would bring up this matter, but still answered her question. Not very familiar. I've been to Professor Broad's office a few times to discuss issues related to defense against the dark arts. It seems that Professor Broad has high hopes for you, Isabel said meaningfully. What's wrong? Albert looked at Isabel with confusion, feeling that there was another meaning behind what she said. Professor Broad is a very famous wizard, and if you get to know him, you can learn a lot. Isabel nodded and said, if you want to improve in a certain area, you need to interact more with the experts in that field. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Albert, looking puzzled, still thanked the other person and then turned to leave. Is Professor Broad really okay? Just a relatively famous wizard? Albert had a puzzled look on his face. He decided to take some time to look up information about Professor Broad. I always feel that Professor Broad is a bit eccentric. By the time Albert finished skating around Black Lake and returned, Lee Jordan was still struggling with his skates. With Mario's help. As for Fred and George, those two have long since disappeared. Where are the Wesley brothers? Albert asked with confusion. They gave up. Danny shrugged and said, only Jordan is still holding on, but he's taking quite a beating. Peak data and bookmarks sync with the computer site. Ad-free fresh reading. Chapter 117, The Famous Professor Broad. Where's Lee Jordan? At dinner time, Fred and George were late to the restaurant. The school infirmary. I fell pretty hard while practicing skating this afternoon, so I went to Mrs. Pomfret to get some ointment. Albert swallowed the food he was chewing and looked up at the twin brothers with a puzzled expression. Where did you go this afternoon? Why did you only come to eat now? In the woods. Fred winked at Albert. You actually ran away on your own. Lee Jordan's voice floated from behind, his tone carrying a hint of resentment. When we left, we told you, so why didn't you come with us? George reached out and placed his hand on Lee Jordan's shoulder, asking, how's the practice going? Can you skate now? If I knew how to skate, would I fall this badly? Lee Jordan said with annoyance. That's true, luckily we gave up on it a long time ago. George nodded seriously and said, that kind of sport really isn't suitable for wizards. Albert, upon hearing this, wanted to retort, no, if you don't even bother to put in the effort to learn, you'll never be able to. Lee Jordan couldn't help but ask, was it like this when you were learning to skate? Yeah, falling is inevitable. Albert said seriously. He must be comforting you. George couldn't help but laugh. With Albert's learning ability, after falling a few times at the beginning, he would definitely have learned how to skate by now. What do you think skating is, Emile? Albert was speechless. Factually, George was right about that. It's just that Albert learned to skate through the panel. I kind of understand why Albert stopped teaching you. Fred suddenly said. It's not teaching us. Lee Keaton corrected him impatiently, don't drag us into this. Think about it, you're learning to skate and falling so badly now, and in the end, you still won't know how to skate. You'll definitely blame him. George nodded seriously and said, so, Albert didn't dare to teach you, that way he wouldn't be blamed by you. Albert's hand, which was originally holding the golden fried egg, froze in midair, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, these two guys have really strong imaginations. He dares to guarantee with half a golden egg in his hand that he has never had such an idea. Lee Keaton looked at Albert with suspicion. The latter quickly cleared his throat and changed the subject, asking, what interesting things are there in the forest? Why did it take you so long to come back? There are only some animals, the forest isn't dangerous. Fred sat in the empty seat next to him, picked up his dinner, and said while eating, George and I were chasing a rabbit, but unfortunately, we didn't catch it. There's actually a rabbit in the forbidden forest. Albert was somewhat curious, by the way, what are you catching rabbits for? You aren't planning to roast the rabbit, are you? That doesn't sound like a bad idea. I've never had roasted rabbit before. Shauna raised her head and glared at Albert, reproaching, roast rabbit. How can you be so cruel? I was just speaking off the cuff, don't take it to heart. Albert smirked and asked, are you raising rabbits? Yeah, a very small rabbit. Shauna nodded in acknowledgement. Ahem, isn't your topic a bit off? Lee Keaton cleared his throat lightly and brought the topic back. What's in the forest? Nothing special, just an ordinary forest. George thought for a moment and then said, we also saw some deer tracks. I think those are unicorn footprints, and we also found this. Fred pulled out a few strands of white hair from the pocket of his robe and explained, this is unicorn tail hair. You actually weren't caught by that gamekeeper. Angelina, surprised, picked up a strand of the unicorn's tail hair and examined it closely, saying, I heard that students who venture into the forest always get caught by that gamekeeper. We have a way to get out of Hagrid's sight. George and Fred exchanged serious glances and said, as long as he doesn't find out, there won't be any problem. The brief conversation quickly came to an end, and Albert planned to go to the library to look for information related to Professor Broad. If this defense against the dark arts professor is very famous, it shouldn't be difficult to find relevant information. How about going together another day? Fred invited. Catching rabbits. Albert raised an eyebrow and said, I suggest you go fishing by the Black Lake, dig a pit, get some raw meat. It's definitely more reliable than catching rabbits. This idea is not bad. Lee Jordan agreed. Aren't you going skating? Fred looked at his black friend with suspicion. Look at me, I've fallen like this, how can I still skate? Lee Jordan twitched the corner of his mouth and suddenly asked, by the way, who among you can grill fish? I can give it a try, as long as you can catch some fish. Albert thought for a moment and then said, if that doesn't work, you can go find Hagrid. He'll definitely grill the fish. I thought you could do anything. Fred pretended to be serious and said, so, you have things you can't do too. The difficulty of grilling fish shouldn't be too high, just brush some seasoning on top. Albert said seriously, at that time, sprinkle some of the garlic we grew in the dormitory on top. Don't pay attention to the garlic. George couldn't help but protest. After entering the library, the four of them stopped talking. If they wanted to find time to go fishing, they needed to finish their homework first to free up some time. This problem isn't too difficult, after all. Albert will also do homework together with them. Once they finish their homework, if they don't understand something, they can ask Albert and get solutions. What are you looking for? Lee Keaton put away his homework, picked up the book that Albert had placed beside him, and glanced at the title of the book, The Great Sorcerers of the 20th Century. Albert whispered, I heard that Professor Broad is very famous. Professor Broad. George put down his pen, blew on the ink stains, and asked, what do you need him for? Let me take a look at your parchment. Fred was very frustrated. He had actually fallen behind and still had a big question left unanswered. Do it yourself. George reached out and pressed down on the parchment, preventing Fred from taking it. Found it. Albert placed the contemporary famous wizards directory in front of him and opened it, reading softly, Bard Blood, Pure Blood Wizard, Wisengamot member, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, former winner of the Barnabas Finkley Award for exceptional spellwork, interests, wizard chess, adventure. Bard Blood once won the International Wizard Chess Championship and used a wandless, silent full bodybind curse to win the European Wizard Duel Championship. Once saved several Muggle climbers from a troll attack during an adventure, earning the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, maintain friendly relations with several great wizards, and have a close friendship with contemporary magic masters Adab Wolfing and Mog MacDoug. Albert looked at the records above, falling into a brief silence. Mog MacDougall, coincidence? Clearly not. Isabel MacDougall is apparently related to this Mog MacDougall, a relative or a distant cousin. Why did he say Professor Broad has high hopes for me? Am I overthinking this? Forget it, as long as Professor Broad doesn't mean any harm, just go with the flow. Albert doesn't mind getting to know more famous wizards through Professor Broad. I didn't expect Professor Broad to be so famous. Fred took the book from Albert, looked at the introduction to Professor Bud Broad, and was very surprised. Dueling champion. George exclaimed, no wonder he became the defense against the dark arts professor. Albert actually thought that Professor Broad's suitability to become the defense against the dark arts professor had nothing to do with whether he was a dueling champion or not. By the way, Lee Keaton suddenly changed the subject, looking seriously at Albert. I heard that some upperclassmen are planning to set up a betting pool for the Quidditch match this weekend. Who are you planning to bet on? I almost forgot about that. Who are you planning to bet on to win? Fred and George asked in unison. Chapter 118, The Lucky Bracelet Weekend. It is a sunny day, perfect for watching a Quidditch match. At 10:30 in the morning, Albert and the others set off from the castle, crossing the snow-covered road to reach the stadium stands. A large number of students had already gathered here, all loudly discussing the outcome of the match. Good morning, Hagrid. Albert greeted Hagrid, who was holding a pair of binoculars. Thank you for the hat. Hagrid lightly patted the wool hat on his head. I never thought I could still receive a gift at Christmas. You can consider it a return gift, Albert said with a smile. Return gift? Hagrid asked in confusion. What kind of return gift? Protective branch, unicorn tail hair. Albert raised his wrist, where a delicate white bracelet had appeared. What is this? The bracelet that brings good luck. I made it with the unicorn tail hair and the guardian tree you gave me. Albert explained with a smile, "It can bring good luck to the wearer." Bring good luck to the wearer. Hagrid muttered quietly. I've never heard of unicorn tail hair and a patronus tree bringing good luck to the wearer. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan next to him couldn't help but burst into laughter. You like to deceive others, now you're getting a taste of your own medicine. Hagrid cleared his throat lightly. However, this rope you've woven is quite beautiful. I mean the symbol on top. Albert picked up 2 pendants carved from the guardian tree and showed them to the 3, the pendants engraved with the runes he had shown them some time ago. You really carved that strange symbol on it, huh? By the way, are you sure this thing actually works? George asked suspiciously. Who knows? Albert shrugged and said, maybe it really can bring good luck, then we'd be in luck. Originally, Albert intended to make a protective bracelet. It's just that, after repeatedly breaking several beads in a row, I temporarily gave up and chose to carve the simplest good luck symbol. As for whether this thing can bring him good luck, Albert himself wasn't actually sure anyway. When he tried to use his own blood to activate the runes on the bead, he didn't feel anything special. It seems to have failed. However, Albert still wore it, just to verify whether the rune was truly effective. Anyone want to place a bet on Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff? At this moment, several upperclassmen carrying betting boxes walked over, their shouts interrupting Albert's thoughts. The twins seemed to be planning to place a bet, and Lee Jordan next to them has already pulled out a silver sickle. Who are you betting on to win? The 3 of them all looked at Albert. I bet Gryffindor will catch the golden snitch and win. Albert pulled out a silver sickle to place his bet. We're the same. The 3 of them simultaneously handed over the money to each other. Many people bet on this, its odds are not high. If you bet on Hisapaka to win, we will give you 3 times the odds. The student said. No, just Gryffindor. Albert doesn't care whether he can win money or not, he just enjoys himself, purely for the atmosphere. What is your name? The senior student took out a notebook and quill, looked at a few people, and said. His name is Albert Anderson. George answered for Albert. Albert Anderson. The senior student hastily scribbled something, handed it to Albert, and said, after the game, we'll be at the exit. If you win the bet, take the note and come find us. Albert looked at his 3 roommates and said speechlessly, aren't you afraid of losing money? We believe in your luck. The 3 of them said in unison. Since Albert has bet, although the odds are slim, they are actually willing to go along with it. My luck. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, don't blame me if you lose money. We won't. Fred spoke up, we don't think the hard-training Gryffindor team will lose. Gambling is not a good habit. Hagrid raised an eyebrow and reminded. This is just for the atmosphere, and beside, I have this, my luck is pretty good. Albert said confidently. I just thought you would bet 10 gallons. Do you think I'm an idiot? Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, these privately organized gambling games are never reliable. If I bet 10 galleons and win, can the other party return what they owe me? Probably can't come up with it. Fred thought for a moment and replied. Well, it seems you know exactly what you're doing. Hagrid nodded and said, a little gambling now and then isn't a problem. Last time he bet on who would be the Minister of Magic and won 100 galleons. Lee Jordan explained, this guy's luck is just ridiculously good. Hagrid opened his mouth in surprise, crushed the recent thought underfoot. Ahem, Hagrid, which pair do you think will win? Albert asked. Of course it's Gryffindor. Hagrid said grumpily. Better not to gamble, no one can keep winning forever. Ahem, I'm very clear about this myself. In fact, Albert really did win the bet. Gryffindor eventually defeated Hufflepuff. This exciting match lasted only an hour, and Charlie successfully caught the golden thief. 1. Ah, the note flew away. In the end, Hagrid reached out to help them grab the parchment. Fortunately, there wasn't much wind today. Give the parchment to Albert, you unreliable guy. Lee Jordan snatched the parchment from Fred and shoved it into Albert's hands. An accident, it was just an accident. Fred chuckled, he had just broken out in a sweat himself. Thank you, Hagrid. Albert thanked Hagrid. You're welcome. Albert and the others found the 2 senior students at the entrance and received 4 silver coins as a reward from them. See, my lucky bracelet has brought me luck after all. Albert blinked and said, those runes are still useful. Your luck is pretty good, isn't it? Fred couldn't help but roll his eyes, winning the bet had put everyone in a good mood. By the way, did you guys enter the forest from this side last time? Albert glanced at the nearby forest and suddenly asked to Fred, and George's expressions froze. Hagrid was right there, damn it, don't bring it up. Into the forest. Hagrid warily looked at the 4 people in front of him. Hagrid, could you take us into the Forbidden Forest for a bit of an adventure? Albert looked toward the forbidden forest and asked Hagrid beside him. This won't do. Hagrid firmly refused. Albert didn't find Fred and George's embarrassment at all awkward. They just sneaked into the forest, saying the one next to the school was quite ordinary. You guys really, you jerk. The twins glared at Albert in unison. This guy had actually betrayed them so easily. Ahem, I heard from others that the forbidden forest hides many secrets. Let you take us in for a tour, satisfy our curiosity. Albert winked at Hagrid and said, from now on, we won't be curious about what's in that forest anymore. Hagrid was silent for a moment, as if pondering something, but in the end, he shook his head and refused. Can't you ensure our safety as well? Albert retorted. The school rules state that students are not allowed to enter the forbidden forest. Hagrid said. Actually, I think Dumbledore's prohibition on entering the forest will only pique the students' curiosity. Albert blinked and said, as far as I know, many people have already sneaked into the forest. Many people. Hagrid glared at the Weasley brothers. Ahem, they are just an example. Albert explained, we just wanted to satisfy our curiosity, and beside, don't you often go into the woods? Alright, just this once, don't let it happen again. Hagrid thought for a moment and agreed, come with me, and don't run off. See, the Lucky Charms effect isn't bad, right? Albert winked at the three people who were staring in shock. The three of them never even considered that Albert could actually persuade Hagrid to take them into the forest. Chapter 119, Inhabitants of the Forest. Hagrid led them to the edge of the forbidden forest, raised his hand to point at a narrow path hidden among the trees, and said to them, since you're curious about what's in the forest, then let's go. Albert and the others looked into the forest, which was eerily silent. A cold wind blew from the forest, making the four of them shiver and collectively tremble. Hagrid, aren't you going to prepare a bit? Albert spoke up, thinking that Hagrid would bring a weapon. Entering the forbidden forest empty-handed didn't seem very wise. Ready. Hagrid tilted his head, seemingly pondering the meaning of Albert's words. After a moment, he confidently patted his chest with his palm, which was as big as a fan, and said, as long as you are with me, no creature in the forbidden forest will harm you. Albert gave Hagrid a thumbs up and praised, it seems that being a gamekeeper isn't something just anyone can do. That's only natural. Hagrid walked ahead, and Albert and the others hurried to catch up. The forest was eerily silent, with thick layers of snow piled on the ground, making it very difficult for the short-legged group to move, and walking was particularly strenuous. It's really a shame you want to catch rabbits in this kind of environment. Albert pulled his boots out of the snow, feeling the snow seeping into them. Catch rabbits. Hagrid stopped in his tracks, turned his head to look at Albert and the others, and said, catch what rabbit? Nothing much, last time we came here, we found a wild rabbit. George muttered, we're planning to go fishing by Black Lake soon. Hagrid, where are you planning to take us? Fred shot George a glare and changed the subject, asking, take you around to understand the situation in the forbidden forest. Hagrid pointed to the surrounding snow, it's always been like this here, you know. I heard that there are giants moving around in the forbidden forest. Lee Keaton suddenly asked, is this true? Forest giant. They are deep in the forbidden forest, it might take a few days' journey. Hagrid confidently said, even if you encounter a troll, you don't need to worry. I can defeat them all by myself, bare-handed. Is there really a giant monster here? Albert exclaimed in surprise. Actually, Albert had no doubt that Hagrid could defeat the troll. After all, this half-giant was someone who could walk upright in the forbidden forest. There used to be, and there still are quite a few. After Dumbledore took over as headmaster, he decided to drive the trolls far away from Hogwarts because he didn't like those stupid guys. Hagrid explained, trolls are stupid and pose a danger to most students. I think the principal knew that students would be curious about entering the forest, so he drove away all the nearby dangers to prevent any accidents. Fred speculated. That makes sense. Several people nodded in agreement. What I'm more curious about is, how is there a road here? Albert pointed to the fork ahead, this doesn't look like a beast trail. The roads here were mostly cleared by me. Hagrid said proudly. Of course, some of them were originally animal paths. For a while, Hagrid kept taking them on aimless wanderings through the forest, encountering no dangers and seeing no magical creatures. There are no so-called ferocious beasts in the forest, nor are there any curious and interesting events. All that exists is the cold and silence of winter. It reminded Albert of the adventures he had once seen. Behind the thrilling adventures, there was often the monotonous and relentless journey day and night. In the dense thicket, a rare patch of open ground appeared, with sunlight filtering through the branches, casting a golden hue on the clearing. Albert's gaze fell on an old pine oak, where there was an unusually raised area. He walked over, brushed aside the layer of snow on top, and dug out a mushroom from inside. No, it doesn't quite look like a mushroom, this thing should be called a fungus. Hagrid, do you think this thing is edible? Albert handed the mushrooms he found to Hagrid. This? What are you doing with this thing? Hagrid scratched his head but still nodded and explained, sure, it tastes alright, but I don't eat this stuff. It usually only appears in winter, and it's quite rare and hard to dig up. Not eating this thing. Albert's lips twitched as he stared at the object in his hand. He thought it looked a bit like, what are you digging for? George asked curiously. Nothing. I heard that this thing tastes great when roasted. Albert cleared his throat lightly, bent down, and dug out a smaller one from the snow. He directly used his wand to turn a twig into a bag, tossed the dug-up items into the bag, and then stuffed it back into the pocket of his robe. Roasted, tasty. Hagrid raised an eyebrow. I haven't tried it myself. Cough, cough. Albert changed the subject and said, Hagrid, are you leading us in circles around the edge of the forest? The Forbidden Forest is very large, it would take days to explore it. The embarrassment on Hagrid's face was completely hidden by his bushy beard, so no one else could see it. After walking for a while longer, Albert heard the distant sound of flowing water. There was a stream nearby, and it hadn't frozen over yet. Hagrid suddenly stopped, raised his hand to signal the people behind him to halt, and fixed his gaze on the figure not far away, shouting, Who's there? Come out. Hagrid. How did you end up here? The one who spoke was a witch, and she seemed to know Hagrid. Who are you? Hagrid looked a bit embarrassed, clearly having forgotten the other person's name. Albert curiously scrutinized the newcomer. She was a witch with short, grayish-white hair and a prominent chin. Wilmina Grapland. The witch introduced herself. We have met a few times. Oh, hello, Grapland. Hagrid awkwardly scratched his head and said, he had met the other party a few times at Professor Kettleburn's place. Grubblyplank was also an expert in magical creatures and they occasionally exchanged insights. Hagrid, what are you doing here? The witch, Griphook, fixed her gaze on the 4 students behind Hagrid. They are Hogwarts students, aren't they? This. Hagrid was quite embarrassed, not knowing what to say. It was clear that bringing Albert and the others into the forest was against the rules. Ahem, ma'am, actually Hagrid brought us here to dig up Matsutake mushrooms. Albert pulled out what he had just dug up from his pocket, just to satisfy our curiosity. Truffles. Grapland's gaze fell on the mushroom in Albert's hand, and he looked at Hagrid with suspicion. The latter awkwardly nodded, pretending that was how things were. Grapland didn't continue to ask. She wasn't a professor at Hogwarts and didn't have much to say on that matter. After chatting with Hagrid for a bit, she took her leave and prepared to visit Professor Kettlebun. What is that lady doing here? George asked curiously. To visit Professor Kettlebun. They are both experts in magical creatures. I have seen her a few times at Professor Kettleburn's place. Hagrid scratched his head and said, I heard that Professor Kettleburn's snake bird eggs have hatched, and he's preparing to give her a few. Speaking of which, you really can just whip up a lie off the top of your head, can't you? Fred looked at Albert with displeasure and said, looks like I can't trust your nonsense anymore. This is called wit, you understand? Albert repeatedly emphasized. Do you know what wit is? And, we really did dig up some Matsutake mushrooms. This thing is said to taste pretty good when grilled over charcoal, if only we could find some more. Albert had never tasted Matsutake mushrooms. He was a bit curious if roasted Matsutake mushrooms were really as delicious as the rumors claimed. Ahem, that's not the point. How did that witch come to visit Professor Kettleberg? Fred said curiously. Does the Professor of Magical Creatures Conservation live in the forest? Professor Kettlebun is indeed staying in the forest. Hagrid cleared his throat and reminded, however, I think we should head back. Didn't they say that the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous? Lee Jordan retorted. Professor Kettlebun lives on the outskirts of the forest. The magical creatures he raises need open spaces to roam. Hagrid cleared his throat and said, all right, I think we should head back. Chapter 120, The Bird That Lays Silver Eggs. Before leaving the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid even specially helped Albert dig up some Matsutake mushrooms for him. But since these things were rare, in the end, they didn't find many. Hagrid had just opened the cabin door when the black hound, Fawn, darted out from inside, happily running around the group and sniffing everything. Albert crouched down, patted Yaya's head, and calmed it down. Hag took the Matsutake mushrooms out of his pocket, placed them all on the table, casually picked one up, inspected it from top to bottom, and asked, are you sure this will taste good when grilled over charcoal? Leave it to me. Albert confidently said. He appeared as steady as a rock, and inside he was as steady as a rock. If you want to go fishing, I still have some fresh meat here, you can use it for bait. Hagrid pointed to the large wooden barrel in the corner. What is this? Albert looked at the raw meat in the bucket, raised an eyebrow, and realized that the bloody smell he had just detected was coming from the bucket. Food prepared for the night steeds. In winter, it's harder for the night maras to find food, so I occasionally go into the forest to feed them, ensuring that the younger members of the group can survive the winter. Hagrid reached out and rubbed Yaya's head. Is this little bit of meat the dinner I prepared for Yaya? Are you sure this thing is really edible? Lee Jordan stared at the matsutake and asked. Of course. Hagrid lit the remaining firewood in the fireplace, placed the kettle on top to boil, and then went outside to fetch a bucket of well water for Albert. Albert took a sharp knife from the kitchen, scraped off the dirt from the base of the matsutake, and after repeatedly cleaning it, he drew out his wand, performed a complex gesture, and pointed the tip of the wand at the freshly cleaned matsutake, reciting a drying spell. The moisture immediately evaporated from the matsutake. You don't seem like a first-year student now. Hagrid looked at Albert, who was casting spells with ease, and said softly, your use of magic is beyond my imagination. It's hard to believe you come from a muggle family. Yeah. George whispered with a sigh, I bet my 2 sickles in my pocket that this guy knows more spells than a second-year student. Albert didn't mind the teasing and asked, Hagrid, do you have any olive oil here? There's still some left. If you need it, I'll go get it for you. Excuse me. Albert focused intently as he used a sharp knife to slice the matsutake mushrooms into thin pieces. You're being way too stingy. Lee Theoden pinched the matsutake mushroom slice with his fingertips and disdainfully said, what kind of feeling can this thin slice give you when you eat it? Slice it thinly, so it will cook evenly later. Albert shot Lee Jordan a glare and brushed a thin layer of olive oil over the matsutake mushrooms. Then he took a piece of wood and turned it into a grill. He used tongs to pick out a few pieces of charcoal that hadn't completely burned from the fireplace and placed them in the fire pit. He put the grill on top and nodded in satisfaction, saying, finally, it feels like a barbecue. I think you're overreacting. Fred rolled his eyes as he watched the busy Albert. This taste is not bad. Hagrid put aside the sausages he made, picked up the still roasting matsutake mushrooms, tossed one into his mouth, chewed while nodding, and said, not bad, just a bit too little. Fred and the others exchanged glances, and they quickly devoured the freshly roasted golden matsutake mushrooms. I found that this thing has quite a good chew. However, wouldn't it taste better with a bit of salt? I think we should dip it in some sauce. Bastards, you ate all of mine. Albert saw that the matsutake mushrooms he had just grilled were snatched away, and he couldn't help but glare at Fred and the other 2. Your portion was eaten by George. Fred and Lee Jordan both raised their hands, pointing at George. Anyway, there are still plenty on the plate. George cleared his throat and picked up a sausage, saying, how about we roast some sausages? Wait until I finish grilling the matsutake mushrooms. Albert glared at the 3 of them irritably and continued with his work. This barbecue didn't last long, there was simply too little matsutake, and everyone only got a few slices. But everyone had to admit that the taste of the matsutake was really quite good, leaving a lingering aftertaste afterward. They roasted sausages made by Hagrid himself and, after drinking a few cups of tea, returned to the Gryffindor common room still feeling unsatisfied. As for Hagrid's homemade cookies, several of them politely declined. After all, their teeth weren't that strong, and they really couldn't bite into those things. When returning to the Gryffindor common room, the celebration feast for Gryffindor's victory was still ongoing, but most of the prepared cakes and pies had been eaten, leaving only some taffies and a few pieces of vegetable pie. Where have you all been? Angelina stared at the 4 people who had just entered through the door, puzzled. Went into the forest with Hagrid. George said with a smug look on his face. The gamekeeper actually took you into the woods. Angelina was very surprised. Albert successfully persuaded him. Fred explained, we also heard that Professor Ketleben, who protects magical creatures, lives in the woods. Are you kidding? Shauna leaned in, joining the conversation. No, it's true. We just happened to run into a witch who was about to visit Professor Ketleben, apparently about the snakebird issue. Lee Jordan said. What is a bird snake? Shauna asked curiously. Lee Jordan choked and turned to Albert, seeking help from his friend. A bird snake is a 2-legged animal with wings, originating from Asia, capable of stretching and contracting its body at will. Therefore, a bird snake can be large enough to fill any space, or it can shrink its body according to the available space. I'm curious about how you know so much about birds and snakes. George joked, you didn't memorize Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, did you? Bird snake eggs are also one of the ingredients for making the blessing potion, Albert said irritably, so I specifically checked. By the way, the shell of the bird snake egg is made of pure silver, that is, white silver. Albert looked around, observing the shocked expressions on several faces, and nodded with satisfaction before continuing. it is said that the famous writer Diderot Lohart once used bird snake eggs to create a bird snake egg yolk shampoo. The effect was indeed able to lock in the shine, but due to its price and danger, the bird snake egg yolk shampoo was never produced for the general market. It was only sold on the black market, but it quickly disappeared. Why? Shauna asked in confusion. Because it's too expensive. Albert said matter-of-factly. No wonder the Felicity elixir is so expensive. Fred remarked. It's not that it's so expensive, it's that you can't buy it at all. Albert said irritably. Later, I specifically looked up the ingredients of the Felicity potion and found out why basically no one would go to the trouble of making it. Its ingredients are extremely expensive. If the manufacturing process fails, it would be an unbearable disaster for any pharmacist. P. Chapter 121, seeing clearly Gryffindor was still basking in the joy of defeating Hufflepuff, and if they could beat Ravenclaw, they might just win the Quidditch Cup. Currently, the probability of Gryffindor winning is very high. As long as Slytherin defeats Ravenclaw, or they are able to defeat Ravenclaw, the trophy will ultimately belong to Gryffindor. At breakfast, Charlie sat across from Albert, studying his Quidditch tactics. Fortunately, Charlie had already finished breakfast and left, otherwise, Albert and the others wouldn't know how much longer they would have to listen to his rambling. After Albert finished off the sausages on his plate, he said to Lee Jordan next to him, next time, during breakfast, stay away from Charlie. These Quidditch captains go mad, and it's really terrifying. What did you say? Lee Jordan replied casually, and then the fruit in front of him began to emit thick black smoke. Cough cough, what the hell are you doing? Albert was choked by the thick smoke and kept coughing. He covered his mouth and nose with his hand and looked toward the direction from which the black smoke was coming, thinking there had been a fire. However, he soon discovered that the thick smoke was actually coming from the fruit on Lee Jordan's desk. I just, cough cough. Lee Theoden was choked and kept coughing, his already dark face turning even darker from the smoke. That piece of fruit was still emitting black smoke, so Lee Jordan had to use an empty bowl turned upside down on the table to cover the smoking fruit, but the black smoke still seeped out from under the bowl. Wow, such thick black smoke, what on earth did you do? George opened the inverted bowl lid, and black smoke suddenly burst out, attracting the attention of a crowd. I just wanted to see if I could make the bitten fruit regenerate. Lee Theoden awkwardly scratched his head. As a result, I got distracted for a moment and it turned into this. Do you have any way to get rid of the smoke? Lee Jordan cast a pleading look at Albert. Curse, halt. Albert took out his wand and, using the tip, tapped the still smoking fruit, casting a general counterspell on it. The fruit no longer emits black smoke, but it has turned completely charred, as if it has been burned to a crisp by fierce flames. What spell did you just use? Albert asked, holding a fork and lightly poking the fruit, which quickly turned into a pile of charred ash. I don't know either. Lee Theoden still had a confused look on his face. By the way, what spell were you just practicing? George pinched some ashes, rubbed them between his fingers, and asked. Repair spell. Lee Jordan honestly confessed. You can practice tearing a piece of paper by yourself. This was the first time Albert had seen anyone use fruit to practice the repairing charm. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't read the newspaper today, so he asked, has anyone seen my Prophet Daily today? Right here with me. Fred handed the front page of the Daily Prophet to Albert, who was now reading the Quidditch column. What's the front page news? Albert took the newspaper and opened it. I just read the front page. Cornelius Fudge is the new Minister of Magic. Fred said, it is said that this new minister sends a bunch of owls to Dumbledore every morning to discuss the affairs of the Ministry of Magic. Albert opened the Daily Prophet, glanced at the front page news, and suddenly said, he's quite a clever fellow. Why do you say that? George was very confused. At first, Fudge might not have had much confidence in his own abilities. Albert said without hesitation, and Dumbledore's voice is far higher than anyone else's, and Fudge wants everyone to know that his decisions are related to Dumbledore. This approach can reduce prejudice in the wizarding world, allow him time to gradually adapt to the position of minister, and also show everyone that he is working hard to do a good job as minister. In fact, after Fudge took office, his reputation wasn't bad. In a few years, Fudge will become more and more confident. This is a process. No one can be a perfect minister of magic right from the start. That makes some sense. Fred nodded in approval. Later, Albert knew what the hell Connolly Foggy was like. Albert's evaluation of Fauci is, blinded by power and wealth. The 4-year election cycle is actually quite reasonable. If Fudge diligently completes his 4-year term as Minister of Magic and then steps down for someone else to take over, Albert believes that Fudge will definitely leave the Ministry of Magic with a good reputation. Even if he doesn't continue as Minister of Magic, he can still secure a good position. Unfortunately, the position of the Minister of Magic is essentially a lifetime appointment, unless they don't want to do it themselves or are forced out of office. Turning a mouse into a snuffbox, have you mastered it? Sana abruptly interjected, I heard that this question will be on the Transfiguration exam. There are still 4 months until the final exams. Fred folded the newspaper, glanced at Shauna, and said, don't make a fuss, we still have plenty of time. I heard that if you do too poorly on the exam, the school will hold you back. Sana warned. I've never heard of anyone being held back. Fred shook his head and said, as long as you put in some effort before the exams, you definitely won't be held back. Really, someone got held back. George is very interested in this topic. Who is it? Lee Jordan was also very curious. There shouldn't be. Albert frowned slightly. He remembered that a certain Slytherin student had been held back, but he didn't want to delve into whether it was true or not. As long as he wasn't held back, that was all that mattered. I really envy Albert, that guy could just take a test and definitely get a high score. Lee Jordan said with a hint of resentment, he still hadn't mastered turning a rat into a snuffbox. I'm really envious of Albert, this guy can just take a test and definitely get a high score. The Weasley brothers echoed in unison. Shut up, get lost. Albert scolded. Cough cough. Someone cleared their throat. Albert turned around to look at the newcomer and asked, is there something? The next event will be rescheduled to next Saturday at 3:30 p.m. Don't get the time wrong. Isabel reminded. Why was the time suddenly changed? Albert asked in confusion. The new issue of today's Transformation will be released this weekend, and Professor McGonagall is preparing to take the contents inside. Anyway, just make sure you don't get the time wrong. Oh, got it. Albert nodded. How is Professor McGonagall's club? Sana asked curiously. Very difficult. Albert thought for a moment and said, it's all some advanced knowledge. Professor McGonagall even encouraged us to write to the experts in this field and maintain friendly contact. Did you write it? Lee Jordan asked. Don't ask. George suddenly said. Why? Several people were very puzzled. I don't want to at all. George's words were interrupted before he could finish by Albert. Don't worry, you won't hear anything. No one is replying to me. Albert said calmly. Surprisingly, there isn't. Who do you expect to take a first-grade student's letter seriously? Aren't you angry? Not bothered. Not at all. Albert calmly said, when I eventually become the winner of the most promising newcomer award on today's Transformation, they will reply to me. You seem to see things very clearly. You're still here. Albert turned his head and saw Isabel sitting behind him, and he was instantly speechless. Let's go, we have 2 herbology classes in the morning, don't be late. George stood up and reminded. The 4 of them stood on the way to the greenhouse, looking at the heavy rain outside, and asked, did you bring an umbrella? Didn't bring it. Several people all looked at Albert. I've already mastered the summoning spell, so it doesn't matter if I don't bring an umbrella. Albert took out his wand, waved it, and the tip of the wand instantly transformed into an umbrella. What should we do then? Fred asked. Just go through the rain. Albert walked toward the greenhouse with an umbrella. After George and the 3 of them exchanged glances, they all ran toward Albert together. The 4 of them huddled under one umbrella and squeezed their way toward the greenhouse. Peak. Chapter 122. My heart hurts. When do you think this pot of garlic will be ready for harvest? George is fertilizing and watering the flourishing pot of garlic. Just wait until the end of May. Albert gently blew away the wood shavings on the wooden bracelet and placed it next to the carved runes for comparison. Are you planning to eat raw garlic? Lee Jordan, who was throwing Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into his mouth, asked with a half-smile, half-serious expression. Isn't the focus of your concern the problem? You should ask Albert why he knows when garlic is ready to harvest. George put down the small water bottle in his hand and looked at the jello bean in Lee Jordan's hand, saying with a malicious tone, that one in your hand must be booger-flavored. This is soybean-flavored. Lee keyed and shot George a glare. This guy actually dared to gross people out like this. However, he still didn't eat it and put the Bertie Bott's every flavor bean back in the box. If you're eating it raw, I suggest marinating the garlic in soy sauce for a bit. I've heard it tastes pretty good. Enough, don't steer the topic off course. George said irritably, is it really the end of May? Hagrid said he grows his own vegetables, so he must know when to harvest them. Albert looked up at George. If you want to make garlic crosses, the garlic you brought from home should be enough, right? You can only feel a sense of accomplishment by using the garlic you grew yourself. George said with a straight face. This remark earned him a bunch of eye rolls. All right, suit yourself. Are you not going to throw away that pot you planted? That branch is already withered, it definitely won't survive. George pointed to another pot with a white flower. Let's keep it for now. Albert looked up at the flower pot and said, I'll replant it when the weather warms up. Why do you grow white vegetables? Is it a hobby? Lee Jordan couldn't quite understand Albert's way of thinking. This guy's interests are very broad, he basically learns everything and excels in every field he touches. What drives him crazy the most is that this guy lives more leisurely than anyone else sometimes. Lee Jordan is still quite jealous of Albert. The medicinal effect of Bicyan is quite good. Albert explained, it has high medicinal value. In the future, if I have my own house, I will definitely plant some white fresh in the garden. For now, I'll accumulate some planting experience. Actually, Albert wouldn't say that he thinks the treatment effect of Bicyan would be very popular among muggles. This kind of special thing can sometimes work wonders. Of course, having such thoughts is actually an inspiration that occasionally emerges after Albert studied economics. He thought it was good, so he took the time to learn how to plant. Your way of thinking is indeed completely different from ours. George also found Albert's thoughts very strange. Really? Albert was indifferent to this and continued to focus on carving his runes. This time, he made a wooden bracelet, with a complete circle of runes on it, all of which he designed himself. Whether it works or not, Albert wasn't really sure. When he was carving this thing, he didn't feel anything particularly special. Is it appropriate to use the purple elm, symbolizing Iwaz, as the material? Forget it, let's note it down for now and see if we can find the purple silk tree next time. Albert thought to himself. Ah! A sudden scream echoed through the dormitory. Fred, who was originally reading a book, suddenly jumped up from the bed and somehow threw the book in his hand out. Albert's hand trembled, and he carved the rune crookedly. Lee Jordan, who was about to carefully taste the yellow birdie bots every flavor bean next to him, was startled and swallowed it down. George almost got hit by the book that Fred threw out, startled and jumping up, only to bump into the table leg, and now he's hopping around holding his knee. What are you going crazy about? The three of them glared at Fred in unison and said in an unfriendly tone, I feel, my heart hurts so much. Fred clutched his chest, pretending to have a heart attack. What's wrong with him? Lee Jordan couldn't help but mutter, could he have been dumped by someone? But I haven't heard that Fred has a girlfriend. Should we take him to the school infirmary? Albert put down the carving knife and suggested, Mrs. Pomfrey must not have had a break yet. My leg hurts so much. Book, that book. Fred clutched his chest with one hand and pointed at the book he had just thrown. What's wrong with the book? George picked up the book and glanced at the cover. It was 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Didn't expect you to be watching this kind of stuff when you have nothing to do. Turn to page 98, there's an introduction about the snow mushroom. Fred said irritably, his tone not at all like that of a patient. Snow mushroom. George hesitantly flipped to page 98 of the book, mumbling to himself, let me see, there it is, snow mushroom, my heart hurts so much. A few seconds later, George suddenly clutched his chest, sitting on the bed with a look of utter despair. Albert and George were both drawn to their reactions, intrigued by the snow fungus they were talking about. Jordan Lee curiously opened the book, took a glance, slowly closed it, and mumbled something under his breath. Anyway, he wasn't willing to say much more, so he just handed the book to Albert and let him read it himself. Albert glanced at the three of them, very curious about what they had seen. He would know what was going on once he opened the book. This painting, it looks a bit like the matsutake mushrooms they ate a while ago. Last time, he found it strange that they could still find matsutake mushrooms in February, even with heavy snowfall. Snow fungus, also known as snow pine fungus. Albert quickly read through the introduction about snow fungus, his face twitching involuntarily. No wonder they had that kind of expression, only grows in snowy winters, with extremely high medicinal value, not to mention anything else, that 1 ounce of cedar mushroom powder alone is worth 50 gallons, no wonder they are so distressed. That was definitely the most expensive thing we've ever eaten. Fred clutched his chest and complained, Albert, you spendthrift, how could you just roast the snow mushrooms like that? If we sell it, we can get a huge amount of money. George agreed. You said, should we go dig for snow mushrooms? We could make a fortune later. Jordan suddenly proposed. This idea is not bad. The twins' eyes sparkled with the golden light of galleons. Is this, going crazy over money? Albert's mouth twitched. Actually, he wasn't unable to understand why they had such thoughts, but he poured cold water on the three of them, saying, don't even think about it. We've already looked around and only found that little bit. Beside, snow mushrooms are not easy to preserve. Unless you know how to process them into powder, digging them up is useless. If left for too long, snow mushrooms lose their medicinal properties and become worthless. But there's nothing good about it. Undeniably, the Forbidden Forest does have quite a few good things. After all, That place is still a primeval forest, and the opportunities haven't been exploited, but I still need to remind you that even if we manage to get the snow mushrooms now, we have no place to sell them." Albert stared into the eyes of the three and seriously reminded them, "Who do you expect to trade with? Others know you're just a kid, and they'll trade fairly with you? They're not your dad, any guarantees are just tricks to fool kids. Don't you feel even a little bit moved?" George couldn't help but ask. "Of course, but I know exactly what I need to do, and I don't think there are many snow mushrooms there, and, you need to understand, snow mushrooms are non-trade items, they're not that easy to sell. There are two types of prohibited trade items, one type has extremely high value, and the other has extremely high danger. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits their trade. If you want to trade, you can only do it on the black market." A kid thinking they can get benefits from the black market, dream on, peak data and bookmarks synchronized with the computer site, ad-free and refreshing reading. Chapter 123, Fooling Around. Although Albert had told the three about the harsh realities, it still couldn't dispel Fred and the others' desire to strike it rich. In the following days, the three of them began frequently entering and exiting the forbidden forest, trying to dig up snow mushrooms, hoping to strike it rich. However, reality is undoubtedly cruel. The three of them worked hard for several days, but ended up with nothing. Moreover, they annoyed Hagrid by frequently entering the forest. This hunting ground manager has complained to Albert about this matter many times and has started taking action, preparing to drive the twin brothers out of the forest. Entering March, the weather quickly warmed up. The snow in the forest began to melt, and the snow fungi that only grew in the snowy areas disappeared along with the snow. After several busy days with no results, the Weasley brothers sat listlessly in the library. Their recent days haven't been going well. They were caught by Hagrid while sneaking into the forbidden forest and then taken to Professor McGonagall. The outcome is predictable: solitary confinement. This matter delighted Furchie, and his old face rarely showed a terrifying smile, which scared the three of them. In the past few days, Filch has been giving them a hard time. "Don't be gloomy, life is still beautiful." Albert comfortingly patted Fred on the shoulder and suggested, "Let's go fishing by the lake on Saturday." "Forget it, let's not go. We don't want to be lectured by Hagrid again." Fred was still complaining about Hagrid handing them over to Professor McGonagall. "All right." Albert didn't say anything more either. "What are you doing?" Angelina put down her quill, looked up curiously, and asked, "I remember your transfiguration assignment was finished a long time ago. Write an essay for today's metamorphosis. Professor McGonagall assigned it during the last Metamorphosis Club meeting." Albert explained casually, without realizing how astonishing this statement was. "You mean writing for a magazine? Preparing to publish a paper in today's Metamorphosis?" Not only Angelina, but everyone else was also taken aback by the news. "Not yet. The drafts will first be submitted to Professor McGonagall, who will select the suitable ones and help revise them before they are published in today's Transfiguration class." Albert's thesis is How to Apply Transformation Techniques to the Field of Combat. This is the field that Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall excel in, and he is just combining what he has seen before with the theory of transformation. Actually, Albert doesn't think his paper will be published in today's Metamorphosis, but writing this paper is not without its benefits. After Professor Mag will review it, she will seriously revise it and finally write her opinions and evaluations, thereby helping the students of the Metamorphosis Club to advance further. Every time I write this stuff, after revising and reviewing it, Albert's transformation theory sees a significant improvement. This is one of the reasons why Albert is so invested in this matter. I suddenly feel that Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club is very prestigious. Shauna really admired Albert for being invited to the Transfiguration Club. I wonder if Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club is still accepting new members. Just give it up. Elia poured cold water on Shauna. "It's impossible. Unless you are particularly outstanding in this area, you won't be invited in." "I was just thinking, Professor McGonagall is teaching such difficult transfiguration now. How do I have time to learn even harder transfiguration? And I definitely don't want to write those papers that would probably kill off a bunch of my brain cells." Shauna muttered softly. Indeed, it must have killed quite a few brain cells. Albert always had a feeling that his knowledge was insufficient. Despite spending several days writing, he still couldn't be too satisfied with what he had produced. Albert still decided to submit the paper to Professor Mag. As for whether it would be published in the journal, he really didn't care much. Albert himself was well aware that his current knowledge of metamorphology was already sufficient to handle the metamorphosis courses for the next few years. Unless there are related tasks, he doesn't plan to invest more experience into it for the time being. To some extent, living beyond one's means is not a good idea. Actually, Albert had also tried to initiate this kind of mission, but he never succeeded. "Finished writing," Elia remarked, Your speed is as astonishing as ever. I spent several days finishing it. Would you mind letting me take a look? Elia changed the subject. Albert didn't refuse either, and passed the parchment across the table. Just as he had thought, Elia didn't look at it for long before returning it. Without a doubt, she doesn't understand. Delving into and researching magic is indeed too difficult for the students. They mainly focus on mastering the most basic things. Whether to further investigate is a personal choice. After Hogwarts students graduate, how many of them can actually practice spells to level 2 on the skill panel? You look very tired, Sana said softly. This paper is what it is. It took quite a bit of effort. I can only say, I'm not at that level yet. Albert began to tidy up the books, preparing to go to the kitchen for a cup of afternoon tea to relax. If I could have some cake, that would be even better. Not at that level. So what level are we at? Lee Jordan muttered. Albert ignored him and asked to himself, is anyone going to the kitchen? Fred also stood up, ready to leave with Albert. Enough, you haven't finished your homework yet. George cruelly interrupted Fred's beautiful wish. Let's go now, we don't know how long it will take later. While everyone is here, let's finish the homework as soon as possible. Fred sat down again, dejected, and continued with his homework. See you later. Leaving the library, walking through the corridor, taking the moving stairs directly to the first floor, passing through the lobby, Felch, who was mopping the floor, stared at him for a long time. Albert didn't care at all and went straight to the kitchen located beneath the auditorium. Albert is a regular in the kitchen, and the house elves warmly welcome his arrival, serving him tea and pies. Thank you, Albert said with a smile. His thanks always made the house elves feel anxious, but he knew these little guys liked to hear it. Are you preparing dinner? Albert asked curiously. Yes, sir. The house elf nodded. Do you mind chatting with me for a bit? Albert took a bite of the pie, sipped his milk tea, sighed deeply, looked up, and asked, I'm very interested in everything here. Including you hard-working little guys. This is my honor. Have a seat. Albert asked, what's your name? Kara. The house elf said. It's okay, I don't mind. Albert pointed to the chair and said gently the domesticated elf, no matter what, was unwilling to sit down. Seeing this, Albert had no intention of forcing the other party and simply asked curiously, your magic is very special, I can tell. It's quite different from the magic we use. Yes, sir, the magic we use is different. The house elf hesitated, seeming somewhat reluctant to discuss the topic. Can you use our magic? Albert saw the house elf shaking its head repeatedly but refusing to speak, so he changed the subject. Alright, let's switch topics. Can you make garlic scrambled eggs? Garlic scrambled eggs. Kara repeated, a bit confused. Garlic scrambled eggs are. Albert began explaining to the house elves how to make garlic scrambled eggs, trying to lead this group of house elves astray in their cooking skills. Chapter 124, Protective Bracelets. Do you know what's inside this? Lee Jordan pointed to a square box on the table. When I just came in, I smelled the aroma of food. I don't know. However, it smells so good. Should we open it and take a look? George immediately leaned in, and together with Lee Jordan, they stared intently at the box in front of them that was emitting a delicious aroma. Do you think this could be the midnight snack Albert brought us from the kitchen? Fred stared at the box in front of him and speculated. Others. George said, ask him and you'll know. Taking a hot shower in the bathroom. Lee Jordan reminded. How about we open it up and take a look? The three of them exchanged glances and said in unison. The next second, the three of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. George's movements were the quickest. He immediately reached out and opened the box, and a rich, fragrant aroma wafted out. The three of them immediately leaned in to see what was inside. A plate of food, that's right, a dish, very strange, a dish I've never seen before, but it smells really good. I'll taste it for everyone first. George picked up a piece with his hand, tossed it directly into his mouth, chewed a few times, and said, it seems like eggs, and those green things seem to be garlic. Idiot, don't use your hands, there's a fork right next to you. Fred shouted in dissatisfaction, let me try. It feels like Albert has come up with something weird again. By the way, did he make this himself? Lee Jordan asked curiously. Most likely, it's the house elves in the kitchen who did it. The twins simultaneously revealed the truth. The taste is not bad. Lee Jordan had just put the food from his fork into his mouth when he suddenly said, what do you think, should we leave some for him? In the midst of their conversation, the food on the 3 plates was already gone. It seems, it's already too late. George muttered softly. While they were talking, the dormitory door opened, and the 3 of them all turned to look at the door, simultaneously putting down their forks. What's wrong with you? Albert looked at the three of them with confusion, his gaze dropping to the open box, his face twitching slightly. Finished eating. I couldn't hold back. Fred said awkwardly. What is this dish called? It tastes really good. Lee Jordan tried to change the subject, but George covered his mouth with his hand. Sorry. The three of them said in unison. Garlic scrambled eggs. Albert said calmly. Garlic, scrambled eggs. Speaking of garlic, Fred couldn't help but look at the pot of garlic on the windowsill, and then his expression froze. Why is my garlic bald? Garlic, could it be? Fred pointed at the plate of garlic with the cut leaves and asked. You turned it into a dish. George looked at the bare flower pot, momentarily at a loss for words. I see you all are enjoying your meal. Albert said irritably, don't worry, spring has already arrived, and the garlic will soon sprout again. The three of them were suddenly at a loss for words. By the way, this dish is really not bad. Lee Jordan cleared his throat lightly and asked curiously, did you make this yourself? I had the house elves help with the cooking. Albert sighed, those little guys are quite skilled. I wonder if I can take one from Hogwarts after I graduate to help with the household chores. Mom has always hoped to have a little elf to help us cook, do laundry, and handle household chores. George muttered, unfortunately, we don't have one at home. Don't even think about it. Fred explained, only ancient wizarding families, and very wealthy ones at that, have house elves. My family doesn't have it either. Lee Jordan shook his head. Maybe, paying enough galleons will do the trick. House elves must have a source. Let's note this down first. Albert took out his notebook and recorded the matter. You don't mean to? The three of them looked at Albert suspiciously. As long as there are gallons, most problems can be solved. Albert explained, all right, let's not talk about that anymore, help me with an experiment. What experiment? George said. Threw a pillow at me. Albert raised his wrist adorned with a wooden bracelet and said, are you sure? The three of them simultaneously grabbed their pillows and threw them at Albert, but the pillows seemed to hit some strange barrier and spread out instead. How did you do that? The three of them all gathered around, curiously asking Albert how he managed to block the pillow out of thin air. This. Albert took off the wooden bracelet and said, I made it, a one-of-a-kind talisman. It has an iron armor spell that can resist curses and objects, and it can also effectively repel dark magical creatures. I always feel like you're trying to pull a fast one. Fred took the wooden bracelet, examined it closely, and asked, however, there's no denying that it's truly a magical item. Could it be the effect of the strange symbols on the bracelet? I still can't be sure. Albert shook his head and said, this thing requires multiple attempts. This time it's my turn. Fred said, how does it work? Put it on your hand, or hold it in your hand. Albert said uncertainly, it should work either way. I threw it. George threw the pillow at Fred, and the effect was triggered again, causing the pillow to bounce back. That's so cool, you made something really amazing. Lee Jordan was stunned. I think this thing will definitely have a lot of people wanting it. You know, when someone is about to cast a spell on you, you just raise your hand and you can block the evil spell. It's just so cool. Next, it's my turn. Let's try the dark curse and see if it really can rebound the dark curse. George excitedly shouted at Albert, use the barrier spell. Obstacles everywhere. After Albert gestured for a few people to step aside, he picked up his wand and waved it. Just before the spell hit George, it seemed to be blocked by something. The spell rebounded, hitting Lee Jordan nearby, who was knocked back and crashed into the bed. Bastard, that hurts. Lee Jordan covered his back and complained repeatedly, you did that on purpose. Lee Jordan had just seen that bastard George cast a spell and direct it toward him. Really cool, absolutely amazing. Really hard to believe. The twins looked at each other and said in unison, this thing can definitely sell for several gallons. You bastards, come pull me up. Lee Jordan complained. Sorry, I got too excited. George said apologetically, are you okay? I really didn't mean to do that. Now, it's my turn to test it. Lee Jordan took the wooden bracelet, got up from the ground, and excitedly shouted at Albert. Faint and fall. Albert also wanted to test the limits of the iron armor spell on the wooden bracelet, so he didn't refuse Lee Jordan. It's just that Lee Jordan's luck seems to be really bad. He was directly hit by the sleep spell, and the wooden bracelet had no effect at all. He was holding the wooden bracelet and suddenly fainted. Did the bracelet's protection fail? Fred asked curiously. Maybe it's reached its limit. Albert walked over to Lee Jordan, crouched down, and speculated, after all, this is just a prototype, it's normal to encounter such issues. I think Lee Jordan isn't having a very good day. Fred looked at his unconscious roommate with a face full of schadenfreude. What should we do now? George asked, "Can you wake him up?" "I think it's better to let him sleep like this until dawn," Albert said. "I think so too." Chapter 125, You made it to the magazine. How to make the iron armor spell on the protective bracelet last longer has now become one of Albert's latest research topics. Recently, Albert has gone through quite a few books, and some methods can indeed make spells last longer. The simplest way is to concentrate while casting the spell, which essentially means using stronger magical power to maintain it. The duplication spell is the best example. Some duplicated items can exist permanently, while others will disappear on their own after a certain period. This depends on the person using the spell. According to Albert, there is also a spell called the permanent adhesion spell, which is an irreversible spell. The ancient spell maintaining Hogwarts Castle is very powerful, and the 4 founders were also human. Since they could do it, Albert believed he could too. It's just that my own thinking might be off, or my research into knowledge and magic is far inferior to theirs. Albert is considering whether he should take this question to Professor Fribble. Someone playfully tapped Albert's left shoulder from behind. When Albert turned his head, he didn't see the person's figure. "What's the matter?" Albert knew the other person was on his right side, so he opened his mouth to ask. "You really are a boring person, aren't you?" Field, with a smile, sat down in the empty seat next to Albert. "Have you seen this week's Today's Transformation?" "I haven't seen it yet," Albert honestly said. "Wow, you actually haven't seen it?" Field looked at Albert in disbelief, as if he were looking at some strange creature. "It's not that I don't have time to watch it. What's wrong with this episode of Today's Transformation?" Albert detected a special tone in the other person's words. "Recently, he has been busy with the protective bracelet, and he also discovered that the runes on it did not have the expected effect, which has been bothering him for a long time. After today's transformation was delivered, I haven't had time to flip through it. The paper you wrote last time was published in this issue of today's Metamorphosis." Field stared intently into Albert's eyes, as if trying to determine whether the guy genuinely didn't know about it or was just pretending not to. "Oh." Albert was stunned for a moment and repeated, "What did you say?" "The paper you wrote last time was published in this issue of today's Metamorphosis." Field had a look of defeat on his face as he opened the copy of today's Metamorphosis in his hand in front of Albert, pointed to the article, and continued, "Professor Meg said that our next Metamorphosis Club activity is to study this topic." The students nearby who heard the two talking all gathered around, wanting to see the paper on transfiguration that Albert had written. "Professor Mag deleted quite a bit of stuff, huh?" Albert took a closer look and said to Field, "Half the content is missing." "I know, I've read your draft." Field nodded. Albert looked at Field in surprise. "When did you see it? How come I don't remember?" "After reading this paper, I asked Professor Mag to get a copy of your manuscript." Field explained, "You really dared to write those things. Transfiguration is the most complex and also the most dangerous spell." Field vaguely remembers that this was something Professor McGonagall said in her first class. "However, this guy in front of me actually wants to turn it around and use it against the enemy." "Did you accidentally hit your head when you walked into the lounge?" Field asked impatiently. "Is there a problem?" "Of course, do you know the transformation torture spell?" Field suddenly asked again. "Knowing a bit, it's about using transformation." Albert's words were not yet finished when Field interrupted him. "Did you know?" Field reminded, "The Ministry of Magic has always been committed to maintaining peace in the wizarding world. They don't want, yes. After all, today's Metamorphosis is an academic journal." Field sighed, "Your paper has some discrepancies." Actually, Field had to admit that Albert's ingenious ideas were admirable. The use of spells is incredibly diverse, and when used appropriately at the right moment, they can often cause unexpected destruction. However, sometimes it just doesn't work. "Understood." Albert nodded in understanding. After all, no one wants their living environment to be a mess, and it's easier to manage this way. "However, but what?" The hint of sarcasm that flashed across Field's face was fleeting. "Nothing." Albert smiled without saying a word. "This tactic is one of the favorite tricks of upper management. After all, a flock of sheep is easier to manage than a pack of wolves. However, once something is lost, it often becomes vulnerable when facing challenges." When Voldemort returned, it was the best example. The entire prestige accumulated by the Ministry of Magic was trampled underfoot, casually kicked around. Albert doesn't really care about these things. In fact, he has always been indifferent to matters that have nothing to do with him. "I feel like this thing is impractical." After carefully reading the paper, Fred suddenly said, "This requires advanced transfiguration skills. In fact, you know, most wizards are really bad at transfiguration. Your own shapeshifting skills are terrible, don't drag others into it." Sana glared at Fred with annoyance. "No one will admit that they are bad at something, even if it is indeed the truth." "Shut up, Fred. George reached out and covered his brother's mouth, preventing him from speaking. At this moment, Becker walked over, patted Albert's shoulder hard, and said, "I'm really envious of you. I didn't expect you to publish your first paper in today's Transfiguration when you were in your first year. This has completely rewritten Hogwarts history. I remember not long ago, McDougal had just set the record, and now it's been broken by you so soon." McDougal. Shauna raised an eyebrow. The mention of that name reminded her of someone from Ravenclaw. "Who called me?" Katrina McDougal heard someone calling her name and asked, "Who called me?" The atmosphere at the scene was awkward. "What's wrong?" Katrina sensed the change in atmosphere and frowned unhappily. "Nothing." Albert cleared his throat lightly, "Not talking about you." "Who would have thought? Isabel has a sister." Beck looked at Katrina McDougal in surprise, never heard her mention it. Why did she bring it up? Field looked at Becker and retorted, "Just curious." "Katrina and I were in the same class," Albert said, indicating he was aware of the situation. Katerina had already guessed who these guys were just talking about, her sister Isabel. She truly was a genius, no matter the field. However, this guy in front of her seems to be even more of a genius than her own sister. She had just read Albert's paper not long ago, and he was completely on a different level than herself. Chapter 126, Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Magic. The classroom used by the Transfiguration Club had been magically expanded at some point. Professor McGonagall was standing in the center of the classroom, waving her wand to demonstrate various transfiguration spells, leaving everyone present in a daze, manipulating flames, controlling water currents, shooting dangerous bolts of lightning from the wand, turning the floor into a swamp, the surging mud binding enemies, or forming a barrier to protect oneself, blocking incoming spells. As Albert wrote in his own paper, the uses of transformation techniques are varied and peculiar, and when used at the right moment, they often yield unexpectedly remarkable results. Not only Albert, but everyone else in the classroom was mesmerized by Professor McGonagall's magic. However, when everyone suddenly realized, they discovered a big problem. To reach Professor McGonagall's level, they needed to master more advanced spellcasting techniques, and none of them could. Yes, they all won't, and even more so, they can't now. Professor McGonagall is demonstrating to everyone how to turn objects into creatures and control them. While water surged from the basin, and under Professor McGonagall's control, it rose like a winding python. In the blink of an eye, the water in the basin disappeared, leaving only a python. It opened its mouth, hissing, and crawled out of the basin. Following Professor McGonagall's command, it coiled around a table. Suddenly, the python vanished, leaving behind only the cage that bound the table. If it's a wizard, once caught, they basically have to accept their fate. Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and the cage that had trapped the table transformed back into a puddle, leaving wet marks on the floor. Whether it's fire, water, mist, or earth, it can be done this way. Professor McGonagall said, "I know, the smoke charm was taught in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class." Professor McGonagall, "I don't think the enemy will give us time to prepare," a Slytherin student reminded. "I know." Professor McGonagall looked around at everyone and said, "Usually not useful when dueling wizards, but sometimes it comes in handy." Professor McGonagall raised her wand and pointed it, and countless ropes bound the Slytherin wizard, tying him to his seat. The rope suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Wizards rarely duel, and even if they do face off, they don't display dueling etiquette unless you are participating in a dueling tournament. Professor McGonagall calmly said, "Defeating the opponent and protecting yourself is the right thing to do when you encounter danger." After she finished speaking, she gave her wand a slight flick, and from the puddle, two little water-made kittens crawled out, playfully frolicking with each other. Then, the two cats collided and merged into a small cheetah, running around behind everyone. Its sharp gaze swept over them from behind, making everyone break out in a cold sweat. Under Professor MCG's control, the cheetah split into two humanoid figures again. They picked up the wooden barrel that had been knocked over by the python and jumped into it together, transforming back into a basin of water. After the presentation ended, the classroom was filled with enthusiastic applause. Professor McGonagall raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. She said to all the members of the club, "How many types of magic did I just use, and how did I do it? If it were you, to what extent could you achieve it?" Everyone started whispering and discussing. The 3 consecutive questions were undoubtedly a tough challenge for most people, and many people didn't even consider these things while watching Professor McGonagall demonstrate magic. "Now, I can only rack my brains to think of an answer." "How much did you understand?" Field exchanged her own notes with Albert. When she saw the content of Albert's notes, she was astonished to find that his understanding of magic was not much worse than her own. "Those transfiguration spells are too difficult for me right now. Albert privately estimated that he would probably have to raise his transfiguration skill to level 3 to be able to use transfiguration magic like Professor McGonagall. It seems that he had already thought about these issues when he was writing that paper. Field showed no outward signs of surprise, but was astonished. "Where's Baker?" she asked again. "The situation on my end is pretty much the same as yours." Becker was very frustrated. Although he had been observing diligently, his gains were still quite limited. Originally, everyone thought they were the best in the field of metamorphology, and their papers occasionally got published in the journal Today's Metamorphology. However, after watching Professor McGonagall's magic demonstration, they suddenly felt that their own transfiguration spells were like a child waving a wand around randomly. "You need to understand how I did it, and whether you could achieve the same level if it were you." Professor McGonagall strolled around the classroom, checking everyone's notes, and the results were not very satisfactory. She continued, "I never expected you to fully understand, but you need to grasp a small part of it. Go back and study it thoroughly. I believe you will gain something from it. We'll stick with this topic next time." Alright, that's it for today. This is really hard, harder than anything we've done before. After the end of the Transformation Club, when everyone crawled out of the painting, Becker told Albert dejectedly, "I feel like all the time spent on transformation magic was wasted." "It's not as serious as you say," Albert comforted. "The difference between us and Professor McGonagall is experience. This is not just a matter of experience." Field shook his head and said, "I don't know when I'll be able to reach that level. For me, it's just a lack of experience." Albert couldn't help but mutter to himself, "That paper was written by you. I'm very curious about what you can achieve." The one who spoke was Isabel, who hadn't left yet. This Ravenclaw genius looked at Albert with a complex expression. She never expected him to publish his article in Today's Transfiguration so quickly. "Have you ever heard of high aspirations but low abilities? I'm one of those." Albert said seriously, "Actually, I'm also curious why Professor McGonagall chose to publish my paper." "Don't underestimate yourself, Mr. Anderson. The quality of your paper is very high." Professor McG said, "What did you gain from this experience?" "I discovered that transfiguration can actually be this fun." Albert sighed from the bottom of his heart. "It's a pity that many people are not good at transformation magic." "You are absolutely right." Professor McGonagall said, "I suggest you talk more with other experts in this field. That way, you can improve your skills in this area." "Oh, I will." Albert nodded and watched Professor Mag leave. "It seems the rumors were true," Becker said. "What rumors?" Albert asked curiously. "Everyone says you are Professor Mag's favorite student," Field reminded. "How would I know?" Albert asked in confusion. A few people, upon hearing this, couldn't help but exchange glances. Peak data and bookmarks sync with the computer site. Add free fresh reading, chapter 127. Well connected, maybe, a bit of fame. Or maybe, that doesn't even count as fame anyway. Albert was amazed to discover that a wizard actually replied to him. The person was named Ed Forsco, and the reply was very brief, expressing a willingness to correspond with Albert. They also left Albert with a question, wanting to hear his views on Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. The question left by Mr. Fosco wasn't too difficult, or even very simple, to the extent that Albert suspected the other party already knew his age. However, Albert didn't care about this. He was more concerned with the new mission panel that had appeared for him. Has a wide circle of friends. Make friends with 5 famous wizards from the magical world and keep in touch with them through letters, and you will have unexpected gains. Number of wizards befriended, 1/5 reward, 5,000 experience, Wizarding World reputation plus 500. I really didn't expect that a panel task would appear like this. Even if Albert might not be able to complete it for now, it doesn't mean he won't be able to do it in the future. Albert never minded having more experience. He felt that his mood was quite good today and began to ponder writing a reply. After spending some time finishing the letter, Albert sealed it and handed it to Sheila. He watched the direction the owl flew off to before refocusing on his own food, only to find that his slice of bread had already been pecked to pieces by Sheila. Albert gently shook his head, used magic to clear the items from the plate, and picked up a piece of bread to continue enjoying his breakfast. "You're in a good mood. Did something good happen?" Sitting next to her, Angelina curiously asked. "Mr. Fosco replied to me." Albert naturally wouldn't mention something like the current panel task. "Mr. Fosco. Actually, I don't know them either. I just received their letter and replied to it." Albert casually said, "Anyway, a letter doesn't take up much time. Moreover, there are some things that Albert didn't say. He doesn't think they would exchange letters frequently. Famous people are usually very busy every day, and they don't have that much time to write letters to themselves. Not everyone is like Tom from his family, who spends all day doing nothing but eating, sleeping, and sunbathing. Have you heard? Lee Jordan came over here, his face full of mystery, as if he had heard some interesting news. I haven't heard anything, so just tell me what's going on. Albert looked up at his roommate. What's the matter? Phantom manifestation class. Lee Jordan excitedly shared the news he had just heard. Wasn't this mentioned shortly after returning from the Christmas break? Albert looked at Lee Jordan with considerable confusion, raising an eyebrow and asking, are lower grade students allowed to sign up for the disillusionment charm class? Do you want to sign up? Fred lazily asked. Well, disillusionment charm is a very handy spell, you should definitely learn it. Albert nodded and said, don't you want to learn it? It'll be much easier to travel in the future. Don't even think about it, unless you turn 17. Lee Jordan said irritably, classes start this afternoon, but you can go watch the upperclassmen practice disillusionment. I once read a bit of Hogwarts history, and it seems like you can't use apparition inside the school, right? Sana said uncertainly, are they going to practice the disapparition charm outside of school? No, the location is the lobby. Lee Jordan pointed to this place. This is impossible. Shauna frowned and said, nothing is impossible. I estimate the headmaster will lift the protective enchantment that prohibits apparition in the school, allowing the Great Hall to be apparat into. By the way, does anyone have an owl I could borrow? I want to order some things. Albert opened the potion book that recorded the revealing potion and asked everyone, don't you have it? Lee Jordan asked in confusion. Sheila helped deliver the letter and flew away. I'm planning to write a letter to the apothecary in Diagon Alley to buy some herbs. Albert explained. He is already prepared to complete the magic photo task as soon as possible to obtain alchemy. Albert originally thought that by creating a protective bracelet, alchemy would appear on the panel. However, his panel never displayed the related skill, so Albert decided not to continue trying. Albert plans to first acquire the skills of alchemy and then consider its effects before making any plans. Let me borrow it from you, Elias said. What potion are you preparing? Fred asked curiously. It wouldn't be Felix Felici's, would it? It's a developing potion. Albert pointed to that page in the book and said, I heard that the developing potion can make the people in the photo move. Sounds good, can you save me some when the time comes? Sana awkwardly asked. Of course, I'll help. At that time, if there's any left over, it's no problem to give it to you. Albert agreed. Albert, we're planning to go out for a stroll later, do you want to join us? Fred nodded toward the outside and asked. Where to? Angelina asked in confusion. The Quidditch pitch. In the afternoon, there was a Gryffindor team practice, and they were about to win the championship, so Charlie didn't dare to slack off at all. I have another appointment later. Albert politely declined the twins' invitation. Who? George couldn't help but ask. You're not planning to go to the forest with us? Going into the forest. Angelina's voice rose a few notches. What are you doing in the forest? An adventure to find treasure. The twins said in unison. Actually, they were going to look for some valuable potion ingredients. Especially after the last incident, the twin brothers have read 1,000 magical herbs and fungi several times, preparing to venture into the forest in search of treasure. As for Lee Jordan, the last punishment was really tough, making him start to reconsider whether it was worth the risk to venture into the forest. Lee Jordan also knew that there were many precious things in the forbidden forest, but sometimes you really need a bit of luck. That's why the twins wanted to bring Albert along, because his luck was always good. Moreover, if Albert went, Lee Jordan would go too. In their words, with Albert coming along, the risk of this adventure would be greatly reduced. It's Professor Bud Broad, I'm going to have a little spar with him in wizard's chess. Albert casually said. I remember Professor Broad is the international wizard chess champion, right? It seems like you're going to lose badly. Not just George, everyone else looked at Albert with pity. Playing chess with skilled people is what makes it interesting. Even if you lose, it doesn't really matter, just keep the right mindset. Besides, think about it, having a wizard chess champion as your personal guide isn't too bad either. Albert said without hesitation. It sounds reasonable, Fred nodded and said, but I always feel like you're making excuses for your impending failure. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes, ignoring this group of unreliable friends. He was still looking at the method for making the developing solution, alchemy. I'm a bit looking forward to it. Chapter 128, the text with magic. Professor Bloat is a witty old man, and Albert was looking forward to this invitation. Just as he was about to raise his hand to knock on the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office opened automatically. Albert's hand froze in place. Knowing this was Professor Broad's invitation, he reached out, gently pushed the door open, and stepped into the defense against the dark arts office. Professor Broad has already prepared the cake and drinks. Of course, there's also a game of wizard's chess set up. Please wait a moment. Professor Broad sat at his desk, staring at some parchments in front of him, not knowing what he was busy with. Albert didn't disturb the other person, quietly sat on the sofa, got himself a piece of cake, and started eating it by himself. 10 minutes later, Professor Broad finally finished his work, sat down in front of Albert, and said to him with a smile, "I've heard about your situation from Professor McGonagall. She is proud of you." "About today's transformation?" Albert asked with a hint of confusion. "Yes." Professor Broad nodded and said, "At your age, it's quite remarkable." Albert fell silent, suddenly unsure of what to say. Actually, he never really cared much about this issue. Professor Broad noticed the look of astonishment and silence that flashed across Albert's face and asked, puzzled, "You seem not to care much." "Ah." Albert awkwardly nodded. Actually, he wanted to say that the fame wasn't as beneficial to him as a gallon of something. Hogwarts students do not receive payment for publishing articles in Transfiguration today. Of course, the relationship between the two parties has always been mutually beneficial. Only students who receive the Best Most Promising Newcomer award will be given a symbolic galleon reward by today's Transfiguration. The number of galleons is not many, more of the honor comes from the title of Best Most Promising Newcomer award. White goes first. Professor Broad didn't discuss the topic but instead gestured for Albert to proceed. Albert immediately focused and began cautiously testing Professor Broad's abilities. He was very clear about his situation. His level in wizard's chess was only at rank 1, and rank 2 was still a long way off. This level is fine for dealing with ordinary people, but when it comes to international wizard chess champions, it's lacking a lot. In fact, during the direct confrontation, Professor Broad deliberately went easy on him, yet Albert still couldn't withstand the opponent's onslaught and was checkmated by Professor Broad's knight in less than 10 minutes, although he lost the chess game. Albert greatly benefited from playing with Professor Broad. After the second game began, Albert slowed down his pace, avoiding some minor mistakes from the first game. The two sides fought for 20 minutes, but in the end, Albert was still checkmated by the opponent's queen. Lost again. Albert sighed. Is this the level of the international wizard chess champion? The level of wizard chess competitions must be very high. No, actually, you're mistaken. The wizards who participate in the International Wizards Chess Championship are all quite average. Professor Broad took a sip of his milk tea and gently explained, in fact, very few wizards actually train in this area. They might have some skill, but that's about it. In another 2 years, you should be able to reach that level as well. Are you saying that the players participating in the International Wizard Chess Championship are all amateurs? Albert was momentarily taken aback. In fact, it is said that many aspects of a person begin to peak at the age of 17, and Albert once speculated that turning 17 might be the reason for this. Yes, actually there has never been such a thing as professional or amateur. However, it's always like this during every competition. Once you reach adulthood, you can also participate in international wizard chess tournaments. Professor Broad chuckled and said, although the prize money isn't much, the title of champion is still quite nice. Albert absent-mindedly replied, but in fact, he didn't really care whether he was famous or not. Fame can sometimes be quite useful. Professor Broad smiled meaningfully. His words sound a bit, strange. What were you just busy with? Albert changed the subject. Of course, if it's not convenient, studying ancient magic scripts. Professor Broad didn't mind at all, besides it just helped me organize it a bit. However, I haven't dealt with these things in a long time, so it's quite challenging to study them now. Ancient magic texts. Albert raised an eyebrow and said, I heard that's an elective for third-year students. Yes, the elective course for the third year. Professor Broad nodded repeatedly. Albert suddenly said, it is said that during the era of the four great lords, they used this kind of magic script to cast spells. Yes, there is such a saying. Professor Broad looked at Albert. There was once a speculation that the ancient wizards were so powerful, and it was closely related to the ancient magic texts. Indeed, very powerful, Albert said softly. The ancient magic of Hogwarts can last for thousands of years, which to me is nothing short of a miracle. Although it might be rude to say so, I doubt whether Professor Dumbledore could achieve this as well. Haha, Dumbledore. Professor Broad put down his teacup. He is universally recognized as the most powerful wizard of this century and has held the position of Chief Warlock of Wizengamot for several decades, hasn't he? Rumor has it that even the mysterious man is afraid of him. Professor Broad continued, well, you know who the mysterious person is, right? Got it. Albert nodded. I've read about his deeds in books. It is said that the savior Harry Potter defeated this Dark Lord. This matter has been widely discussed. At that time, many people believed that the Dark Lord would be defeated by Dumbledore, but in the end, he was defeated by. Professor Broad realized that this topic should come to an end. His tone paused, then he brought the topic back. There are many legends about ancient magical scripts. It is said that these are words imbued with magic, and using them to cast spells can enhance a wizard's magical power. Well, Dumbledore can use them too. He himself is an expert in this area. Professor Albert suddenly said. What's the matter, Mr. Anderson? Professor Broad raised his head in confusion and asked. I also once self-studied the runes. Albert hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke up, but I couldn't feel the mysterious power of these ancient runes like you described. You taught yourself. Professor Broad was very surprised. Yes, Albert said. Just during this Christmas holiday, I once self-studied the runes and barely managed to understand them, but, in fact, they aren't as magical as you say. After all, that's just a legend. Professor Broad said softly, but you really do bring me a lot of surprises, don't you? Surprise. Albert slightly furrowed his brow. Nothing. Professor Broad laughed and said, actually, many wizards have studied ancient runes, but at their level, they can usually only achieve a basic understanding and simple application. There are really very few true experts in this field. Albert fell silent. After a long time, he finally said, no one dug deeper. Dig deeper. Professor Broad shook his head and said, for most people, as long as they can understand this ancient script, that's good enough. After all, if no one uses it, who would bother spending time and effort to uncover its secrets? But the school, Professor Broad interrupted, Hogwarts School will offer a course in ancient runes, simply because they don't want future generations to forget these ancient characters. Data and bookmarks sync with the computer site. Add free fresh reading. Chapter 129, The Origin of Magic Text. The room fell into a brief silence. Albert hadn't expected Professor Broad to speak so frankly about this matter, but he still nodded, indicating that he understood. Indeed, ancient magic scripts are no longer useful today, unless one needs to decipher those ancient books. As for using it to cast a spell, in Albert's perception, Dumbledore might have this ability. Whether others can use them proficiently is another question. This is just like when I first learned English in my past life. I had to look up each word in the dictionary to barely string the sentences together and guess their original meaning. Can I take a look at the runes on the parchment? Albert pointed to the parchment on the table and asked Professor Broad. Of course, no problem. Professor Broad seemed very curious about Albert's proficiency in the Iruni language. He didn't expect the other party to understand it, so he didn't stop Albert from flipping through it. Because the text on the parchment was already very fragmented, with Professor Broad's consent, Albert picked up the parchment and read it carefully. He found the runes on it very strange. Albert immediately recognized what they were. They were similar to the runes he had used not long ago. Unlike the Muggle world's runes, these runes are interconnected. To decipher them, we might need to study them one by one. Albert noticed that there were annotations next to these runes, which should have been left by the ancient magic Professor Besida or Professor Broad. It means eyes, trees, springs, a few brief words, but they made Albert furrow his brow slightly. He felt like he had touched upon something, but he couldn't quite recall it for the moment. These runes have been disrupted? Albert asked uncertainly. Yes, it was disrupted. Professor Broad nodded and said, as you can see, these Sumerian texts are inherently difficult to translate. Well, it needs to be taken apart and studied to understand it. Albert said seriously, could it be that ancient magic texts were all like this? No, Albert has read books on ancient magic weaving, and this in front of him clearly belongs to runes. However, I really don't know who has the time to go and mess with a bunch of runes like this. Albert didn't say this, but he indeed thought so. Not many people could understand the runes themselves, and even fewer could comprehend them when they were arranged into sequences. How many people could truly understand them, or are these runes actually created by Professor Besida for Professor Broad to practice ancient magic? Just as Albert was pondering, the office door was suddenly knocked on. Katrina McDougal appeared outside the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, surprised as she watched Albert standing at the office desk, carefully reading a parchment. She couldn't help but blink, seemingly curious about how this guy ended up here. When the door was knocked, Albert also looked up, and just happened to meet the gaze of Katerina, who had just pushed the door open and entered. He merely nodded slightly at the other person and then continued to focus his attention on the parchment. The more Albert deciphered the runes on the parchment, the more he felt something in his memory starting to loosen, but he didn't seem to have any idea what was going on. I just played 2 games of wizard's chess with Mr. Anderson, and he's not bad at it. Professor Broad noticed Katarina's puzzled look and casually said, however, Mr. Anderson seems to be interested in ancient runes. Katrina, why don't you sit down and play a game of chess with me? Professor Broad is optimistic about Albert. Katrina had already guessed this. After all, Albert is a genius, and geniuses are always given special treatment. Focus. Professor Broad noticed that Katarina was distracted and reminded her, don't worry too much about others, just focus on doing your own thing. Katrina refocused her attention on the chess game on the table. However, she ultimately lost the chess game. When she hazily lifted her head, she found Albert sitting at Professor Broad's desk, and he was writing something, though she couldn't tell what. How dare he, Professor, the runes on the parchment are incomplete, right? Albert, relying on his mastery of runes, spent nearly half an hour translating most of the runes. Oh, why do you say that? Professor Broad asked curiously. Albert was indeed correct, the runes here are only part of it. Well, even after I translate it, it doesn't form a coherent sentence. Albert took the parchment filled with letters and walked over. I think these should be two very famous poems from the Word of God. The Word of God, what is that? Katrina directed her gaze at the parchment in Albert's hand and asked with curiosity. Tell me about the origin of runes. Albert simply said, Odin exchanged one of his eyes for the water of the well of wisdom. In search of the higher mysteries of wisdom, he hung himself on a tree for 9 days and nights, and used a spear to wound himself. His blood fell to the ground and formed the runes. Albert translated the runes into text by guesswork, then connected them with things he had seen before, and speculated about their general content. At first, when he was translating, he really didn't react. For a moment later, as the number of deciphered runes increased, Albert was able to piece together most of the content. Katrina looked confused, but she still knew what runes were. Compared to Katrina, Professor Broad next to her had a look of shock and disbelief on his face. Professor Broad never even considered that Albert would actually decipher it, just guessing, no, that's not very likely. By the way, are you sure you just taught yourself the runic script? Professor Broad's face twitched continuously, and he internally roared, how dare you even claim to barely understand it? If this is considered barely understandable, what can we say about those who are proficient in languages like Elvish? Professor Broad. Albert looked up, called out in confusion, and the other person suddenly snapped back to reality, smiling and explaining, I'm not quite sure either, because I'm trying it myself, but I think it should be like this. Professor Bassida will definitely be pleased that you chose ancient magic. If you're interested, just write her a letter, or go to her office. Professor Broad thought for a moment and then felt it was inappropriate, because he thought Albert probably didn't need to attend classes anymore. To be honest, there are still quite a few runes left on the table. Albert didn't even use the magic dictionary, he just broke down, translated, and pieced together the runes. Whether Professor Bassida has such abilities, Professor Broad is not very sure, but he is very clear that he definitely does not. Data and bookmarks synchronized with the computer site, ad-free and refreshing reading. Chapter 130, the pressure is enormous. I really didn't expect Professor Broad to give you such a high evaluation. Katrina's expression was very complex, or rather, she was quite unconvinced right now. At home, although her sister Isabel was very good to her, Isabel was an undeniable genius in magic. Katrina, who has grown up under the genius aura of Isabel, is under a lot of pressure. Later, Katrina finally went to Hogwarts, thinking that she could showcase her own talents here and escape the genius aura of Isabel. Katrina's magical talent is actually very high, and she always studies hard, putting in effort in all areas. If it weren't for Albert, Katrina would definitely be one of the top students among this year's freshmen. With her talent and hard work, she surpasses her peers. Even Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff can't compare to her. However, there is no if. Albert emerged like a comet, overshadowing all of Katrina's brilliance. Even Isabel, whom Katrina admired and who was hailed as the most talented wizard Ravenclaw had seen in a century, paled in comparison. Originally, Katrina, who was very confident in herself, instantly became depressed. In terms of talent, the other person is stronger than me. Compared to effort, the other person's dedication won't fall short of your own. Even more frustrating was that Katrina originally thought that even if she lost, it wouldn't be by much. After all, she had been working hard to learn and was always prepared to surpass the other person. The actual situation far exceeded Katrina's imagination. When Albert Anderson was invited by Professor McGee to join the Transformation Club, Katarina consoled herself that she would definitely be invited to join the Transformation Club next year. Later, Albert once again showcased his extraordinary flying skills on the Quidditch pitch, helping Gryffindor defeat Slytherin. Since Katarina wasn't good at sports, she just consoled herself by thinking that as long as she could outperform others in other areas, it would be fine. However, Katrina discovered that Isabel also rarely endorsed this person, believing that they were very talented in shapeshifting. At that time, Katerina was still unwilling to admit it. However, the latest paper in today's Transfiguration gave her a heavy blow, confirming Albert's extraordinary talent in Transfiguration. However, what about today? What is the deal with ancient magic texts? This is clearly a third-grade elective course, and Albert Anderson actually learned it by himself. Self-taught success. Such a flashy move left Katrina utterly stunned, and judging by Professor Broad's changing expressions, it was clear that Albert's proficiency in ancient runes was astonishing, almost beyond Katrina's imagination. Could it be that I've really chosen the wrong opponent? Katrina had such thoughts in her mind. Although she was already used to being crushed in various ways by her sister, this girl from Ravenclaw was not ready to give up just yet. Yes, she hasn't lost yet, since Albert is also very good at playing wizard chess. Then, play wizard chess with me, Katrina suddenly said. Wizard's chess. Albert was very surprised that the Ravenclaw girl next to him wanted to play chess with him. Although they knew each other, it was really just a matter of acquaintance. You and me. Albert raised his hand, pointed at both sides, and asked. Right, let's settle it with a game of chess. Katrina needed to regain some confidence from Albert, and playing chess was a good way to do it. Professor Broad said that Albert plays wizard chess quite well, and wizard chess is one of the few things that Katerina can beat her sister Isabel at. Albert suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. Moreover, what baffled him the most was the panel's task all around. Crushing someone sees you as a rival, trying to challenge and defeat you, and in the realm of wizard chess, they will defeat the challenger, making her understand that she will never be your equal. Reward, 200 experience, Katerina. McDougal affection +1, Isabel McDougal affection +5. The experience from this mission is pitifully low, and the way to increase affection points is very strange. Why does Katerina's affection increase less than Isabel's? With only 200 experience points, Albert wasn't really interested. After all, the mission panel already has a rich experience package like Voldemort. Of course, if he can get it, he won't let it slip away. In the past, Albert had also undertaken similar missions. Play wizard chess. Albert deliberately feigned a surprised expression. In the Great Hall. Yes, in the hall, play 3 games of chess. Katerina nodded. Alright, if you want to, I don't mind. Albert felt that the red-haired girl in front of him was quite pitiful. After all, the mission is called Comprehensive Overwhelm, which means you are almost completely overwhelming the opponent. Competing against someone who's cheating, she completely chose the wrong target. By the way, is that notebook in your hand something you're planning to give to Professor Broad? Albert suddenly asked. After all, Professor Broad had already made an appointment with me, so Katerina's appearance clearly had other motives. Ah, I almost forgot about this. After discovering the notebook in her hand, Katerina suddenly exclaimed, This is the notebook Professor Besida asked me to pass on to Professor Broad. Saying this, Katerina quickly walked toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Albert watched Katrina's departing figure and couldn't help but shake his head. Actually, he couldn't quite understand Katrina's insistence. She had actually borrowed the wizard's chess from Professor Broad. The two of them started their competition right there in the auditorium lobby, even attracting a few onlookers who were eager to watch the drama unfold. In the first set, Albert lost. Katrina's wizard chess is indeed impressive. Albert was caught off guard and easily swept away by her in one move. However, Albert doesn't really care. He doesn't mind winning or losing, he cares about enjoying the game of chess. Even if he loses, the mission won't suddenly fail. It will just be temporarily uncompleted, hanging on the mission board, ready to be completed at any time. In the second game, Albert won, but it was a bit of a close call. He deliberately played quickly, speeding up Katerina's pace as well. Perhaps the easy victory in the first game led her to make a wrong judgment, and Albert seized the opportunity. In the third game, both sides are tied. This time, Katrina clearly won't give her opponent any openings, and Albert chose to pair right from the start. In the end, after both sides exchanged all their pieces, it resulted in a draw. As for the fourth game, there is no fourth game because it was initially agreed to only have 3 rounds. Katerina originally wanted to settle the score, but Albert directly declared that she won the 4th round. Although he didn't know why Katrina wanted to beat him, for Albert, if they started the 4th round, he might really suffer a crushing defeat, so he simply conceded. Katerina was very dissatisfied, but she ultimately chose to end the game in a draw and stated that she would find time to continue honing her chess skills with Albert another day. What's wrong with your sister? After watching Katerina leave, Albert asked Isabel, who had been standing there since the beginning. There's a lot of pressure, but her determination to win is very strong. Isabel calmly said, she probably realized that she can't match your magical prowess, so she wants to rely on her own strengths to defeat you. I think you must have put too much pressure on her. Albert muttered, having a genius sister, being her younger sister is quite tough. Speaking of which, Albert suddenly fell silent because he remembered Nia, chapter 131. The Alchemist, insufficient alchemical theory. Does Nia also have similar pressures? Albert had never really thought seriously about such a question. In the past, even though those around him considered Albert a genius, he never thought of himself as one. Self-awareness is a valuable trait, but after seeing Katarina's condition, he started to worry a bit about Nia's situation, didn't he? If it were me growing up under someone else's genius aura, I would probably be very frustrated. The next day, Albert put the matter behind him. Sheila had returned and even brought back the herbs needed for the revealing potion. Before fully immersing himself in the development of the developer's solution, Albert habitually first records this task in his notebook to avoid forgetting it when he gets busy. The ingredients for the revealing potion have been gathered, but brewing the potion is still a problem. There are two places suitable for brewing potions, the already abandoned classroom or the wish room on the 8th floor of the castle. Without a doubt, the latter is the best choice. No one will come to disturb him while he prepares the potion. On the weekend, early in the morning, Albert had already gotten up, bringing the freshly purchased herbs and crucible, and quietly arrived at the entrance of the wish-granting house. I need a room equipped for potions. I need a room equipped for potions. I need a room equipped for potions. After lingering at the entrance, the door to the room of requirement opened, and the interior was somewhat like their usual potions classroom. There is a cabinet by the wall that seems to be used for storing potions. Albert put his things on the table, quickly walked to the cabinet, opened it, and saw that it was empty, with nothing inside. However, on the wooden bookshelf by the wall, there are quite a few books about potions. Albert raised his hand to stroke the thick spine of the book, returned to the table, opened Simple Potions, flipped to the section on Developing Potions, read it carefully several times, and then finally began to brew. The difficulty of developing solution is not high, otherwise, it wouldn't be classified as a simple potion. Although the developing solution is considered a simple reagent, preparing it still took up a lot of Albert's time. Just processing the materials took a good few hours. Albert carefully handled every step of the potion making process, and the result wasn't too bad. The developing solution was successful, but it wasn't as clear as the book described. Albert scooped up a spoonful, poured the developer into the test tube, gently swirled it a few times, and observed whether the solution changed. Not clear enough, but barely passing. Albert stuck a label on the test tube, put it away in the medicine cabinet, and then began to observe his skill panel. Some changes had occurred. He had gained a developing potion. Not sure if it will work, Albert muttered to himself, took a photo out of his pocket, dripped developing fluid onto the photo, then used a small brush to spread the liquid evenly across the photo. He then raised his wand and cast the spell on the photo, reveal and manifest. Doesn't work. Albert looked at the photo with suspicion, slightly raising an eyebrow, but soon he knew he had succeeded. As the developing solution gradually dried, the figures in the photo began to move. Seeing the people in the photo laughing and playing, Albert knew he had succeeded. He had never felt so happy. After Albert succeeded, he continued to create 2 more magical photos, then nodded in satisfaction, and glanced at his task panel. The task for the moving magic photo shows is completed. In the completed tasks section, there are still other tasks that have not been claimed, such as the tasks he completed when he first enrolled. The wizard bloodline is a good thing. Unfortunately, skill points like this are really a scam. Otherwise, if he could level that skill up to level 4 or 5, his own magical power would probably become stronger. Albert chose to immediately claim the reward of the moving magic photo, and then it was over. Completing the task didn't actually feel special at all. If I had to say, it's excitement. Albert opened the skill panel and began searching for the alchemy he had just learned. Speaking of which, I actually have quite a few skills under my belt now, a whole bunch of them. It took quite a bit of time to find alchemy. Albert immediately used the experience pool to level up the skill to level 1. Then, sitting in the armchair, he carefully savored the information brought by the skill points. However, what puzzled Albert was that his understanding of alchemy was not much different from the knowledge he had learned from books. But Albert hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and upgraded alchemy to level 2. It takes 2,000 experience points to level up from level 1 to level 2. This amount of experience, for Albert who has tens of thousands of experience points, still makes him feel a bit pained. Hope it's worth the money, Albert muttered quietly. After alchemy reached level 2, Albert realized a serious problem. My own alchemy theory is insufficient. That feeling is really unpleasant, like having mastered how to create alchemical items but not having the blueprints. However, Albert still guessed the problem with making the protective bracelet. To some extent, creating a powerful alchemical item usually requires casting a spell on the object. The ancient fire of Gublé is the best example. When you use a rather advanced magic to create a magical item, its durability and protective effects will become stronger. Alchemical tools all have similar issues. If used frequently, their magical power will deplete quickly, and the wooden bracelet will lose its magic just as fast. This is actually related to this, which means it has reached its limit. Items with protective magic are particularly evident in this regard. The best solution is to let it take a breather and restore the magical power on the item. Just like the cooldown time for using magical items in games, most defensive magical items are consumable types. Once the magical power on them gradually disappears, they will turn into ordinary items. Albert took out a small notebook and recorded his feelings, planning to find time another day to improve the protective bracelet. However, now it's actually the theory of alchemy that can't keep up. Albert muttered. It would be great if I could get in touch with Nico Mele. Nicole Meyer could definitely help Albert with this issue. As for the magical lamp, Albert also had a bit of inspiration, but he just jotted it down hastily and didn't think much about it. When preparing the developing potion, the intense concentration left Albert very tired. As for whether these ideas will be overturned in the future, Albert actually doesn't mind. His knowledge is still gradually increasing, and improvements are slowly being made, just like software. There will be version 1.0, then 1.1, and even later versions like 10.1. After cleaning up the remnants of the invisibility potion, Albert came to the exit, took out the Marauder's map from his pocket, and, with his wand resting on the parchment, recited, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." After confirming that there was no one at the entrance of the room of requirement, Albert erased the traces on the map, quickly left the room of requirement with the cauldron and the potion kit, and returned to the Gryffindor common room. Data and bookmarks synced with the computer site. Ad-free fresh reading, Chapter 132, Gryffindor's Secret Treasure. Here, this is the revealing potion. During one of the post-meal breaks, Albert handed the glass bottle containing the developing solution to Shauna. "You know how to use the developing solution, right?" "I know how to use it, thank you." Shauna reached out to take the glass vial, thanking Albert, "But I'm curious, when did you brew the revealing potion?" "A few days ago." Albert didn't hide it. "I used it on the photo, and the developer indeed worked." "Thank you." Sana thanked Albert once again. With Sana's current potion-making level, it's completely unrealistic to brew an invisibility potion by herself. If she wants one, she'll have to buy it herself. However, even if Sana had a galleon in her pocket, she wouldn't know where to go to buy the invisibility potion. To be honest, Shauna has never tried Outpost for shopping. Her impression of the wizarding world is still limited to Diagon Alley and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The entire magical world is indeed too unfamiliar for the Muggle wizards of Hogwarts. "You're welcome." Albert didn't really care about these things. He had already reserved some revealing potions for himself, and the small vial he gave to Shauna was just a share for her. "Albert, Albert." George and Fred hurriedly burst into the hall, running toward Albert. "Aren't you supposed to be in the library writing your history of magic homework?" Albert looked up, puzzled, at the Weasley brothers. Before he could say a couple of words, Albert was already being held by one twin on each side and dragged out of the hall. Following the twins, Lee Jordan gave the others an awkward smile, helped pack up Albert's things, and quickly left with the three, leaving the students behind with faces full of curiosity. "What's wrong with you all?" The four of them arrived at a remote corner, and Albert was the first to break the silence. "Look, what did we find in the library?" The Weasley twins exchanged glances and said in unison, "What did you find?" Albert asked cooperatively. "Clop clop." George, providing his own sound effects, pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to Albert. Albert took the parchment, glanced at the information on it, and his face twitched slightly. He had just been quite shocked by the Gryffindor's secret treasure on the parchment. He flipped over the parchment, and on the other side was a simple map with trees, the number 1, a campfire, and a cross. Albert looked up at the three and asked, "What the hell is this?" "The secret treasure of Gryffindor," Lee Keaton said excitedly. "What treasure?" Albert asked again. "The secret treasure of Gryffindor," Lee Jordan said seriously. "All right," Albert said irritably, "I admit, this is indeed a bit interesting, but, if we take this seriously, that would be really stupid. We found this parchment in the pages of a book," Fred said. "The hidden compartment in that page was very secretive. We discovered it by chance," George added. "Coincidence?" Albert scoffed at this. If he wanted to, he could create 100 such coincidences. "So, are you guys planning to go treasure hunting?" Albert had already guessed the trio's intentions. These guys wanted to go treasure hunting, to go on an adventure. Perhaps, they didn't even care whether the so-called Gryffindor's secret treasure was real or not. They just want to go on an adventure. Treasure hunting, to some extent, adventure and treasure hunting are actually quite interesting, but the problem is the treasure. What if you end up realizing you've been made a fool of? My mood probably wouldn't be so bad. Someone must have put this up on purpose. Albert scrutinized the strange drawing and said grumpily, "Besides, I don't think Gryffindor would hide a secret treasure in the Forbidden Forest. That's right, the Forbidden Forest. The tree in the painting should refer to the Forbidden Forest next to Hogwarts. Sure enough, it's in the Forbidden Forest. The three of them said in unison. The tree should refer to the Forbidden Forest. The number 1 should correspond to the unicorn associated with the ancient magical number 1. The bonfire refers to human presence, meaning a place with people. The only beings that can be called people in the Forbidden Forest are centaurs, and there's also a cross. That should be where the treasure is. Albert saw through the meaning of the map marker at a glance. Wow, you just cracked this map like that. Lee Jordan gaped in shock. That secret treasure. The three of them all looked at Albert. Maybe it's near the centaur camp. Albert suddenly sneered. To be honest, I don't even believe what I just said. Isn't this just a blatant joke? Otherwise, the so-called Gryffindor's secret treasure should be hidden in Hogwarts, not in the Forbidden Forest. This. The three of them fell silent. They had actually all suspected this point. What are you doing here? Ferdy had long been keeping an eye on the few people whispering in the corner, and his tone was very unfriendly. Nothing, Albert said lightly. If there's nothing going on, don't loiter around here whispering, just leave. Felt shooed away the four seemingly mysterious guys like swatting flies. I'll say it again, don't believe in this kind of nonsense. Albert looked at the three of them. It's like one day you borrow a book from the library, then deliberately write something in it, telling others that it hides some precious treasure. But when they go through all the trouble to find this so-called treasure, what do they end up with? The other party only finds a few big dung balls you put in the box back then. The few of them exchanged glances, and they agreed with Albert's speculation. Because a few of them initially had similar thoughts, but after receiving Albert's analysis, it indeed seems that this is the most likely true situation. Are you kidding? There really is such a possibility. By the way, there's one more thing. George raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. What's the matter? Albert asked. This parchment was originally hidden between the pages of a book, and then, you probably guessed it. George revealed a helpless smile. Don't you know how to use a repair spell? Albert asked in confusion. 2/3 of the first year have already passed, and in these 6 months, everyone has learned quite a few spells, including the repairing charm. George's expression was a bit awkward as he pushed his head down and said, we can't use a spell to fix that book. George's expression was a bit awkward as he said, looking downcast, we can't use spells to fix that book. Fred took out the biography of Ulrich from his backpack. This was actually a homework assignment for the History of Magic class, where they all had to write an essay about medieval wizards. It was hidden very discreetly. At first, we almost didn't notice it. Albert flipped to the page that Fred had also damaged, his lips twitching slightly. First, put the books away, and we'll study in the dormitory tonight. Albert reminded, don't let anyone else notice what you've all done. If Mrs. Pants finds out about this, she will kill us. Why is it us, and not you? Fred asked irritably. You're so silly, it's because we're twins. Peak data and bookmarks sync with the computer site. At Free Fresh Reading, Chapter 133, Unexpected. Stop messing around. Lee Jordan interrupted the twins' playful banter and turned to Albert, asking, can it be fixed? It's hard to say, you have to try it to know. Albert stuffed the biography of Ulrich into his backpack, looked at the twins who were still bickering, and reminded them, if this book can't be repaired, don't bother returning it. Why? George's face was full of astonishment. Need I even say it? With behavior like yours, if Mrs. Pants finds out, she will definitely not let you into the library again. Albert said irritably, if you don't return the books, the worst that can happen is that you won't be able to borrow any more from the library. The homework assigned by the Hogwarts professors often requires students to find information in the library themselves. If they are banned from entering the library, the outcome is predictable. They won't even be able to complete their homework properly. By the way, you haven't finished your History of Magic assignment yet, have you? It's due tomorrow. Albert casually reminded, don't forget about this. Don't bring up this matter. The three of them seemed to suddenly remember this matter, and together they let out a wail, having no choice but to hurriedly return to the library to continue doing their boring homework. Albert watched the three of them leave, shaking his head slightly. He glanced at the so-called treasure map in his hand, then turned around and headed back to the Gryffindor dormitory. How could it have failed? The damage on the pages of the biography of Ulrich has not been repaired by a repair spell. At first, Albert thought his spell had failed, but then he tried it on other pieces of paper and found that he could still successfully repair them. But, why did he fail when trying to repair this book? I really don't understand. Albert stared at the book in front of him and said softly. He picked up the book, carefully flipping through its pages, trying to find what made it unique. The biography of Uric is written by Radolfius Pittiman, and Albert read this book a while ago. Uric comes from Ravenclaw House, and his behavior is very peculiar. To commemorate his eccentric behavior, people published a short biography of him on the chocolate frog card. According to the description in the book, Uric's own behavior is quite strange. Moreover, there was a time when Ulrich tried to prove that the call of the wicked bird was beneficial to human health, listening to the wicked bird's calls for 3 consecutive months. It is well known that the chattering calls of the wicked bird can drive those who hear them insane. This book is nothing special, yet Albert still can't understand why the spell failed. He placed the book on his shelf, suddenly remembered something, took the piece of parchment out of his pocket, stared at it for a long time, and prepared to tuck it back into the book. However, Albert's hand paused. He drew his wand from his pocket, gently tapped the map, and said, "Reveal your secrets." Did nothing happen? Well, it turns out I was overthinking it. Albert picked up the parchment, glanced at the contents, and fell into a brief silence. Sure enough, spending so much time with Fred and the others has made me a bit silly too. Albert made a self-deprecating remark, stuffed the parchment back into the book, and turned to leave the dormitory. He didn't know that the piece of parchment that had been slipped back into the book just after he left had undergone some subtle changes. As soon as he walked into the public lounge, Albert noticed someone waving at him. Anderson. The person who called him was a very large girl, standing imposingly in front of Albert. Is something wrong? Albert was already considered tall among children of the same age, but compared to the girl in front of him, he was a whole head shorter. Really, I've been looking for you for a long time. The young woman seemed to say with some annoyance. Here, your letter. Letter. Albert looked puzzled, but still took the note handed to him, not forgetting to say thank you. Professor Broad asked me to tell you that if you have time, it would be best to visit his office before 8 p.m. Oh, I see. Here, have some candy. Albert casually pulled out a few candies from his pocket and handed them to the other person. The girl was curiously observing Albert, as if trying to figure something out. What's wrong? Albert also noticed the other person's scrutinizing gaze and slightly furrowed his brow. I quite like the taste of chocolate. The other person didn't refuse Albert's candy, peeled one and popped it into their mouth. Everyone says you're a genius, lucky Albert. Albert's hand, which was just about to open the note, paused. He looked up at her with a face full of astonishment upon hearing her words. I'm not a genius, I just work a bit harder than others. Albert raised his hand and made a gesture with his thumb and index finger to indicate just a little bit. Haha, you're really interesting. The girl reached out and patted Albert on the shoulder. Do your best, you must definitely put Isabel McDougal in her place. Albert gritted his teeth in pain, feeling like his shoulder was about to be dislocated from the force of the slap. Thank you for the candy, it was quite good. She finished speaking and turned to leave. How come you're actually getting involved with Craig? While rubbing his shoulder, Albert suddenly heard a voice by his ear. The violent batter Aaron had appeared behind him without warning. Craig. Albert was also taken aback when he heard the name, but then he realized what was going on and explained. She delivered a letter to me. Professor Broad seems to be looking for me. Albert opened the note, and the contents were similar to what Craig had said. He took out his pocket watch to check the time, greeted Irene, and hurriedly left. What does Professor Broad want with me? Albert was very puzzled, but he still decided to go to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office first to see what was going on. A few minutes later, in front of the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Albert took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock on the wooden door. Come in. The person who opened the door for him was a middle-aged wizard in his 50s, wearing glasses, with slightly messy red hair, and a gentle smile on his face. Albert was taken aback, his gaze passing over the middle-aged wizard's body and landing in the office, but he did not see Professor Broad's figure. He then asked in confusion, "Where is Professor Broad?" "He just went to the library and will be back soon." The middle-aged wizard said with a smile, "Broad told me that if you came, I should let you in. He'll be back soon. Professor Broad called for me." Albert secretly scrutinized the wizard in front of him, his gaze sweeping over the messy pile of parchment on the table. "Yes, it's related to ancient runes. Broad thinks you can provide us with some help." The middle-aged wizard sat on the sofa opposite Albert. "I've seen the ancient texts you translated, and to be honest, they are quite impressive." A momentary look of astonishment appeared on Albert's face. He had never really thought about it in this way before. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Morg McDougal." The middle-aged wizard suddenly introduced himself. "Please take care of me." P. Chapter 134, Absurd Yet Real Events. Albert was stunned. Of course, he knew who Maud McDougal was. That was Bud Broad's friend, a renowned contemporary master of magic, said to be on par with the author of The Theory of Magic, Adab Wolfland. It's just the Mog McDougal in front of me is quite different from what I had imagined. I should say, what's wrong? Mog McDougal noticed the brief look of astonishment on Albert's face and asked curiously, is there something on my face? I thought you would be a bit younger. Albert hesitated for a moment but couldn't hold back the doubts in his mind and spoke them out loud. Sorry. It was my mistake. Young. Haha, no need to apologize, I'm definitely not young anymore. Mike Doherty didn't mind Albert's slip of the tongue at all. He smiled and pointed to the sofa inside. Come in first, Bud should be back soon. Albert sat somewhat stiffly opposite McDougal, but his attention was drawn to the parchment on the table, which was entirely written in runic script. It seems that Bard was right, you really do have a high level of expertise in this area. McDougal picked up his red tea, took a sip, looked at Albert, nodded, and seemed quite satisfied. Albert also noticed McDougal's gentle smile. How should I put it, the way the other person looks at me is very special, and also very familiar. I thought Isabel's talent was already exceptional. McDougal said softly, she is one of the best kids I've ever seen. Isabel. Albert cast a probing look at the middle-aged man in front of him. My distant niece. McDougal nodded at the parchment filled with ancient runes, smiling as he asked Albert, Bard and I are preparing to write a book on ancient runes. Are you interested in joining us? Me. Albert felt he had heard something absurd. The other person actually invited a child to co-write a book. It's you who needs to write, not us. Professor Broad pushed the door open and walked in, nodding at Albert. You came a bit earlier than I expected. Would you like something to drink? Milk tea. Albert paused for a moment and instinctively replied. Professor Broad waved his wand gently, and a cup of fragrant milk tea appeared out of thin air in front of Albert. I can tell that you have a high level of expertise in ancient magic scripts, so I recommended you to Morg. Of course, the main task of writing the books is something Mog will handle, we're just here to help him out. It's incredible. Albert honestly said. Can I too? Albert tentatively asked, if this gets out, it might just become the funniest joke of the century. Don't say that, you're very special, even more dazzling than Isabel. Mike Doug explained, I think you might be useful, if you don't mind. Not at all. Of course, I think you will definitely learn quite a bit during this process. McDougal said with a smile, get to know him again, Mog McDougal. Albert Anderson, nice to meet you, Mr. Mog McDougal. Albert reached out and shook hands with the other person. Although it felt quite surreal, it seemed like he had met someone extraordinary. Are you planning to write a textbook, or? No, it's a more advanced book. It's not meant for students to read as material, it delves into deeper aspects of ancient texts like the Niven. McDougal explained. Perhaps you haven't encountered that field yet, but ancient runes indeed contain special power, and some ancient spells use them. If Dumbledore is willing to help, our progress will be much faster. Nowadays, there are very few people who truly understand how to use ancient magic. Professor Broad was generous with his praise. Morg is an expert in this field. No, Bud, at least I have one right in front of me. McDougal smiled and gently nodded toward Albert's wooden bracelet. The craftsmanship is a bit rough, but there's no denying it, this is the prototype. Would you mind letting me take a look at your work? Albert realized what the other party meant by results, took off the wooden bracelet, and handed it to McDougal. If it were up to me, I would recommend using you wood. Although the Guardian Tree has its special effects, it cannot perfectly unleash the power of the runes. McDougal's fingers brushed over the runes on the wooden bracelet, and he looked at Albert with interest, asking, it's a pity you haven't truly mastered how to use it yet. Albert's eyes lit up as he stared at Mog McDougal. He felt that his doubts about the runes might very well be resolved by the other party. Don't worry, you're already ahead of many people in this area. At least Bard doesn't understand these things. McDougal turned his head to look at his friend and said softly, I'm not like you, I haven't done any research in this area. Professor Broad didn't take his friend's teasing to heart at all. In terms of practice, you're nowhere near me. Each has its strengths. There was no embarrassment on McDougal's face as he looked at the parchment on the table. Well, I suppose we should focus on the task at hand. May I ask a question? Albert picked up a piece of parchment and asked, where did you get these things? I mean, these runes on top. This is one of the legacies left by Ravenclaw. Professor Broad didn't care at all how shocking this was and just said it outright. Inheritance. Albert was very surprised, but he quickly calmed down. Yes, the legacy, the wisdom of Ravenclaw. McDougal said, it's amazing stuff. I'm preparing to summarize it and then write a book so that others can interpret this knowledge. One day, people will realize the magical power contained in ancient runes. Very amazing stuff, I'm getting ready to summarize it and then write a book so that others can interpret this knowledge. One day, people will realize the magical power contained in ancient scripts. I have never seen these characters have any magical power. Professor Broad spoke up to remind. Because you don't understand the runes well enough. McDougal bluntly pointed out the problem. All right, let's get started. He waved his wand, and parchment and a quill appeared out of thin air, ready to begin recording. This was a tedious task, and Albert could hardly believe he was actually involved in it. When he came out of Professor Broad's office, he felt dazed, his head still buzzing, constantly echoing the things he had heard and experienced during this time. Although he understood, his brain couldn't quite process the chaotic knowledge at the moment. Albert didn't even realize when he returned to the Gryffindor common room or when he closed his eyes to rest. His entire brain was constantly recalling the series of runes and the words McDougal had said, until he unknowingly fell asleep. Chapter 135 The Alchemist. If you think it's useful, you should. Since meeting McDougal, Albert could hardly believe the drastic changes that had taken place in his campus life. Delving too deeply into the secrets of the magic text has placed a significant burden on Albert's brain, and the direct manifestation of this is that Albert has been somewhat listless and dispirited during this recent period. However, this high-load situation still has some benefits. Albert's experience in magic script skills has rapidly increased at an astonishing speed, soaring by nearly 1,000 points in less than half a month. Most importantly, Albert felt that he was about to get his hands on what he wanted, the true method of using ancient runes that McDougal spoke of. If the magic script skill is raised to level 3, perhaps it would be possible to grasp that part of the knowledge in a short time. However, Albert still prefers to spend more time on this aspect. Even if the skill is directly raised to level 3, the knowledge gained would still require a long time to digest. Moreover, using too much experience at once to level up skills would be a huge burden on the experience pool, and Albert wouldn't risk doing that. For him, directly upgrading a skill to level 2 is within the current range of what he can handle, and it must also be a practical skill to do so. The experience in the experience pool is not only reserved for upgrading economic and financial aspects, but also serves as Albert's greatest backup and safeguard. If you only spend without earning, it's undoubtedly not a good thing. What's been going on with you lately? You look really exhausted. George said. It's nothing, just a bit busy. Please, pass me the orange marmalade over there. Albert was placing 2 sausages, a fried egg, and half a fried tomato cut into pieces onto his plate. Here. George looked at Albert with suspicion and didn't ask any more questions. Receiving the orange jam that George handed over, Albert spread a thick layer on the slice of bread, brought it to his mouth, and took a big bite. Casually, he pulled out his notebook from his pocket and began flipping through his previous entries to see if he had forgotten anything. Albert's memory is indeed very strong, but when he gets serious about something, he tends to forget other things. Are you looking at your little notebook again? Fred said with a smile. By the way, there's a disillusionment charm class this afternoon. Do you want to go? I remember last time in the disillusionment charm class, a Hufflepuff boy got dismembered. Lee Jordan laughed as he talked about the fun of the disapparition class. It's a clone, not a dismembered body. Angelina on the opposite side disdainfully shot a glance at Lee Jordan and corrected him. Don't use such terrible words in the wrong context. I remember that person was called Fig. Lee Jordan said. It's Figo. Albert took a bite of the fried egg and weakly corrected the other person's mistake. How would you know? Lee Jordan asked, somewhat unconvinced. I remember, last time, I met a Hufflepuff friend in the library. Cough cough. Albert took a big gulp of pumpkin juice, glanced at the fried egg on his fork, temporarily set it aside, and planned to eat it later. Do you still have friends in Hufflepuff? Elia was very curious that Albert actually knew a Hufflepuff student. This guy had a wide circle of friends. Who doesn't have a few friends? Albert was unimpressed by this. I remember, that guy who last time knocked down the Ravenclaw prefect with a punch, his name seems to be, Call Truman. Fred spoke up, I've noticed your memory is really terrible. Who would deliberately remember these things? Lee Jordan defended himself. Speaking of Truman, the Weasley brothers suddenly turned to Albert and asked in a low voice, last time, was that your idea to suggest to Truman? Albert didn't answer, pretending not to hear, and continued flipping through the notebook. His gaze fell on a record, and he looked up at George and asked, the last book, the biography of Ulrich, I couldn't repair it. However, it seems you took the book away. Has it been repaired and returned? It wasn't fixed, but it was returned anyway. Mrs. Pants didn't notice. George's face looked a bit unnatural. At that time, we made a bold decision. Fred explained, we completely tore out that page. As long as you don't turn to that page, you won't be discovered. You guys are lucky. Albert had a speechless expression. He thought the twins would fix the book before returning it, but he never expected it to be like this. As long as Mrs. Pants doesn't find out, it's fine. I wonder which poor soul will take the blame for you. Ahem, that's none of our business. The twins' expressions were a bit awkward. George quickly changed the subject. By the way, are you going to the Phantom Manifestation class this afternoon? Going to listen to a class for a while isn't bad, you can always learn something. Albert nodded and said, I want to see if I can make the Phantom Manifestation skill appear in my skill list this way. Basically, every time Winky Ticklefrost comes to Hogwarts to teach the disillusionment charm, Albert goes to watch and takes notes on the knowledge that needs to be mastered. His notebook contains the 3DS, 3 points of attention, mentioned by Taiko Udata. If I could try it myself, that would be great. Unfortunately, first-year students cannot enroll, otherwise, practicing Phantom Manifestation under guidance would undoubtedly greatly enhance the safety and learning efficiency of the technique. What are you thinking about? Shauna interrupted. Probably brooding over why the lower grade students can't sign up for the Phantom Manifestation class again. George had a look that said he had already seen through Albert. This kind of opportunity is rare. However, disillusionment charm is still too difficult for lower grade students. We don't have enough magical power to support ourselves in completing this spell. Although Albert said this, he was actually quite frustrated. Unlike others, he didn't have such troubles. As long as he could master the skill, he could immediately learn disillusionment through experience points. You can use the disillusionment charm. Fred whispered. Don't be silly, do you think that thing can fool Professor McGonagall? Albert rolled his eyes at Fred. Even if you learn it, you can't use it. Magic is not allowed during the summer break. George said seriously. Why? Shauna asked in confusion. Anyway, that's just how the Ministry of Magic has it set up. They say you'll get a stern warning the first time, and the second time you might get fired. Even if you're lucky enough not to get fired, you'll still be hit with a hefty fine. George reminded him seriously. How would you know? Sana frowned and asked, I was using it at home during the Christmas holidays, and I didn't receive any warnings. That's because you haven't received the official notice yet. Percy sat next to George and answered Shauna's question for him. After receiving the official notice from the Ministry of Magic during the summer vacation, it cannot be used unless you turn 17 and come of age. As far as I know, using magic in a wizard-dense area like Diagon Alley won't get you a warning, and pure blood wizards should be fine using it at home. Albert whispered. The Ministry of Magic won't be able to figure out who used it. How do you know? Shauna curiously stared at Albert, while Percy next to her felt a bit awkward. Ever since that unfortunate Truman almost got expelled because of this mess. Albert disdainfully curled his lip and said, I specifically paid attention to this issue and later asked some senior students. I found out that the Ministry of Magic uses something called Trace to locate and monitor us. As long as you use magic in a Muggle area, the Ministry of Magic will send you a warning letter. If magic is used in Diagon Alley or in places where wizards live, the Ministry of Magic wouldn't be able to figure out who used it. Sana tentatively asked. Yes, that's it. Albert nodded. That's so unfair. Shauna said indignantly. Which families need to rely on self-supervision by family members? Percy cleared his throat and explained. If self-awareness really worked, why would the Ministry of Magic need to enact so many laws? Sana kept sneering. I like what you said. Albert couldn't help but laugh. How philosophical. Don't you think so? Chapter 136 of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, The Alchemist. Not for human eyes. After just finishing breakfast, Albert and the others chatted for a while in the Great Hall. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan planned to go to the library. I didn't know when you two became so diligent. Percy stared at his younger brothers, slightly raising an eyebrow and asking. We have always been very diligent. Fred couldn't help but protest. We're getting ready to check some things. Does Albert want to come along? George instinctively looked at Albert. Did you forget? Albert has an appointment with Professor Broad. Lee Jordan rolled his eyes at the two of them and sarcastically said, You two idiots still have the nerve to say my memory is bad. We were wrong. The twins said in unison. Humph, it's good that you know you were wrong. Lee Jordan proudly lifted his nose and soon started horsing around with the twins again. There's Quidditch practice in the afternoon, don't forget. Angelina reminded the twins and then turned to Albert, asking, What about you? I'm afraid not. Albert shook his head. What are you going to Professor Broad's for? Elia asked curiously. As far as she knew, Albert had been going to Professor Broad's place for the past few weeks, but she didn't know what for. Well, this is a secret. Oh. Albert winked at a few people. Are you very familiar with Professor Broad? Percy looked at Albert with a bit of surprise. As far as I know, that professor is quite an impressive person. Not quite sure. Albert took out his pocket watch, glanced at the time, and said, "All right, I have to leave now. This guy is always so mysterious, who knows what he's up to?" Angelina muttered, "He's skipped Quidditch practice several times now, and Charlie hasn't been very happy about it. You know, ever since Albert caught the golden snitch, he's been Charlie's chosen successor as the next Seeker." Imperial decree. Shauna didn't understand what this meant. Charlie is about to graduate, and the next Quidditch captain will be Wood. Charlie originally planned to let Albert stay in the position of Seeker for a while. However, he himself is not too keen on Quidditch. Honestly, Angelina is quite envious of Albert's good fortune. His schedule is packed. Don't forget about the Transformation Club. Shauna reminded Dot at this moment. A senior man walked over and his voice quickly reached everyone's ears. "Where's Anderson? Has anyone seen him?" "Beck, what do you need Anderson for?" Whether it was Angelina, Elia, or Sana, they could all hear the respect in Percy's voice. "I heard Anderson is having a meal here." Beck looked helpless. "He hasn't been to the Transformation Club in a long time. I came over to ask about his situation." "Albert just left. Professor Broad is looking for him," Shauna explained. "Professor Broad." Becker frowned and turned to Shauna, saying, "You must tell him not to forget to submit the Shapeshifting Club's paper." "That's it, I'm leaving." "Who is he?" Angelina asked curiously. "You don't even know Becker? He's the president of the Gryffindor Student Council. They say he published an article in today's Transfiguration and even won the most promising newcomer award from today's Transfigurationat. Becker is Percy's benchmark, just like his brother Bill, but right now this student council president is even more dazzling than his brother Bill. I feel like I'm seeing Albert a few years from now," Elias suddenly said. "I feel the same way." Sana strongly agrees with Elia's viewpoint. Please provide the text you would like to have translated. At this moment, Albert, who was being talked about by people, was standing at the door of the second-floor defense against the dark arts office. However, he was quite surprised to run into an acquaintance here, Isabel from Ravenclaw. Then, a paper. Albert took out his notebook and found that there were no relevant records in it at all. "You were absent the week before last," Isabel reminded. "Oh, when is it due?" "The Transformation Club at night." "It's too late." Albert looked speechless. If he had started a bit earlier, he would have had time to write, but now, it's already too late. "If you go write it now." Isabel looked at Albert suspiciously and curiously asked, "By the way, did you come to see Professor Broad for something?" "Yeah, there's something." Albert raised his hand and knocked on the office door. "Earlier than I expected." Professor Broad smiled and greeted Albert, his gentle smile causing Isabel, who stood beside Albert, to pause and look at Albert with suspicion. "Isabel, come in too." The defense against the dark arts office is an absolute mess. Not only are the desks piled high with various books and parchments, but even the walls are covered with all sorts of parchments. These are all the recent research findings of Albert and his companions. "What is going on?" Isabel stared wide-eyed at the dark arts defense office in front of her, hardly believing her eyes. Is this really the dark arts defense office? In Isabel's memory, Professor Broad's office was a very warm and comfortable place. What was with this appearance of a research fanatic? "Nothing much. Could you please take these books to Mrs. Pants, and while you're at it, borrow the books listed on this note?" Professor Broad pointed to a few books on the parchment and said to Isabella. Then, he picked up a roll of parchment from the desk and handed it to Albert. "This is what Morg asked me to give you. He'll be here shortly, so take a look at it first." "Is this the final product?" Albert took the parchment, glanced at its contents, and asked. "No, this is a semi-finished product. He has only completed 1/3 of it." Professor Broad asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Milk tea, please. I just finished breakfast not long ago." Albert sat on the sofa and began to flip through the parchment handed over by Professor Broad. He nodded and said, "Faster than I expected." He was a bit surprised, but even more surprising was Isabel, who was just about to leave. This genius was trying to figure out what was going on. "Uncle Mog is coming to school." Isabel was very surprised by this news. In her memory, Uncle Mog was a very busy person. "Mog is writing a book, and Albert and I are helping him," Professor Broad casually explained. "You can come over and lend a hand later. I remember you have started studying ancient runes too, which will be very helpful for improving your ancient runes." "Oh." Isabel looked deeply at Albert, took the book, and left. "How is it?" Professor Broad asked. "Feels like very few can understand it." Albert flipped through a few pages and ultimately came to this conclusion: this is not a book meant for ordinary people. Without a deep understanding of ancient runes, even if you know the meaning of every word, it is still difficult to comprehend the content of the book. You should know, Albert himself is a participant in the book. Recently, the level of ancient magic texts has improved quite a bit, and I still find them a bit difficult to read, let alone others. What is the significance of such a book? Seemingly guessing Albert's thoughts, Professor Broad smiled and said, "Actually, I don't quite understand this book either. In Mog's words, this is meant to elevate the entire level of ancient magic texts. It's okay if ordinary people can't understand it, there will always be someone who can." Chapter 137, A Better Way Than Finding Loopholes is. I can't understand it at all. Isabel had just taken the parchment from Albert's hands and merely glanced at its contents, only to realize that he couldn't understand it at all, even though Isabel had already been exposed to ancient magic texts and was far ahead of her peers in the same grade. However, this genius witch helplessly discovered that without the aid of a magic dictionary, she couldn't even get through the content on the parchment, let alone understand it. Can this guy really understand what's in front of him? Isabel expressed doubt about this. After all, Albert's age is a fact, and even if it's exaggerated, there should be a limit. It's just that Albert's demeanor didn't seem like an act at all. Even Professor Broad agreed, and his earlier words indicated that Albert's proficiency in ancient magic scripts was extremely high, far beyond her imagination. Right now, that guy is actually using a quill to start making edits on Uncle Mog's parchment, adding his own views and insights on certain aspects. Occasionally, he even discusses some issues with Professor Broad, and the words coming out of his mouth are in ancient magical script. Things like the magical phonetic table and the magical dictionary are completely unnecessary. What's up with this guy? Isabel was truly perplexed. She couldn't understand how Albert managed to master ancient magic texts in such a short time. It was simply too strange. The silent genius girl was deeply engulfed in self-doubt when suddenly flames erupted from the office fireplace, catching the attention of several people. "Sorry, I'm late. I didn't expect something to suddenly come up and we seen Gamo." Mog McDougal walked out of the fire, brushed the soot off his robe, and said to Professor Broad, "Bard, you were absent. Didn't you get the notice? I suddenly received it this morning. However, it came very suddenly, so I pretended I didn't receive it. Anyway, it's not a big deal." Professor Broad shrugged and said, "They didn't notify me in advance, and I can't find the time to attend." This excuse is not bad. Mike nodded, seemingly considering whether he could use this excuse in the future. "What was the final result?" Professor Broad asked. "What else can they do? A hefty fine and then back to prison." McDougal said dismissively, "They broke her wand again, and it's a 10-year prison sentence." 10 years? I thought it would be a life sentence. Carlotta Pinkstone isn't using magic in front of muggles in public for the first time. Professor Broad reminded, "I remember last time, her wand was broken. Charlotta Pinkstone found someone to get another wand. Now, the Ministry of Magic has announced the revocation of Carlotta's wand privileges." McDougal explained, "It has been unanimously decided that if Carlotta continues to violate the secrecy law, she will be given a permanent bed in Azkaban." Albert, upon hearing this, couldn't help but curl his lips and asked, "Does the Ministry of Magic often break other people's wands?" "I mean when they violate the statute of secrecy." Professor Broad and McDougal exchanged a glance, fell into a brief silence, and finally, Morg answered Albert's question, "Usually not, at most, a fine." "What about the Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards Act?" Albert asked again. Section 3 of the Reasonable Restrictions on Underage Wizards Act states that deliberately and knowingly using magic in front of muggles in muggle-populated areas constitutes a criminal offense. McDougal shrugged at Albert and said, "In fact, here deliberately and knowingly refers to having already been warned by letter once. If it's not too serious, the offender usually just needs to have an interview with the head of the Office for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Usually, it won't be too serious, at most you'll just get fined a bit. Of course, if you have a criminal record and a history of bad behavior, you might be in big trouble." Muggle wizards. Albert asked again, "If I violate the Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards Act twice in a row, is it possible for the school to expel me?" "Why do you ask?" McDougal raised an eyebrow slightly and asked. "It's just a precaution. If I ever break the law, at least I can find a loophole to exploit. After all, my family is in the legal profession." "Oh, you might not know what a lawyer is. It's someone who defends people in court." Albert blandly stated his reason for wanting to understand this. "Do you seem to have a bad impression of the Ministry of Magic?" Isabel was speechless. She realized that the person in front of her wasn't going to be a law-abiding citizen either, and was actually planning to exploit the loopholes in the Ministry of Magic's laws. "Before the school year started, I encountered some troublesome matters." Albert didn't mention the Truman incident. Is this related to the matter? Yes. May be expelled. Professor Broad answered Albert's question. To some extent, the person who makes the decision is the director of the Office for the Prohibition of the Abuse of Magic. If they do so, there still needs to be a process to ensure, if one day you really run into some minor trouble, I'll help you sort it out, provided you help me finish this book. McDougal raised his hand to interrupt Professor Broad. Smiling as he said, the situation at the Ministry of Magic is indeed as you imagined, but the reasonable restriction of Underage Sorcerers Act is actually more aimed at wizards living in Muggle neighborhoods. You know, young children often can't control themselves well, especially after they get magic. They can't help but want to try things out, which is why the reasonable restriction of Underage Sorcerers Act is necessary. When you come of age and step into the magical world, you'll find that wizards actually rarely interact with Muggles, even the Weasleys who like them. McDougal thought for a moment and said, "So, it's still a matter of connections and power." Albert said meaningfully, "Yes, if you encounter some minor issues, having enough connections and power means nothing will happen. At most, you'll just get fined a bit." Maud did not shy away from discussing such matters in front of Albert. "Uncle Mog." Isabel frowned and spoke up to remind him. "This is indeed a fact, having power in the magical world is quite important." Maud blinked and said, "Of course, if you know the Minister of Magic and have a good relationship with him, as long as it's not a serious crime, he'll turn a blind eye." "Are you thinking of?" "Actually, I'm very interested in phantom manifestation," Albert said without hesitation. "If I could learn it, I wouldn't have to worry about where to go. I suggest you write to the night bus and have it pick you up along the way." Mike Doughty said with a laugh, "The way to ride the night bus is to hold your wand up in the air." No, Morg, I think Albert just wants to take the easy way out." Professor Broad saw through Albert's intentions at a glance and reminded him, "Phantom manifestation is still a bit too difficult for you right now. All right, I think we should steer the conversation back on track." McDougal waved his wand, and a stack of parchment appeared out of thin air, landing on the table in front of the two of them. "This is the second draft. Peat data and bookmarks sync with the computer site, at free fresh reading, chapter 138 worth a try in McDougal's initial plan. The book was divided into 3 parts, and the parchment he had just taken out was the second manuscript. Albert took a few sheets from the stack of parchment, began reading them carefully, and occasionally used a quill to help correct any flaws in the text. He would occasionally discuss potential issues in the articles with the two of them. Isabel is undoubtedly the most frustrated person here because she can't understand anything and can't join in on the conversations. I can only stay by the side, help organize some things, or flip through those parchments, trying to decipher their contents. How on earth did this guy learn ancient magic script? Iselbert muttered softly. Yes, he is better at reading and interpreting than Morg. Professor Broad nodded and said, at his current level, in a few years, he might surpass 99% of wizards in ancient runes. After he comes of age, I will recommend that he publish a book on ancient runes. Isabel opened her mouth, but swallowed all the words she was about to say. Don't compare yourself to him, sometimes such geniuses appear, and it's truly unbelievable. McDougal nodded and said, Are you talking about Mr. Albert? Writing a book. Let's talk about it after I graduate from Hogwarts. I don't have any plans in that direction for now. Although Albert said that, he was seriously considering whether he should write a quick start guide. There is already a book called A Beginner's Guide to Ancient Magic Texts, but for Albert, who has read it, it is hardly considered easy. You can completely follow the knowledge gained from upgrading ancient runes to create a quick start version of ancient runes, just like Miranda's standard spells. Iselbert's facial muscles twitched upon hearing this. Actually, she wanted to say that Albert was bragging, but thinking about his proficiency in magic texts, it really was possible for him to achieve that. Everyone was busy until the afternoon, having lunch in the office, with the house elf bringing over a sumptuous meal. After eating, they sat on the sofa and talked about the content of the manuscript. Now, Albert has understood McDougal's idea. This guy is preparing to first create a book that is hard for others to understand, and then write a few comprehensive guides to help everyone interpret this book. As for Isabel, that guy sneaked away right after lunch, and it's thanks to her that she managed to hold on for so long before finding an excuse to leave. After all, the 3 people in the office didn't intend to speak properly, directly using ancient magic texts to communicate, leaving Isabel completely bewildered, unable to understand what they were saying at all. Isabel left. Professor Broad suddenly said, He held out longer than I expected. Albert said he didn't want to talk and continued to focus on helping Michael Doug find the issue. If she wants to understand, or even get involved, she definitely needs to improve her ancient runes. McDougal said softly, Isabel really needs a bit of a push. Exciting. Albert's lips twitched slightly, and he spoke to change the subject. I feel like I still can't quite reach that point. It always seems like something is missing, but I'm not sure what it is. Don't worry, once we finish writing this book, I believe you will definitely be able to grasp its secrets, McDougal assured. Let's hope so. Albert sighed lightly, took out his pocket watch to check the time. It was almost 3:30 in the afternoon. I'll be leaving first, I have a phantom manifestation class later. I think you're wasting your time. Professor Broad shook his head and said, it's still too early for you to learn phantom manifestation. Listen more, learn more, it will always be useful. When Albert was about to leave, McDougal called out to him. What's wrong, Mr. McDougal? Albert stopped in his tracks and turned to ask. I saw Mike Dorr put a small black notebook into Albert's hand and softly said, I believe this notebook will be helpful to you. Thank you. Albert stuffed the notes into his pocket and turned to leave the office. You also think highly of him. Professor Broad smiled at his old friend. Isn't he more suitable than you expected? It was indeed an unexpected surprise, talented and with a pretty good personality. McDougal nodded and said, however, it's too early to talk about these things now. Let's discuss the other matters when he comes of age. Albert was unaware of the brief conversation between the two. He was on his way to the hall, and by the time he arrived, Ticlose was waving his wand, conjuring an old-fashioned wooden hoop for each student. Albert quietly leaned against the corner, not disturbing anyone else, and listened quietly to the other person's lecture. The most important thing when manifesting a phantom is to remember the 3Ds. Ticlose once again emphasized the importance of goals, determination, and composure, mentioning them every time before starting practice. Now, please focus your attention on your goals, make up your mind to occupy the space you are thinking of. Albert murmured, let yourself enter a state of void, and move with composure. Albert always wanted to try it himself. Even if he got a bad grade, it didn't matter. At most, Professor McGonagall would scold him a bit and deduct a few points. If he could master the disillusionment charm because of this, it would be totally worth it. Because of the previous experiences, everyone stared intently at the wooden ring and quickly followed Teclia's instructions. 1, 2, 3. The sound of papa from the manifestation of phantoms echoed in the hall. Only a few people succeeded, and the landing spots were not precise enough, losing some parts of their bodies, such as a fingernail or a few strands of hair. Of course, more people just spun around in place and fell to the ground, making the other spectators burst into laughter. There's also a hapless guy. A Hufflepuff boy was suspended in mid-air, his lower half appearing just a few feet in front of Albert. The directors immediately gathered around him. With a loud bang, a burst of purple smoke dissipated, and the body of that unfortunate person was reattached. Just as the heads of houses and others were focusing their attention on the Hufflepuff students, Albert also began attempting to apparate, his target being an empty spot a few meters away. Without spinning, Albert focused his attention on the target, imagining himself appearing at the target, allowing himself to enter a state of void. There was no sound of clapping. Albert quietly stayed in place, knowing he had failed. However, Albert didn't really mind, because he knew that failure was quite normal. No one could succeed on the first try without the help of the panel. He naturally didn't expect this. He secretly glanced at the skill panel, still not discovering the phantom manifestation, which made Albert a bit frustrated, although it was within his expectations. Right, this might actually work. Albert suddenly thought of a very bold idea. If he could personally experience a phantom manifestation, maybe a panel skill would appear. It's worth a try, but I don't know who would be willing to help me out. Albert muttered softly, although the chances are slim, I'm still prepared to give it a try. He immediately turned around and walked toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Peak data and bookmarks sync with the computer site, add free fresh reading. Chapter 139 The Alchemist. The Phantom appears. The door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office was knocked on. Professor Broad opened the door, looked at Albert outside, and asked with confusion, Albert, is the phantom manifestation class over? Not yet, there's something I want to ask of you. What's the matter? Professor Broad noticed the anxious expression on Albert's face and asked. I want to experience what it's like to use mirage manifestation. Albert took a deep breath and stated his purpose. Why would you have such an idea? McDougal shifted his gaze from the parchment and looked at Albert, who had just entered the room. Maybe you are right, I am wasting time on phantom manifestation, but I still want to experience what it feels like to use phantom manifestation. Albert hesitated for a moment and continued, I've temporarily given up on the idea of mastering it in a short time. The office fell into a brief silence as Professor Broad and McDougal exchanged glances. They had never imagined that Albert actually intended to attempt mastering the phantom manifestation. Using the disillusionment charm initially feels uncomfortable, that sensation can even be described as terrible. Some people can't adapt to it and end up giving up on learning the disillusionment charm. Are you sure you want to try it? Professor Bode inquired. Professor Bloor asked. Yes, I'm sure. Albert knew the other party had agreed. If doing this still couldn't grant him the skill of phantasm manifestation, then he should temporarily give up. Albert, there's something you need to understand. McDougal's expression suddenly became very serious. Absolutely do not allow yourself to practice phantom disguise in secret, got it? Albert nodded, indicating that he wouldn't do that. That's good. McDougal nodded with satisfaction and said, follow me, there's no way to use apparition at Hogwarts. No need, I will take Albert to experience the phantom manifestation. However, before that, you need to understand some knowledge. Professor Broad began to explain the phenomenon of phantoms to Albert. Apparition actually consists of two parts, disapparition and apparition. First, you need to use disapparition to make yourself disappear from your original location, and then use apparition to appear at the desired location. Phantom manifestation itself is an extremely advanced form of magic, which is why it is only permitted to be tested for after reaching adulthood. The distance for apparition has its limits. As the distance increases, its difficulty also becomes greater. When using apparition, the wizard needs to have a good understanding of the destination. If the distance is too long, it could lead to dismemberment, serious injury, or even death. I will guide you through the process of accompanying manifestation. It is a type of phantom manifestation, where a person who can perform phantom manifestation takes someone who cannot along with them. Albert nodded to indicate that he remembered the two of them left the office together, passed through the foyer, walked down the stone steps, and headed toward the castle exit. The phantom apparition class in the hall is still ongoing, and many senior students are still struggling to practice. Unlike them, Albert only needs to learn the skill of phantom apparition and won't have to worry about this aspect anymore. Hogwarts cannot be apparat into, you have to leave this area. Usually, we just go into the forest. Professor Broad knew that Albert wouldn't want to experience apparition in the Great Hall. So, the best choice right now is to stay in the Forbidden Forest. The two quietly arrived at the Forbidden Forest. It was very quiet here, and no one would come to disturb them. Grab my wrist, don't let go. Professor Broad reminded, I will bring you to a few feet away in a phantom manifestation. It's about to begin. Albert found that the surroundings suddenly turned pitch black, and he felt a strong sense of compression coming from all directions. At this moment, Albert felt himself being compressed by an invisible force, his eyes being pushed back into his skull. It felt like being shoved into a narrow rubber tube, ready to be squeezed out from within. Everything is over. Albert took deep breaths of fresh air as he and Professor Broad appeared in a clearing a few feet away. I feel a bit nauseous. Albert covered his mouth, forcibly suppressing the nausea rising in his stomach. Soon, he ran to a tree and started dry heaving. Professor Broad looked at Albert, who was retching while leaning against the tree trunk, and comforted him, saying, you need to gradually get used to this feeling. I feel terrible. Albert muttered, but he quickly cheered up because the skill panel had indeed manifested. When you're in a good mood, you feel more energetic, and some of the negative emotions you originally had are gradually overcome. Do you now understand why we didn't let you be exposed to the phantom manifestation too early? Professor Broad shook his head. Most wizards take their own children along when they apparate. Albert found it a bit hard to believe. For small children, this would undoubtedly be a disaster, considering his tolerance was far higher than others. No, parents usually don't do that. Professor Broad shook his head and said, generally, they would use simpler methods, like fly powder. I will absolutely not recklessly attempt to practice this kind of spell. Albert muttered. Very wise. Professor Broad was very pleased with Albert's self-awareness. It's just that he didn't know, of course, that Albert didn't need to try practicing disillusionment, because he had already mastered it. If there is a real need, Albert will directly upgrade the spell to level 2. Albert, even you want to sneak into the forest? Just as Albert stepped out of the forest, he was caught by the furious Hagrid. Professor Broad, how come you're here? Yes, Mr. Anderson and I came to the outskirts of the forest to conduct some magical tests. Professor Broad casually explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Although he received Professor Bode's explanation, Hagrid still looked at Albert with some suspicion and couldn't help but complain. Recently, the Weasley twins keep sneaking into the forest. They're driving me crazy. I remember you had a good relationship with them. You should remind them not to do anything stupid. The depths of the forest are not safe at all. I remember your relationship was good. You should remind them not to do anything stupid. The depths of the forest are not safe at all. Cough, cough, I got it. Albert cleared his throat and quickly assured, actually, Albert also knew that he couldn't stop the Weasley brothers' Forbidden Forest adventure at all. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, the two continued walking toward the castle. On the way, Professor Broad suddenly remembered something. I heard that there is a breeding base for acromantulas in England, and it is very likely to be in the Forbidden Forest. Eight-eyed giant spider? Once, a famous wizard tried to find the breeding ground of the eight-eyed giant spider. Later, he disappeared deep in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Broad frowned slightly as he spoke about it, saying, "Those guys are very dangerous." Albert noncommittally hummed. He knew what Professor Broad meant by the breeding base. This was all Hagrid's doing. Chapter 140, Trust Your Own Eyes. I think you guys have been acting all mysterious lately. As soon as Albert entered the dormitory, he noticed that Fred and the other two, who had been quietly chatting, suddenly fell silent, clearly not wanting him to know something. "How dare you call us mysterious?" George suppressed his desire to complain and rolled his eyes at Albert. "Yes, exactly." Fred nodded in perfect agreement. "What are you doing with Professor Broad?" Lee Jordan retorted, clearly trying to change the subject. "Helping Professor Broad organize some documents. You all know, my ancient runes are quite good." Albert wasn't lying, he just made his words a bit vague. "Believe you? Yeah, right." Fred scoffed. "What were you just talking about?" Albert retorted. "Guess. Are you planning to go look for Gryffindor's secret treasure?" Albert suspiciously scrutinized the group. He hadn't forgotten about the Gryffindor treasure map. "Well, do you want to join us?" Lee Jordan asked. "You traitor." Fred waved his little fist at Lee Jordan in dissatisfaction. "With Albert's help, our chances of success will be greater. The Forbidden Forest isn't very safe." Lee Jordan disagreed with the two's views. In his opinion, Albert was more reliable than the twins. "Forget it." Albert shook his head and refused. "I think you should stay out of the forest. Hagrid looks really angry. Be careful not to get detention." "I told you he definitely wouldn't be interested." George muttered. "When we go into the forest, as long as we don't get caught by Hagrid, it will be fine." "I knew you would say that, but don't go too deep. It's said that there's a breeding ground for eight-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest. Be careful not to feed the eight-eyed giant spiders." Albert wasn't surprised at all and casually reminded them. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Fred complained discontentedly, "This guy always knows how to talk about bad things." "All right." Albert took out McDougal's notes from his pocket and began flipping through them. "What is this?" George leaned over and asked. "Professor Broad's friend borrowed my notes. They are about ancient runes." Albert flipped through a few pages and found a letter from Professor Broad to McDougal attached to it. McDougal had known Professor Broad for a long time, hadn't he? "It seems that the defense against the dark arts professor is quite nice to you. Lee Jordan is a bit jealous. Our relationship is indeed quite good." No, it's good to the point of being scary," George corrected. "Oh." Albert nodded to indicate that he understood. However, Albert believes that the relationship between the two depends on the exchange of knowledge. Two people who are equally skilled in ancient runes communicate with each other, and the older one, as a senior, offers some kind assistance to the younger one. As Professor McGonagall said, maintaining friendly correspondence with those famous wizards, and he and Professor Binns just took it a step further. After all, there is still a layer of professor-student relationship between the two parties. From this notebook, it is not difficult to see that Professor Broad and McDougal's relationship is similar to one's own situation. The discussions about ancient spells in the exchanged letters, or the related content left from correspondence with other wizards, are all in the notebook. This part of the content wasn't too difficult for Albert, but it was quite novel, broadening his horizons. By the time we reached the latter half of the notebook, several years had probably passed, and McDougal had already graduated from Hogwarts. McDougal recorded that he was suddenly informed of being granted a special identity, given access to a pile of ancient texts, and began learning some ancient spells. Special identity. Albert continued to read. "Mike Dog has already begun to master how to use ancient runes to cast spells. I can feel its uniqueness." Mike Dodd left this sentence in his notebook. "It's late, aren't you going to sleep?" Fred mumbled sleepily, "Be careful, you won't be able to get up tomorrow." "I'll go to sleep too, good night." Albert covered a yawn, turned off the lights, and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. The next day, when Albert woke up, it was already 10 in the morning. The others in the dormitory had all gone out. Albert stretched, leaned back on his pillow, and picked up the notebook he hadn't finished reading last night to continue flipping through it. Mike Dog began to explore some ancient magic. These spells were very powerful, but they were not too refined. The notebook has the names of the spells, but it doesn't include the incantations and gestures needed to cast them. which left Albert feeling a bit disappointed. The next few pages are all about this topic, as well as McDougall's speculations on ancient runes from the records. It is not difficult to see that McDougall's research and exploration of the peculiarities of ancient runes yielded no results whatsoever. Albert noticed something in the correspondence between McDougall and Dumbledore. They mentioned a topic they were discussing, Dumbledore making the patroness speak. Unfortunately, there is no further information. The subsequent entries do not mention this matter again. Moreover, this notebook also ends here, with no further entries. It should be said that there might be another one. Can I feel its specialness? Albert quickly got up and headed to Professor Broad's office. Mike Douglas really came, but he looks a bit tired. Did you finish reading it? McDougall noticed Albert holding his notebook. Yes, I've finished reading it, but unfortunately, I still haven't found what I was looking for. There should be another half of the notes, right? Albert tentatively asked. None left. Mike Dog shook his head. None left. Albert was momentarily taken aback. The other party actually said there was none left. All right, I was just making a little joke. Mike Dog said with a laugh, but really, it's gone. You know, why are runes considered to be magical letters? Are you saying that during the carving process, magical power was infused into it? Albert voiced his guess. Yes, but also no. Mike Doherty said softly, I can't tell you the real answer because my understanding is based on my comprehension of the magical text. If you can't reach that level, it will be very difficult to understand and use it. Albert fell silent, quietly listening as McDougall continued to speak. You need to be very proficient in using runic script, and secondly, you must have strong magical power as a foundation. Then, you need to be proficient in using ancient spells. McDougall said, these are the 3 processes I've gone through. The first step, you've already accomplished, but your magical power is still not strong enough, and you're not familiar enough with the magic of using ancient runes. Fortunately, you've already touched that threshold, and it won't be long before you cross it. Albert's lips twitched. He hated such vague statements. You're not a miracle worker, explain the situation to me clearly. How about just putting the experience into the magic rune skill and leveling it up to level 3? That way, there won't be so much trouble by then. At this moment, Albert suddenly remembered something. Professor Broad, could you issue me a certificate? I would like to borrow books on ancient magic texts from the restricted section. All right. Professor Broad actually agreed. He turned around and wrote on the parchment, allow Mr. Albert Anderson to borrow books on ancient magic from the restricted section. Bud Broad. Not bad luck. Albert muttered to himself, took the note issued by Professor Broad, and left. Why not tell him? Professor Broad asked in confusion. What's the use of that? Didn't I already tell you? You still haven't learned, and you think I'm just fooling you. Mike Doug glanced at Professor Broad and continued, Albert is a genius. We just need to give him some guidance, and that's enough. You should trust your own judgment. Chapter 141 Hint Books on Ancient Runes. Mrs. Pants took the note, read its contents softly, and then scrutinized Albert with a suspicious gaze. Professor Broad has recently borrowed a large number of books related to ancient magic from the library. Yes, Professor Broad is conducting research in this area. Albert nodded. Mrs. Pants held up the note and examined it against the light to check if it was forged, and of course, it passed the inspection smoothly. There aren't many books about ancient magic texts in the restricted section. Which one are you planning to borrow? Mrs. Pants put away the note and asked. I haven't decided yet, I need to look through them to know which one I need. Albert wasn't quite sure what he needed either, but he knew that one of the forbidden magic missions had been completed. Did Professor Broad send you to borrow a book? Isabel walked over, slightly furrowing her brow and asked, most of the time, it's me who comes to help Professor Broad borrow books. No, I'm here to look for some information. Albert didn't hide it, his gaze dropping to the few books in Isabel's hands, slightly furrowing his brow. I feel like I'm still missing something in ancient magic texts, so I hope to find the answers in the restricted section. Follow me, Mr. Anderson. However, I must remind you that most of the books related to ancient magic texts in the restricted section have already been borrowed by Miss Isabel. Mrs. Pants reminded him. She could also tell that Albert and Isabel knew each other, and that both were working for Professor Broad. When Albert was brought to a corner of the restricted section by Mrs. Pants, he discovered that there were indeed very few books related to ancient magic left here. Can I take a look around here? Albert asked Mrs. Pants. Okay, but don't stay too long, and don't touch any other books. Mrs. Pants warned, I'll be watching you closely. Albert didn't care about Mrs. Pants's warning either. He was prepared to flip through the remaining books, looking for records he might find useful. However, it must be said that these ancient books indeed have a bothersome side, complex, tedious, and not easy to understand. From a modern perspective, many things are described quite chaotically. Albert flipped through several books in a row and felt that the only one that might be helpful to him was a book describing the use of ancient spells. Those spells were all written in ancient runes, and the book included explanations. Some were dark magic, and some were not. However, this is really bizarre. If it weren't for my proficiency in ancient magic scripts, I wouldn't even understand what the book is saying. This is a unique copy. It looks dirty and seems like it's about to mold. In fact, the books in the restricted section are all like this. Albert didn't plan to borrow the book. He just copied the spells he found useful onto the parchment without any changes. Maybe he should take it to Mr. McDougal for advice instead of recklessly trying it himself. That was clearly not a wise choice. Not knowing how much time had passed, Albert gradually recorded more and more content on the parchment, but he still hadn't found what he was looking for. Seems like you haven't found what you need. Isabel had somehow taken a seat beside Albert, and when he closed the book, she spoke up. The girl's gaze fell on Albert's parchment, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. No, Albert knew it wasn't that simple, unless he wanted to rely on the skill panel, but if he did that, it would make him feel like he was losing the joy of exploring magic. What are you looking for? Isabel was actually very curious about what Albert was looking for. In her opinion, Albert's proficiency in ancient magic scripts was already very high. Runes are a type of magical script, their essence may be akin to a spell. Using them to cast spells, record magic, or inscribing them on natural materials like stone or wood can bestow them with unparalleled magical power. Are you looking for the method to use ancient magic scripts? Isabel already understood what Albert was looking for, although she found it quite absurd. If the runic script really was a type of magical writing, why had almost no one mentioned anything related to it? Mr. McDougal should have already mastered how to use it. Albert shook the wooden bracelet on his hand and said self-deprecatingly, unlike me, who can only use runes like these as meaningless decorations. Isabel fell into a brief silence and then asked, "Can I take a look?" "Here." Albert took off the wooden bracelet and handed it to Isabel. After careful observation, the latter asked softly, "What spell did you cast on it?" "Iron armor spell." "Do you want to use runes to enhance the effect of the iron armor spell?" Isabel furrowed his brow, carefully deciphering the runes on the wooden bracelet, and discovered that he couldn't understand them at all. "Did you design it yourself?" she asked curiously. Albert said, "As you can see, these runes can only be considered as decoration. It looks very complicated." Isabel returned the wooden bracelet to Albert. "What do you think you're missing?" Mr. McDougal said that to master the power of ancient runes, one needs to be proficient in using runic script, then have a strong foundation of magical power, and finally, be skilled in using ancient spells. "You have already mastered the use of runic script," Isabel said after a moment of contemplation. "But your age means your magical power still needs time to grow, and mastering the use of ancient spells is very difficult." "I think so too, but it's not too bad overall." Albert pointed to the parchment. "I found some spells that use ancient runes, but they are all potentially very powerful and quite rough. What do you think is still lacking?" Isabel wanted to hear Albert's personal opinion. After all, he was also a genius and couldn't possibly have no ideas of his own. "Spells, or methods to channel the power of runes," Albert honestly said, "but I still haven't found the right approach." "Maybe there's a book that might suit you." Isabel pointed to the book she had brought back. "Complete Guide to Magic." Albert glanced at the title above and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Yes, Complete Magic, it's said to be a book that introduces the understanding of magic by wizards in ancient times. Unfortunately, it's all written in rune script, so I can't read it." This book was returned by Isabel after she returned to Professor Broad's office, as Uncle McDougal had asked her to. She felt it was a hint for Albert. It's just that Isabel doesn't understand why Uncle McDougal is giving hints to Albert indirectly. Wouldn't it be better to just tell Albert directly? Very strange. Albert nodded as he flipped through several pages. "I feel it might be useful to me, thank you." "You're welcome," Isabel said. "If you gain any insights, please be sure to share them with me." "Okay," Albert said, putting the parchment into his pocket, taking the book, and walking out of the restricted area with Isabel. Katrina, who was registering the borrowing information, looked surprised at her sister walking out of the restricted area. Her gaze then fell on Albert, and she slightly raised her eyebrows, saying, "Professor Broad sent you to borrow books." Katrina knew a bit about McDougal and was aware that Isabel had been helping Professor Broad borrow books from the library. To be honest, Katerina was quite envious of those two lucky guys, considering that Uncle McDougal had always been very generous. Pete dear, click in and give a good review. the higher the score, the faster the updates. It is said that those who give a perfect score end up finding a beautiful wife. Data and bookmarks synced with the computer site. Ad free fresh reading. Chapter 142, Complete Guide to Magic. The Complete Guide to Magic is a very strange book. The first few pages talk about the origins of magic, mentioning the magic of house elves, the magic of fairies, and the magic of wizards. However, the magical systems of the three are completely different and cannot be used interchangeably. He, the author of the Complete Guide to Magic, believes that the magical power of wizards comes from the inheritance of bloodlines, but in Albert's eyes, the unknown author of this book was actually confused, because he didn't clearly convey anything in this pile of obscure, difficult, and dry text. Maybe the author of this book wanted to hint at something, but such records are meaningless now. Even if some people accidentally deciphered the so-called truth, and then, will you believe, can you believe it? At least, Albert himself doesn't believe it. The wonder of magic does not come from the spells used to achieve it, but from the will, which is idealism. Regardless of whether spells, wands, or gestures are used, they merely enhance the process of casting, allowing wizards to manipulate magic more precisely and amplify its power. According to Albert, Tom, who is also Voldemort, was able to do this even before enrolling in school. He could twist reality with sheer willpower to achieve magical effects, very rough, very crude, and utterly lacking in beauty, just like most ancient wizards. Although they realized the use of spells, gestures, and wands to enhance their power, these wizards conceptually still remained in the realms of great destructive force, more pronounced effects, or other terrifying domains. Rough and direct, but undeniably, those spells are very powerful, difficult to use, sometimes even harsh in their requirements, and can easily spiral out of control. Fierce Fire is the best example. This ancient dark magic is still a favorite spell among many dark wizards, even though they hardly ever use it. Use with caution. You will never be the wizard consumed by your own fiendfire. The last words of a certain unfortunate dark wizard to Hellfire is called Devil's Flame for a reason. This magic is very easy to lose control of, and the caster often becomes the first victim. Compared to ancient times, those dangerous spells are disappearing, replaced by more refined magic. The evolution of the unlocking spell illustrates this. From breaking down doors and kicking them in, to simply opening them, magic has become more refined, and its power has similarly diminished significantly. The Lumos spell was invented by Lavinia Monk Stanley in the 18th century. Before that, wizards likely used eternal fire, the Goblet of Fire. It is well known that the Gabai Fairy Fire is a rather advanced form of magic, as only a few wizards can achieve it. In fact, in the limited records of ancient magic found by Albert, the spell for the ancient fire of Ublay was discovered, and it is not without reason that it is considered a rather profound magic. The incantation used for the ancient Elysian fire is in runic script. Before casting the spell, a handle must be crafted, and ancient runes are usually carved onto the handle, which is the incantation. Yes, the spell for the ancient Bulaxian fire, the wizards carve it onto the handle to enhance the power of the magic, ensuring that the flames can burn forever. When Albert saw this, he felt as if he had grasped something. His gaze fell on his wooden bracelet, and then he continued to flip through the pages. The Complete Guide to Magic does not mention the runic script. Perhaps the wizards of that era used this script, so the lack of records is not difficult to understand. However, the content of this book still left Albert feeling very confused. At least, he had read most of the book, but there weren't many parts he could truly understand. It wasn't a problem with the translation, it was more about the sense of distance between the two sides. Perhaps describing it as a generational gap would be more appropriate. Albert actually took a long time to finish reading this book. By the time he turned the last page, it had quietly become April. The second part of McDougal's manuscript is almost finished being revised and is currently in the final editing stage. To be honest, it's faster than Albert expected. Albert once asked McDougal, would anyone buy a book like this? Because even Albert and Professor Broad couldn't fully understand it. How many people could truly comprehend such a book? The famous wizard's response was, the Silent Book Company had already agreed to help publish it. Later, Professor Broad privately told Albert that the entire printing cost of the book was covered by McDougal himself. This famous wizard never lacked money, and the book was priced very high, clearly never intended to be sold to ordinary wizards from the start. After listening, Albert felt very speechless. What else could he say about the thoughts of the wealthy? What do you think of the third part of the manuscript? Professor Broad asked as he took the manuscript handed over by Albert. It's difficult, more difficult than the first and second parts, and even harder to understand. Albert self-deprecatingly said, the third part of the manuscript already involves the use of runes for casting spells. Unfortunately, there are basically no students at Hogwarts who can read it. Even students who can get an O in the Ancient Runes exam would probably need to refer to a runes dictionary to translate this book sentence by sentence. The starting point is indeed too high. However, Albert saw something else in it. and McDougal took a few ancient spells for analysis. The Patroness Charm is one of them. It is one of the most famous and powerful defensive spells known to wizards, or records related to the Patroness Charm can be found in ancient woodblock prints or scrolls. Ancient wizards used this spell long ago, but there is no doubt that it is an extremely complex and difficult charm to cast. It is said that those wizards who can summon physical guardian spirits are often elected as members of the Wizard Council. By now, the incantation for the Patroness Charm has undergone some changes. It has been translated into vocabulary more suitable for modern wizards, and it is said that its power has slightly diminished. However, Albert thinks that is nonsense. To successfully use the Patroness Charm, the caster must concentrate on the happiest memory they can think of. The stronger the joy brought by the memory, the more powerful the spell will be. In the past, it was very difficult for wizards to summon a patroness, largely due to the era they lived in, which was by no means a happy time. The Dark Ages were not called that for nothing. Without enough happy memories to support it, the summoned patroness would not be strong enough and might not even be able to maintain a physical form. Moreover, wizards from that era were often somewhat associated with dark wizards. The frequent use of dark magic would inevitably have some impact on their minds. Albert tried using the Patroness Charm, and this time he didn't fail, but the wand merely emitted a thin mist. As for trying to cast a spell using ancient runes, the wand showed no reaction at all. According to Professor Broad, he mispronounced the spell, or, to be more precise, got the intonation wrong. Chapter 143 Total Protection. Easter had quietly approached, and the professors at Hogwarts had tacitly assigned a mountain of holiday homework to the students. Maybe the professors knew that most students liked to slack off, so they used this method to ensure that students could review their lessons well and avoid failing the upcoming final exams. At Hogwarts, if your final grades are too poor, it is indeed possible to be held back a year, although this rarely happens. Don't you need to review? Lee Jordan had just finished reciting the 12 uses of Dragon's Blood. When he looked up and saw Albert busy with his own tasks, he couldn't help but ask. I've reviewed it. Albert, without looking up, repeated the 12 uses of Dragon Blood that Lee Jordan had just recited. You shouldn't ask, Albert. Fred sighed upon hearing this and complained, that guy could score better than you even without studying. By the way, why do we have to start reviewing more than a month in advance? I heard Percy say that Professor Broad will resign in mid-May. George covered a yawn with his hand and looked at Albert. Is that true? Yes, that's true, Albert nodded, confirming the matter. I also heard that Professor Broad has already prepared the final exam questions. George's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and he quickly asked, You often go to Professor Broad's office, have you seen? You think too much, Albert said, looking at George with a somewhat speechless expression. For me, whether or not I sneak a peek at the exam questions is the same. Why would I go out of my way to earn a bad reputation for peeking at the exam questions? You're overthinking it, Albert said, looking at George with some exasperation. For me, whether or not I accidentally saw the exam questions is the same. Why would I go out of my way to give myself a bad reputation for peeking at the questions? That's true, Fred said, practicing his wand movements with little enthusiasm. His transfiguration skills weren't very proficient yet, especially the cross-species transformations, which were particularly difficult for him. However, he heard that this was one of the mandatory topics. That's true. Fred was practicing his wand movements with little enthusiasm. His transfiguration skills were still not very proficient, especially the cross-species transformation, which was quite difficult for him. However, he heard that this was one of the mandatory topics. How boring, we finally get a break, and we can't even relax a little. Lee Jordan tossed his book aside and leaned closer to Albert. Are you making protective bracelets again? Yeah, the protective bracelet I made last time was subpar, so I'm trying to improve it. Albert had no intention of hiding it either. I've learned quite a few new things recently, and they just happen to come in handy. Newly learned. Fred keenly picked up on the word. Did you learn it from Professor Broad, some advanced dark magic defense spell? It's the application of ancient runes. Albert didn't pay attention to the roommates who had gathered around. He casually swept the wood shavings into the fireplace. Aren't you guys doing your homework? The people in the common lounge have all gone back to rest, so no one will disturb you while you do your homework. No, it's not urgent anyway, George mumbled. Don't you do your own homework? Lee Jordan asked Albert. I haven't seen you in the library doing homework lately, and Angelina even asked about it this afternoon. He doesn't have to do it, at least not the holiday homework for transfiguration, George protested irritably. Professor McGonagall exempted most of Albert's homework, and he probably doesn't have to do the defense against the dark arts homework either. Really? Damn, why do I have to do so much homework? Fred complained unhappily. Just thinking about having to work hard to complete the heavy homework during the Easter holiday made the three of them furious. If you could publish an article on today's transfiguration, we definitely wouldn't need to do transfiguration homework. The one who spoke was Sana, who had just finished her transfiguration assignment and was stretching wearily. Complaining is one thing, but no matter how reluctant the twins are, they still have to do their homework, unless they want to be grounded by the professors. If the exam results are poor, it will be even worse when they go home for the summer vacation. Albert is not idle at all. He has his own matters to attend to. The rough version 1.1 of the protective bracelet was quickly announced as complete. However, the effectiveness of the bracelet could still only be considered average, and the ancient runes carved on it had no effect at all. This means it is a failure, Albert recorded in his protective bracelet manufacturing manual. The protective bracelet 1.1 version is a complete failure. The originally intended effect was not achieved, and it is no different from version 1.0. Actually, Albert hoped that his skill panel would feature an alchemy skill similar to the protective bracelet, but his hopes were undoubtedly dashed. Maybe the so-called protective bracelet doesn't quite qualify as an alchemical item, Albert speculated thus. In the following days, Albert could clearly feel that McDougal was speeding up the writing process. However, the third part of the manuscript was already somewhat beyond Albert's capabilities, but the content surprised him quite a bit. Unlike the previous sections, the third part of the manuscript actually deals with the use of ancient magic scripts, specifically regarding the application of spells. The Guardian Spirit spell is not the only ancient spell. McDougal seemed to be explaining to Albert, describing a powerful protective spell in his manuscript. If it were translated directly, it would be comprehensive protection. This ancient spell is similar to the iron armor spell. After casting it, an invisible protective barrier will form, standing between oneself and the opponent. This barrier is not one-directional but protects oneself from all angles. From McDougal's description, Albert felt like he was wrapping himself in an indestructible passport. If the iron armor spell is a moderately difficult spell, then comprehensive protection is undoubtedly an extremely complex and challenging spell to cast. Albert once tried it under Professor Broad's watchful eye, but he failed. In fact, Albert had tried using ancient runes to cast spells, but all of them had failed. He had also asked Professor Broad for the reason. Professor Broad's response was, "Your magical power is not strong enough to support these ancient and powerful spells. Your understanding and application of them only scratch the surface." Professor Broad's gaze was incredibly sharp. He immediately saw the problem with Albert's lack of experience. Even if Albert were a genius, it would be impossible to master it in one go. Ancient magic is far more difficult to grasp than the magic used today. Maybe, if someone takes the responsibility of teaching Albert, after a few months of practice, he will be able to master this spell. As the defense against the dark arts professor, Professor Bloat is undoubtedly an expert in this field, but he has no intention of teaching Albert. Whether it was Professor Broad or McDougal, both believed that Albert should take a break. After Albert absorbed the knowledge of the Nif rune, they would guide him on how to use those ancient spells. Being too impatient is not necessarily a good thing for a young person. Sometimes, people need a little patience. In Professor Broad's view, the iron armor spell, which is easier to master and more practical, is undoubtedly more suitable for Albert to use. I suggest you continue to explore the potential of this spell, rather than fixating on those ancient spells. Professor Broad explained, wizards have developed many variant spells based on the original ones. Super Iron Armor Spell? Albert asked tentatively. It seems you have studied the iron armor spell. Professor Broad nodded and said, this is an advanced application. Albert didn't do research, he just watched the movie. In the Battle of Hogwarts, the nearly indestructible magical protective barrier initiated by Professor Flitwick and completed with the help of several other professors was a major highlight of that movie. Do you know why those ancient spells aren't very popular nowadays? Professor Broad suddenly asked. Slow rhythm, long incantation time. Albert raised an eyebrow and said, yes. Professor Broad nodded and said, especially in wizard duels, the flexible use of spells is the most important, which is why the iron armor charm and some simple counterspells are favored. Can you use that ancient protection spell for me to see? Albert suddenly asked. Professor Broad couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, but he still didn't refuse. He lifted his wand and waved it around him. At that moment, Albert noticed a disturbance in the air, as if an invisible barrier were surrounding Professor Broad. Can I touch it? Albert asked. Can. Truly amazing. Albert reached out and pushed, only to find an invisible barrier stopping his palm. But I remembered what protection is supposed to be. It is a spell used to protect a specific area, and its applications can far exceed your imagination. Professor Broad noticed Albert's thoughts and said softly, don't rush, you're still young. There's a lot more for you to learn. Albert fell silent, because this was not the old protective spell. but it was undoubtedly more suitable for him to use now. Professor Broad guessed his thoughts. It wasn't too difficult, really. By the way, here you go. Professor Broad suddenly said, pulling an invitation from his pocket and handing it to Albert. What is this? Albert was very surprised that Professor Broad would directly give him an invitation. Clearly, this is an invitation. Professor Broad said, it's private in nature. McDougal intends to invite a few friends who are all experts in ancient runes. Why did you invite me? Albert was a bit confused. Because you are now also half an expert, the youngest expert. Believe me, there are definitely many people who would be very happy to see you. Professor Broad said with a smile, this committee hasn't had fresh blood in a long time. Me, an expert. Albert was still a bit dazed. In his previous life, expert wasn't exactly a flattering term, especially when it referred to someone appearing on television. To put it in the words of the time, experts don't have the time to appear on American TV and ramble on. I don't know why, but Albert felt that this matter was a bit unusual. According to him, wizards usually have a low status in the magical world before they come of age. They are defined as fledglings, objects of protection. A 12-year-old expert, in Albert's view, it's actually quite funny. It's not that he disagrees with Professor Broad's words, but rather that the magical world in his perception is just like this. Pinnacle Chapter 144 Easter eggs during the Easter holidays. Some Hogwarts students choose to go back home to spend the holiday with their families. Albert didn't come home after all. The end of the semester is approaching, and summer vacation is also around the corner. Moreover, not many students go home during the Easter holiday, which is related to the heavy holiday assignments given to them by professors before the break. Whether I go home or not, I still have to do a ton of holiday assignments, and if I go home, I won't be able to borrow books from the school library, although the vast majority of holiday assignments may just be specially prepared by professors to help students study well. Daisy was quite disappointed that Albert didn't come home for the holidays, but she still sent him some Easter eggs. On Easter Day, Sheila brought the Easter eggs to Albert, and the package also included a photo. Albert picked up the photo and grinned. In the photo, Tom is crouching in a basket filled with Easter eggs, hatching them. I don't know why, but Albert always finds this scene very amusing. Speaking of which, Tom seems to have gained weight again. Is it an illusion? The neglected Sheila called out to Albert in dissatisfaction. Sorry. Albert immediately took out the owl nuts from the pocket of his robe and fed them to Sheila, while he himself unwrapped the Easter egg, broke the chocolate shell, picked up a piece, and put it in his mouth. Like in previous Easters, Daisy will buy Easter eggs at a familiar candy store. The shell is made of chocolate, and inside there are chocolate-flavored taffies that Albert loves to eat. Want a toffee? Albert handed a half-egg filled with toffee to his roommate. Try my Easter egg too. Lee Jordan had already prized open the ostrich egg-sized Easter egg with his fingernails, which was filled with fondant. It turns out to be butter toffee. Albert picked up a piece of butter candy and threw it into his mouth, unable to help but exclaim. Otherwise, what do you think it would be? Lee Keaton couldn't help but roll his eyes at Albert. Beanboozled, the twins said in unison. Damn, who would stuff jello beans into an Easter egg? Lee Keaton couldn't help but complain, do you want to eat gummy bears? Of course. Fred popped a cream fudge into his mouth, then grabbed a chocolate toffee and tossed it in, mumbling, George, do you think Mom will remember to send us Easter eggs? Maybe she forgot. George said, after all, she's been too busy. Mom never forgets your Easter eggs. Percy walked over, handed the Easter eggs to Fred and George, then turned to Albert and said, Professor Bloat asked me to remind you to meet him at 6 o'clock in the evening, don't get the time wrong. 6 o'clock in the evening, Jordan repeated in confusion. It's an invitation. Albert casually explained, Professor Broad invited me over, but I don't actually know what the professor wants me for. I think it might be for afternoon tea. Have you ever seen anyone have afternoon tea at 6 in the evening? George couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even if you're just talking nonsense, at least keep it within limits. By the way, you actually didn't tell us about this. Fred's eyes widened, looking at Albert with an incredulous gaze. I bet it's definitely a party or a banquet. I am often invited by Professor Broad to his office for tea, and at most, a snack. Why does it always sound so strange when you say it like that? Jordan Lee muttered. Wait until I come back, then I'll tell you whether it's a banquet or a tea party. Albert is not entangled in this matter either. He certainly knows what he was invited to with a so-called academic gathering. By the way, is this a wobbly ball? Lee Keaton pointed at the egg in Fred's hand that looked like a wobbly ball. Don't you want to open it and see what's inside? Albert reminded. Charlie must have told the family that we would become batters. George opened the outer egg, which emitted a strong smell of milk. The two people's trick-or-treat eggs were filled with milk-flavored toffee, clearly homemade by Mrs. Weasley. Do you want to try some? Fred tossed one into his mouth, slowly chewing the toffee, mumbling indistinctly, "It's not bad." Albert and Jordan each took a piece from the pile of toffee, popped it into their mouths, and after chewing, their mouths were filled with a rich milky flavor. "The taste is quite good, but you can't eat too much of this toffee." "Look over there," George exclaimed. "What's wrong with Shauna?" Albert looked up and saw Shauna, who was being violently hit on the head by textbooks, a backpack, and ink bottles. He then picked up his wand and gave it a gentle wave, breaking Mrs. Pants's spell. "Are you okay?" Albert had already guessed what was going on. "Just now in the library," Shauna said breathlessly. "I forgot, you can't eat in the library." As expected, it was Mrs. Pants who was kicked out. "Thank you, Albert." After a moment, Shauna finally managed to compose herself. "That was really something. Want some gummy candy?" Shauna's Easter egg was filled with all sorts of gummy candies, and she had just been kicked out of the library by Mrs. Pants for eating them there. The Easter egg is very large, and it has a very obvious commercial label on it, just like the one Albert bought at a candy store. Albert ate a piece of candy. It was strawberry filled. "As long as Mrs. Pants doesn't see us, it won't be a problem." Albert winked at Shauna. "I often sneak hard candy in the library. This idea isn't bad at all." Shauna giggled. "Hey, don't peck." Albert felt a sharp pain in his elbow and immediately pulled his hand back. "What's wrong with your owl?" Shauna looked at Shira with a puzzled expression. "It's urging me to write back." Albert muttered as he took out a quill from his backpack, began writing a letter home, and didn't forget to remind Nia not to overfeed Tom while watching the owl fly away. Albert shifted his focus back to his review. "Recently, I've been focusing all my energy on ancient magic texts and feel like I've been slacking off in other subjects. I haven't even replied to Mr. Forsco's letter yet." "What are you thinking about?" Shauna raised an eyebrow and asked, slightly annoyed that Albert had zoned out while talking to her. "Nothing, I was just thinking about how much homework I still have left to do," Albert said casually. "You are the least qualified to say that," Fred said resentfully. "Leaving first, we have some things to do later." George dragged Fred away. "Recently, Fred and George have been acting all mysterious. I don't know what kind of trouble they're up to." Albert withdrew his gaze and continued discussing homework matters with Shauna. The professors had mentioned that those topics were very important and would definitely be on the exam, and Lee Keaton had always been very interested in them. This made his review much easier. "It's about time, I'm leaving now." Albert took out his pocket watch, glanced at the hands, stood up, and said to the people around him, "Where is he going?" Shauna looked at Albert's retreating figure and asked in confusion, "It's almost time for dinner." Professor Broad sent him an invitation. Lee Jordan was organizing his class notes and casually explained, inviting Albert to have dinner together. "Professor Broad, don't you know?" Lee Keaton said, a bit enviously of Albert's treatment. In a low voice, "Albert is Professor Broad's most prized student, bar none." "I thought it was Professor McGonagall," Shauna said in surprise. Not long ago, Albert would go to Professor Broad's office every week. Jordan began to spill some of Albert's little secrets to Shauna. "Has anyone seen Fred and George?" Angelina sat in the seat vacated by Albert, interrupting their conversation. "You mean Fred and George?" Albert had no idea what Jordan and the others had said. After returning to the dormitory and putting down his backpack, Albert tidied up his appearance in front of the mirror and then headed alone to Professor Broad's office. Professor Broad seemed to be waiting for him, and when Albert knocked on the door, the wooden door to the office quickly opened. "You are always so punctual." Professor Broad's face bore a faint smile as he said to Albert, "All right, we should go now, don't keep the others waiting too long." "Where are we going?" Albert asked. "McDougal's house." Professor Broad reached for a small box from the fireplace, handed it to Albert, and gestured for him to go ahead. "This is." Albert examined the shiny powder in the small box and immediately guessed what it was. "Flo powder." "Oh, I almost forgot, you've never used Flo powder before, right?" Professor Broad suddenly remembered this and began to explain. "Using Flo powder is very simple. First, you need to walk up to the fireplace, then throw the powder into the flames. Once the flames rise, step into the flames. At this point, you must clearly state the destination you want to go to. The place we're going to is called Lake Lodge." Albert pinched a pinch of sparkling powder from a small box, walked to the fireplace, and tossed the powder into the flames. With a whoosh, the flames turned emerald green, rising higher than Albert himself. Albert hesitated for a moment, but still lifted his foot and stepped into the fire, shouting "Lake Cabin." In the blink of an eye, Albert was engulfed by flames and disappeared. The journey through the Flo network was equally unpleasant. Albert felt his body spinning rapidly. He squinted his eyes, and a series of fireplace doors blurred past him, faintly revealing the room outside the fireplace. The swirling green flames made Albert feel dizzy, the sound of whistling wind filled his ears, and he felt like he was moving at high speed. Blinking, the spinning stopped, the howling sound also disappeared, and Albert felt himself fall onto the cold ground. That's really something. Albert fell awkwardly to the floor, and it seemed someone nearby helped him up. Welcome, Mr. Anderson. A sharp voice rang in Albert's ear. Just as he stood up to brush off the soot from his cloak, Albert froze, looking toward the direction of the voice. It was a house elf. A few seconds later, Professor Broad also crawled out of the fire, standing on the carpet in the hall, brushing the soot off his robe. "Two gentlemen, please come this way, dinner is ready," the house elf said sharply. "Dinner?" Albert looked at Professor Broad with suspicion. "Of course, it's dinner. Let's go, don't keep everyone waiting too long." This house is very big, not small at all. To describe it as a lakeside cottage is simply a bit ridiculous. Under the guidance of the house elf, they left the hall, passed through the corridors and stairs, and arrived at a sunroom with carpeted floors and transparent walls. The banquet is taking place in this spacious room, and there are already 3 people in the room. Except for Mike, the other 2 look quite old. Among them, the older one might be over 100, and the other at least 80. They were both looking at Albert with curious eyes. No malice, just curiosity and kindness. Albert Anderson, the genius I've introduced to you, is proficient in ancient runes. McDougal pointed to Albert and introduced him to the other 2, saying, "Of course, there's also transfiguration. I recently read an article by Albert in today's Transfiguration." Professor Broad said that Albert's level in defense against the dark arts and charms is also very high. "I am Albert, nice to meet you all." Albert looked a bit reserved and gave a slight nod to a few people. "Thibaut Ogden, an expert in spells and magical texts." McDougal pointed to the older man and introduced him to Albert, saying, "The magic theory you are using now actually owes a lot to Tiberius." The old man reached out and gently shook hands with Albert. "Gerber Smith." McDougal pointed to the elderly man in his 80s and said, "He is skilled in shapeshifting, divination, and ancient runes, and is also an expert in alchemy." After shaking hands with Mr. Smith, Albert felt a bit out of place, but he couldn't pinpoint what was off about it. The banquet was very lavish, but the food was relatively bland. The 5 of them ate and chatted, using ancient magic runes. As McDougal said, everyone is an expert in ancient runes, the kind of experts who are really impressive. When McDougal was writing that book on ancient runes, he also received their help. Smith and Ogden were equally surprised that Albert could use ancient runes with such proficiency. Indeed, seeing is believing. Albert ate his fill, and they sat in the soft armchairs, discussing ancient runes. To be honest, it feels really strange for a young child to be mingling with a group of elderly people discussing academic theories, but you have to admit, they are all very capable people, with extensive knowledge of magical texts, and they are also very skilled at speaking in ancient magical scripts. If an uninformed person came here, they might think they accidentally traveled back 1,000 years. This friendly conversation continued until nightfall. Albert also expressed to Gerber Smith his interest in alchemy and inquired about how to use ancient magical scripts. Gerber examined Albert's wooden bracelet and said with a smile, "There's actually nothing wrong with the protective bracelet you made. The reason for the failure is that you still can't infuse power into the runes." Albert is a bit confused. Runes are a mysterious script, imbued with enigmatic magical powers. However, what you're doing now, merely carving them, does not grant the runes any power. Gerber Smith explained, "Focus your mind and infuse your magical power into the runes you carve. This is why runes are known as magical letters. When wizards use these magically imbued words to cast spells, the spells become more powerful, and only those proficient in ancient runes truly realize this. Perhaps some wizards vaguely sense something, but they don't really understand what it is. They are just adept at using ancient runes, unconsciously mastering the methods of employing them. So, wizards believe that ancient magic is generally more powerful, and that is indeed true. Unfortunately, the old man's energy was limited, and the conversation between the 2 came to an end here. However, Gerber Smith and Tiberius Ogden stated that they could establish friendly relations with Albert through letters in the future. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the banquet was finally announced to be over, and Albert returned to school via flu powder. Albert, who had just stood up from his chair, finally noticed something was off. He looked to his right. From his side, Mike Doherty was in his 40s or 50s, Professor Broad was in his 60s, Gerber Smith was in his 80s, Tiberius Ogden was in his 90s or even over 100. And what about himself, 12 years old, missing a person, missing a wizard in their 20s or 30s? Perhaps there should be another genius in their 20s or 30s between myself and Mr. McDougal. This is the only way to have a consistent pattern. It's just me overthinking, Albert murmured. Before returning to school through the fireplace, Albert suddenly asked, "Professor Broad, isn't someone missing today?" "Why do you ask that?" Professor Broad paused for a moment, then asked with confusion. Nothing, just feel like this banquet is missing someone. Albert murmured. Not fewer people. Professor Broad repeated with confusion, not fewer people. I mentioned it last time. The dating of ancient magic texts is quite severe, so it's not that there are fewer people, but rather that the dating is broken. Albert always felt that Professor Bloat's words had another meaning. He slowly returned to the Gryffindor common room, which was still lively at this hour and hadn't gone to sleep. Albert covered his yawn and went straight back to the dormitory. The other roommates hadn't returned yet. He stared blankly at the wooden bracelet, pondering the words of Gerber Smith. Close to 11:30, Jordan Lee finally returned to the dormitory, looking like he had a great time. Fred and George, aren't they with you? Looking at Jordan Lee returning to the dormitory alone, Albert frowned slightly. Hogwarts had a curfew after 11. No, I haven't seen Fred and George since earlier. I thought they went back to the dormitory to rest. Jordan also slightly frowned and said, Fred and George are not in the common room. Albert suddenly had a bad feeling. Climax chapter 145, Searching for Weasley. At this moment, the dormitory was silent. Lee Keaton had already realized that the situation was not good. Fred and George were very likely missing, otherwise they wouldn't have stayed out all night without returning to the dormitory. I'll go to the public lounge and ask if anyone has seen them, he immediately said, and took action. Albert looked around the dormitory, suppressing the drowsiness on his brow, stuffed a large piece of chocolate into his mouth, went to the washroom to wash his face, and lightly patted his cheeks in front of the mirror to fully wake himself up. Lee Keaton has already returned, looking not so good. Obviously something bad has happened. When he saw Albert return, he immediately approached him. Neither of them is in the public lounge. Are they really going into the Forbidden Forest to search for the so-called secret treasure? After washing his face, Albert's mind cleared up again, and he asked, Did you find some secret on the treasure map? This Jordan hesitated. If Fred and George go into the forest, things could get a bit tricky. Albert's expression stiffened as he noticed new activity on his task panel. Mysterious disappearance. You have two friends who haven't returned to the dorm before curfew. They are suspected to be missing. As their roommate and friend, you should make an effort to find them. Reward, 1,000 experience points. Come with me, we can talk about this on the way. Albert picked up the wizard hat that George had used and strode toward the common room. You mean, they went into the Forbidden Forest? Jordan also realized the situation was dire. If Fred and George had entered the forest, they still haven't returned, which is a very bad sign. The Forbidden Forest is very dangerous at night. There were not many students lingering in the common room anymore. A couple was whispering to each other, completely oblivious to their surroundings, while students working on their holiday assignments were fully focused on their parchment, not noticing Albert and Jordan leaving the room at all. I'm not too sure if they went into the forest. Albert looked at Jordan and asked, Come on, did you find anything on that treasure map? Yes, they discovered some changes on the treasure map. Lee Keaton hesitated for a moment and continued, They found out that you seemed unaware, so they asked me to keep it a secret and said not to tell you for now. Continue, Albert said. Fred and George think the map should be real. You know, they used to go into the forest. Jordan followed Albert, sharing what he knew. I really didn't know. By the way, they didn't even tell me. Albert stopped in his tracks and glared at Jordan. Fred said that if you knew, you would definitely stop them from going into the forest for an adventure. Lee Jordan sighed and explained. That's inevitable. The outskirts of the forest aren't considered dangerous, but that doesn't mean venturing deep into the forest isn't dangerous. Albert raised his wand and cast the disillusionment charm on himself and Jordan Lee. We're going into the woods. Lee Keaton seemed to guess Albert's thoughts, very shocked by Albert's boldness, and hesitantly suggested, I think we should go find Professor Mag. No, let's go find Hagrid, we need Hagrid's help. Albert immediately rejected Lee Jordan's suggestion without a second thought. But we can't get out, the castle gate is already closed, and we can't open it. Jordan reminded. I know where there is a secret passage out of the castle. Albert added, Fred told me about it the last time we sneaked out at night. But why don't we go find Professor McGonagall? Jordan still didn't understand. In his opinion, they should go find Professor McGonagall right now. Hagrid knows the Forbidden Forest better than anyone. With his help, we can come and go from the forest safely. Albert led Jordan through a shortcut. Don't make a big deal out of this, otherwise Fred and George will be in big trouble because of it. Moreover, we still can't be sure if they went into the woods. We really can't be sure about that. Lee Keaton muttered, maybe they're still at school. Confirming this is very simple, shoo. Albert made a shushing gesture. Footsteps were approaching from not far away. He immediately extinguished the light on his wand and pulled Lee Keaton to hide. Strange, I clearly heard someone talking. Furchy walked over, holding an oil lamp and peering into the dim corridor. Not seeing anyone, he turned and walked away. Hearing the footsteps fade away, Albert and Jordan finally came out from around the corner. They arrived at a vase at the corner of the third floor. The secret passage leading out of the castle is right here. Turn left, turn right. Albert stepped forward and tapped the vase twice with his wand. The vase began to emit a faint scratching sound. Lee Keaton was astonished to discover a black dot appearing in the landscape painting hanging on the wall beside him. The dot gradually enlarged, and soon a door became visible. Leaving. Albert stepped forward, grasped the doorknob, and with a gentle push, the original frame opened, revealing the hidden entrance behind it. So secretive. Jordan Lee muttered. Don't tell anyone else. Got it. A few minutes later, the two finally emerged from the secret passage, and Lee Keaton was surprised to find himself on the mountain path leading to the dock. Knock on this raised stone 3 times, Albert said, pointing at the raised stone. The command to open the entrance is, open swiftly. Damn it, do those two guys know a lot of secret passages and just didn't tell me? Lee Keaton complained softly. Keep up. Albert walked toward Hagrid's hut. How do you plan to determine whether Fred and George are in the Forbidden Forest? Jordan couldn't help but ask. This point is very important. He certainly doesn't want to rashly enter the Forbidden Forest. Using owls have tracking abilities. We can use owls to determine whether Fred and George are in the Forbidden Forest. Albert began to explain. Albert indeed cannot track magic, but owls possess this ability. As long as he goes through the owls, Albert can determine whether those two fellows are in the forest. I can't believe it can be done this way. Jordan was astonished by Albert's ingenious idea, but it seemed like a good plan. He quickly quickened his pace to follow Albert. The two finally arrived at Hagrid's hut, which was dark inside. Perhaps Hagrid was already asleep. However, their approach immediately drew the vigilance of Fong, the hunting dog. Hagrid, we need your help. Albert raised his fist and knocked hard on Hagrid's wooden door. Under the nightfall, a series of thuds echoed, and only the sound of barking could be heard from Hagrid's hut. But Hagrid did not come to open the door. The situation is a bit off. Could he be? Lee Keaton originally wanted to say whether Hagrid had fallen asleep, but then thought it didn't seem right. If Hagrid really fell asleep, it would be impossible for Albert to make such a big commotion without any reaction. Albert pointed his wand at the lock and muttered, Alohomora. The lock was opened, and Albert pushed the door open. The light from the tip of his wand flickered through Hagrid's hut, and indeed, there was no one inside. He must have gone out for some reason. Isn't it a bit rude for us to barge in? Jordan followed Albert into the house, feeling a bit uneasy. Yaya couldn't see them, but was circling around the two, sniffing the scents in the air. Of course not. Albert dispelled the illusion spell on himself, crouched down, and comforted Yaya to prevent it from getting too agitated. Then you still. Before Lee Keaton could finish his sentence, he heard the sound of wings flapping from outside the house. He quickly turned his head toward the direction of the sound and saw Sheila flying into the house and landing on the wooden table. Albert's owl always appears when its master needs to send a letter. Deliver it to George. Albert put down Hagrid's quill, handed his own handkerchief to the owl, and instructed, make sure to deliver it directly to George. Shira grabbed a handkerchief and spread her wings, heading toward the Forbidden Forest. Seeing the direction in which the owl flew away, the expressions of the two immediately darkened. If Fred and George were in the castle, the owl would have flown toward the castle. But now that it flew into the forest, it meant that they had really gone into the forest. What should we do now? Go back and find Professor McGonagall? Jordan Lee asked, taking a deep breath. Yes, go back and find Professor McGonagall. Albert nodded. Lee Keaton breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He was really afraid that Albert would say he wanted to go into the forest to look for someone. To be honest, he didn't have the courage to enter the forest at this time. The forest at night looked truly eerie and terrifying. Where did they enter the forest from earlier? Albert asked. You don't mean to? Lee Keaton suddenly had a bad feeling. I'll go into the forest, you go back to find Professor McGonagall. Rest assured, I can ensure my own safety, and you need to go back because someone has to inform Professor McGonagall about this. Albert looked at Jordan and explained, this matter is also very important. But in 2 hours, if I can't find them, I'll come back myself. Don't worry, I have ways to ensure my own safety. You know I never do things I'm not confident about. Albert raised his hand and lightly patted Jordan's shoulder. Besides, do you think I would joke around with my own life? But how do you plan to find them? Lee Keaton asked, puzzled. Of course, it's all thanks to Yaya. Lee Keaton looked at the hunting dog, then at the wizard hat that Albert had just picked up, and suddenly realized. He had been wondering why Albert was carrying a wizard hat, and now he understood it was for this. Follow me. Lee Keaton took Albert to the entrance of the Forbidden Forest where Fred and George had secretly entered without Hagrid knowing. Albert handed Fred's hat to Yaya and said softly, "Yaya, help me find Fred, and I'll buy you something delicious another day." Yaya sniffed around, then walked along the narrow path toward the Forbidden Forest. "Remember, first go find Professor McGonagall. If possible, it would be best to bring Hagrid along too," Albert reminded once again. "Actually, you really don't need to take the risk." Jordan hesitated for a moment, then said, "It's too dangerous to go in at this time. I can protect myself." Albert took out his pocket watch, checked the time, and said to Jordan, "It's 12 o'clock now. If I don't find anyone, I'll be back within 2 hours. You should know how to get back to the castle, right? Knock on that raised stone 3 times, the password is open up quickly." Albert reminded again, "If Professor McGonagall asks, just say Fred and George didn't return to the dormitory, they might have gone into the forest." "Got it." Lee Keaton nodded helplessly, indicating that he understood. Actually, he couldn't understand why Albert wanted to go into the forest. Albert insisted on going into the forest for a reason. After confirming through the owl that Fred and George were in the Forbidden Forest, Albert found that a new task had appeared on his task panel: a rescue operation. The Weasley brothers entered the Forbidden Forest for some reason but have not returned for a long time. As a fellow Gryffindor student, roommate, and friend, you cannot just leave them be. Enter the forest, find the Weasley brothers, and bring them back safely. Reward: 2,000 experience points, 2 skill points, George Weasley affection plus 10, Fred Weasley affection plus 10. This mission might mean that finding the twins isn't too difficult. The hard part should be getting them out of the Forbidden Forest. Albert naturally has his own methods. He can apparate and has enough experience to upgrade his skills. If necessary, he can ensure that he can always appear at the edge of the Forbidden Forest through his phantom manifestation. Most importantly, the comprehensive protection I just learned from Professor Broad not long ago, combined with this defensive magic and the phantom manifestation, makes me invincible. It's just that, if possible, Albert doesn't want to reveal that he can become visible. That's his last line of defense, so he needs someone to come to his rescue. Professor McGonagall or any other professor could serve as that first line of defense. Just as Albert followed Yaya into the pitch-black Forbidden Forest, Jordan had already returned to the castle at the fastest speed, and Albert's owl, carrying his handkerchief, spread its wings and flew deep into the Forbidden Forest. For owls, nighttime is when they are active, and the owls at Hogwarts often hunt in the Forbidden Forest. Albert instructed Sheila to deliver the handkerchief to George, and the owl immediately locked onto George's location and found the target at lightning speed. As Albert expected, Fred and George were in a bad situation. They were surrounded by a group of acromantulas. Sheila did not descend. The situation below made her feel threatened. The handkerchief the owl had grabbed was dropped and landed right on George's head. "What is this?" Fred reached out for the handkerchief but missed. Just in time, George, with quick reflexes, snatched the handkerchief back. There were some words written on the handkerchief, and George read them out loud with the help of the light from his wand. "Shoot red flares into the sky. If you need help, you can ask the centaurs, they will take you out of the forest." Albert's owl. George looked up at Sheila and exclaimed excitedly, "We're saved. Where do horsemen find horsemen?" Fred looked at the densely packed giant spiders below and couldn't help but shiver. The two of them really had bad luck. They followed the treasure map to search for Gryffindor's secret treasure, and as you can imagine, they got lost. Later, somehow they encountered a giant 8-eyed spider and almost got eaten. Fortunately, George used a barrier spell just in time, and they managed to escape. Somehow, the spiders chasing them were getting more and more numerous, just as Fred remembered encountering an old guardian tree on the way. Thanks to paying attention in class and Albert using the protective tree to make the protective bracelet, the two ran to the guardian tree and narrowly escaped a disaster. However, this matter is not over yet. The number of 8-eyed giant spiders is increasing, surrounding the guardian tree, and some even attempt to cross over the guardian tree to attack them. In the end, the two could only climb the tree, which angered the tree guardian living in the sacred tree, resulting in multiple scratches on their bodies. "Hurry, another big spider is coming!" George screamed. Obstacles everywhere. The two of them simultaneously pointed their wands at the 8-eyed giant spider trying to approach the guardian tree, and 2 spells hit it, finally sending the large spider flying away. Thanks to learning the barrier spell from Albert, George muttered, "Launch red sparks into the sky." Fred raised his wand and shot red sparks into the sky. At first, they were surrounded by a group of large spiders, and both of them were almost going crazy. The dense swarm of spiders was truly visually overwhelming, and in their panic, they forgot about the situation. "Don't do that." George quickly stopped Fred. "Why, what if Albert comes here alone and runs into this army of giant spiders? George looked down at the horde of spiders, his face full of worry. I think Albert will probably ask other professors for help. Given his personality, it's unlikely that he would venture into the Forbidden Forest alone. Based on Fred's understanding of Albert, the odds of that guy venturing into the Forbidden Forest alone are really low. Pinnacle. Since Albert entered the Forbidden Forest, Fong has been running back and forth around him, sniffing the roots and leaves, searching for Fred's scent every place. At least, that's what Albert thought. The tranquil Forbidden Forest occasionally echoed with the rustling of leaves, keeping Albert's nerves on edge as he remained vigilant against potential dangers. Sure enough, recklessly entering the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night was definitely the most reckless thing Albert had ever done. He stopped in an open field, looked up at the sky, trying to find the red sparks fired by the twins. Maybe I should have brought a flying broomstick. Traveling through the sky would be much faster. Albert looked around by the light of his wand, listening carefully. Beside the sound of branches breaking and leaves rustling, there were no other sounds. To be honest, walking alone on the path in the Forbidden Forest, Albert felt particularly unsafe. The night wind made his skin crawl. I don't feel safe at all. This feeling is really terrible. Yaya, don't ignore me too much. Albert stopped in his tracks, called Yaya back, then opened the mission panel to upgrade the total protection skill to level 2. As expected, I should first improve my self-defense skills. At least, when suddenly faced with danger, I won't lose my life in the first instance. As Ollivander said, using a wand made of redwood does not bring luck to the user, rather, it is the wizard using it who already possesses the ability to turn danger into safety. This wand is indeed very suitable for Albert to use. Yaya's tracking speed wasn't fast, so Albert followed it continuously on the path for about half an hour. His mind had been in a state of constant high tension, making Albert feel very exhausted. He took out a piece of chocolate, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly to reduce the fatigue caused by the nerve tension. When thinking, Albert likes to eat some sweets, which can relieve fatigue and effectively enhance mental activity. Yaya seems to want it too, but dogs can't eat chocolate. Albert could only pat its head and promise to buy it some tasty food when he got back. Let's go. Albert regained his spirits and continued deeper into the Forbidden Forest. The deeper they ventured into the Forbidden Forest, the denser the trees became, and now it was almost impossible to see the night sky above. Albert's wand was the only glimmer of light in the pitch-black forest. Beyond the reach of that faint light, there is darkness and fear so thick you can't see your hand in front of your face. Actually, Albert had already realized that he might be lost and had strayed off the forest path. It should be said that it wasn't he who got lost, but Fred and George who got lost. Naturally, Albert, who followed them, also got lost. If that's the case, things are going to be a bit tricky. Albert estimates that he won't be able to find the two of them in a short period of time. Now, Albert's only hope is to see the red sparks rising in the Forbidden Forest. Plans can never keep up with changes. Albert sighed lightly. He was well aware of this, so he wasn't annoyed. In fact, even before entering the forest, he had already placed most of his hopes on the professors. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Lee Jordan back to find Professor McGonagall. Right now, Hogwarts is probably in complete chaos. However, before the professors arrive, he must first find the Weasley brothers, otherwise the mission might fail. As for regret, Albert never regretted it. If he had stayed, Professor McGonagall would definitely not have allowed him to enter the Forbidden Forest. 2,000 experience points and 2 skill points were worth the risk, even if it meant consuming a large amount of reserve experience from the experience pool. 2 skill points are really precious. After level 3, upgrading skills with experience gained from missions is completely insufficient. Using skill points to upgrade is the best method. Where on earth could you be? Albert muttered softly. He passed through the low jungle, stepped over the fallen saplings, crossed a small stream, and his robe was torn by branches and thorns along the way. Albert felt like he had been walking for a long time again, the dense canopy completely blocking the moonlight from the sky. Yaya stopped in its tracks and barked in a certain direction. Not good. Albert felt like he was being watched by eyes hidden in the darkness, a feeling that sent chills down his spine. He immediately ran to Yaya's side, waving his wand to cast Protego Totalum, creating a bubble-shaped transparent protective barrier around them. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed around, and Albert could even feel the ground of the Forbidden Forest trembling slightly. It's a centaur. Albert couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He knew these creatures usually wouldn't harm Hogwarts students. For a moment, 2 horsemen appeared on either side of Albert. When the horsemen drew their bows and aimed at him, Albert couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Whether in his past life or this one, he had never experienced anything like this before. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Albert couldn't help but grip his wand tightly, ensuring that his protective barrier wouldn't be pierced by the centaur's arrows. "Who are you?" a rough voice questioned. "Albert Anderson, a student at Hogwarts." Albert did his best to keep his voice friendly. "Maju, this is not a place for you to be," the centaur roughly reminded. "I have 2 friends who got lost in the Forbidden Forest. I need to find them as soon as possible. Albert stated his purpose for entering the forbidden forest. And 2 more foals have entered the forest, I remember. The centaurs put away their bows and arrows and walked toward Albert, stepping into the light of the wand. The first time Albert saw a centaur, it felt very strange. Above the waist, it was human, with red hair and a beard, but below the waist, it had a chestnut horse body, with a long red tail trailing behind. I know we can't enter the forest, Albert whispered, but I need to find them. If you could offer us a little help, we will not help humans. The chestnut-colored centaur roared at Albert. Oh, I'm really sorry. If I offended you in any way just now, I apologize. Albert had already calmed down and said softly, I don't know you, and I don't want to have any unpleasant conflicts with you. I'm just here to find my friends, and once I find them, I'll leave immediately. All right, Bane. The chestnut centaur reassured his kin, he means no harm. He came uninvited, I hope we don't have any conflicts. Albert interrupted the horseman, his voice sounding a bit cold. At this moment, Albert was considering whether to take down the 2 centaurs, but if he did that, his search for the Weasley brothers might come to an end. I'm not Hagrid, and centaurs aren't as friendly as the legends say, but it's not hard to figure out. Fred and George didn't encounter the centaurs, otherwise Albert would have heard it from the centaurs. You should be able to see that I'm not as weak as you think. Albert stared at the centaur and said, there's no need for us to have a conflict. I just want to find my friends and then leave this place with them. Of course, I leave the decision-making to you. Do you know Hagrid? The chestnut centaur suddenly changed the subject. It has known Hagrid's dog Fawn from the very beginning. Yes, I am Hagrid's friend. I originally planned to ask him for help, but Hagrid is not in his hut tonight, so I had to bring Hagrid's dog into the Forbidden Forest to find someone. Albert squinted at the chestnut-colored centaur and continued, Hagrid once said that as long as I'm with Fawn, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will harm me. Follow me, Hagrid's friend, I have a rough idea of where your friend is. The chestnut centaur turned and walked toward the forest. Ronan. Bane was very dissatisfied with the actions of his fellow countrymen. We never attack foals. Ronan stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said, I saw red sparks light up on the other side of the forest earlier. That's right, they might have run into some trouble. Albert couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The red sparks meant that Fred and George were still alive. Yeah, keep up. Albert dispelled the protective barrier around him and quickly caught up with the horseman. However, I need to remind you that the forest over there is very dangerous. Ronan said to Albert, those big spiders will eat any animals that enter that forest. I don't recommend you go there. Thank you, but I won't abandon my friends. Albert shook his head, rejecting the other's goodwill. I'll take responsibility for my own recklessness. If I get eaten by a spider, that's my own fault, and it has nothing to do with you. All right. Ronan gave Albert a deep look, nodded, and said, come with me, it's still quite a distance from here. About 20 minutes later, Albert stood under a tree, exhausted, resting. Even though Ronan had slowed his pace, it was still very difficult for him to keep up with the horseman. From here on, it's the hunting ground of those big spiders, but I still don't recommend you take the risk. Thank you, Ronan, I will remember you and the help you gave me. Albert slightly leaned toward the centaur beside him to express his gratitude. If you can bring your friends back, I will guide you out of this forest. Ronan said this and turned to leave. Albert watched Ronan's disappearing figure, then turned and walked toward the forest ahead. He knew he had to be on high alert, this place was more dangerous than others. You shouldn't help him. Bane looked angrily at Ronan. He is Hagrid's friend. Ronan looked in the direction Albert had left, and said softly, even if we help him, he would do the same. They are not welcome here. We never attack the pawns. Ronan repeated, this is the ancient agreement between the Centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest and Hogwarts. That colt is not as weak as you think, you should be able to see that too. Ronan stood in the open space, looking up at the starry sky, murmuring to himself, he is very special, yes, very special. Whether it's Ronan or Bane, they can both see that if they plan to do anything to Albert, the other side will retaliate fiercely. As Albert said, he had no malice and left the decision-making to the horseman, and the latter chose to coexist peacefully. As Ronan said, centaurs never attack Hogwarts students. On the other side, entering the territory of the eight-eyed giant spider, Albert had to stay on high alert and be wary of his surroundings. Since coming here with the horse people, Yaya has been unable to continue tracking Fred's location by scent. Albert is hesitating whether to shoot green sparks into the sky, but he is also worried that doing so might attract the eight-eyed giant spider. Suddenly, Yaya started barking wildly at Albert's back. All protection. Albert immediately cast a spell, and the protective barrier shielded both him and Yaya. A large spider suddenly appeared behind Albert, clawing and scratching at the protective barrier, but it couldn't advance even an inch. Yaya was still barking wildly, while Albert stiffly turned his head, staring blankly at the monster that appeared before him, his heart skipping a few beats. Unlike the small spiders seen before, the one in front of me was as big as a horse, with 8 legs, black and hairy. Its large pincers were moving, making a chilling clack-clack sound. I hate spiders. Facing 8 eyes, Albert couldn't help but mutter. Soon, he discovered that a new mission had appeared on his panel. Angry counterattack. It seems you have encountered an attack. It's time to show the attackers what you're made of. Defeat the incoming 8-eyed giant spider, and let those furry creatures know you're not to be trifled with. Reward, 1,500 experience, gain skill, spider repel spell. This skill comes in quite timely. Albert mumbled. He immediately opened the skill panel, upgraded the phantom manifestation spell to level 2, then reached out to pick up the sobbing Yaya and used the phantom manifestation to disappear on the spot. The 8-eyed giant spider simply couldn't understand why the prey in front of it had suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Albert appeared 50 feet away, suppressing the discomfort caused by the apparition's manifestation, and waved his wand, shouting loudly, "Stupefy!" The red fireball hit the giant spider. The sleep spell had little effect on it, and instead, it only further enraged the 8-eyed giant spider. Fainting and collapsing. Obstacles every place. Fainting and collapsing, the 8-eyed giant spider is already rushing over here. The sleep and barrier spells have had some effect, slowing down its movement speed. All protection. Albert used the protective barrier again, wrapping himself in it. That 8-eyed spider crashed headfirst into the protective barrier, getting beaten again. Albert could sense the 8-eyed giant spider's anger from its 8 black eyes, its sharp pincers clicking ominously, as if saying, "I'm going to eat you." The spell actually doesn't have much effect on it. Is my magic too weak, or is the spider too big, or is its magic too strong? If the spell is upgraded to level 2, the effect might be better, but Albert glanced at the experience pool, and he would definitely have to learn the spider repelling spell later. It would be best to resolve it without upgrading. What is a spider's weakness? Snake monster, and leg. After all, it has 8 legs. Trip leg curse, lock leg curse, soft leg curse, and dance curse. I hope these spells work. Albert once again manifested with the phantom apparition. He admitted that the practicality of this magic was extremely high, but the discomfort it brought was truly terrible. The 8-eyed giant spider, upon discovering that its prey had vanished once again, immediately looked around, but Albert's voice had already sounded. Tarantella dance. The dance spell hit the legs of the 8-eyed giant spider, causing it to uncontrollably start tap dancing. This spell undoubtedly produced remarkable effects. A spider obviously doesn't do tap dancing, so it now looks like its 2 legs have cramped up and are shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 147, an unreliable rescue. Effective. Seeing that the dance step spell was effective against the 8-eyed giant spider, Albert couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and continued using the dance step spell on the 8-eyed giant spider in front of him. Although the loss of control over its 2 legs would affect the movement of the 8-eyed giant spider, it still charged at Albert, trying to tear its prey apart. Albert was already prepared. When the 8-eyed giant spider charged at him, he quickly used total protection to create a protective barrier. The unfortunate giant spider crashed into the invisible shield again and was directly bounced back. This time, the big spider fell quite badly. Due to a few of its legs being cursed with a dance spell by Albert, they were still twitching randomly, preventing it from getting up from the ground in time. Albert immediately dispelled the protective barrier and continued to use the dance step spell on the 8-eyed giant spider while it was still struggling, hit by several dance spells. The 8-eyed giant spider, which had just gotten up, found its 8 legs completely out of control. It was as if someone had put it in ice skates. The 8 legs kept shaking, and it ended up falling over right where it stood, creating a rather comical scene. Spiders are definitely not suited for tap dancing. Albert muttered to himself, stepping back a bit, and began unleashing all the attack spells he knew on the 8-eyed giant spider, aiming to completely free the comical creature before it could be embarrassed in front of its other companions. Actually, Albert's process of dealing with the 8-eyed giant spider was not as easy as imagined. The 8-eyed giant spider is believed to be a magical creature bred by ancient wizards. This creature has a strong resistance to magic, and ordinary spells have little effect on it. Moreover, after they are created, they are usually used to guard the wizard's abode or treasures, so they are very skilled at silently hunting down those thieves. In a one-on-one situation, facing such monsters still requires some courage. Even adult wizards, when confronted with these giant spiders, might not do as well as Albert did. After all, not all wizards can use the defense barrier as smoothly as Albert. As effortlessly as spells are also categorized by difficulty. Commonly used illumination spells belong to the type that are relatively easy to master. And advancing to level 2 is much less difficult compared to other types of magic. This spell is often used and is also very easy to master. The highly used Iron Armor spell is of medium difficulty, derived from the variant of the Iron Armor spell called Total Protection. The difficulty of learning is obviously greater than the former point. One of the benefits of the system's skill points is that it allows Albert to easily master those difficult spells and use them proficiently. As his skill level increases, the power of the spells becomes stronger, and they can evolve into more intricate forms. This can directly omit the exploration and experimentation with magic. What a pity, wasted. Albert examined the monster in front of him and muttered softly. He knew that the monster in front of him should be able to extract the venom of the eight-eyed giant spider, a very valuable liquid that could sell for 100 galleons per pint, and even higher on the black market. However, Albert also knew that he didn't have the courage or ability to deal with the eight-eyed giant spider in front of him. Forget it. Albert regretted missing out on a large sum of gallows. He opened the quest panel, chose to complete Angry Counterattack, and directly upgraded the spider repelling spell to level 2 on the skill panel. The feeling of adding points is truly wonderful. Knowledge seems to appear out of nowhere. Albert closed his eyes and carefully recalled the information about the spider repelling spell that appeared in his mind. He raised his wand and gently waved it toward the motionless eight-eyed giant spider on the ground. Arani Igzumai. A dazzling beam of magical light struck the eight-eyed giant spider, instantly sending the large spider flying and leaving severe wounds on its body. This spell's damage is directly maxed out. Albert couldn't help but exclaim, it truly lives up to being a spell specifically designed for spiders. After mastering the spider repelling spell, Albert felt a bit more confident. At least when facing the eight-eyed giant spider, he wouldn't feel so helpless. Just you wait. He muttered, I'll flip all your cars. Albert was just about to move forward again when he stopped, because he noticed a new mission appeared on his panel. A spider hunter. You were never an easygoing person, and you certainly wouldn't forgive those who want to eat you. Defeat or eliminate them, and make these dark, hairy beasts understand who they shouldn't mess with. Current progress, 0/20. Reward, 10,000 experience. Item, 1 bottle of 8-eyed giant spider venom. Title, Spider Hunter, Wizarding World Reputation plus 200. After Albert finished reading the mission, the muscles on his face twitched slightly. This system really holds a grudge. That's right, after all, he's a good person. How could he hold a grudge? Yaya, we should go. Albert crouched down, rubbed Yaya's head gently, and said softly, you need to keep an eye out for me and make sure those big spiders don't ambush me. Yes, this is currently the issue that Albert is most concerned about. Unfortunately, although the hound Yaya is timid, its vigilance is quite reliable and it always manages to raise the alarm at the first sign of danger. Albert and Yaya traveled a bit further and finally encountered another clearing. He hesitated for a moment, but still raised his wand and shot green sparks into the sky. At this moment, the night of the Forbidden Forest was illuminated by sparks. At the moment the green firelight appeared, many creatures in the Forbidden Forest looked up toward the direction of the rising sparks. Albert's adventure was still worthwhile. Red sparks lit up above the forest. Fred and George also realized that someone was coming to rescue them, so they fired red sparks to guide their professors to their location. Unfortunately, the twins guessed wrong. It wasn't a professor from the school who came to their rescue, but their roommate and friend, Albert Anderson. At this moment, Albert is also encountering some trouble. As he ventures deeper into the forest, the number of eight-eyed giant spiders he encounters is starting to increase. Arania et me. As the sound of the spider banishment spell echoed, a white light shone again in the dark forest, and another spider was struck by the spell, falling to the ground and unable to get back up. Am I about to invade the spider's lair? Albert looked around at the several fallen, lifeless eight-eyed giant spiders and couldn't help but mutter all the way. Albert didn't even know how many eight-eyed giant spiders he had taken down. He was too lazy to keep counting. The situation is not very optimistic. Large spiders often appear out of nowhere to attack him. If it weren't for Yaya's warnings, Albert would have been eaten by the eight-eyed giant spider long ago. The eight-eyed giant spider is a fierce predator, almost silent when ambushing its prey. After Albert repeatedly confirmed that there was no danger around, he once again shot green sparks into the sky, feeling that he should be getting close to the Wesley brothers. Yaya's condition isn't very good either. It can't adapt to the phantom manifestation and walks a bit unsteadily. After using the phantom manifestation several times in a row, Albert wasn't feeling well either. All the chocolate he had eaten not long ago came back up. Being able to keep my brain clear right now is really thanks to my strong willpower. Of course, this is also somewhat related to the level 2 phantom manifestation. Are they trapped? Albert looked up at the red sparks in the night sky and muttered to himself, the distance between the two sides hasn't decreased much. If the Wesley brothers were also moving this way, they should have met by now. Albert was still moving toward the direction where the red sparks were shining. After stepping over a fallen tree, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the distance, a series of clattering and rustling sounds could be heard. Albert had already recognized what it was, the sound made by the movement of the eight-eyed giant spider. However, how many spiders would it take to make such a distinct and intense sound? Albert immediately held down Yaya, preventing him from barking, so as not to attract the eight-eyed giant spider ahead. To be honest, Albert didn't know how the eight-eyed giant spider was picking up external sounds either. Be quiet, Yaya, don't make a sound. If we get surrounded by spiders, we're done for. Albert gently patted Yaya, seriously admonishing him, before quietly moving forward. At the next moment, the expression on Albert's face froze. He saw a scene that left him utterly shocked. An army of spiders. A bunch of eight-eyed giant spiders were surrounding a large tree, and the Wesley brothers, whom Albert had been desperately searching for, were hanging from the tree. Struggling to fend off the eight-eyed giant spiders trying to approach them, Albert had already guessed what kind of tree it was. Only the guardian tree could have such a magical effect. According to legend, as long as one touches the trunk of the guardian tree, they would be protected from the attacks of dark creatures. However, nothing in the world is absolute. If it were any other time, the eight-eyed giant spider would stay away from the guardian tree. But now it's different, with fresh blood and flesh being delivered right to their doorstep. The allure of food makes the protective tree's effect less noticeable. More and more large-bodied eight-eyed giant spiders are attempting to assault the guardian tree, trying to drive the humans hiding in the tree down. As long as the humans leave the guardian tree, they can hunt their targets without restraint and enjoy the fresh blood and flesh. Temptation can sometimes make people fearless, and this saying clearly applies to the eight-eyed giant spider as well. Hold on, someone is coming, the professors from Hogwarts are here to save us. George shouted loudly, raising his wand and shooting red sparks into the sky to signal the professors coming to their rescue. Don't get distracted, those big spiders are coming at us again. Fred shouted loudly. Block them, don't let them get close. George, when facing these giant spiders that were about to drive him to the brink of collapse, could only muster his spirits through self-encouragement. The current situation is not optimistic. The giant spider is attacking the protective tree more and more frequently. The two of us can only repel the eight-eyed giant spider by using the barrier spell together. Fortunately, not all eight-eyed giant spiders dare to attack the guardian tree, otherwise, the Weasley brothers would have long become a feast for these giant spiders. What should I use to save you? Albert glanced at his wand, then looked toward the Weasley brothers, murmuring to himself. If there weren't many eight-eyed giant spiders, Albert would be confident enough to force his way through and bring the Weasley brothers out, but given the current situation, it's quite bad. Albert felt that even if he could use the spider-repelling spell, it would be impossible to face such a large army of spiders at the same time. Unless he upgraded the spider-repelling spell to a higher level, making its effects more widespread, it would be impossible to break through the spider army with them. Albert is very clear about his own strengths and weaknesses. Actually, it's not completely impossible. If we use apparition, it should be doable. I can apparate over there myself, and then directly apparate away with both of them. This ultimate insurance is still quite reliable. But, if possible, Albert doesn't want to expose himself, because he can't explain why he would manifest as a phantom genius. Even a genius probably wouldn't be able to do it. His use of ancient magic texts is already enough to raise suspicion. If that can be explained by a linguistic genius, then how should the manifestation of phantoms be explained? Is there nothing we can do but wait? Albert glanced at his experience pool, then opened the Spider Hunter quest panel. Current progress 20/20. After receiving the experience from the Spider Hunter, Albert's gaze fell on another newly appeared mission as Spider Slayer. You have already gained some experience in dealing with giant spiders. Defeat as many more eight-eyed giant spiders as possible, so they understand who they are messing with. Current progress 0 reward, 50 points each. Albert was also speechless when he saw this mission. He had never thought that there would be a monster summoning mission, but it seemed that these monsters were not easy to deal with. No. There's a way. If I hide with the twins on the guardian tree, can I just farm the monsters slowly? However, there's still a big problem. How do I get there by myself? It's not easy to break through the siege of the spider army. If we want to rush over, we need to create a gap, and the spider repel spell can do that. But how to rush over without being surrounded along the way is not easy. There's still some distance from here to that tree. To get there safely, we need to create a barrier. Without a doubt, fire is the most suitable option. Creating a fire corridor can not only drive away the surrounding giant spiders but also illuminate the area, preventing tripping while running. But my own flame spell is only level 1, so I can't possibly do what Albert wants. Albert gritted his teeth and upgraded the fire spell to level 2. Let's go for it. As long as we fight more monsters, we won't lose out. Yaya, remember to stick close to me later, don't fall behind. Albert whispered, gripping his wand tightly. Taking a deep breath, and suddenly leaping out from his hiding spot to cast the spider repellent spell at the eight-eyed giant spider surrounding the guardian tree. At this moment, in Fred and George's line of sight, dazzling white lights suddenly fell into the spider swarm, and the spider army that had originally surrounded the protective tree was forcibly torn apart. Those large spiders that they considered difficult to deal with were even taken down by spells. Both of them were a bit dazed and had no idea what had actually happened. To the next moment, a large amount of flames suddenly surged up in the forest, and these flames transformed into two blazing firewalls, spreading toward the guardian tree, successfully isolating the giant spider outside the firewalls. Everything came so suddenly that the twins, who were momentarily stunned, quickly realized that someone had come to save them. The two were about to come down from the guardian tree when a voice stopped them. "Someone is shouting over here, don't come down." Fred and George were both stunned, looking at each other in bewilderment. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Could it be? Chapter 148 of Harry Potter and the Alchemist. Rescued. At this moment, Albert was desperately running through the blazing fire tunnel, with Yaya closely following behind him. The eight-eyed giant spiders were agitated by the sudden flames, instinctively retreating from the firewall, giving Albert enough time and space. After Albert hurriedly ran to the guardian tree, he didn't even catch his breath before immediately waving his wand and using the fire spell again. A ring of fire began to burn in the direction pointed by Albert's wand, roaring fiercely 10 feet away from the guardian tree. The fire looks fierce, but without any fuel to sustain it. The decaying soil and fallen leaves on the ground can't keep the fire wall burning. Wingardium Leviosa. Albert waved his wand and cast the levitation charm on the hound Yaya, making Yaya float. The latter was greatly frightened, emitting a whimpering sound in terror, its forelegs flailing wildly in the air as if swimming in water. "Hurry, give me a hand." Albert also started climbing the tree, and Fred and George reached out to give him a pull, which allowed Albert to quickly climb up the tree. Yaya was soon freed from the levitation spell and curled up trembling on the wooden platform that Albert had created using the transformation spell. "How did you get here?" Fred and George had already snapped out of their daze and were staring at Albert in shock. They had never imagined that the person who came to save them would be Albert. Otherwise, who do you think it would be? Albert had just regained his composure and glared at the Weasley brothers. "Professor McGonagall? Or Professor Dumbledore? By the time they discover you're missing, you'll have already been torn apart by the acromantulas and become food in those monsters' bellies." Both of their cheeks turned bright red, and they couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. But they had to admit that Albert was right. It's Easter. If Albert hadn't discovered the two missing persons right away, who knows, Hagrid might have come over tomorrow to help retrieve their bodies, and they might not even have been able to find the bones. "What should we do now?" Fred scooted aside to make room for Albert. "While waiting for rescue, I sent Lee Jordan to find Professor McGonagall when I arrived." Albert was calming his breathing. He comforted, "The professor should be here soon. Keep shooting red flares into the sky to guide them." You went into the forest by yourself." George suddenly realized something, staring at Albert in shock, hardly able to believe such a fact. "How on earth did you manage to find us in the Forbidden Forest?" Fred also realized the meaning behind George's words, and after reacting, he stared at Albert with the same dumbfounded expression. They could hardly believe that Albert had ventured into the Forbidden Forest alone in the middle of the night and managed to find them. Otherwise, Albert didn't mind the shocked expressions on the faces of the twin brothers because he noticed that the fire circle below had already extinguished, and the surrounding army of spiders had regrouped. "How did you provoke this group of eight-eyed giant spiders? Did you poke their nest or steal their eggs?" Albert furrowed his brow slightly, raised his wand, and knocked down a giant eight-eyed spider that was trying to approach the guardian tree. "No, we encountered a few large spiders on the way, so we ran nearby hoping to find the shelter of the guardian tree. But we didn't expect the number of these large spiders to keep increasing." Fred's expression was somewhat conflicted. "And that's how it turned into the scene you see now," George added. "Alania Adamai." Another spider was struck down by a spell, looking down from the guardian tree at the dense swarm of large spiders below, which looked very terrifying. "Keep firing the red sparks, don't stop," Albert instructed. "Oh." George continued to shoot red sparks into the sky, while secretly glancing at Albert. To be honest, it's really hard to imagine how the twin brothers, Albert in particular, managed to navigate through the forest in the middle of the night and find each other. Even for a professor, it probably wouldn't be that easy to locate someone deep in the dark Forbidden Forest. "All blessings. All protection. All of you, protect." Albert released 3 defensive spells in quick succession, completely enveloping the guardian tree. The giant spider outside crashed into the magical barrier, as if it had hit an invisible wall, and was forcefully stopped. "What kind of magic is this?" George widened his eyes in surprise because they saw the charging spider crash into the wall. "Now we should be safe." Don't overthink it. If the professors don't come soon, just wait to be eaten. Albert took a breath, shook his head, and reminded, haven't you noticed that these big spiders are getting more and more restless? Fred and George exchanged glances and soon realized that Albert was right. At first, they didn't dare approach the guardian tree. The two couldn't help but feel lucky. If Albert had been any later, they might have really been eaten by those giant spiders. Why didn't you come with the professors? Fred couldn't help but voice his doubts, thinking that given Albert's personality, he wouldn't recklessly venture into the forbidden forest alone in the middle of the night. I originally planned to ask Hagrid for help, but he wasn't in his hut, so I had to bring Fawn with me to find you. Thanks to Fawn, I wasn't ambushed by the acromantula. Albert patted Yaya's head. This cowardly hound is quite something tonight. So, you went into the forest by yourself. Both of them couldn't help but drop their jaws. Now, Fred and George finally understand why Albert was sorted into Gryffindor. With the courage and bravery he is showing right now, even all the students of Gryffindor combined might not be able to compare to him. All right, bring it out, Albert suddenly said. What to take out? Of course it's the map, that secret treasure map of Gryffindor. Albert looked at the two of them and shook his head helplessly, saying, you actually believed in that kind of nonsense? Didn't I warn you about it before? The depths of the Forbidden Forest are very dangerous. You didn't listen before, and now you've almost become spider food. Don't you learn your lesson? Fred and George carefully recalled, and indeed, there was such an incident. At the beginning, Albert had warned them that there might be a breeding ground for 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, and even said things like be careful not to be eaten by the 8-eyed giant spiders. This thing almost really came true. Speaking of which, George still remembers that the first time they went out for a night adventure, Albert even reminded them to be careful of being locked out of the lounge by the fat lady, and it actually happened. Are your words toxic or something? How can you say something and it just comes true? How do you know there's a breeding ground for acromantulas here? Fred asked curiously, eager to find out who was raising these dangerous creatures in the Forbidden Forest. I heard it from Professor Broad. Albert saw through the thoughts of the two and sighed, but don't be foolish, this is probably not a farm, otherwise this group of giant spiders wouldn't have attacked you. But what's up with these giant spiders? Don't tell me these monsters originally lived in the Forbidden Forest. It is estimated that someone released 8-eyed giant spiders into the Forbidden Forest. There are almost no natural enemies for these spiders here, and food is relatively abundant, so that's why these big spiders have multiplied so much. Albert looked down at the 8-eyed giant spider and muttered, maybe this is Hagrid's fault. Albert was of course very clear that the so-called 8-eyed giant spider breeding farm was nothing but a joke. It was simply Hagrid releasing a pair of 8-eyed spiders into the Forbidden Forest, and after decades of reproduction, it had formed the vast spider colony we see today. Click. While a few people were talking, the protective barrier created by Albert began to collapse. This is the downside of having too large a range, it is far less solid than a smaller version. After continuous impacts from the 8-eyed giant spider, the defensive barrier gradually developed cracks. What should we do? Fred looked at Albert uneasily. Continue firing red sparks to drive back those large spiders that are getting close. After the defensive barrier shattered, Albert immediately used a fire spell to drive back all the large spiders attempting to approach the guardian tree. The situation is not optimistic, however. Albert is not worried about his safety, he is still using the spider repelling spell on the spider swarm below. Due to the sheer number of large spiders, basically every shot can take one down, making aiming completely unnecessary. What spell did you use to take down the spider so quickly? George couldn't help but ask. The spell Albert used was very powerful, each strike dealing significant damage to the giant spider. Albert didn't have time to answer the twins' questions, he was busy trying to gain experience. The professors are estimated to be coming soon, so let's harvest as much experience as possible before they arrive. After all, two of them give 100 experience points, which means a level 1 spell. To initially master a type of magic, you need to spend a lot of time practicing. This deal is very cost effective. Not knowing how much time had passed, most of the giant spiders surrounding the guardian tree had been defeated. Surprisingly, these big guys also felt fear, and no more headstrong giant spiders dared to attack the guardian tree. Fred and George looked at the giant spider below that had been knocked down by Albert, completely dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Albert could be so brave. A person takes on a large group of spiders alone. I feel like my tongue is about to tie itself in knots. Frequent cursing made Albert feel exhausted as he stuffed chocolate into his mouth. Those spider swarms are retreating. George exclaimed excitedly, can we go back now? It's best to obediently wait here. Leaving the protection of the guardian tree makes it easy to be ambushed by spiders. Albert reminded him impatiently, and think carefully about how to deal with the professor later, and the map too. What do you need the map for? George asked suspiciously. Of course it's confiscated. Do you expect us to let you continue your adventures next time? We won't. People always like to repeat their mistakes. Speak human language, we don't understand. I know you will try to find the so-called Gryffindor's secret treasure again, so give me the map. Without the map, you won't have any more stupid ideas about finding treasure. Albert reached out to Fred for the map. Don't do that. George muttered, we won't. Do you even believe what you're saying? Albert glared fiercely at George and maliciously reminded him, I think you'd better start thinking about how to explain this to Professor McGonagall when you go back. She'll probably tell your families. Oh no. Fred screamed in terror, almost falling from the tree, but Albert, quick on the uptake, reached out and pulled him back. George wasn't so lucky. He was farther away from Albert and fell directly from the tree, letting out a painful groan. Are you okay? Albert bent down and asked. There's something wrong, it hurts so much. Alright, enough with the nonsense, give me that map. Albert warned, next time, you might as well walk straight into the lair of the eight-eyed giant spider. Making such a foolish mistake once is enough. Fred reluctantly handed the map to Albert, who didn't even look at it and just stuffed it into his pocket. Then, he reached out and pulled George up into the tree. Although the swarm of spiders had retreated, this place was still not safe. As it approached 3 o'clock, a professor finally arrived. What surprised Albert was that the person who came to their rescue was not Professor McGonagall, but Professor Flitwick. This old man was wearing a deep purple robe, but the robe was somewhat torn, probably from being scratched by branches while walking through the forest. It seems you are all fine. Professor Broad's eyes gleamed with an unusual light in the darkness as he looked at Albert with a smile, reminding him, Mr. Anderson, I must remind you that your actions have been exceedingly reckless. Of course, I have to admit, you did very well, and it surprised me greatly. Good evening, Professor Broad. Albert greeted the old man with a smile. I didn't expect it would be you coming to save us. I thought it would be Professor McGonagall. Quite a coincidence, I was just about to head to the restroom when I happened to run into Mr. Jordan. Professor Broad walked toward the 3 of them as he spoke. He told me everything, so I hurried over. I was just worried you wouldn't be able to find the 2 Mr. Wesleys, so I hitched a ride myself. I brought Hagrid's hound. With it around, the creatures in the forest won't harm me. Albert used Hagrid's words to counter Professor Burbage. Do you believe this? Professor Broad looked around, his expression a mix of amusement and skepticism. Albert felt a bit awkward. He was just using this to fool others. By the way, what spell did you use to defeat those 8-eyed giant spiders? Those creatures are really too dangerous. Actually, Professor Broad was tracking Albert and came here. On the way, he was very surprised to find the 8-eyed giant spider had been defeated, and there were quite a few spiders that had been taken down by the spell. However, none of those combined could compare to the scene before Professor Broad, where no less than 100 8-eyed giant spiders lay fallen, an astonishing number indeed. 3 first-year students simply cannot do it. The spells learned in the first year are not enough. To fight an 8-eyed giant spider, however, here they were taken down by the hundreds, not just 1, not 10, but hundreds. This number is truly astonishing. Of these defeated 8-eyed giant spiders undoubtedly prove Albert's strength. Watch out! George screamed. Arania, exterminate! Albert raised his magic and cast the spider repel spell at the large spider that was struggling to get up. He didn't even know how many times he had used it. He was already quite skilled. Oh, thank you, Mr. Anderson. If I got bitten by one of those big guys, I guess I'd have to resign early. Professor Broad turned his head to look at the 8-eyed giant spider that had been blasted away by the spell, and the astonishment on his face quickly returned to normal. Professor Broad walked toward the 3 of them, and upon seeing the guardian tree, he understood how Albert had managed to defeat those 8-eyed giant spiders. He said to the group, let's leave here as soon as possible. Let me see if there's anything suitable to use as a temporary key. Use this. Albert handed Fred's hat to Professor Broad. Why do you carry a hat with you? Fred curiously examined the hat that Albert had taken out, somehow feeling that it looked a bit familiar. This is your hat. I originally took it to have Yaya help find you, Albert said irritably. Mentos, that wizard had immediately emitted a blue light. Alright, you all use the door key to go back. It might be a bit uncomfortable, but just bear with it, Professor Broad said gently. What about Yaya? Albert asked. Don't worry, I'll bring it back with a phantom appearance. Professor Broad said, alright, you all get ready. I'll count to 3, and then we'll all reach out and grab that hat together. 1. Professor Broad murmured. 2, 3, Albert and the 3 of them all reached out to grab a corner of the wizard's hat. It seemed as if an invisible force was pulling them, lifting them into the air and propelling them forward like a gust of wind. with nothing visible in front of them. A few seconds later, Albert fell heavily to the ground, and Fred and George fell even harder than him, their faces coming into close contact with the dirt. The wizard hat, serving as the key to the door, slowly floated down from the sky and landed perfectly on Fred's head. Pug. Fred and George started gagging after getting up. They were clearly out of it. Albert is a bit better than them. After all, he had previously used the disillusionment charm, so his resistance to the discomfort of using the portkaya was higher than theirs. Don't worry, this is the key to the unconscious door. Professor Broad looked at the two who were dry heaving and shook his head, saying, Madame Pomfrey will take care of them. We'd better get them to the hospital wing. Help me with one. I hate this feeling, Albert muttered. When he reached out to help Fred, he heard a hurried sound of footsteps coming this way. Albert looked up and, by the white light from the tip of his wand, vaguely saw Professor McGonagall walking briskly toward them, followed by their roommate Lee Jordan and Headmaster Dumbledore. The elderly man is smiling as he looks at the three of them. Bard, you found them, that's really great. Professor McGonagall let out a sigh of relief, her gaze falling on Albert, Fred, and George, as if checking to see if her students were injured. It should be said, it was Mr. Anderson who found the two Mr. Wesleys. Professor Broad laughed and explained, by the time I arrived, Mr. Anderson had already rescued the Mr. Wesleys trapped in the yew tree, the guardian tree, from a large swarm of eight-eyed giant spiders. Sorry, you said a group of, what? Professor McGonagall's voice involuntarily rose a few notches, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Eight-eyed giant spider, Minerva. Professor Broad tilted his head to look at Dumbledore. There should be a nest of acromantulas deep in the Forbidden Forest. These monsters have almost no natural enemies and have already proliferated into a large colony. I see. Dumbledore curiously examined Albert and smiled. However, I am more curious about how Mr. Anderson managed to find the Weasley twins and how he drove away those acromantulas. As far as I know, those creatures are not something an ordinary freshman can handle. Albert looked at Lee Jordan, skillfully avoiding Dumbledore's gaze. Even if Dumbledore didn't use legilimency, he was an expert in this field. As long as their eyes met, it would be very difficult for Albert to lie in front of Dumbledore. Yes, actually, I'm quite curious about that too. Professor Broad's tone shifted, kindly reminding, but I think the priority should be to take them to the school hospital first. We used the door key when we came back, and they are still unconscious. You are right, Bader. Professor McGonagall nodded, then sternly glared at the three and said, Follow me. Excuse me, come over and help me support Fred. Albert directly ignored Professor McGonagall's stern gaze and said to Lee Jordan, I'm exhausted myself and barely have the strength to support anyone else. Oh, right, and this dog, it seems to be Hagrid's pet. Albert seems to have relied on it to find the Weasley gentleman. Professor Broad pointed at the Yaya by his feet and said, however, it seems unable to adapt to the phantom manifestation. Don't worry, I have already informed Hagrid, he will be back soon. Dumbledore said gently. For a moment, he seemed to notice something, turned his head to look in a certain direction, and smiled, saying, Look, Hagrid is back. Yes, Hagrid is back, carrying a lantern and coming from the direction of Hogsmeade. He's had a bit too much to drink, and he smells strongly of alcohol, striding over here with long, confident steps. Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick. Hagrid covered a burp and greeted the three professors, then his gaze fell back on Albert and the others. Seeing that they were fine, he let out a sigh of relief. It's so good that they're okay. These little guys always like to sneak into the forest when I'm not paying attention. All right, Hagrid. Dumbledore briefly discussed the situation with Hagrid, and the gamekeeper assured him that he would take good care of his pet. Everyone bid farewell to Hagrid and soon arrived at the school hospital. Woken up in the middle of the night, Mrs. Pomfrey wasn't in the best of moods, but she still diligently treated the three. It's nothing serious, Mr. and Mr. Wesley just aren't used to the door key yet. They haven't fully recovered from the fog door key. As for Mr. Anderson, he is just too tired. A good night's sleep will do him good. After Mrs. Pomfrey examined the three, she gave the diagnosis. They need to rest. They will be fully recovered by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Now, the head nurse is preparing to kick people out. Unfortunately, even Lady Pomfrey doesn't have much of a solution for the sleeping door key. It will just take a day or two of rest to recover. Popey, we need to get to the bottom of this. It will only take a few minutes. Professor McGonagall spoke up. At most 5 minutes, the patient needs to rest. Mrs. Pomfrey frowned and handed Albert a piece of chocolate. Go ahead, what exactly is going on? Professor McGonagall's tone also softened a bit as she stared at the three and asked. Albert briefly explained the situation, and when he returned to his dormitory to rest, he found that Fred and George hadn't come back. Later, from Lee Jordan, it was learned that the two might have gone into the woods and have not returned yet. Then, Albert mentioned that he had confirmed through the owl that the two were indeed still in the Forbidden Forest and were preparing to seek Hagrid's help. In the end, since Hagrid wasn't there, he had to go into the forest himself to find someone and then send Lee Jordan back to the castle to seek help from the professors. You broke a lot of school rules along the way, but how exactly did you find the two Mr. Weasley, and how did you manage to escape with your lives? Professor McGonagall couldn't help but ask, what about the group of acromantulas that Professor Burbage mentioned? At first, I thought Fred and George were just lost. In a place like the Forbidden Forest, it's actually very easy to get lost without a guide. Albert continued to share his experiences along the way, later saying that he encountered a centaur, and with the help of the centaur, he found the direction of the red spark. The red fireworks are a reminder from Albert's letter. Fred took out Albert's handkerchief, which still had the message written on it, shoot red flares into the sky. If you need help, the horse people will assist you. They will take you out of the forest. In fact, centaurs are not very friendly. Albert self-deprecatingly said, but the centaurs said they never attack horses. I think they meant they wouldn't attack students. Later, I said it was Hagrid's friend who negotiated with the centaurs, convincing them to lead me to the direction of the red spark, and then I encountered a giant spider. Dumbledore nodded. He was acquainted with the centaur in the Forbidden Forest. How on earth did you defeat the eight-eyed giant spider? Professor Broad asked the question everyone was most curious about. Thanks to Yaya's warning, I wasn't ambushed by the eight-eyed giant spider, but the barrier charm and the stunning spell had no effect on those big spiders. Albert lay on the bed, chewing on chocolate, and recalled, later, I tried using the dance step spell on its legs, hoping to limit its mobility. In fact, this attempt was quite successful. Imaginative, your dark magic defense is excellent, and I am proud of you. Professor Broad nodded and said. Later, after I calmed down, I remembered the spider-repelling spell I had come across by chance in the library. Albert remarked, I never expected that this spell would work wonders on those big spiders. Albert slowly recounted tonight's story, finally mentioning how he relied on the guardian tree to take down most of the eight-eyed giant spider that had surrounded him. Truly incredible. Professor McGonagall had already seen from Albert's account that this new student possessed both boldness and wisdom. Whether it was finding the twins through owls and hounds, or the courage and ability shown when facing centaurs and giant spiders, even entering the Forbidden Forest at midnight required immense bravery. All right, I have a rough idea of the situation. Professor McGonagall delivered the final verdict. Mr. Weasley, you have seriously violated school rules. Each of you will lose 100 points and serve a week of detention. Fred and George both let out a hoot, and Lee Jordan next to them was startled as well. Each of them scored 100 points, and Gryffindor's already limited score was basically depleted. As for Mr. Anderson, Professor McGowan hesitated, seemingly considering how to handle Albert's matter. In the end, it was Dumbledore who spoke up. Mr. Anderson has shown extraordinary courage and wisdom in this process, saving the lives of the two Mr. Weasleys. I think this is enough to earn you the Special Contribution Award to the school, and let me think, yes, you have earned 200 points for Gryffindor. Fred and George both breathed a sigh of relief, as it seemed to offset the points they had lost. However, when they remembered that they had to be grounded, they suddenly felt miserable. By the way, there's one more thing. Mr. Anderson saved me from the misfortune of being ambushed and seriously injured by a giant spider in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Broad smiled and said, I think this is enough to earn Gryffindor 50 points. All right, let's go first. I think we should let them have a good rest now. Dumbledore turned around, preparing to leave. There's one more thing. Professor McGonagall suddenly said. What's the matter, Minerva? Dumbledore asked. What are you doing in the forest? Professor McGonagall sternly stared at the twin brothers. Under such an overwhelming pressure, the twins confessed everything. Where's the map? Professor McGonagall asked. I threw that map into the Forbidden Forest. Albert spoke up, to prevent them from having a brain freeze and running into the forest to get themselves killed. All right, can I take care of my patient now? Mrs. Pomfrey came over and brought the three of them a sleeping potion. Drink it, it will help you sleep well. Albert could guess what this thing was. A dose of life and death water under the watchful eye of Madame Pomfrey. Albert drank the potion. The effect of the potion was immediate. He felt his eyelids grow heavy, irresistibly closing his eyes, and a dreamless deep sleep enveloped Albert. All right, you should hurry back to the dormitory and get some rest. Outside the school hospital, Professor McGonagall said to Lee Jordan, your actions were very wise, earning Gryffindor 10 points. After Lee Keaton left, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall both looked at Professor Broad. Mr. Anderson is basically correct. However, I was also very shocked that he was able to find Mr. Weasley. Professor Broad remarked, he is undoubtedly a talented genius. By the way, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? I think I should have resigned early, this position really does bring misfortune and bad luck. Professor Broad said with a wry smile, resigning early was undoubtedly a very wise choice before the curse caused me harm. Professor Broad smiled wryly, resigning in advance is undoubtedly a very wise choice before the curse causes me harm. What is the secret treasure of Gryffindor that Mr. Weasley is talking about? Professor McGonagall suddenly brought up the matter of the map, frowning involuntarily. There have indeed been similar legends, but none of this can be certain. You know, legends aren't always reliable, even though they might have some historical basis. I have indeed heard similar legends. Professor Broad said, some people claim that the 4 founders each left their own secret treasures in Hogwarts, containing priceless items, possibly gold, prophecies, and other powerful magical artifacts. There was indeed such a legend in Hogwarts Castle, but legends are ultimately just legends, no one has ever found the so-called secret treasure. Dumbledore said softly. The 3 of them fell silent. They all had their own judgment and naturally wouldn't easily believe in so-called legends. Yeah, legends are just legends, just like the legend of the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts, but no one has ever found the chamber left by Slytherin. The next morning, Albert opened his eyes and woke up from his sickbed. I had a good night's sleep, and now I feel pretty good, just a bit hungry, and my legs are a bit sore. Sitting up from the bed, covering a yawn, stretching lazily, and glancing sideways at the Weasley brothers next door. Both of them are already awake, but still lying in bed, not knowing what they are thinking about. Are you two okay? Albert looked at the two with a half-smile, half-serious expression. Not too good, still feeling a bit nauseous. Fred muttered, this is the aftermath of using the door key. Nausea, hysteria. Fred and George are not the only ones who have the door key. It is said that before the Hogwarts Express was established, the British Ministry of Magic had deployed a large number of portkeys at gathering points across the UK. Many students who arrived at Hogwarts using this method experienced symptoms of portkey-induced nausea. Therefore, the school hospital was always overcrowded in the days leading up to the start of the term. Tomorrow will be fine, I'm going to have breakfast now, you all just stay here. Albert got up to change his clothes and casually used a repair spell to restore the clothes that had been torn by the branches. Albert! Fred suddenly called out to Albert. What's the matter? Albert stopped in his tracks and turned his head to ask. Thank you for saving us. The twins said in unison. You're welcome, we're friends, aren't we? Albert waved his hand with a smile and said, to be honest, Fred and George were almost moved to tears. If it weren't for Albert noticing their disappearance, guessing their whereabouts, and risking his life to rescue them when they were in dire straits, they would have probably been eaten by the giant spider by now. Fred and George exchanged glances, watching Albert's departing figure, and murmured softly, yeah, he's a friend. Albert didn't get to have breakfast, because it's almost noon now, the hall no longer serves breakfast. He went straight to the kitchen and, under the warm hospitality of the house elves, enjoyed freshly baked food. Albert ate while opening his task panel, casually completing the Spider Slayer quest. Last night, I took down a total of 94 giant 8-eyed spiders and earned 4,700 experience points. That's quite a hefty amount of experience to add to my account, not a loss. Make a killing. Albert was very satisfied with his gains. Indeed, last night's adventure was worth it. By the way, what is this? He suddenly shifted his gaze to the newly appeared task. If things have gone too far, you received a special contribution award from Hogwarts once, why not earn a few more? During your time at school, you received 2 more special contribution awards, ensuring your name is remembered at Hogwarts. A current progress, 1/3 reward, 6,000 experience, a level 3 designated skill, plus 200 magic world reputation. Damn, impressive, my mission. After Albert saw the mission information, the sausage he had just put in his mouth fell back onto the plate. I really didn't expect such a crazy move. Albert's gaze shifted to another task. He hadn't even noticed last night that 2 new tasks had popped up. The secret treasure of Gryffindor. You discovered a map to Gryffindor's secret treasure. Although its credibility is still low, some claim that the secret treasure contains priceless treasures. As an adventurer, you shouldn't miss this opportunity. Find the location of the secret treasure, and enter the vault. Reward, unknown. Unknown. This is the first time Albert has seen a situation where the mission reward is unknown. Last night, he lied to Professor McGonagall, saying the treasure map was thrown into the Forbidden Forest, but in fact, the treasure map was still in his pocket. Albert wasn't very interested in the twins' so-called secret treasure. He stayed just to see if he could trigger a quest. The mission has been triggered, but the mission prompt seems a bit misleading. Albert pulled out the so-called treasure map from his pocket, examined the old parchment up and down, and discovered that it had indeed undergone new changes. On the back of the parchment, there was an additional sentence: "This is a great adventure." There was also something similar to a compass. Does the compass point to the secret treasure? It still looks quite impressive. No wonder Fred and George believed it was a real treasure map. However, this should be a map created by some wizard, otherwise, the hints provided by the quest wouldn't be of low credibility and claimed by some people that the wizard who created the map likely already found the so-called Gryffindor's secret treasure, and the map was left purely to show off his achievements and to let future generations experience his adventures. That phrase, "this is a great adventure," probably means just that. Of course, there is another possibility that is the creator of this map, who did not find the so-called Gryffindor secret treasure. He left this map hoping someone would help him find the secret treasure, or it could just be a prank. The twins obviously believed it was the former, so they went on an adventure, ended up getting lost, and even stumbled into the hunting ground of the eight-eyed giant spider. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. Albert temporarily set aside his current thoughts of finding treasure. This route might even pass by the lair of the eight-eyed giant spider. Those monsters are very dangerous. This time, I was lucky enough to complete the 100 kills, but it was mostly due to luck. One should have a bit of self-awareness. However, Albert is still somewhat interested in the secret treasure left behind by the four titans, even though the mission rewards are a bit underwhelming. If Gryffindor's secret treasure is in the Forbidden Forest, it is because Gryffindor himself liked to go on adventures, and it takes courage to obtain the treasure. So, does Ravenclaw also have a secret treasure, and where would she hide it? Hogwarts Castle. What about Hufflepuff's secret treasure? Slytherin. Slytherin's secret treasure wouldn't be hidden in the Chamber of Secrets, would it? That's not right either. If Slytherin's secret treasure was really hidden in the Chamber of Secrets, Tom couldn't possibly have not discovered it. Even if it was there, it would have been taken away. Could it be that the so-called secret treasure refers to the basilisk? Albert immediately shook off these strange thoughts and continued to collect the rewards for the rescue mission. Looking at the 2 skill points given by the mission, Albert felt his mood lift. This meant he could upgrade 2 skills to level 3, or 1 skill to level 4. The Spider Hunter gives Albert 10,000 experience points and a Spider Hunter title. By the way, how do you obtain the bottle of eight-eyed giant spider venom for the quest? The 25 gallons from the last mission were sent to him through Truman's hands. Who will be giving to themselves this time? Professor Broad. Since the mission will be there, it shouldn't be a trap for myself. Albert no longer thought about these things, quickly finished his meal, and left the kitchen, preparing to write a letter to help Yaya buy dog food. Last night, Yaya really helped me out a lot, and Albert won't forget its contribution. Moreover, my own earnings this time are quite good. It's just that as soon as I passed through the hallway, someone called out to me. "Katrina, is something wrong? Professor Broad is looking for you." Katrina said, "Here it comes." The bottle of eight-eyed giant spider venom for the mission was indeed handed over to me through Professor Broad. "Thank you, I understand, I'll take care of it." Albert gave a slight nod to Katerina, then turned and walked toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts office on the 2nd floor of the castle. "Good afternoon, Professor Broad." Albert lightly knocked on the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. After receiving permission, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. His gaze fell on Professor Broad sitting on the sofa, reading a book. He didn't forget to express his gratitude for last night's events. "Last night, we really owe it to you, Professor Broad. Thank you for saving the 3 of us." "You're welcome." Professor Broad smiled at Albert. "I think, even if I don't go, you have a way to bring them both out of the Forbidden Forest, right?" Albert didn't answer. He indeed had a way to get the Weasley brothers out of the Forbidden Forest, but he wouldn't admit he was capable of doing so. After all, he is just a first-year freshman now and couldn't possibly use the disillusionment charm. "Have a seat. What would you like to drink?" Professor Broad pointed at the books on the table and said with some emotion, "Mog has already had the books printed. His efficiency is as high as ever. Just look at the fruits of your labor during this time." "Are you saying that Mr. McDougal has already published a book?" Albert sat down opposite Professor Broad, picked up the book on the table, and gently ran his fingers over the embossed golden letters on the cover. "Advanced Magic Texts." "Indeed, it belongs to Advanced Magical Text Studies, and the title is quite straightforward. The first page has a surprise." Professor Broad winked mysteriously at Albert. "Is there a surprise?" Albert was somewhat puzzled, glanced at Professor Broad with suspicion, and opened the first page of the book. It says a sentence on top dedicated to the youngest master of glyphs, thanking him for helping me complete the writing of the advanced glyphs research. Mog MacDougal. Albert was stunned. Of course, he knew who the master of magic texts referred to in this sentence, but when did he become the master of magic texts? Actually, Mog thought about putting your name on it too. However, he later thought that with your abilities, you don't need to rely on him to become famous. and for you, it's still a bit early to be famous. Professor Broad closed the book, looked at Albert across the table, and continued, "This book was given to you by him. I remember Advanced Rune Studies hasn't been finished yet, right?" "Oh, I see." Albert flipped to the last page, looking at the content above. "You can understand what happened, Mr. McDougal has divided the book into 3 parts. In a while, this book will be sold in bookstores, but I estimate not many people will buy it." Professor Broad smiled and said, "Mog even bet me on this, claiming it would sell 100 copies. Albert glanced at the price of the book, 5 galleons. In terms of the price of a book, it's actually not very expensive, but the question is how many people would actually study this thing. I can't even understand it, let alone buy it. Moreover, the population of wizards in the UK is also a big problem. If it can't be translated into other languages, selling 100 copies would be quite an achievement for Mr. McDougal. By the way, I have something for you." Professor Broad placed the glass bottle in front of Albert. "Venom from an 8-eyed giant spider. While tracking your trail, I came across an 8-eyed giant spider you had killed, and took the opportunity to collect some venom. Is this for me?" Albert noticed that the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider had been specially treated, and a freezing spell had been cast on the glass vial. "Yes, this is your trophy." Speaking of this, Professor Broad was quite emotional. "It's just that I didn't expect there to be so many 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, and I certainly didn't expect you to defeat them." Actually, the vial of poison in front of Albert was obtained from the first giant 8-eyed spider he defeated. That unfortunate creature was ultimately killed by Albert using a bunch of spells. Professor Broad later discovered that there were still a bunch of 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, so he stopped collecting venom, which was related to his urgency to find someone. "Professor, could you possibly?" Albert hesitated for a moment, then said, "Help me get rid of it. There's no use for me to hold on to this thing." "I knew you would say that." Professor Broad nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's a wise choice. The venom of the 8-eyed giant spider is not easy to preserve, and this liquid is extremely valuable. This bottle is probably worth 50 gallons. Of course, it might be worth more on the black market." "Then it's up to you," Albert said. He knew very well that holding on to something like this was actually useless. It would be much more practical to exchange it for gallons. "If one day I really need the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider, I can just take a stroll in the Forbidden Forest, and I'll naturally find it. After all, it's a giant spider farm. Here you go." Professor Broad handed the pre-prepared gallon to Albert. Actually, it wasn't hard to guess Albert's choice from the beginning. "Thank you, Professor." Albert expressed his gratitude to the other person. "You're welcome." Professor Broad was increasingly pleased with Albert, and he continued, "There's one more thing." "What happened?" "The secret treasure of Gryffindor. You still have that map, right?" Professor Broad did not hesitate to expose Albert's initial lie. The latter's expression stiffened, neither admitting nor denying, just quietly listening to Professor Broad continue speaking. "Don't recklessly try to enter the Forbidden Forest again, it's still very dangerous for you," Professor Broad warned. "Is there really such a thing as a secret treasure?" Albert asked curiously. "Legend has it that the 4 founders left behind a legacy at Hogwarts, a gift for the students of Hogwarts." Professor Broad said about what he knew. "However, the so-called secret treasure is just a legend. No one knows where the secret treasure is, and no one has found the secret treasure. Of course, if it were that easy to know, it wouldn't be called a secret treasure." Albert fell silent. He felt that Professor Broad might know something. Every defense against the dark arts professor who comes to teach at Hogwarts has their own agenda. Could Professor Binns be here to find the so-called secret treasure? Ravenclaw's secret treasure. Wait, secrets, treasure. Ravenclaw. Room of Requirement. It is said that the Room of Requirement was created by Ravenclaw. Maybe Ravenclaw's secret treasure is hidden there, and Professor Broad might have known long ago. Albert felt he might have guessed the so-called truth. "If there's a chance, you can give it a try." "What are you thinking about?" Professor Broad interrupted Albert's thoughts. "I was wondering where the 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest came from. That kind of number isn't a joke. Could it be that someone is actually breeding 8-eyed giant spiders?" Albert casually remarked. "It should be quite unlikely." Professor Broad stared at Albert and said seriously, "Don't recklessly go looking for some secret treasure." "I really cherish my life," Albert replied. "By the way, I heard that you use a wand made of red sandalwood." Professor Broad suddenly brought up Albert's wand, leaving the latter somewhat puzzled. "Yes," Mr. Ollivander said, "that's a wand that can bring good luck to its owner." When Albert usually talks to others about the redwood wand, he would say this to them. "That's good, wands made of red sandalwood are quite nice." Professor Broad nodded, Feeling relieved. He certainly knew that the so-called redwood wand that could bring good luck was purely a scam, but wizards who possessed such wands were usually well prepared and could often turn danger into safety. Albert Anderson clearly meets this point, as evidenced by last night's events. It is not difficult to see that he was able to find the two Weasleys and safely return from the Forbidden Forest, not just because of the luck brought by the redwood wand, but because Albert had made a series of preparations from the very beginning. The next day, the needle-like effects of the fainting door key on Fred and George had completely worn off. The two left the school hospital early in the morning and met their housemates who were having breakfast in the hall. "What is this?" George watched the flying owl and then looked at the package on Albert's desk, asking curiously. "Dog food," Albert said without looking up. "Bought it for Yaya, the night before last. It really helped." "Oh, Yaya really helped a lot." George agreed. He actually wasn't clear on what Yaya had done to help, but since Albert said so and even bought it dog food, it must have been a big help. "Are you guys going to Hagrid's place later?" Albert casually asked. "No, we're planning to go to the library. We still have a lot of holiday assignments." Fred nudged George with his elbow, and the latter snapped out of his daze, quickly agreeing, "We won't go." Albert just casually asked, knowing full well that Fred and George wouldn't dare to meet Hagrid. If the two of them went, they would probably be lectured by Hagrid for half the day. Carrying the dog food he bought from the magical animal shop, Albert went to Hagrid's hut. Yaya had fully recovered and was circling around Albert, enjoying the dog food Albert had bought. Last time, it was really thanks to Yaya. Albert rubbed Yaya's head and said to Hagrid, who was boiling water, "You're really bold to dare to go into the woods alone in the middle of the night." Hagrid was taking the kettle off the fireplace to fill the teapot with water, standing with his hands on his hips and glaring at Albert in displeasure. Hagrid is blaming Albert's recklessness. "Didn't you say that as long as we bring Fong, the creatures in the forest won't harm us?" Albert easily countered Hagrid's words. "Have I ever said something like that?" Hagrid asked with a slight stutter. "Yes, otherwise how could I dare to take the risk?" "All right, when did I say that?" Hagrid was a bit annoyed, pouring tea while pondering when he had ever said such a thing. "Although it's not as you said, but Yaya still helped a lot, just a bit timid." Albert took a sip of the amber-colored tea and tossed a bone-like piece of food to Yaya. "This is one of the hound's favorite snacks." Professor Broad said, "You took down a lot of acromantulas in the Forbidden Forest." Speaking of this, Hagrid felt a bit conflicted. Those big spiders are very dangerous." Albert glanced at Hagrid and said to himself, "Actually, I'm really curious about why there are such monsters in the Forbidden Forest. I've looked up information about them, and these creatures called acromantulas live deep in the rainforests of Southeast Asia. Someone must have released them into the Forbidden Forest." Hagrid's expression suddenly became a bit awkward because he was the one who released the spiders into the Forbidden Forest. "Well, I also encountered the legendary centaurs, and they are very unfriendly toward wizards." Albert recalled his first encounter with the centaurs, frowning slightly as he continued, "We almost got into a fight. I even considered whether to take them down." "This is quite a foolish idea." Hagrid stammered in correction, "Fortunately, you didn't do that. Hogwarts has always had a good relationship with the centaurs." "Not bad." Albert shook his head noncommittally. "Perhaps Professor Dumbledore could easily intimidate most centaurs. It is said that he is the most powerful wizard in the wizarding world." "Dumbledore is certainly the most powerful wizard." Hagrid strongly agreed with Albert's view. "I think the centaurs should know your hounds. They believe I shouldn't enter the forest. A brownish-black centaur initially caused me trouble. Maybe you know him, but there's no denying that it wasn't a friendly meeting." Albert's first impression of the centaur was indeed very poor. "Centaur people have always been like this, don't mind it." Hagrid comforted. I really don't mind." Albert said seriously, "Since I dare to venture into the Forbidden Forest alone, I am prepared to die in there. If the horsemen dare to shoot arrows at me, I will definitely knock them out and let them enjoy what it feels like to be hung from a tree." Albert spoke these words with a tone full of malice, and even Hagrid could tell that Albert's first impression of the centaurs was very bad. "Don't be like that, they mean no harm, centaurs won't hurt Hogwarts students." Hagrid said he didn't want Albert to have a conflict with the centaurs. "I didn't mean any harm either. By the way, next time you meet a centaur, thank a chestnut-colored centaur for me. It seems to be called Ronan. Although that centaur didn't end up guiding us out of the Forbidden Forest, still thank it for me. However, I don't think the horse people would like my gift." Albert added, "So, let's skip the thank you gifts." "I will." Hagrid poured another cup of amber-colored tea for Albert, took a sip himself, and seriously advised, "Don't go into the Forbidden Forest alone again. You were lucky this time, but it won't always be like this." Do you really think I would willingly venture into the Forbidden Forest? Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes at Hagrid. If you were home, I would definitely have asked you to go into the forest with me. By the way, next time you go into the forest, be careful not to get dragged away by the giant spiders. Even you can't handle a whole swarm of them. Although he said that, Albert was actually just teasing Hagrid to prevent him from lecturing him again about going into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's expression is indeed a bit conflicted. Actually, those acromantulas aren't as dangerous as you might think. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. Not as dangerous as imagined. Albert repeated word for word. Hagrid, I think you're joking. If the eight-eyed giant spider were safe, it wouldn't be classified as? Albert stared at Hagrid, and after a moment of silence, suddenly said, if I had arrived a bit later, you probably would have had a hard time finding Fred and George's bodies in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid fell even quieter, because what Albert said was likely the truth. Those creatures are related to you, right? Don't deny it. Albert sighed lightly. From what you just said, I can be sure of that. The eight-eyed giant spider shouldn't have been living in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Broad once joked that someone might be keeping eight-eyed giant spiders, but I think that was just a joke. Hagrid, I still need to remind you, maybe the acromantula won't eat you, but they certainly won't mind eating your friends. Albert looked at the silent Hagrid and continued, I'm not blaming you, just reminding you that it's not dangerous for you, but that doesn't mean it's not dangerous for others. Hagrid didn't say anything, he just had a very unnatural expression, clearly unwilling to hear this. You have giant blood, right? Don't rush to deny it. Albert raised his hand to interrupt Hagrid, lowering his voice and saying, giant blood makes you naturally fearless of those dangerous magical creatures, but those monsters, with just one bite, could take our lives. There's one more thing, don't admit it, and don't bring up your giant bloodline. I have never minded guessing others with the utmost malice. If someone uses this against you, it will bring you unimaginable trouble. Wizards fear giants just as they fear dark wizards. Albert quickly left Hagrid's hut, and while he was at it, he also completed a task related to Hagrid. A kind reminder, your friend Rubius Hagrid has a somewhat unique worldview. As a friend, you should remind him before he makes any foolish mistakes. Fulfilling your duty as a friend reward, 500 experience, Rubius Hagrid's favorability +5. They say Gryffindor can't keep secrets, and this saying is really spot on. Albert's solo venture into the Forbidden Forest at the witching hour to rescue Fred and George has now become widely known among Hogwarts students. It is said that on the way deep into the Forbidden Forest, Albert also took down a large number of spider monsters, and finally, with the help of the centaurs, successfully found the Weasley brothers. Anyway, this matter was spread in a very mysterious way, becoming a great legendary story of Gryffindor. Of course, some people scoff at these so-called legendary stories. After all, you can never expect a freshman to single-handedly charge into the Forbidden Forest and successfully defeat a whole bunch of terrifying monsters. They probably haven't even woken up yet. No matter how fierce or absurd the rumors are, Albert neither admits nor denies them. The morning after the rumors spread throughout the school, a large group of students cornered Albert at the dining table, asking about his legendary adventure story. While eating, Albert helplessly put down his fork, looked up at everyone, and said, actually, that night, I defeated a lot of spider monsters along the way, almost got into a fight with a centaur, and in the end, it was only through negotiation that the centaur agreed to take me to find the red spark that Fred had released. When I got there, I saw Fred and George cornered by a large group of spider monsters on a tree. In the end, I had to step in and barely managed till the hall fell into an eerie silence, and everyone exchanged glances. After a moment, someone finally couldn't help but let out a snicker. Not believing is the right thing to do. Albert sighed deeply and, with a tone of resignation, said to all the listeners, you actually believe in rumors like this and even come to ask me if they're true. I really don't know if you all are just dissatisfied with the holiday homework being too little. Many people's faces immediately darkened. They could all hear the implied meaning in Albert's words, you believe all the rumors and still come to ask me? Are you bored or just stupid? After all, since Albert, the person involved, has said so, this matter is naturally concluded. Is this thing really fake? Shauna couldn't help but ask. Who knows? Albert said dismissively, next time, don't believe so many rumors. Mental retardation is a disease, and it can spread everywhere. Some things are not true, you need to judge for yourself. I believe you defeated over 100 spider monsters. Sana suddenly said, Gryffindor House gets an extra 60 points. As long as you're happy. Albert's mouth twitched, and he replied helplessly. This is of course true, let me tell you, Albert. Fred was just about to tell Shauna what happened when he was shot a fierce glare by Albert. I remember, you still have a week of detention, right? Albert suddenly interrupted Fred, Filch asked me to tell you to remember to go to his office for detention at 6 o'clock tonight. Solitary confinement. So, this thing is indeed true. Asana looked at the downcast Wesley brothers and thought to herself. Gryffindor's points suddenly increased by 60. That's not cheating. If it weren't for the sudden increase in points, no one would believe this rumor, let alone want to hear the so-called truth. This is really too much. However, the points are just sitting there, which is why that scene just happened. After all, this matter is indeed legendary, and many people are unwilling to believe that a freshman could achieve it. Albert said that this was just a rumor, and they would comfort themselves by saying it was false, and then it would be over. As for using this to mock Albert, I haven't seen him in person, and he hasn't said it's true either. He just casually blamed all the onlookers for being stupid. If you keep nitpicking about this, won't it just make you look stupid? However, what exactly are the points about? Angelina asked curiously. Actually, Lee Jordan and I promptly informed Professor McGonagall about this matter, and through the owl, Professor McGonagall confirmed that Fred and George had gone into the forest, so the professor gave us both an extra 30 points. Albert gave a knowing glance to Jordan, who nodded repeatedly, confirming that this was indeed the case. Angelina cast a suspicious glance at the two and stopped asking questions. Ahem, let's go to the library to do our holiday assignments. Albert suggested. Fred and George raised their hands in agreement. Their homework progress was much slower than others. Lee Jordan didn't refuse either. Finishing early would give them time to come out and play. I suddenly feel those people are so foolish, they actually believed your nonsense just like that. Fred muttered. That's just because they are unwilling to admit it. A voice came from behind Albert. The four of them stopped in their tracks and turned to see who it was. It was Isabel. Professor Broad is looking for you, Isabel said to Albert. Sorry, let's do the homework together another day. Albert cast an apologetic glance at his roommates and headed toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office on the second floor. Congratulations on becoming a prominent figure at Hogwarts. Many people are now discussing your deeds. Maybe you can write this down in your notes, and in a few years, it will become a legendary story. No need, thank you, Albert said impatiently, and next time, listen to fewer rumors. If you hear too many of those things, you'll get stupid and easily lose your basic judgment skills. In the trophy display room, there's a special contribution medal for you. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. Isabel glanced at Albert and reminded him nonchalantly, next time, when you're trying to fool someone, remember not to reveal too many flaws. I'm just saying what everyone wants to hear. Albert just shrugged, completely unfazed by Isabel's revelation. Sometimes people don't want to hear the truth. They just want to hear the results they want. There's no need to clash with them head on, it's pointless. Isabel looked at Albert and suddenly said, next time you talk to me, remember to put away your little bit of bad humor. Don't you think it's foolish to treat others like idiots? I'm just stating the facts. Albert shrugged. So, that thing is true, you really? A voice suddenly sounded, and just as Albert stopped in his tracks, he happened to see Katerina walking toward him. Fake. Albert answered straightforwardly. Do I look stupid? Katerina looked at her sister Isabel, seemingly seeking an answer from her. Fake. Isabel said. Katerina, did you think I didn't hear your conversation just now? Whether it's true or not, this matter is already false. Isabel opened his mouth to explain. Why? Katrina asked in confusion. Because I, the person involved, say this matter is false. Albert said naturally, so, this matter is naturally false. Come in, the door is open. Professor Broad's voice echoed through the office. Albert's hand, poised to knock on the door, froze in midair. Beside him, Isabel glanced at him, reached out, pushed open the wooden door, and walked into the office. Did you resign? After Albert entered, he found that this place was no longer the familiar Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Several large bookshelves by the wall had already been cleared out, and the expensive wool carpets and silk curtains were nowhere to be found. The items on the desk were all gone, leaving only a leather briefcase. I've resigned and will be leaving today. Professor Broad pointed to the sofa, indicating for the few to sit down and talked out. A few days ago, he was almost ambushed by an acromantula in the Forbidden Forest, making Broad feel that the threat of the curse was closing in on him. So, this Defense Against the Dark Arts professor straightforwardly submitted his resignation letter to Dumbledore. He certainly didn't want to get injured or, for that matter, lose his life for no reason because of that damned curse. Albert naturally understood the reason behind Professor Broad's early resignation. The position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was cursed, and resigning voluntarily before getting hurt was the wisest choice. Resigning is quite good, Albert said. Leaving before the curse finds you is a wise decision. Shut up, Anderson. Katrina couldn't help but glare at Albert. No, I actually agree with Mr. Anderson's view. Professor Broad raised his hand to reassure Katerina, smiling as he said, the curses of dark arts defense have always existed. I'm not here to teach just to get hurt or die from a curse. Katrina was utterly dumbfounded, she could hardly believe that Uncle Bud would say such a thing. But, what will happen to the defense against the dark arts class if you resign? The girl still voiced her doubts. The knowledge I can teach you has already been covered in previous lessons. The remaining time this semester will be for review and final exams. Professor Broad continued, during this period before the exam, Dumbledore will find someone to substitute. Could it be Snape? Albert frowned slightly. Although Snape was an expert in the field of dark magic, Albert really didn't like that guy. It's Professor Snape. Professor Broad corrected. Alright, Professor Snape. Albert remembered something else. What about Mr. McDougal's manuscript for the third part of Advanced Magical Texts? Oh, you mean that thing? It's been postponed for now. Professor Broad's nonchalant tone was as if he were talking about what to have for lunch today. Postponed. Albert was also taken aback, not expecting such a response. Yes, it was postponed. Professor Broad looked at Albert. The last remaining part seems to have encountered some bottlenecks, and Morg decided to postpone the third part. Saying this, Professor Broad brought over a suitcase, took out a document bag from inside, and handed it to Albert. You are also an expert in magical texts. Morg thinks you might be interested in it as well. If you have any thoughts after reading it, you can write to him. I understand. Albert nodded and, being very tactful, stood up and prepared to leave. He could tell that Professor Broad was about to say something to the McDougal sisters. Isabel stood up and followed to the door. You don't have to go out of your way to see me off. Albert looked at Isabel and joked. The next moment, the wooden door in front of Albert slammed shut with a bang. He's really a guy without a sense of humor. Albert looked at the closed wooden door, shook his head, and turned to leave the defense against the dark arts office. He was preparing to go to the library to finish the remaining holiday assignments and then study the things Professor Broad had given him. That guy finally left. Katrina muttered, however, Uncle Mog seems to have high hopes for him. Thinking about this, the girl felt a bit down. The feeling of being completely crushed by someone was just too terrible. From the very beginning, you chose the wrong target. Isabel sat back on the sofa, reached out to stroke Katrina's head, and reminded her, he's a true genius, destined to leave school with countless accolades. Competing with him is just asking for trouble. Katrina was a bit dissatisfied. Is the gap between the two really that big? Albert is quite good. Professor Broad smiled and said, he is the most talented wizard I have ever met. Yes, it's just a bit of a twisted sense of humor. Isabel recalled the things Albert had done and couldn't help but shake her head. Ravenclaw students are all quirky. Professor Broad said, and geniuses are usually out of step with the common people. Isabel's face twitched. She believed Albert's bad taste had nothing to do with him being a genius. Uncle Bud, Albert Anderson is in Gryffindor, not Ravenclaw. Katrina reminded. Oh, of course I know. Is there something you need from us? Isabel brought the topic back. This is the item your father left with me. Professor Broad took out an exquisite wooden box from the suitcase, the box adorned with intricate patterns. Can't open it. Katerina tried it and found that the wooden box wouldn't open. There is magical protection on it, it can't be opened by ordinary means. Professor Broad took out his wand, tapped it on the wooden box, recited a series of strange incantations, and then said to the McDougal sisters, just place your hands on the box, and it will open. Katrina and Isabel both placed their hands on the box, faintly hearing a soft click. The wooden box opened automatically, revealing the items inside. A letter, and a key. Is this a relic of our father? Katrina picked up the key and examined it with confusion. She remembered that her father had died in a magical experiment when they were still very young. Isabel picked up the letter, opened it, and began reading its contents. The content of the letter is very simple, introducing the key and the belongings left to the sister that is the key to the ancient spirit pavilion. The items in the treasury are not gallons, but the files and records of that magical experiment from back then. Why did father give those to us? Isabel looked at Professor Broad with confusion. Does he want us to continue his research? No, after he died, Morg organized some of his belongings. He believed these items were your father's legacy to you, so he sealed the original research materials. Professor Broad explained to the two the origin of the key. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Bud, but we don't want those things. Isabel firmly declined. After all, it was that magic experiment that caused them to lose their father, and Isabel instinctively rejected these things. But she also understood Uncle Mog's intentions. With Isabel's talent, they can continue the research and complete that magical experiment in the future. This is also the reason why Professor Broad entrusted the items to the two sisters. I can understand. Professor Broad nodded and said, if you don't want it, I'll handle it myself. Isabel. Katrina was very dissatisfied that her sister didn't even ask for her opinion and just outright refused. Isabel didn't pay much attention to her sister's dissatisfaction and asked, who are you planning to give it to? Anderson. Anderson is actually a good candidate. Professor Broad thought for a moment and said, Rowena would be fine too. Rowena Smith. Isabel frowned slightly. He was also a somewhat well-known wizard, a friend of her father's, and it was said that they had worked together in the past. Can't you just listen to my opinion? Katrina protested unhappily. Your opinion. Isabel looked at her sister. I don't want you to make a so-called choice out of spite. I'm not a child, how could I do something like that? Katrina couldn't help but protest. Since it was left to us by our father, I think we should keep it instead of giving up. Maybe I can continue my father's magical research in the future. The office fell into an eerie silence. All right. Iceball slightly bowed to Professor Broad and said, we'll take the items, thank you, Uncle Bud. You're welcome. Professor Broad said. Albert, who had just lifted his foot to step into the library, suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around, leaving amidst the astonished gazes of others. Albert was just flipping through his notebook when he happened to come across the page predicting the secret treasure of Ravenclaw, so he prepared to go to the room of requirement on the 8th floor to try his luck. He headed straight for the 8th floor corridor, casting a disillusionment charm on himself in a secluded spot along the way to avoid being seen lingering near the tapestry of the giant and the Gryffindor common room dancing ballet. Walking to the entrance of the room of requirement, Albert closed his eyes and concentrated, thinking, enter the secret treasure of Ravenclaw, the secret treasure of Ravenclaw, the secret treasure of Ravenclaw. After passing by that place 3 times, Albert immediately opened his eyes and looked toward the entrance of the wish-granting house, but before him was still an ordinary white wall. Failed. Albert looked at the plain white wall in front of him and murmured, my way of expressing it is wrong, or that room isn't called Ravenclaw's secret treasure. Albert took his pen out of his pocket, recorded his recent attempt in his notebook, then closed his eyes again, focused his mind, and continued walking. I need Ravenclaw's chamber. I need Ravenclaw's chamber. I need to enter Ravenclaw's chamber. After walking 3 times, Albert opened his eyes again. The door has appeared. Success. Albert felt his heart rate quicken a few beats. After looking around to ensure no one was nearby, he quickly pushed the door and walked into the wish fulfillment room. Inside the door, there is indeed a secret room, a narrow room without windows. What came into Albert's view was a wooden table, an armchair, and a banner depicting the Ravenclaw eagle hanging on the wall ahead. Beside that, there's nothing else. It's annoyingly clean. Albert stepped forward, lifted the banner depicting the Ravenclaw eagle, looked at the solid wall, and murmured, all right, it really is the chamber of Ravenclaw. You win this time. Not a secret room. Then, Albert left the wish-granting house, looked at the gradually disappearing door, frowned again, and strode away. I need you to become Ravenclaw's treasure. Ravenclaw's treasure. Ravenclaw's treasure. Albert reopened his eyes and found that the door had appeared again. When Albert walked into Ravenclaw's treasure vault, he found it somewhat similar to the vault he had entered last time. Inside were items hidden away by former Ravenclaw students, tattered books, newspapers, boots, worn-out brooms, old robes, treasure trove. Are you sure this isn't a place for storing garbage? Or is it that the wish-granting house has a misunderstanding of what a treasure trove is? Albert's lips twitched. He knew he had failed, so he didn't even try to search and instead obediently exited the so-called Ravenclaw treasure vault. After failing 3 times, Albert felt a bit discouraged and doubted whether Ravenclaw's secret treasure was really in the room of requirement. If Ravenclaw's secret treasure is really here, why hasn't the panel appeared with the related tasks? Just as Albert was about to leave, he noticed that a new mission suddenly popped up on his mission panel, searching for Ravenclaw's repository of knowledge. You keenly sensed the location of Ravenclaw's legacy. Why not try entering Ravenclaw's knowledge repository? Reward, unknown. Another unknown reward, however, is Ravenclaw's treasure called the Treasure of Knowledge. This way of addressing it is quite appropriate. However, when Albert tried to access the repository of knowledge, he surprisingly still failed. Albert was momentarily stunned. How could this fail? The mission prompt must be fake. In the following time, Albert continued his attempts, such as Ravenclaw's room, Ravenclaw's private library. I did manage to get into the private library. It's a circular room with only a round table and an armchair inside. The walls are all covered with curved bookshelves, and sunlight pours in through the skylight above. But the mission isn't complete. So, this is not what you would call a treasure trove of knowledge. If even a library can't be considered a treasure trove of knowledge, then what can be considered a treasure trove of knowledge? Albert was immediately a bit conflicted. He sat in the armchair, propped his feet up on the table, and pondered how to access the treasure trove of knowledge. Could it be that my guess was wrong from the very beginning? Albert sighed lightly. Since the panel task could be activated, it meant that Ravenclaw's treasure trove of knowledge was indeed in the room of requirement. Maybe he should go find a Ravenclaw student and ask if there are any legends or stories about Ravenclaw. As Albert was preparing to leave the room of requirement, he happened to catch a glimpse of an old wooden board, on which there was an eagle-shaped bronze door knocker, with Ravenclaw's motto written beside it: "What beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Could it be that only Ravenclaw students can find the so-called treasure of knowledge? Albert suddenly remembered something. Ravenclaw's eagle-shaped bronze knocker. When you knock on the door, the eagle ring will ask you a question. If you can answer correctly, you will be allowed to enter. In the past 1,000 years, no one except Ravenclaw's students has been able to pass through this simple barrier. Albert walked up to the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker, raised his hand, and gently tapped twice. On the wooden board. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The eagle-shaped bronze door knocker actually spoke up and asked a question. Apex. Chapter 155, The Greedy Marauder. What is the beginning of eternity, the end of time and space, the beginning of every end? After the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker posed the question, it fell silent again, seemingly waiting for the questioner to respond. Albert frowned, muttering to himself as he repeated the riddle of the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker, and complained, "I hate riddles." At a critical moment, he was unexpectedly blocked by a riddle, making Albert feel extremely uncomfortable. Albert knew that he might not be able to guess the answer, at least, not for the time being. Solving this level is actually very simple. You just need to understand all the riddles. The content of the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker's questions will inevitably have repetitions. After all, not all of Ravenclaw's students can be brilliant geniuses. The reason they can answer the questions is that they have already heard the answers from others. Knowledge is meant for people to learn. When someone cannot answer the question posed by the eagle-shaped bronze door ring, they can only wait for others to provide the answer, thus learning the knowledge they do not understand. Students who are not from Ravenclaw, of course, have no chance to learn the answer to pass through the eagle-shaped bronze knocker from older students, and naturally cannot pass through this simple barrier. Even geniuses find it difficult to come up with an answer immediately when they haven't encountered similar riddles before. Albert never considered himself a genius, so he didn't expect to answer the question about the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker right away. Could it be that I really have to use the disillusionment charm to stake out the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room and eavesdrop on the riddle and answer of the bronze eagle knocker? It's absolutely ridiculous. Even if you get some riddles and answers from the Ravenclaw students, the next time you come, the riddles will definitely have changed. Really gives me a headache. Albert muttered to himself. He has temporarily given up answering questions about the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker, unless it happens to ask about the phoenix and fire, but the probability of this happening is extremely low. Albert recorded the riddle and then got up to leave the wish-granting house. Anyway, I already know how to get in, so I can come back next time to answer the question about the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker. After leaving the wish-granting house, Albert went straight to the library. "Where have you just been?" Fred looked up and asked. "I heard someone say that you just stepped into the library and then turned around and left." Suddenly remembered something, Albert sat down in the space that Lee Jordan and Fred had taken up. "What's the matter?" Fred asked again. Albert took out his pocket notebook and flipped to the page with the riddle for Fred to see. "What?" Lee Jordan also leaned over, and after seeing the contents of the notebook, he was stunned. "Riddle, can you guess the answer?" Albert asked a few people. "You must be so bored." Lee Jordan ducked his head back down and continued to work on his holiday homework, clearly unable to guess what the answer was. George, equally curious, leaned over, took a quick glance, and then went back to doing his own holiday homework. "This guy always likes to study those strange and unusual things." The three of them couldn't help but lament about their roommate's foolishness. With all that free time to ponder riddle answers, they might as well solve a few more problems. Albert didn't expect anyone to help him solve the problem and began to seriously read the riddle's content. What is the beginning of eternity? What is the end of time? What is the end of space? What is the beginning of every end? There should be a common point between them. Albert carefully pondered and wrote down the information he had analyzed on a piece of scrap paper. First of all, that thing must be eternal and related to time and space, right? Time. If time is eternal, then the very moment time begins is the beginning of eternity, and the last moment of a period of time is not the end of that period, it is the beginning of every end. If we divide time into segments and connect them continuously, then the end of each segment is the beginning of the next segment. But what the hell is the end of space? It can't be referring to the fourth dimension, can it? People have speculated that the four-dimensional space refers to time. Alright, it seems like it's barely holding up. What a joke. Albert did not think this was the answer the eagle-shaped bronze ring was looking for. He even doubted whether the wizard knew what a four-dimensional space was, even if wizards far surpass muggles in their study of time. So, this definitely won't be the correct answer, which means, could I be falling into a cognitive trap? Albert stared at the riddle and said, the answer here does not replace something, but refers to the commonality of eternity, time, space, and the end. Eternity, time, space, the commonality of endpoints. Albert's fingers traced over the eternal words, whispering them softly, then he froze. Till at that moment, Albert suddenly felt he knew the answer to the riddle. The word for time is ti, the word for space is ce, and the word for the end is end. So, the answer to the eagle-shaped bronze door is actually E, common letter riddles in the UK. Albert looked at the E in his notebook and thought it was a more fitting answer for the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker than the time. It seems I'm not too dumb after all, at least I guessed the answer. Are you deliberately mocking us? Hearing Albert's words, Fred couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. If you still call yourself stupid, what does that make us? Is it a giant monster? Why didn't you do the holiday homework? Angelina looked away from the parchment and couldn't help but ask. Albert is enjoying the joy of solving the riddle. Lee Jordan asked sideways, what's the answer? The letter E. Where did you get this riddle from? Angelina glanced at the riddle's content and muttered, it doesn't seem that difficult. That's because you just heard the answer, so it's naturally not difficult. Lee Jordan looked speechlessly at Angelina. He had just seen the riddle and hadn't thought of it in that direction at all. You're not thinking of challenging Ravenclaw's eagle riddle, are you? Elia looked at Albert with suspicion and continued, it is said that there was once a Ravenclaw student who challenged the eagle ring riddle and answered around 100 correctly. This idea is not bad. Albert nodded and said, I'll find some time to try it out another day. I'm very curious about how the Ravenclaw students will react when they find out. George looked up and said, whenever you go, remember to call me. Being able to answer a few would be good enough, right? We have confidence in you. Fred and George said together, we believe you are definitely smarter than the Ravenclaw students. I don't even have confidence in myself. Where does your confidence come from? Albert glanced at the mission panel's prompt and was surprised to see a new mission, the Greedy Marauder. You discover the fun of setting up challenges with the Eagle Ring, trying to answer 100 Eagle Ring riddles in one go, letting the Ravenclaw students know that it's not just Ravenclaw students who can answer Eagle Ring riddles. Current progress, 0100. Reward, 10,000 experience, 1 skill point, 100 magic world. Reputation, gain a specified panel skill. Chapter 156, The True Raven's Mouth. Before Albert could find the time to challenge the riddle of the Eagle Ring, the Easter holiday had already ended. After the holidays, the news of Professor Broad's resignation quickly spread throughout Hogwarts, and everyone felt regretful about it. The defense against the dark arts class was one of the few subjects that could bring them joy. The witty and humorous Professor Broad always managed to teach everyone a lot of useful things. Who will they arrange to teach next semester? Who knows? Lee Jordan stared at the nearly finished defense against the dark arts essay on the parchment and said gloomily, should we even bother with the holiday homework for defense against the dark arts? Everyone knew that Professor Broad would resign early, but no one expected it to happen so soon. Do you know why Professor Broad is resigning? Angelina looked at Albert with confusion and asked. Professor Broad mentioned this back in the first defense against the dark arts class. Albert said without looking up, it's just that the timing is a bit earlier. Is this really happening? Lee Jordan muttered. He was trying to finish writing his essay. As for what was taught in the first defense against the dark arts class, he had long forgotten. Yeah, I remember that. Shauna nodded in agreement. Rumor has it that the defense against the dark arts class is cursed. Albert was checking his paper while speaking. I thought you would say that the rumors are unreliable. If it weren't for the fact that they change the defense against the dark arts professor every year, I wouldn't believe such rumors. But the professors of this subject have never lasted more than a year. The wizards who take on the role of defense against the dark arts professor always resign due to various troubles. Some are severely injured, and some even lose their lives because of it. Professor Broad's early resignation is a very wise choice. Albert continued, at least he can ensure his own safety and not spend his twilight years in a hospital. Is it really that serious? Angelina was a bit skeptical. She thought Albert was deliberately exaggerating the so-called curse. I suggest you look up the information yourself. It's much more credible than what I could say with great effort. Albert was organizing the parchment. The library would be closing soon. Professor Bode resigned, so what are we going to do about our defense against the dark arts class? As a few people left the library, Lee Jordan frowned and asked, self-study. Someone will cover the class, or we'll study on our own. Albert said without hesitation, if someone is going to substitute, it will probably be Snape. Oh, no. Of course, Snape has his own classes too, so it will probably be self-study. Albert continued. Can't you just say everything at once? Lee Jordan said irritably, a lot of people don't like Snape's classes, they're just too oppressive. After 10:30 in the evening, the Weasley twins finally dragged their exhausted bodies back to the dormitory. Falkai deliberately doesn't finish the confinement all at once, but rather confines them twice a week. Their confinement has already lasted for nearly a month. Better a short pain than a long one. Fletcher was clearly aware of this, and his methods made the Weasley brothers grit their teeth, but they had no effective way to deal with Fletcher. I feel like my hand is about to break. Fred sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his sore wrist. What did Filch make you do this time? Lee Keaton uncovered a yawn and popped a spinach-flavored Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth. Copy out the various mistakes of the students and the punishments given to them. Fred said weakly. This job is tedious and meaningless. George looked extremely annoyed. Filch is definitely doing it on purpose. Every time I see that smug look on his face, I just want to smear a big pile of dung on it. There's nothing to complain about. Who told you to sneak into the woods? Lee Jordan shrugged. It's already lucky that you weren't expelled. Where's Albert? Did he go to the kitchen? George peeled a toffee for himself. He felt a bit hungry. No, I'm taking a shower. As soon as the words were spoken, the dormitory door was pushed open, and Albert, dressed in pajamas, walked in. You're back, huh? What new scheme has Filch come up with to torment you? Albert was wiping the water off his hair with a towel. It's terrible. Filch made us copy some records of past students' mistakes. My hand is about to break. Fred muttered. How many times has this been? Oh no, don't mention it, we're still friends. Fred felt like he was about to break down. The 5th time. Lee Jordan speculated. It's the 6th time. George muttered. I want to get back at Filch. Fred waved his fist and muttered, help us come up with a plan. Throw a bunch of big turds in his office. Lee Jordan suggested, make him afraid to go in there. Our big poop egg is already used up. Fred said gloomily, and he didn't think it was a good idea either. I can sponsor you a bag of big shit bombs for free. Albert suddenly said, clearly also someone who doesn't mind stirring up trouble. I'll also fund you a few big turds. Lee Jordan, who was watering the garlic, agreed. The twins hesitated, however. On the first weekend after Easter, Fred and George made a decision. The highly anticipated Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw took place on the first weekend after Easter, but on the weekend morning, Fred and George were informed by Filch that they were grounded today, which directly made them miss the chance to watch Gryffindor's last important match. Ferguson is definitely doing it on purpose, absolutely on purpose. He's getting back at us this way. Angrily, Fred tore the note into pieces. Fierce punishment was simply unbearable for the twins. This move is truly brilliant. Albert commented, it seems that Filch really dislikes both of you. Hate. Lee Jordan thought Albert's choice of words was inappropriate. If it wasn't hate, how could they possibly have deliberately locked them up during the Quidditch match, with the punishment being to clean the chamber pots? Does the funding you mentioned last time still count? Fred gritted his teeth, looking like he was ready to take revenge on Filch. Sure, of course. Albert tilted his head, looking at Fred and George, and reminded them, however, I suggest you wait until the night before you leave school to do it. I know. After we finish watching, we'll tell you about the match. Lee Jordan comforted. However, the tone somehow sounds a bit schadenfreude. Maybe, by the time your confinement ends, the competition won't even be over yet. You should say Gryffindor will beat Ravenclaw and win this year's Quidditch Cup. Fred and George corrected in unison. Takes a day off. My schedule is messed up, so I'm taking a day off to adjust my sleep schedule. Is taking a day off currently being typed? Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates. Chapter 157 The Alchemist. This round is secure. As 11 o'clock approached, the teachers and students of Hogwarts made their way to the Quidditch pitch to watch the match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Albert and Lee Jordan followed the crowd to the Quidditch pitch. Although they carried binoculars, they still chose to go to the highest tier of the stands, where they could see the game better. However, there were quite a few people with such thoughts. Albert met a few acquaintances in the stands, greeted everyone with a smile, and then joined the discussion about the possibility of Gryffindor winning the Quidditch Cup. In fact, most of the Gryffindor students still have a sense of house pride. They also hope to see their house break Slytherin's monopoly on the House Cup, and the Quidditch Cup, this time, without a doubt, is the best opportunity. As long as they win this match, the Gryffindor team can win the Quidditch Cup with a perfect record. Moreover, Gryffindor's points can surpass Slytherin's points in one go, securing the first place. The actual situation always differs somewhat from everyone's expectations. The strength of the Ravenclaw team is still quite strong, and they surprisingly managed to take a temporary lead over the Gryffindor team by a narrow margin after the start of the match. Of course, this situation is only temporary. Charlie was almost obsessed with chasing the Quidditch Cup, and his grueling training for the team was not in vain. The Gryffindor team also began to show their strength, quickly leveling the score and then surpassing it. However, Ravenclaw's performance was even more impressive than everyone expected. They only allowed Gryffindor to lead for 10 minutes before regaining their previous advantage. The scores of the two teams are chasing each other, with neither side willing to back down, and the game has ultimately turned into a tug-of-war. Watching the fierce competition on the field, the cheers of the spectators in the stands were continuous, and even Albert could feel the unique charm of the Quidditch match. Although Albert himself had only a mediocre opinion of Quidditch, it did not affect his being swept up by the tense atmosphere on site. The game is very exciting, and the current score is 100-110, with Ravenclaw temporarily in the lead. Since the commentator is a student of Ravenclaw, there was a sense of pride in their voice when Ravenclaw was temporarily leading. At present, whoever can first catch the golden snitch will achieve ultimate victory. The commentator shouted at the top of his lungs. The seekers from both sides are entangled with each other, and it seems neither wants to let the other go free to search for the golden snitch. High-intensity, high-stakes matches mean that players' stamina depletes quickly. Now is halftime, and Charlie clearly wants to take the opportunity to adjust formations and tactics. Cough, cough, my throat hurts a bit. Lee Jordan turned his head and hoarsely asked, "Did you bring any water?" "No water, but we do have candy. Want some?" Albert looked at his roommate with a mix of disbelief and annoyance. The other person had actually managed to lose their voice from shouting. "No, eating candy is even worse." Lee Jordan shook his head and refused. "I think so too." Albert peeled off the candy wrapper, tossed the chocolate into his mouth, and muttered, "If you don't scream your head off, your throat won't hurt." "What do you mean by yelling at the top of your lungs?" "I'm just cheering for the team." Lee Jordan looked at Albert in shock. "You aren't moved by such an exciting game." "I'm just not as excited as you are." Albert sighed lightly. He knew that some people liked to shout during the game to create a more lively atmosphere, but Albert clearly didn't have that habit. At most, he would clap along with everyone when Gryffindor scored a goal. Lee Jordan, sounds like it makes some sense. Makes sense my ass. When watching a game, the most important thing is to cheer loudly for the side you support. This match is indeed very exciting. Albert noticed that Lee Jordan seemed to want to say something more, so he changed the subject. If Fred and George found out they missed an amazing match, they would probably just break out of detention and come to watch the game. They're probably going to be driven crazy. Jordan also felt a bit sorry for his roommate. This match was truly spectacular, truly deserving of being the championship decider. Whether it was the contest for the ghost ball, the control of the wandering ball, or the chase of the golden thief, it was all very exciting. Both sides were very good at using some unexpected tactics. This won't start for a while, so if you're thirsty, go back to the castle for some water and then come back. Albert was surveying the field through binoculars, and the most irritable spectators were undoubtedly those from Slytherin. Most of the Slytherin students hope Gryffindor loses the match. Only if Gryffindor loses this match can Slytherin possibly defeat the Gryffindor team in total points and win the championship of this Quidditch season. The Slytherin house, which has monopolized the Quidditch Cup for too long, has regarded the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup as their own possessions and is unwilling to share them with other houses. Do you think those Slytherin students, who are mumbling about who knows what, are cursing us, hoping we lose this match? Albert looked at the Slytherin players and suddenly found it a bit amusing. Slytherin. Curse? Where? Let me see. Lee Jordan moved the telescope over and, seeing the whispering Slytherin students, couldn't help but laugh. This year's Quidditch Cup belongs to Gryffindor, right? Well, victory belongs to Gryffindor. That's good. Is this wave stable? What has stabilized? Angelina, sitting above them, curiously asked. Gryffindor will win. Lee Jordan is very confident in Albert, this guy's mouth. Whatever he says, it happens. If he says Gryffindor will win, it will probably really win. Albert, classmate, you have to believe in science, cough cough. You have to believe in magic. The people in the stands all turned to look at Albert, very curious about why Lee Jordan would think this way. Could it be that Albert's words really could? I said, you don't have to look at me like that. Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes and said self-deprecatingly, if just talking nonsense really worked, then why would I have to work so hard? Might as well just say, when I graduate from school, I can have 12 L.I. certificates and 7 certificates, and all of them received excellent grades. Everyone exchanged glances, but Albert continued, then, date 2 or 3 girlfriends, publish 2 or 3 books, win 2 or 3 championship trophies. After graduation, you can earn a lot of money without working, and eventually live a happy and fulfilling life. Albert's words made everyone else unable to hold back their laughter, and someone asked, "What are you doing, making a wish?" "Yeah, just making a wish. Didn't Lee Jordan say my predictions were spot on?" Albert said seriously, "So of course I'm going to give myself a boost now. If I happen to hit the nail on the head, then I've struck gold." Everyone was speechless, suddenly feeling that Albert's thinking was quite unique. It couldn't be said that his ideas were wrong, no, they should be considered quite correct. Speaking of which, you actually want to get 12 doors. L is certificates and 7 gates. Certificate? Sana felt that Albert's ambitions were very high, and you plan to get all excellent grades. Actually, Shauna thinks that with Albert's talent and abilities, he can obtain the 12 doors. L is certificates and 7 subjects. Certificates aren't too difficult, but aiming to get all of them with excellence, isn't that a bit excessive? Are you still planning to publish 3 books? Elia looked Albert up and down, before graduation. By the way, what kind of book are you planning to publish? Don't you think it's even more outrageous that he has to win 3 championship trophies? Lee Jordan couldn't help but complain. I actually think this is more likely. When he joins the Gryffindor team next year, he might really help Gryffindor win the Quidditch Cup. Ahem, those words, I just said them off the cuff, and you actually took them seriously. Albert was instantly speechless. He was just unable to resist making a sarcastic remark to prevent Lee Jordan from always claiming that his words were spot on. If it were that accurate, just give yourself a boost and say you'll win the top lottery prize. By then, I'll have become a millionaire overnight, so why bother struggling in finance? Is there something wrong? Katrina. Albert greeted the red-haired girl in front of him, who was looking at him with a disdainful gaze, with a smile. I've realized that you're really quite greedy. Not only do you want 3 girlfriends, but you also want to earn a lot of money without working. Katrina looked Albert up and down. You actually want to make a lot of money without working. Albert didn't pay much attention to Katrina's words and jokingly said, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to come here? Are you planning to defect? Someone wants to see you." Katrina suddenly said. "Who?" "Mr. Smith, he is a friend of Professor Broad, and also a close friend of my father during his lifetime. He probably heard about you and wanted to meet you." Katrina stated her purpose. "Smith." Albert furrowed his brow slightly. "He's at the east exit of the court, follow me." Katrina turned and left. Just as Albert said, it was indeed not a good idea for her to stay here. "Oh," Albert replied. "Every time I hear the surname Smith, I can't help but remember some rather unpleasant things." Leaving the stands, Albert walked toward the exit and noticed the 2 people standing there, one of whom was his old acquaintance Isabel McDougal, and the other should be Mr. Smith. "Hello, Mr. Anderson." Mr. Smith approached with a beaming smile and took the initiative to greet Albert. "I am Rowena Smith. You might not have heard my name, but I've often heard about you from Morgan Bard, and I've always wanted to meet you, the youngest master of runes in history." "Master of dark arts." Albert's expression was a bit stiff, but he still managed to force a polite smile and reminded, "I never considered myself a master of ancient runes, I just have a slight understanding of them." Humility isn't a bad thing, but excessive humility can make people feel that you are being insincere. Smith reminded with a smile. This statement hit the nail on the head for the 2 young girls. Indeed, this guy is nothing but a hypocrite. Very hypocritical, isn't it? Albert wasn't angry either. Instead, he countered, "Have you ever seen anyone call a 12-year-old a master of magic?" "Haha, Mr. Anderson is indeed an interesting person. You're right, as you said, no one would call a 12-year-old a master of magic." Rowena looked at Albert with great interest. "I think we will have a lot to talk about. Let's chat while we walk." What on earth does he want to do? Albert was a bit confused, but there was no doubt that Rowena Smith was an expert. It's actually quite normal for an expert to have friends who are also experts. Do so-called experts and masters really enjoy flattering each other when they meet? Isabel's mouth twitched slightly. The 2 of them, unaware of Isabel's thoughts, were chatting as they walked and discovered that there were indeed quite a few topics they could talk about together. To Smith's surprise, Albert was actually sorted into Gryffindor by the sorting hat. Gryffindor isn't just about being reckless. Albert didn't mind at all and reminded, wasn't Dumbledore also sorted into Gryffindor? That's true. Smith didn't dwell too much on this issue. His casual conversation with Albert gradually shifted to other topics. Albert was surprised by the range of Smith's interests, but little did he know that Smith was even more surprised that Albert had his own unique insights in every field. Albert hasn't even completed his first year at Hogwarts yet. Beside being a genius, Smith really doesn't know how to describe this person in front of him. The situation in this Quidditch match was actually predicted by Albert. The tug-of-war between both sides continued. and it looked very likely to drag on until the evening. Why does Uncle Rowena want to meet that guy? Katerina was very confused. She had thought Smith came for the information left by her father, but it seemed that was not the case. I don't know, don't mind them, let's go back to the stands and continue watching the game. Isabel glanced at the two of them and pulled her sister away. To be honest, the interaction between Albert and Smith is not very friendly to most people. In the eyes of the McDougal sisters, as soon as these two guys meet, they start chattering away, making it a headache for the two who can't understand them. The competition lasted until 8 in the evening, and in the end, a weary-looking Charlie managed to catch the golden flying thief by sheer luck. No one ever thought that Albert's prophecy would actually come true. Back then, he said, maybe, by the time your confinement ends, the competition won't even be over yet. Victory belongs to Gryffindor. In fact, these two sentences really did come true. Fred and George's detention lasted until 7 in the evening, and they didn't even have dinner before rushing over to watch the match, just in time to see the ending. This is an exciting match. Smith smiled and said to Albert, congratulations to you all. Thank you. I'm leaving now. Before Smith turned to leave, he looked back and said, we'll meet again soon. I'm looking forward to your letter. Yes. Albert watched Smith's departing figure, then turned his gaze back to the center of the field. The members of the Gryffindor team were all hugging each other, and Charlie took the trophy and raised it high, announcing to everyone that Gryffindor had won this year's Quidditch Cup. Albert saw Professor McGonagall with a look of satisfaction, the disappointed Ravenclaw students, and the gloomy Slytherin students. He took a step forward and walked toward the field. Outside the stadium, Smith was strolling on the lawn when a figure appeared beside him without warning. It was Dumbledore. How is it? Dumbledore said with a smile. A fantastic Quidditch match. Smith did not hold back his praise. That, I agree with. That's really great. Dumbledore said cheerfully, shall we head to the Great Hall for dinner together? No, I don't think I need to rush. I should head back. After Smith bid farewell to Dumbledore, he walked toward Hogsmeade. Chapter 158, fell into the pit. Albert had never seen Gryffindor students so united before. Perhaps it was because they had been oppressed by Slytherin for too long. Right now, everyone is working hard to earn points for the academy. Even if they can't earn points, they try their best not to be the reason for losing points. Most Gryffindor students would stop and take a few extra glances at the giant hourglass recording the House Cup scores, and even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students hoped to see Slytherin lose the House Cup. The atmosphere in the castle has changed. It feels like a storm is coming. The tradition of Slytherin House is to win at any cost, which is why Slytherin has been able to dominate the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup for so long. They won't give up easily. The most direct change is in Snape's class, which has become more serious and oppressive. This potions professor always paces back and forth during class, using his stern gaze to force students with poor mental resilience to make mistakes. Everyone knows Snape is looking for reasons to deduct points. The way to deal with the potions professor's nitpicking is to sincerely admit your mistakes, not argue back, and not say much. That way, he won't be able to deduct more points from you. Since Gryffindor last won the Quidditch Cup, the tension with Slytherin House has been escalating. If the two sides suddenly started fighting one day, Albert wouldn't be surprised at all. However, for the sake of the House Cup, everyone still endured and refrained from clashing with each other, not giving Snape any opportunity to deduct points, because once a fight breaks out, Gryffindor's slight advantage will be completely wiped out. They once did this to Ravenclaw House. The student council president warned everyone in the Gryffindor common room, if there are any grievances, we can deal with them after we win the House Cup. The conflict between the two sides has been suppressed to a minimum, with everyone privately itching for a fight, but they are holding back for the sake of the College Cup. Anyone who isn't a fool can smell the tension between them. However, as the final exams approached, it distracted everyone's attention, making the original tension dissipate. As time goes by day, many people have no choice but to bury themselves in their studies in the sweltering weather. Even when there are no classes, they have to rush to the library to avoid not finding a seat if they go late. However, since the end of May, Albert has rarely gone to the library. He hates squeezing into the library with everyone in the sweltering heat. In the sweltering heat, Albert really misses ice cream, cold drinks, and air conditioning. Don't you need to review? Hagrid greeted him. I have the exam cheat sheet here. Albert shook his notebook, which contained the key points taught by the professors in class. He would take a look, then recall the relevant content, all thanks to his extraordinary memory. Anyway, Albert is completely unconcerned about the exam. Exam secrets. Hagrid, do you know any spells that can create ice or cool things down? Albert put the notebook back in his pocket and asked Hagrid about the cooling spell. I don't know, what are you planning to do? Hagrid shook his head. After the last incident, their relationship returned to normal, and both sides tacitly agreed not to bring it up again. Of course, I'll make myself a cold drink. This damn weather is too hot. Albert said matter-of-factly. Cold drink. Come on, let's go to my place. I'll treat you to some chilled butterbeer. Consider it an early celebration for Gryffindor winning the House Cup. Hagrid slapped his forehead and invited Albert to go to his place for some butterbeer. Hagrid's so-called chilled butterbeer was not much different from Albert's guess. Hagrid threw a wooden barrel of butterbeer into the well, and when he picked it up to drink, it actually tasted quite good. Although it wasn't very cold, it was undoubtedly a pleasure on a hot summer day. Seeing the garlic in his garden, Hagrid suddenly asked, I remember you guys seem to be growing garlic. The growth is good, we can harvest soon. Albert found it a bit funny when he remembered this. Back then, he said he was going to make a garlic cross, but what happened in the end? After a while, the people in the dormitory forgot about this matter. Albert was not surprised, children's patience has always been very limited. It was already impressive that they could remember to water the garlic. By the way, Hagrid, can you help me get some alcohol? What do you need alcohol for? Hagrid asked in confusion. Extract Allison. What is that? Hagrid was even more confused after hearing that. Nothing much, just to extract garlic oil, you know, we were planning to make a garlic-flavored amulet, so. Albert briefly explained to Hagrid the reason for planting garlic. Well, that's the situation, we also need some beeswax. You know, vampires hate garlic, and many dark magic creatures also dislike the smell of garlic. So we plan to use protective trees and garlic to create an amulet with a garlic flavor to see if it can have a significant repelling effect on dark creatures. After hearing it, Hagrid was dumbfounded. A garlic-flavored amulet, you really came up with that. This, if you want alcohol, I can ask around for you. If they don't have it in Diagon Alley, you can try your luck in Nocturne Alley. Upside Down Alley? Albert tentatively asked. Nocturne Alley is adjacent to Diagon Alley, a place where good and bad mix, with many dark magic shops. Hagrid suddenly realized something, looked at Albert seriously, and warned, don't go to Nocturne Alley. Alright, Hagrid, actually, I knew about the existence of Nocturne Alley long before coming to Hogwarts. Albert said, I'll leave the alcohol issue to you. Saying this, Albert prepared to give Hagrid a few galleons, but the latter did not take them. Albert saw that Hagrid didn't want it, so he didn't insist. Hagrid probably wasn't short on money. Although the house looked a bit shabby, there were indeed many valuable things in the Forbidden Forest. I can only say that Hagrid has already gotten used to his current life. After leaving Hagrid, Albert had no intention of returning to the castle. Instead, he leisurely made his way down the slope to the lakeside, where he sat under a tree and enjoyed the breeze. Not far away, a large squid is lying in the warm shallow water, sunbathing. This is what summer is supposed to be like for people. Albert felt the cool breeze blowing across the lake and couldn't help but exclaim, what a pity, a comfortable hammock would be perfect. Not knowing how much time had passed, footsteps were heard not far away, and a shadow was reflected on his face. Albert opened his sleepy eyes, blinked, and looked at the girl leaning forward and staring at him. Is something wrong? He asked. You seem quite relaxed. Katrina looked at Albert, who was sleeping under the shade of a tree, and sarcastically said, shouldn't we say, truly deserving of the title of genius? Not too bad. Albert casually replied, anyway, I've already reviewed everything I needed to, so worrying about the exam doesn't help. It's better to relax and adjust my mindset to face the upcoming tests. Everyone is working hard to review, and you actually have the nerve to come here and make sarcastic remarks. Katrina stared at Albert's face and suddenly said seriously, I think if those people in the library heard you say that, they would probably want to beat you up. I've practiced karate, they can't beat me. I heard you have the exam secrets. Katrina sat down beside him, feeling the cool breeze from the lake, and suddenly asked, exam cheat sheet? Albert couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this, probably because Hagrid overheard what he just said. What are you laughing at? Katrina frowned in displeasure. You don't want to see it too, do you? Albert took out a notebook from his pocket and waved it in front of Katerina. Isn't it possible? Katrina was indeed a bit curious. She snatched the notes and flipped through the contents, but couldn't help frowning. The notes were filled with questions that the professors had mentioned during class as essential for the exam, but they only contained the questions. How is it? Albert retorted. Is this it? Katrina suddenly felt like she was being teased by the other person. Otherwise, what do you think it is? As long as you understand the must-know questions from the professors, you will definitely get a high score. Albert said matter-of-factly. I thought you wanted to ace the exam. Katrina has already lost interest in the so-called exam secrets. What's the point of getting a perfect score? I've never specifically pursued that thing. Just getting an excellent is enough for me. Albert didn't really care about getting a perfect score anyway. The school graded on a scale of excellent, good, and so on. A perfect score was still just an excellent. Since it was all excellent, why bother getting so worked up about it? Katrina suddenly felt a bit angry. This guy in front of her didn't even consider her a competitor. What's wrong with you? Albert felt that the aura of the girl in front of him was a bit off. How about we see who gets better grades on the final exam? Katrina suggested. Don't. Albert flatly refused. Although there is a mission to completely crush them, he still doesn't want to get entangled with them in this regard. Why? Katerina questioned. Are you scared? Nothing in particular. Albert completely ignored the provocation. I just feel too tired for this kind of thing. Tired. Katrina felt completely unable to understand Albert's thinking. He actually rejected her for such a reason. If you want to gamble. Albert thought for a moment, then, after a conceptual switch, prepared to set a trap for the other party. How about we change the way we gamble? What kind of bet? Katrina immediately followed up with a question. You need to answer a riddle to enter Ravenclaw's common room, right? Albert said with a smile. If you can answer 100 riddles, then you've won. I'll admit you're better than me. Answer 100 riddles. Katrina's voice rose a pitch. She looked Albert up and down, as if trying to figure out if he was deliberately mocking her. Why don't you answer 100 riddles instead? Of course. Albert teased. If you win, I'll give you a gift worth around 10 gallons as a prize. Do you have money? Katrina looked at Albert suspiciously and retorted. Yeah, last time I bet on who would be the Minister of Magic, I won 100 galleons. Albert was almost pounding his chest in assurance. Actually, Albert wouldn't mind spending some money to buy the eagle ring riddle. Problems that can be solved with gallons are not really a problem at all. Katerina immediately fell silent. She realized that this guy in front of her seemed unusually wealthy, asking for 10 gallons just like that. How about it, want to bet? Albert replied with a smile. Your smile is very insincere. Katrina asked, what if I lose? If you fail, you can keep trying. Albert continued, anyway, you don't have to do anything, of course, with the condition that you don't compare other things with me during this period. Are you really going to give out prizes? Katrina asked again. You can find a notary, the ghost of your college, or I can go find nearly headless Nick. Albert added, of course, when you challenge the eagle ring, you need me to be present. You have to answer 100 riddles correctly to win. Could it be a big poop bomb? Katrina suspiciously scrutinized Albert. Then I'll just give you 10 galleons and admit that you're better than me. Of course I'm better than you. I don't think you can answer 100 riddles. Katrina suddenly said, if you can answer 10 riddles, then you've won. I'll give you a gift, of course, I'm not as rich as you. But you can only try once, and you must do it before me. Okay, I agree. Albert had just agreed to this, but then he said, I give up, I probably can't answer any of them. No way. Katrina said seriously, you have to try, I can't believe you can't answer a single one. All right. Albert replied perfunctorily. We're going to find Ms. Grey now. Katrina took Albert to the west side of Hogwarts Castle, where they found Mrs. Grey at the end of a corridor. Katrina briefly explained the situation to the lady and asked her to be the notary for this bet. Ms. Grey agreed, and in her view, this was undoubtedly an interesting matter. Even Ravenclaw students rarely manage to answer 100 riddles in a row correctly. As for students who are not from Ravenclaw, it is even more difficult to answer 10 riddles in a row correctly. Are you planning to start now? Ms. Grey asked. No, I think Miss McDougal should be given more time to prepare. We can wait until after the exam or until next semester. Albert wasn't in a hurry. He needed Katrina to provide him with questions and answers, and he had to ensure that the other party was fully prepared. Otherwise, if Miss McDougal doesn't ask a few questions, it won't make any sense. As for winning or losing, Albert didn't care at all. At that moment, he suddenly wanted to give a thumbs up to his own cleverness. Not bad, this method is really good, simple, easy, and convenient to solve the eagle ring problem. Katrina was completely unwilling, but Albert calculated in his heart and happily walked away. She was ready to defeat Albert in this bet and win 10 gallons. However, before that, she still needed to practice well. Katerina absolutely would not allow failure. Chapter 159, The Heroes of Slytherin. It is said that after Easter, the final exams will soon be upon us, and this saying is absolutely true. The Hogwarts exams are held in mid-June, with the exam times for each grade being quite similar. Of course, the written exams are staggered, with the professors of the school supervising each one separately. The weather in June is extremely hot and stuffy, and everyone crammed in the classroom for the exam feels even more uncomfortable. The written exam starts at 9:30 in the morning, with charms being the first subject. Students need to sit according to their assigned seats. By the way, the proctor is Professor McGonagall. Everyone else seemed very nervous, but Albert didn't mind much, he just found it very novel. The Hogwarts exams reminded him of his university exams in his past life. On the table were new quills, ink bottles, and parchment provided by Hogwarts for everyone to use during the exam. It is said that the quills, ink, and parchment were all enchanted with anti-cheating spells, but to Albert, the so-called anti-cheating spells were just that. As the biggest cheater among this year's candidates, these things are definitely useless to him. After everyone sat down and quieted down, Professor McGonagall announced the start of the exam. Then, she turned over a huge hourglass on the table and placed it beside her. The moment Albert opened the exam paper, he discovered a new task appeared on his panel. In the name of genius, you are the recognized genius among this year's freshmen. Since you are a genius, you should achieve results that match your genius status to prove your abilities. Achieve excellent grades in all exams and show everyone with facts that so-called exams are nothing extraordinary. Reward 1,400 experience. Albert couldn't help but curl his lip, his gaze falling on Katerina in the fourth seat of the third row to his right. That guy had started writing answers after looking at the questions. He looked down at the first question on the exam paper. A. Write a spell that can make objects fly. B. Describe the action of waving a wand. Well, it's even easier than I expected. Half an hour later, Albert wrote all the answers on parchment, then spent another 5 minutes checking them over. After confirming there were no mistakes, he lay down on the table to sleep. There's no way around it. Who told the exam to last a full 2 hours? However, the Slytherin student behind Albert was momentarily taken aback upon discovering that the guy in front of him had actually started to sleep. Even Slytherin students know a bit about Albert Anderson. He is said to be a genius, excelling in his studies and being skilled at Quidditch. He caught the golden snitch during a match against Slytherin, causing countless Slytherin students to grind their teeth in frustration. It is said that many people tried to pick a fight with Anderson but all ended up failing miserably. Recently, he even made headlines with a major incident is saying he won't do the exam paper. No one believes it. The only explanation is that the guy has already finished it. Have you already finished the exam? Is this exam really that easy? The Slytherin student looked at their own test paper, then glanced up at the person lying in front of them, starting to wonder if their test papers were different. Probably sensing someone approaching, Albert looked up and was met with the unfriendly face of Professor McGonagall. Albert picked up the parchment that was face down, pointed at it with his hand, indicating that he had finished the exam. Professor McGonagall picked up the exam paper, glanced at it, silently placed it back on the desk, and said nothing more, allowing Albert to continue lying down. As for submitting the exam early, that would affect other people's exams. Unless there are special reasons, it's impossible. Did you really sleep for over an hour? Aren't the exam papers we used different? After the exam, Fred and George each wrapped an arm around Albert's neck and couldn't help but complain. Here, the exam paper. Albert handed the exam paper he had brought out to George. It feels pretty easy. Simple. Lee Jordan said weakly. As long as you pay attention in class, take notes during the lesson, and review a few times afterward, you will definitely be able to achieve excellent results easily. Albert had an expression that clearly indicated it was because you didn't study seriously. Shut up, don't bring this up again. The three of them simultaneously covered Albert's mouth to prevent him from speaking and hurting himself. In the afternoon, there was also a practical exam in spellcasting, and Professor Flitwick called them into the classroom in alphabetical order, so Albert was first again. The exam involves casting a spell on a pineapple to make it tap dance across a desk. In fact, it's a test of the dance step spell and the control over the spell. Of course, this was no challenge for Albert. He did it effortlessly. The transfiguration exam was the next day, and the written test was similarly not difficult. After Professor McGonagall saw Albert effortlessly transform a mouse into an exquisite silver snuffbox marked with the Hogwarts crest, she no longer pursued the matter of him sleeping during the exam. The more exquisite the box, the higher the score. Albert's artwork received a perfect score. Of course, a perfect score means excellent. If the box still has mouse whiskers on it, points will be deducted. Fred even complained about it, saying that there were faint whisker marks on his ashtray, which led to him being penalized. What Albert found most interesting was the practical exam and potions. The assessment content requires preparing a forgetfulness potion within 2 hours. This isn't actually that difficult. After all, there are only a few potions to brew throughout the entire school year. But, brewing them under Snape's close watch makes it quite challenging. Whenever Snape suddenly appears behind a student, he adds a negative buff to them, causing their heart to race, their hands and feet to fumble, and sometimes even leading to operational errors. The last exam was History of Magic, a rather boring subject. Albert had even gone over the so-called key points before the exam, and there were no surprises in answering the questions. He managed to pass the exam quite steadily. When Professor Binns told them to put down their quills and roll up the parchment with their answers, the classroom erupted in cheers. The exams are over, and they are finally free. They can relax and play for a whole week until the exam results are announced. Come on, I'll treat you to some butterbeer to celebrate. Albert called his roommates to leave before Katerina arrived. Going to Hogsmeade? Lee Jordan asked quietly. No need, I've already ordered it through Owl Post. Owl, are you referring to that one? Fred pointed to an owl flying this way, which dropped the package it was holding in front of Albert. What is this? Fred picked it up in confusion and took out the card on top, handing it to Albert. It must be a book, George said with certainty. Why? Anything in this shape usually contains books. Can you open it? Fred looked at Albert. Open it. Albert glanced at the card and indeed, George had guessed correctly. The book was called Fundamentals of Magic Spells Explained, sent by Mr. McDougall, and it was said to have just been published recently. After the final exams, everyone spent their time leisurely on campus before the summer vacation. The Slytherin team ultimately defeated the Hufflepuff team, even winning in a crushing manner, but they remained forever distant from the Quidditch Cup, who made Slytherin lose to Gryffindor. The culprit behind all this is still a freshman, which has driven most of the Slytherin students into a rage. Moreover, the worst part is that they might not only lose the Quidditch Cup, but also the House Cup at the end. Currently, Gryffindor House is still leading Slytherin House by a slight margin of 15 points, with only a few days left until the end-of-year feast. Albert didn't pay much attention to these matters. He was reading a book under a tree by the lakeshore. Not far from him, the Weasley brothers and Lee Jordan were using sticks to poke at the large squid basking in the warm shallow water. During this period before the holiday, the four of them often came here to pass the time, occasionally discussing how to take revenge on Furchie and those guys who wanted to trouble them. Is there something? Albert closed Fundamentals of Magic Runes and looked up at Katerina, who had appeared before him. I am ready. Katerina glanced at the book in Albert's hands and asked curiously, why don't you go to Ravenclaw? Why go? I have friends here, and I'm doing quite well. Albert nodded toward the three people by the lake. At least, better than you. I have friends too. Katrina understood the meaning of Albert's words, glared at him in displeasure, as if saying she had no friends. Are we going to Ravenclaw Tower now? Albert changed the subject and was just about to stand up when he noticed four Slytherin students walking toward them from a distance. After meeting their gaze, Albert knew these four guys meant trouble. Katrina noticed the fleeting change on Albert's face, turned her head to look at the four senior students walking this way, and couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows, saying, You seem to be in trouble. Trouble? I haven't seen any trouble. Albert said lightly, while the two were talking, for Slytherin students had already walked over here. Look who we have here, the illustrious Mr. Albert Anderson. A Slytherin student grinned maliciously. If I were you, I wouldn't be causing trouble at this time. Albert raised his hand and pointed behind the few people. Who do you think you're fooling with this trick? Do you think we're idiots? Someone stared at Albert and sneered disdainfully. Maybe we should go along with him. Someone was cracking their knuckles, ready to fight. That will make you even dumber. Someone had already drawn their wand. I've practiced, and taking you guys on barehanded is still no problem. Albert gestured for Katerina to stay aside, and beside, I'm not alone. You actually plan to bully the freshman in front of Professor Babbling. Katrina couldn't help but frown, suddenly feeling that these four were a bit foolish. No, it should be said that Albert is deliberately provoking them with words. He wants these four guys to take action so that Professor Babbling just happens to see the four Slytherin seniors bullying a Gryffindor freshman. What will the outcome be? Katrina can guess without even thinking. George and the other two by the lakeshore also noticed the changes here and had already drawn their wands, ready to come over and help fight. However, the three of them slowed their pace, hid their wands behind them, and prepared to watch a good show. The four Slytherin students clearly didn't believe Albert's childish nonsense, probably thinking that Albert was trying to distract them and take the opportunity to ambush them. So, they took action. One of them charged directly at Albert, ready to use his size advantage to pin Albert to the ground and give him a good beating. The latter merely sidestepped and kicked to trip the other person. The other one, who was holding a wand and preparing to cast a spell, was disarmed by Albert first. The wand flew high into the air and conveniently landed right in front of Albert, who caught it with his hand. Stop it, what the hell are you doing? Professor Babbling, upon witnessing this scene, went from momentary shock to anger. The two people who had already drawn their wands and were ready to cast a dark curse on Albert froze in place. Professor, we just came, do you think I'm blind? Professor Babbling stared at the four of them and coldly delivered the final verdict. Slytherin loses 20 points each. I'll inform Severus, perhaps he should give you a few days of detention to prevent you from bullying the first years right after your exams. The faces of the four people suddenly darkened. Good morning, Professor Babbling. Albert greeted Professor Ancient Magic with a smile. You probably didn't receive my note, did you? Professor Babbling looked Albert up and down, nodded, and said, "Come with me, I have something to discuss with you." "All right, Professor." Albert, looking helpless, shrugged at the 4 Slytherin students. "I told you so." Before Albert and Professor Babbling left, he turned back to the girl and said, "By the way, Katerina, let's postpone that matter for now. Bastard, give me back my wand." The Slytherin student, seeing Albert actually taking his wand and leaving, was so furious that his nose was almost crooked. "Oh dear, what did I just hear?" Fred looked at the Slytherin student with a sarcastic tone. "Now, Slytherin is at the bottom. You bastards, just wait for me. Let's go back and tell everyone the good news." Lee Keaton laughed happily. "Now, Slytherin house is completely done for. Yeah, go back and tell everyone." After Fred finished speaking, he returned to the common room with his roommates, leaving behind a bewildered Katerina and a Slytherin student with a twisted expression. In the afternoon, students passing through the hall quickly noticed the change in points. Slytherin house had its points deducted by 80 in one go, instantly becoming the lowest ranked house. Coupled with Fred and his friends' publicity, the 4 Slytherins instantly became famous for causing trouble for a first-year student in front of a professor, and of course, they ended up losing points. Those 4 Slytherin students instantly became heroes in the eyes of countless people, but the Slytherin students naturally didn't give the 4 traitors a good look. Due to their mindless behavior, they directly caused Slytherin to lose the final chance to compete for the House Cup. Of course, Snape's face was also very dark. After all, being directly pointed out by a professor that several of his own senior students had the audacity to bully a freshman, was this a matter of losing all sense of shame? Chapter 160 The Alchemist. Frequent incidents. Nothing is more satisfying than watching your opponent have a bad day. In the leisurely time before summer vacation, the Gryffindor students were all in high spirits. They were finally going to win the long-desired House Cup. Of course, they never forget to take the opportunity to mock their next-door neighbors, finding amusement in the frustrated and gloomy misfortunes of the Slytherin students. Such a result, of course, means that the tension between the two sides is getting stronger and stronger. Due to the complete loss of hope in competing for the House Cup, a small number of Slytherin students began to unleash their malice, deliberately causing trouble for Gryffindor students. In just one day, 3 Gryffindor students have been sent to the school hospital due to curses. Now everyone has to stick together to avoid being targeted by the Slytherin students. Because Slytherin was deliberately causing trouble, the fighting and disturbances between the two houses became more frequent, and Gryffindor's points began to decrease. They suddenly realized that if they weren't careful, it was very likely that Ravenclaw would take advantage of the situation. Slytherin actually wants to make them lose the chance to win the House Cup. It's simply unforgivable. After discovering the sinister intentions of the Slytherin students, the Gryffindor students looked quite grim. Under the call of the student council president, they began to formulate a plan to counter the Slytherin students, making it clear that Gryffindor is not to be trifled with. How should we deal with these guys? A senior student who had taken off his invisibility cloak stared at the Slytherin students he had secretly taken down, smiling as he asked the person in charge behind him. "Leave them with their underwear, strip the rest, hang them upside down with a spell, and shove their heads into the toilet." The student council president's tone was as cold as a block of ice. "I originally thought we were about to win the College Cup, but what happened? Now Gryffindor's points are almost being caught up by Ravenclaw. How could the student council president not be angry? We won based on our strength, and you guys actually resort to dirty tricks to drag us down. So, he's now come with a group of people to cause trouble for the Slytherin students. Aren't you the ones looking for trouble with us? Then let's do it." Speaking of which, this trick was actually used by Albert to deal with the Slytherin students last time, and now this student council president has learned it on the spot. Of course, since you started the trouble first, don't blame me for being ruthless. The toilet incident quickly shocked the entire Hogwarts. People discovered several Slytherin students stripped down to their underwear, hanging upside down in midair, with their heads stuffed into toilets. However, the matter is not yet over. The next morning, at the entrance of the hall, 4 Slytherin students, who had been released from the full-body bind curse, were similarly stripped down to just their underwear. They were posed in a warm embrace, their faces almost squished together, making it almost impossible to look at. As for Felch, who was responsible for patrolling at night, he was directly knocked out by a sleep spell and stuffed back into his original bed, not even knowing who did it. The toilet incident and the statue incident greatly angered Snape. After questioning the unfortunate victims, he was unable to obtain any useful information, as these people were all taken down stealthily while they were completely unprepared. In the end, Snape turned his ire toward the Gryffindor students, who made Gryffindor and Slytherin have old grievances. Without any clues, it's only natural to suspect you. Moreover, these Slytherin students initially intended to cause trouble for the Gryffindor students. What are you following me for? Are you trying to attack me? What? You were attacked. How would I know? You say I attacked you. It's none of my business, anyway, everyone is on the same page. How would I know? After being warned by an unknown person, all the students who were approached by Snape would not look into his eyes, lest they be seen through by this potions professor. But some people don't care whether they are seen through. What good does seeing through it do? Anyway, you don't have any solid evidence. What? Want to get points deducted? Looking for trouble? Please provide evidence that I did it. I have witnesses, physical evidence, and an alibi. Don't wrongfully accuse me, or I'll sue you for defamation. 7th grade students are just like that, single. Anyway, I'm about to graduate, so I'm not afraid of you, Snape, causing trouble. Everyone stayed at school to prepare for the final year-end banquet. It wasn't easy to see our own college win the college cup before leaving. And you guys still want to stir up trouble. I can't stand it at all. Recently, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan have been particularly excited, going around asking for all sorts of gossip, seeing who in Slytherin has had bad luck, who has ended up in the hospital wing, and where the latest big news is coming from. Compared to the Hufflepuff students who have always been bystanders, the Ravenclaw students have been quite conflicted lately. They are just 10 points away from Gryffindor. As long as Gryffindor and Slytherin continue to stir up trouble, they might just end up winning the House Cup without any effort. If I really could get the College Cup for free, I probably wouldn't be able to stop laughing even in my sleep. The current Ravenclaw students all hope that Gryffindor and Slytherin can pull off some big stunt, preferably one that would result in both houses losing a ton of points. However, it seems that the hopes of the Ravenclaw students have been temporarily dashed. Have you been visiting Professor Babbling a lot these past few days? Lee Jordan just brought back some bad news and didn't forget to remind Albert, don't go off alone, there are a bunch of people looking to cause you trouble. Yeah, I know that. Recently, I've been using the disillusionment charm on myself, so those guys can't find me. After Albert's intense rivalry with Slytherin and Gryffindor, he naturally knew how to protect his own safety. Upon realizing that someone was trying to ambush him, he used the disillusionment charm on himself, making it impossible for them to find him. That's actually a good idea. Fred suddenly realized that Albert was still as cunning and sly as ever, easily turning the troublemaker who had come looking for him into a fool. Do you think we might lose the House Cup because of this? George was more concerned about this matter. It was harder to win the College Cup, and if they lost it because of this, it would definitely be a regrettable thing. I don't know, if Slytherin is crazy enough, we might be out of the House Cup. Albert noticed an owl flying this way, clutching a package in its talons. When it was dropped, it was caught by Lee Jordan. Hagrid sent you a package. Lee Jordan glanced at the sender and placed it in front of Albert. Should we open it? George stared at the package and asked tentatively. Open it. Albert had already guessed what was inside. Sure enough, inside the package was a sealed bottle of alcohol and a piece of clean beeswax. What do you need these for? Fred picked up the beeswax suspiciously, held it up to his eyes, and made a gesture as if to put it in his mouth. You don't mean to eat it, do you? Make a garlic cross. Albert shot Fred a glare, then removed the cork from the bottle of alcohol. Satisfied by the strong smell of alcohol, he nodded his head. I almost forgot about this matter. Lee Jordan slapped his forehead and said in realization. It's not that you almost forgot, you have already forgotten. Fred mumbled. He himself had actually forgotten about it, and George next to him had also already put it out of his mind. Nonsense, I was often watering the garlic not long ago, and I was the one who did the harvesting and drying. Lee Keaton grumbled, only you two guys could forget this completely. Pinnacle Chapter 161. Garlic 10-word rack. Albert picked up the package sent by Hagrid and returned to the common room with his roommates. Lee Jordan had just crawled through the hole when he reached out to take the package Albert handed over, asking in confusion, what do you plan to do with these things? Garlic cross. Albert prepared to head back to the dormitory first. Can you make that thing? Idiot, Albert even successfully made a protective bracelet. Fred looked at the two with an idiotic expression. Why do you think he wouldn't be able to make a garlic cross? Of course I know. George muttered. No one is willing to admit they are an idiot. After the four hurriedly returned to the dormitory, Lee Jordan immediately took down the garlic that had been drying by the window. First, you need to peel the garlic, then crush it into a paste and soak it in alcohol, allowing the allicin in the garlic to dissolve into the alcohol. Albert recalled the method of preparation and continued, in the meantime, you also throw in the cross made from the protective tree, and the process takes about a day. You say how to do it, and that's how we do it. Fred started helping to peel the garlic. George took out the mortar and pestle used in potions class, preparing to crush the peeled garlic. Wait, I have a better idea. Albert quickly raised his hand to stop George, and under the watchful eyes of the three, he used his wand to transform a piece of newspaper into a simple garlic press. The three of them all gathered around, curiously watching the thing that Albert had conjured up using transformation magic, and asked in unison, "What is this?" "Garlic press," Albert casually explained. He put the peeled garlic into the garlic press, crushed it directly into a paste, and then placed the garlic paste into a wide-mouthed glass jar. "Good stuff." George's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the garlic press from Albert, indicating that he was willing to help with crushing the garlic. A few people fiddled for 10 minutes and finally crushed all the garlic into a paste. "What should we do next?" Lee Jordan looked at the minced garlic in the wide-mouthed glass jar and asked. "Inject alcohol into the garlic paste." Albert stirred with a glass rod, thoroughly mixing the alcohol with the garlic paste, and then sealed the wide-mouthed glass bottle. "Is that it?" The three of them all felt a bit incredulous, as it seemed simpler than they had imagined. "Well, next, let's deal with it tomorrow." Albert caught a whiff of garlic in the air and frowned slightly. "Next time, remember to remind me not to make this stuff in the dorm. I suddenly can't wait to see what kind of alchemical tools we will create this time." George was a bit excited. This was his first time participating in the creation of alchemical tools. Alchemy, tools. Albert still didn't tell them in the end that the so-called garlic cross wasn't an alchemical tool at all. Sure enough, it's better not to shatter the children's innocent dreams. The next steps are quite tedious. You need to melt the beeswax using warm water, then add the alcohol separated from the garlic into the beaker. During this process, you also need to add an appropriate amount of olive oil, and then throw in the cross that has been soaked in alcohol for a day to cook together. Of course, they wouldn't dare do these things in their own dormitory. If they made the whole dorm smell like garlic, how would they ever sleep there again? The next day, Albert and the others moved the crucible to the lakeshore, and the strong smell of garlic that wafted out during cooking made a few curious students nearby retreat. "Whoever wears this thing will probably never get a girlfriend for the rest of their life." Albert pinched his nose and used tongs to fish out the garlic-scented cross from the beaker. "Would anyone really be willing to wear this kind of weird thing?" Lee Keaton was the first to express doubt about this. "I'm more curious if this thing really works." Fred also wasn't willing to get too close. "Probably using the smell to drive away the enemy." George also stepped back a bit, muttering, "I didn't expect the smell to be this overpowering." "This is also unavoidable," Wu told Albert to repeatedly do it several times, concentrating all the essence of the garlic they grew and the garlic brought by a few people into it. "How about we send this thing to Filch?" Fred suggested. He hadn't forgotten about getting revenge on Filch. "Filch will definitely throw it away." Albert directly vetoed Fred's proposal, saying that if such a thing were given to Furkai, he would definitely just throw it away, completely wasting everyone's hard work. "If you want to get back at Furchi," Albert pointed to another small bottle and whispered, "the remaining beeswax also has a strong garlic smell. You can smear it in the corners of Felch's office. I'm sure it will give Felch an unexpected surprise." "This idea is not bad." The twins' eyes lit up, and they quickly picked up the bottle to open it, only to be choked by the scent of beeswax. "Let's take care of it after the year-end banquet," Albert did not forget to remind. "We know what to do." The twins exchanged glances and smirked maliciously. "All right, pack up your things, we're going to find Hagrid." "Looking for Hagrid for what?" Fred and George asked warily. "Of course, it's to test whether the amulets we made can effectively repel dark creatures." Albert naturally said, "Hagrid surely knows where to find less dangerous dark creatures." "Oh, right." The three of them all understood. After all, once the talisman is completed, it naturally needs to be tested on someone to see if it works. Albert took out a rope woven from a unicorn's tail, threaded it through the holes reserved on the cross, and made it into a necklace, saying, "Who wants to try wearing it?" "Forget it." George shook his head repeatedly. "Do you want to smoke us to death?" Fred couldn't help but roll his eyes at Albert. Lee Jordan even more straightforwardly pretended he hadn't heard. Seeing the three of them shake their heads in unison to refuse, Albert somewhat disappointedly put the garlic cross back into the wide-mouthed glass jar, sealing the opening to block the strong garlic smell. After tidying up the tools of the trade, the four of them headed toward Hagrid's hut. "What the hell are you guys doing?" Hagrid, who was processing animal skins in front of the hut, caught a whiff of the strong garlic smell coming from the four of them from a distance. He couldn't help but wrinkle his nose and look at them with a face full of disdain. "Garlic cross." Albert shook the wide-mouthed glass bottle in his hand and asked with a smile, "We just finished the amulet. Let's see if you have any dark creatures here that we can use to test its effectiveness." "Garlic cross, what's that?" Hagrid took the wide-mouthed glass jar, opened it, and sneezed several times from the garlic smell that wafted out. "A talisman that emits the smell of garlic can protect the user from attacks by dark creatures." "I don't know if it can protect the user from dark creatures' sneak attacks, but as long as you carry this thing, I don't think any vampire would want to come within 10 steps of you. Hagrid couldn't help but complain, recalling the alcohol and beeswax he had previously sent to Albert, and probably guessed what was going on. Do vampires really hate the smell of garlic? Albert asked curiously. Yes, garlic is as disgusting to vampires as a cesspit. Hagrid explained dryly, but I reckon even if it weren't for vampires, people would stay as far away from this stuff as possible. Its taste is absolutely terrible. Then, what about the dark creatures? Fred couldn't help but ask. You're not planning to take this thing into the forest, are you? Hagrid warily stared at the Weasley brothers. It was only natural for him to have such thoughts, considering these two often sneaked into the forest. No, we don't want to go into the forest for now. It's too dangerous. The last incident scared us half to death. Fred quickly covered his chest and said, No, we don't want to go into the forest for now. It's too dangerous. The last incident scared us half to death. He secretly kicked George next to him, who immediately understood and quickly agreed, promising he wouldn't go into the forest again. Hagrid looked at Fred and George with suspicion, clearly not quite believing their assurances. I don't have any dark creatures here, but I know where to find them. Follow me. Saying this, Hagrid led the four along the edge of the forest toward Professor Kettleburn's hut. Professor Sylvanus Kettlebun, the protector of magical creatures, is currently residing on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, where his carefully nurtured little ones also live. It is said that the Care of Magical Creatures class at the school will also take place in a clearing near Professor Kettleburn's hut. When Hagrid brought Albert and the others over, Professor Kettlebun was feeding the snakebirds with flobberworms. Hagrid, is there something wrong? Professor Kettleborough looked up and asked. Oh, it's like this, there are a few students who made a talisman and hope to borrow your Grindylow to test the talisman's effect. Hagrid glanced at Albert and the others behind him and spoke. Amulet. It wouldn't be referring to garlic, would it? Professor Kettlebun looked over the few new students behind Hagrid. He could smell a strong scent of garlic from a distance. This is the amulet, Professor Kettleberg. Albert handed the bottle containing the garlic cross to Professor Kettleberg. I have to admit, this counts as an exquisite piece of art. At least, it doesn't look too ugly. Oh, my God. Professor Kettleborough finally understood the garlic smell on a few people. Don't open it here anymore. My little darling doesn't quite like that smell. Do you think it can protect me from the attacks of dark creatures? Albert quickly asked. The effect can only be considered average. Professor Kettleborough explained, some creatures indeed dislike the smell of garlic, they instinctively avoid it, but this is not absolute. Is it also not possible to use branches from the guardian tree to make it? Yes, I think this might work on vampires, but don't get your hopes up too much for anything else. Although he said that, Professor Kettleberg still lent them a Grindylow. As Albert took the cross out of the bottle, the unfortunate Grindylow began to move away from Albert's garlic cross, apparently overwhelmed by the smell. Congratulations, this amulet almost knocked Grindelwald out cold. Hagrid pinched his nose and said grumpily. Thank you, I didn't expect it to be like this either. Albert couldn't help but exclaim, I finally understand what this so-called amulet is all about. How do you plan to deal with this thing? Fred couldn't help but ask. I plan to create a treasure map, hide it in a book in the library, and have the student who finds the map go dig up the treasure. Albert had long since figured out how to deal with this thing. Now, this amulet is called Vampire Repellent. Albert publicly announced, it is the legendary amulet that can protect oneself from being harmed by vampires. A few people couldn't help but twitch their lips upon hearing this. Albert actually had the nerve to say such a thing, even though this talisman might indeed be able to repel vampires. I suddenly feel a bit curious. After the guy who discovered the treasure map deciphers it and digs up the treasure, only to find that the legendary necklace that can protect him from vampire disturbances turns out to be something like this, I wonder what kind of expression he will have. George suddenly found it very interesting. I find you really have a twisted sense of humor. Fred muttered, well, I like it, but I wonder if that guy will faint from anger after working so hard to find the treasure. I'll help too. Lee Jordan said excitedly, just say it's a treasure hidden by generations of Hogwarts students, I think many people will definitely be interested in it. Hagrid, listening nearby, was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Albert was actually planning to dig a pit for the students at the school and give them a good hard time. Imagine one day when you're borrowing a book, you discover a treasure map hidden in the pocket. Even if you don't fully believe it, you'd still try to explore whether you can find the treasure. Pinnacle Chapter 162, 2 things before the holidays. If there's anything that can be the most frustrating, it's coming so close. However, sometimes, being a little off can make a big difference. Ravenclaw House ultimately couldn't pull off a last-minute victory, and by the end of your feast, they still ranked second in the House Cup by a 5-point margin. To say that the Ravenclaw students weren't feeling down would definitely be a lie. That night, Albert went to the hall with his roommates to attend the year-end banquet. The hall has already been adorned with intricate decorations in red and gold, representing Gryffindor, and a large banner depicting the Gryffindor lion hangs on the wall behind the main guest seats. The Gryffindor students were all speaking loudly, their words filled with the joy and confidence of winning the House Cup. Compared to Gryffindor, their next-door neighbors, the Slytherin students were far from pleased. No wonder they couldn't be happy. Slytherin House had won the House Cup championship for 4 consecutive years, and it was actually broken just like that, and to their most hated rival, Gryffindor. It's no surprise they were in a bad mood. The Ravenclaw students were probably the most conflicted and gloomy in the crowd. They were just a few points away from the championship, and while no one picked up the slack for them, they were equally pleased to see Slytherin's crushing defeat. As for the Hufflepuff students, they hadn't won the House Cup in a long time, so they didn't really care. After all, seeing the Slytherins, who didn't like fair competition, suffer a crushing defeat was worth celebrating. As soon after, Dumbledore hurriedly arrived. He stood at the podium, raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and the noise in the hall gradually subsided. Another year has passed. Dumbledore said cheerfully, "Before you all enjoy the delicious feast, I know you wouldn't want to listen to this old man's ramblings. However, we still need to hold the House Cup awarding ceremony. The specific scores for each house are as follows: 4th place, Slytherin, 250 points, 3rd place, Hufflepuff, 395 points, 2nd place, Ravenclaw, 439 points, 1st place, Gryffindor, 444 points. At this moment, a thunderous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, the sound deafening, with some students so excited that they had hoarse voices from shouting. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan all stood up with the crowd, cheering and clapping loudly. Albert was also clapping vigorously, pretending to be excited. In his mind, he couldn't help but mutter, "What an unlucky score." Lee Jordan cheered while elbowing Albert, pointing at his neighbor. The expressions on the faces of the Slytherin students were all grim, as if they had just been punched in the face. In the hall, everyone except the Slytherin students was applauding, whether to celebrate Gryffindor's victory or to celebrate Slytherin's crushing defeat. Professor McGonagall in the guest of honor seat also stood up to shake hands with Professor Snape, a pleasant smile on her face. The sumptuous dishes at the banquet were abundant. During the meal, Fred and George invited Albert to spend the summer vacation at their home. Unfortunately, this invitation was politely declined by Albert because their family already had their own summer vacation plans. Herbert had written to Albert a while ago, informing him that the whole family was preparing to go to France for the summer. Fred and George felt regretful about this. They had always wanted to thank Albert for saving them, and the Weasley family apparently had similar thoughts. At the banquet, everyone was very full, except for Fred and George, who, after all, it's easy to get sleepy when you're well fed. If they miss tonight's revenge action because of this, then they will never have another chance to get back at Filch this semester, which is clearly not something the Weasley brothers are willing to see. It was so hard to endure until Gryffindor finally won the House Cup. Now we can finally stop worrying about anything. How could we give up? After midnight, Fred and George began their operation. Using Albert's disillusionment charm, they first created some commotion in the castle to lure the tired Filch to the armor corridor on the 4th floor of the castle. Then, George took the opportunity to sneak into Filch's office and smeared the garlic-scented beeswax in the corners of Filch's office. To be honest, the smell was really strong, even more astonishing than the stink bomb. After all, with a big dang egg, you can still see the source of the smell, but once beeswax is smeared in the corners, you can't even find it, let alone eliminate the source of the smell. In just a little while, the entire office and Filch's bedroom were filled with a pungent garlic smell of Fred. Upon discovering through the Marauder's map that George had returned to the Gryffindor common room, immediately left as well, leaving Filch still desperately searching for them on the 4th floor. After realizing he had been played, Filch irritably returned to his dormitory to rest. When Filch opened the wooden door to his office, he was immediately overwhelmed by the strong smell of garlic, causing him to shiver all over. Frustrated, he rushed into his office, trying to find the source of the odor. For a moment, the manager's office echoed with Filch's furious roar, while his Mrs. Norris kept her distance from the garlic-scented office. "Do you think this is getting a bit out of hand?" George listened to Filch's ranting and turned to Fred. "If I were you, I would first get rid of the garlic smell on you, so that people won't suspect you." Albert appeared silently in the lounge, reminding the two people who were discussing. "Oh, you're right." George also smelled the garlic on his hands and hurriedly ran to wash them. The next morning, the news of Filch's revenge spread throughout the castle, and everyone was speculating about which brave soul had filled Filch's office with the smell of garlic. However, no one sympathized with the manager. Instead, there was more schadenfreude. Albert and his group also pretended not to know about it. In fact, they were more focused on their final exam grades. Hogwarts will announce the students' final exam results on the last day. See, you really are the top student of this class. Fred elbowed Albert and said with a smile. Your grades are also quite good. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan all passed the exam with high scores. I knew you would be the first. Sana walked over with a smile and said to Albert, but I bet Katerina is furious. Albert shrugged with a smile, indicating that he couldn't do anything about it either. He himself doesn't really feel anything about getting first place. There are only so many students this year, so being first doesn't seem like something to be proud of. His goal is to complete the panel tasks, and fortunately, the tasks in the name of genius and comprehensive domination have already been completed. Although Katrina said she wanted to compete with herself to see who would get a better score, Albert ultimately rejected the idea. However, this test seems to have been effective, at least according to the panel's judgment. Katrina secured second place this time, and she was also excellent overall, but in terms of scores, she still fell slightly short of Albert. At this moment, Katerina, who was also standing in the crowd checking her grades, was staring at Albert with an incredibly annoyed look. She is angry at herself for losing to that guy who didn't even study properly for the final exam. While everyone was still eagerly discussing their exam results, Professor McGonagall appeared with a stack of notices. She had the freshmen come over to sign a pledge, promising to abide by the reasonable restraint of underage wizards act outside of school. After signing, they also issued a notice to everyone, warning them not to use magic during the holiday. I really wish they had forgotten to send this to us. Fred Weasley regretfully waved the notice in his hand. Not being able to use magic during the holidays was simply torture. You really don't need to worry. In a wizarding household, the Ministry of Magic can't figure out who is using magic, so even if you use magic at home, the Ministry won't issue a warning. Albert shrugged and explained, as long as you use magic in a place like Diagon Alley where wizards are densely packed, the Ministry of Magic can't determine if it's you using magic, because the trace can only locate and monitor whether anyone within a certain range around you is using magic. You're quite well informed, aren't you? Shauna was a bit surprised that Albert actually knew these things. Of course he knows. Lee Jordan couldn't help but laugh. After all, someone has been tricked by him before. Someone. Truman from Hufflepuff. Fred kindly reminded, so, as long as we stay at home, we can use magic without any worries. That's right, as long as you're at home, pure-blood wizard-born students can only rely on their families for self-supervision. Albert disdainfully said, feeling somewhat dissatisfied that he couldn't use magic during this summer vacation. According to what you're saying, the Ministry of Magic relies on trace to determine whether we've used magic, but when exactly? Sana asked in confusion, did they ever secretly allow us to use trace? Using it secretly. Albert's expression was a bit strange. Nope. Nothing. Didn't you just sign it? Magic contract. Albert reminded. Are you talking about that commitment letter? Not only Shauna, but the others also understood what was going on. According to what I heard from Professor Broad, the commitment we just signed is a magical contract, also known as a tracking spell. Of course, that thing has its loopholes too. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have signed. Lee Jordan looked thoroughly dejected. Not sign. Albert repeated softly, you cannot sign. What if we break the promise? Fred asked curiously. The Ministry of Magic will know immediately and send an owl to warn you. What is the loophole about? George was even more curious about this matter. It can't figure out who exactly used the magic. Albert gave a simple example. If you live in a community full of muggles, and someone around you uses magic, then the Ministry of Magic will think it's you using magic when they detect it. At that time, was it like this when you tricked Truman? Fred asked curiously. Yes, this is the loophole I'm talking about. The Ministry of Magic can track your location through the trace. When you are in Diagon Alley or at home, if someone around you uses magic, the Ministry cannot determine who used the magic, because the wizards passing through Diagon Alley and your family members might be using magic. Awesome, that means we don't have to worry about the Ministry of Magic finding out we've been using magic. Fred and George high-fived in celebration. But you need to worry about your family finding out. Lee Jordan said impatiently. Everyone returned to the dormitory to pack their things, only to find that their wardrobes were already empty, and all their belongings had been packed into suitcases. It must be the house elves helping out. Fred explained to everyone. Guessed it. Albert nodded and said, let's go, we don't want to miss the train. As everyone dragged their luggage toward the hall, Furchie suddenly lunged out from a hidden corridor, his two blood-red eyes glaring at Albert and the others, and he rasped, it was you, wasn't it? The four of them exchanged glances, all putting on I don't know what you're talking about expression. Don't think I don't know. It was definitely you guys who made that garlic smell in my office. We don't understand what you're saying, the twins said in unison. Last night, we went to bed early. Lee Keaton cleared his throat lightly and explained, as for whether we here includes the Wesley brothers, it's hard to say. Albert helplessly shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was completely unaware of the situation. You grow garlic. Furchie's eyes sparkled with anger. You mean that one? Fred had a look of realization and said with a smile, last time, Albert made it into garlic scrambled eggs, and it tasted pretty good. If you don't believe me, you can ask the house elf. George added, that dish was cooked by the house elf. The four of them passed by the bewildered Filch, stifling their laughter as they boarded the carriage to the Hogwarts Express. All the way, several people were discussing Filch's matters, predicting whether he would cause them trouble next semester and how they should respond. Actually, only Fred and George would have such troubles. As the train passed through Muggletown, they were eating Bertie Bott's every flavor beans provided by Lee Jordan, seeing who had the worst luck. When the train stopped at Platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station, they took off their wizard robes and changed into the jackets and short tops that Muggles usually wear. At the ticket gate, an old guard was standing watch, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass at a time. Albert took a long time to queue up and finally walked out of the platform. Over here, Albert, we're here. Just as he stepped off the platform, Albert saw Nia waving at him. Nia has become a lady. Albert laughed and praised his sister. I have always been very ladylike. Nia complained discontentedly. How about Tom? Albert asked. Temporarily take care of it at your Grandpa Luke's. Herb reached out to take Albert's luggage and casually explained, you know, we're going to France for vacation this summer, and we won't have time to take care of it. Your owl will also be temporarily staying with Grandpa Luke. Oh my gosh, I have to write to Grandma Sansa and tell her not to feed Tom too much food. Albert couldn't help but cover his cheek with his palm. He could already foresee that by the time he saw Tom again, it would have been fed into a fat cat. A cat being a little chubby isn't a bad thing. Daisy comforted. I think it's quite cute. Chapter 163, Vacation in France. Traveling is a delightful thing. Changing the environment can change one's mood and also provide an opportunity to relax both body and mind. Going on vacation to France is undoubtedly a brand new experience for Albert. This trip was planned together by Herbert and Daisy. The British love to travel, and the couple is very experienced in this regard. When they were preparing to take the whole family on a trip, they tacitly chose France as the destination. Why? Albert speaks French. That's right. This is the reason why Herbert and Daisy chose to travel to France. Traveling abroad, not being able to speak the language is actually quite a hassle, and now they don't need to worry about this issue at all, and they don't have to follow the annoying travel agency anymore. They can go wherever they want. And as for the translation problem, isn't Albert still around? The couple euphemistically called it improving Albert's French skills. The plane had just landed at the airport, and this little translator truly left the customs officers dumbfounded. Herbert and Daisy enjoyed watching the bewildered and shocked expressions of these French people. It greatly satisfied their vanity. In the first few days after arriving in France, the Anderson family visited several famous French landmarks, such as the Champs-Élysées, the Arc de Triomphe, and the Seine River, and they didn't forget to take plenty of photos to commemorate the trip. Of course, this might be related to Albert saying to pick a few nice photos and help make them into moving magical photos. The remaining time is spent on the scheduled vacation at the Basque Beach. Blowing in the sea breeze, sunbathing, and watching beautiful women in swimsuits is truly a delightful experience. However, Albert's favorite activities are still surfing and swimming. In his past life, he was a landlubber and rarely had the chance to go to a swimming pool. It was a rare opportunity to learn how to swim using a paddle, so how could Albert easily give up the joy of swimming by the sea? On a scorching summer day, playing in the water by the sea is quite enjoyable. Albert often surfs with the French, and as his experience with the French language has increased, he has become more and more proficient in using it. He has no problem with everyday reading, writing, and communication. Of course, the surfboard was borrowed from someone else. Albert is quite popular here. For the romantic French, this friendly British boy who speaks French and surfs is shrouded in mystery. Albert, help me put on sunscreen. Nia abandoned the half-built sandcastle and ran toward Albert, still holding a towel and sunscreen in her hands. Why didn't you let Mom help you apply sunscreen? Albert took a sip of juice, grabbed a towel, and wiped the water off his body. They're chatting with someone else. Nia pointed her chin in a certain direction, indicating for Albert to look for himself. Under the sunshade, Herb and Daisy were chatting with a young couple who were also visiting France. They were so engrossed in their conversation that it was hard to tell what they were talking about. Sigh, this is really unreliable. Albert muttered. Yeah. Nia also nodded in agreement. Come here, lie down on the beach chair, I'll help you apply sunscreen. Albert took the sunscreen, had Nia lie down on the beach chair, and began to carefully apply sunscreen on her. In this hot summer, if you sunbathe without applying sunscreen, your skin will get sunburned. Albert, does France also have a magic academy? Nia comfortably squinted her eyes and asked curiously. There are 3 magic schools in Europe: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the UK, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France, and the last one in the Scandinavian region of Northern Europe. It's called Durmstrang Institute. Albert, while applying sunscreen on Nia, said softly, "How did you know?" Nia asked again. There are relevant records in the Hogwarts library. The relationships between the 3 schools have always been quite good. Albert replied. Then you tell me, we came to France, how come we haven't encountered anything related to magic? Nia asked again. Because ordinary people's lives have no intersection with wizards, they naturally cannot come into contact with them. It's done. Albert suddenly said, I'll go get you some juice. Magic Academy. The young couple looked over at Albert upon hearing this, their expressions a bit strange. He likes to read. Daisy explained. I'm planning to write a book for myself. Albert smiled and nodded at the young couple, saying, writing a story about magic. The young couple looked at Albert in astonishment, not expecting that this child, not yet 12 years old, was already planning to write a book. We are very supportive of him in this regard. Herbert cleared his throat, just like we support him learning French. Speaking of this, Herbert started bragging about Albert again, and even planned to have Albert say a few sentences in French for everyone to hear. Albert couldn't help but want to cover his face upon hearing those words, and quickly walked away. Why not continue sunbathing? Albert looked at Nia, who had stood up, and asked with confusion. This time, let me help you apply sunscreen. Nia said. No need, I can do it myself. Just as Albert was about to apply sunscreen on himself, a voice suddenly rang out beside his ear. Hey, handsome, do you want me to help you apply some sunscreen? A few young women in swimsuits carrying surfboards walked by, smiling and greeting Albert. No, thank you. Albert politely declined. Let's go surfing together sometime. Oh dear, I'm so embarrassed. The swimsuit girls left giggling. See, Albert's French is indeed quite good. Herbert said to the young husband. The young couple, who were originally half convinced, have truly come to believe it. Who are they? Nia warily watched the backs of the women in swimsuits as they walked away. A friend I met while surfing. Oh, so you like that type? Nia looked down at her flat body and muttered, I'll still grow up, alright, stop fidgeting, just lie down and soak up the sun. I want to help you apply sunscreen. Nia insisted. Okay. Albert reluctantly agreed. In fact, Nia's skills were really not up to par. In the end, it was Daisy who helped Albert repaint it. At dinner, Albert stared at the French fish stew the waiter brought to his plate and asked, Where's Dad? Going to book tickets for the opera house. Daisy said. Opera house? Which opera house? Albert felt that he couldn't appreciate such highbrow things. Bastille Opera House. Tickets there aren't cheap, right? Albert frowned. As the second largest opera house in France, tickets there are not cheap either. Herbert said that since we're in France, we shouldn't miss this. Daisy comforted, and beside, our budget is still quite ample, this vacation is cheaper than we imagined. When did that happen? Albert asked again. Before heading back, we just finished watching the opera and then took a flight home. Daisy said with a smile. Nia, do you like opera? I don't know, I haven't seen it. Nia shook her head and said, Is it good? This kind of art is really hard to appreciate. How about we change it to going to the movies instead? Albert suggested. I'm afraid not. The one who answered him was Herbert. Did you already buy the tickets? Albert asked incredulously. I booked the tickets, they can't be refunded, and since we're in France, how can we miss the opera? Herbert said. Alright, as long as you're happy. Pa couldn't help but roll his eyes and didn't plan to dwell on this matter any longer. Chapter 164, The Real Gold Membership Card. Most people who travel to France will visit the Arc de Triomphe and the Seine River. If they have the chance, they will definitely want to try France's famous cuisine, foie gras and French onion soup. So, why would Herbert take his family to see an opera in France? Albert couldn't understand Herbert's thoughts. Perhaps it was because the budget was sufficient, or maybe it was a rare opportunity. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. Before returning to the UK, the Anderson family took a bus to the Bastille Opera House, preparing to conclude their trip to France with a perfect finale by watching the opera they had booked not long ago. By the way, this opera is actually the Romeo and Juliet that Albert is familiar with. Albert watched the movie Romeo and Juliet in his past life. As for the opera, anyway, I didn't watch any operas in my past life. With Albert's help, Herbert successfully obtained the previously reserved tickets. After passing through the ticket check at the entrance of the Bastille Opera House, a few people walked down the aisle to their seats. The opera house usually closes early, and the Anderson family belongs to the last batch of audience members. With the vast majority already seated, the 4 people walked along the aisle in the middle of the seats, and quickly found their seats using the numbers on their tickets. In that row, there are still 5 empty seats. Beside the Anderson family, it seems that one more person hasn't arrived on time. To Albert's right was an elderly couple with white hair. Perhaps sensing Albert's gaze, the old man turned his head and smiled at him. Albert politely returned the smile and redirected his attention to the opera program pamphlet. However, the performance brochure is all in French, and only Albert can understand it. He quietly reads the contents to his family and discusses the opera with them. Herbert and Daisy had once watched Romeo and Juliet together, but it was at an opera house in the UK. This time in France, the adaptation and style of the opera might be slightly different. The opera Romeo and Juliet is divided into 5 acts and 6 scenes. Albert didn't reveal the content, which is quite unfriendly for Nia, who hasn't seen it. It's better to maintain the sense of anticipation. When the Anderson family was quietly discussing the opera, the spectator in the empty seat next to him also hurried over, a middle-aged man in his 50s. His suit gave Albert a sense of inexplicable discomfort. The middle-aged man seemed to know the elderly couple. He just whispered a few words to them, and the theater bell rang, signaling the start of the opera. The entire theater fell silent in an instant. The already dim lights went out, and the surroundings were completely engulfed in darkness, with only the stage still illuminated. Indeed, it has a great atmosphere. Albert also stopped talking, focusing all his attention on the stage. To be honest, Albert, who knows nothing about opera, changed his perception of opera after watching the first act at the Capulets to one where singing and music convey and express the plot. But I have to say, this opera still has some charm, and I could understand what was being expressed on stage, which is much better than the concert by the famous magician in the wizarding world, Satina Wabeck. The first act of Romeo and Juliet tells the story of Romeo and Juliet meeting and falling in love, only to discover that their families are enemies. The period is filled with the uniquely French qualities of lightness, elegance, and romance. Albert glanced at his family during a break. Daisy and Herbert were already in an appreciative state, while Nia, who couldn't quite understand the opera, was covering a yawn with her hand, probably just feeling bored. This is actually not surprising. If he were just a child, he would definitely be in this situation. Speaking of which, the middle-aged man sitting next to Nia actually fell into a daze. Clearly, he had no interest in opera but had to accompany his family to watch it. Their voices are really amazing. This was Nia's exclamation after the curtain fell, which made Albert next to her almost burst into laughter. However, he managed to hold back and didn't let out a sound, simply replying softly, "Yeah. Romeo and Juliet both belong to the soprano type." As Nia said, their voices are really impressive. They can actually produce such high notes. The second act didn't keep the audience waiting long. It quickly unfolded in the garden outside Juliet's bedroom, where Romeo and Juliet secretly pledged their lives to each other. Looking at the French on the performance brochure, Albert explained the general story of the previous scene to Nia during the intermission after the performance ended and the curtain fell. "I bet they definitely didn't end up together," Nia said after listening. "How could enemies possibly end up together in the end? It would definitely be a tragedy." Act 3 began amidst Nia's murmurs. As for the outcome of Romeo and Juliet, it naturally ends in tragedy. Just as Nia said, Romeo was sentenced to exile for killing Juliet's cousin. The two planned to feign death to secretly be together, but the messenger from the priest was delayed, causing the message to reach Romeo too late. This directly led to the tragic events of Act V, where Romeo, in a tenderly lyrical and sorrowful tone, took poison and died. When Juliet awoke and found her lover dead, she drew her sword and committed suicide to join him in death. The curtain slowly descends, and enthusiastic applause fills the opera house. "How was it?" "The opera wasn't bad, right?" Herbert asked with a smile. "Not bad." Albert thought for a moment and then said, "But I still think movies are more suitable for me." "Where's Nia?" Daisy asked. "Here, I was holding her hand the whole time." Albert's gaze fell on the empty seat ahead. That middle-aged man actually left halfway through. "When did this happen? And I didn't even notice." "Nia, what are you doing?" Daisy frowned and reminded, "It's time to go. Hold on to Albert's hand and don't get separated." "Keep up." Herbert said again, "Don't shove, and don't rush. Just follow the crowd and leave slowly." "I know this." Nia is gone. Albert responded. After leaving the Bastille Opera House, Nia suddenly asked, "Albert, do you think if the messenger had arrived on time, Romeo and Juliet would have ended up together?" "No way," Albert said calmly. "Why?" Nia tilted her head and asked. Because messengers are always late, even if they aren't, Shakespeare will make them late. Albert said calmly. Ahem. Albert said that Romeo and Juliet are just characters in a play, so their fate was already sealed. Herbert was taken aback by Albert's words and quickly explained. What if it were in reality? Nia asked again. They will definitely be together. Daisy preemptively comforted, slightly displeased as she glared at her son and husband, urging them to be quiet and not ruin the romantic atmosphere. The girls naturally hoped that Romeo and Juliet could be together, not buried together after death. Nia, what were you just picking up? Albert changed the subject. Oh, by the way, I just picked this up. Nia handed a golden card to Herbert. This should belong to one of the audience members. What is this? After reading it, Herbert was also taken aback. Because this is not a nominal gold card, but a real gold card, a gold card made of gold. Gold! Albert stared at the card made of gold, slightly furrowing his brow. Actually, they all found it quite speechless. A gold card is just a saying, but who would have thought that someone actually used gold to make a gold card? How ridiculous is that? The world of the nouveau riche is really hard to understand, isn't it? You all wait here for a moment, I'll go hand it over to the staff at the Bastille Opera. Herbert finished speaking and prepared to return to the Bastille Opera with the gold card to hand it over to the staff there. Let me take a look, I always feel like the text above looks a bit familiar. Herbert discovered that he couldn't understand the text on the gold card. However, he could understand the image, which seemed to be a pot and a stick. When Albert had just received the gold card, an unexpected incident occurred. The hand holding the gold card suddenly veered in a certain direction, as if a powerful force was preparing to pull the card away. What's going on? Albert immediately reacted, almost instinctively grabbing the gold card just as it was about to slip from his fingertips. He focused his attention on the gold card, and the protective bracelet on his wrist countered the effect of the flying spell. What just happened? Herbert was taken aback. He had also seen the scene where the gold card almost flew away on its own. A wizard is using a spell to summon it. Albert casually explained, but that bastard really knows how to get me into trouble. What's wrong? Daisy asked. I don't even know if the other party using the flying curse will be blamed on me. Albert muttered to himself. He hated that one day he would inexplicably become the scapegoat. This is why I decided to confiscate this gold card. As for the iron armor spell on the protective bracelet, the magic on magical items is not monitored by the Ministry of Magic, just like using a flying broomstick, so Albert is completely unconcerned about this aspect. Are you saying? Nia asked quietly, the person who was just next to us is a wizard. Don't discuss these things here anymore. Albert whispered a warning. Return this gold card, or hand it over to the people at the Bastille Opera House to deal with. Daisy suggested, as she certainly didn't want an unknown wizard suddenly showing up to demand the gold card. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Albert glanced at the runny text above, Extraordinary Pharmacists Association. If he hadn't been disturbed by the Ministry of Magic's owl, Albert would have returned this membership gold card to its original owner through other means. If you really end up taking the blame for no reason, just wait for the other person to help clear up the misunderstanding before returning the favor. By the way, are these pharmacists all wealthy people? They are so extravagant that they even use gold for their membership cards. Moreover, this membership gold card is actually a magical item. Chapter 165. The Philosopher's Stone. Heddock Dagworth was feeling a bit down because he had discovered that his gold membership card was missing. That is the senior membership certificate of the Extraordinary Apothecaries Association, as well as a representative medal proving Heddock's outstanding contributions to the field of potions. The Extraordinary Apothecaries Association is well known in the UK and throughout Europe. The association offers 3 types of membership cards: gold, silver, and bronze. Each membership card represents the contributions made by the member in the field of potions. It is also a symbol of the association recognized by the European magical community. This type of membership card is unique. It grants the holder honor and certain convenient privileges. For example, without being used for transactions, one can purchase a small amount of prohibited trade items for potion making, serving as a convenient and quick pass. Heddock Dagworth actually just passed through France, came to see some acquaintances, and brought them some herbs along the way. The other party happened to be planning to go see an opera, so they extended an invitation to Heddock, who considered it for a moment and then nodded in agreement. To be honest, Heddock doesn't really like Muggle entertainment. An opera is just plain boring to him. When Heddock left the opera house early to head to the magical forest, he suddenly realized that his golden card was missing. This led to him being turned away by the herbalists of the magical forest, which left Heddock quite frustrated. However, what was even more frustrating was that Heddock originally thought the golden card had fallen at the opera house. When he returned to look for it, he couldn't find the card at all. In desperation, Hetok could only use the summoning in desperation. Heddock Dagworth had no choice but to turn to his old friend for help, hoping to use the other's prophecy to recover the golden card. We all thought you had already left France. Perinal poured a cup of French tea for Hertog. Yes, I've already left. I just came from the enchanted forest. Hertog Dagworth was telling the LeMay couple about his misfortunes. Do you want me to help you find the gold card? Nico didn't mind helping Hetok, after all, he had also brought them a lot of convenience. Yes, please. Hertog took a sip of red tea. He had to get his gold card back. Losing it was absolutely unacceptable. Without the gold card, many things would become very inconvenient. Don't worry, I believe you will find the lost gold card. Nico reassured, and after finishing his cup of red tea, he stood up and walked toward his desk. Hertog immediately got up and followed. A crystal ball was placed on the desk. Let me take a quick look. Nico muttered, raising his hand and sweeping it over the crystal ball. The crystal ball, which had been a mass of mist, underwent some subtle changes. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing a clear scene inside. The crystal ball reflected Hetok's golden card, held in a brown hand. The next moment, the crystal ball once again revealed the owner of that hand, and it was none other than Albert's face. I know this kid, he was sitting right next to us at the time. Nico said, he should be a wizard. Which? Hertog was also taken aback, still not having recovered from the shock. Did you notice his wrist earlier? That's an alchemical item. I saw some runes carved on it. Nico noticed the confusion on Hetok's face and began to explain. But when did he take my gold card? Hertog frowned slightly but ultimately didn't use the word steal. Take it. Nico frowned slightly and corrected, I prefer to think of it as finding. Maybe, it was my oversight. Hertog nodded in agreement with Nico's statement. He also didn't believe that an underage wizard could take anything from him. If you want to get your gold card back, you'd better hurry. Nico pointed to the image on the crystal ball and kindly reminded, that is a plane, the plane the Anderson family is about to board. What is this? Hertog stared at the plane, slightly furrowing his brow. Like the vast majority of pure-blood wizards, he knew nothing about the Muggle world. It seems like a Muggle mode of transportation. Nico couldn't recall the name of this thing for the life of him. I think I should be going now, thank you for your help. Hertog hurriedly left. Hope everything goes well for him. Perinal put down the teacup and said, looking at Hetok's departing figure. He will find it. Nico isn't worried about this issue, however. Even with Nico's help, Hetok still couldn't find Albert, because he knew nothing about Muggles and had no idea where the airport was. He doesn't even know what the plane is called, let alone ask someone for help. Hertog regrets very much. Why didn't they add a location feature to the gold card? Next time I go back to the Extraordinary Pharmacists Association, I must suggest doing it this way. With nothing to show for his efforts, Hertog had no choice but to seek help from the French Ministry of Magic, asking them to send wizards familiar with the Muggle world. By the time Hertog and the French Ministry of Magic personnel hurriedly arrived at the Muggle airport, it was already a long time later. The plane that the Anderson family was on had already taken off, returning to the UK. After confirming that the person he was looking for had already left France, Hetok became even more frustrated. He thought this trip to France was simply terrible. However, it wasn't just Hetok who was in a bad mood. There was also an unfortunate owl that brushed past Albert. As Albert guessed, because Hetok used the flying spell near the Bastille Opera House, the blame fell directly on Albert. The British Office for the Prevention of Abuse of Magic immediately sent a warning letter to Albert. However, as the owl flew across the English Channel, the Anderson family happened to board a plane returning to the UK, and by the time it flew into French airspace, Albert was already on the plane heading back to the UK. The owl delivering the letter suddenly found itself in a tough spot because it realized that the recipient it was supposed to deliver to was moving in another direction. This poor owl had to find a place to catch its breath, eat something to replenish its energy, and prepare to fly across the English Channel again. As a professional owl, the moment it received the envelope, it would do whatever it took to deliver the letter to the recipient. Albert was unaware of these matters. He was examining the gold card in his hand. As for what kind of association the Extraordinary Pharmacists Association is, he really hasn't heard of it and isn't very clear about it. However, since it is an association that can use gold to create gold cards, it must be quite large in scale. Perhaps it is a well-known alchemist organization. Albert thought that this gold card might be unique and non-reproducible, just like a wizard's coin. By the way, the owner of the gold card is named Heddock Dagworth. As for how Albert knew, naturally, it's an introduction to the panel task. Return what you find. You accidentally found a gold membership card belonging to Heddock Dagworth. You should return the gold membership card to him. Reward, 100 experience, het took Dagworth as favor plus 10. It's really a ghostly act of honesty. Albert temporarily ignored the task and continued studying the runic text on the gold card. He always felt that as long as he could decipher the secrets within the runic text on the gold card, he would be able to advance further in his understanding of runic text. The plane suddenly started shaking violently, probably due to encountering turbulence at high altitude, and everyone's faces turned a bit pale. Don't worry, nothing will happen, it's just encountering some turbulence. Albert noticed that Nia's face was very pale, and quickly reached out to grab her hand, speaking words of comfort. It's nothing, don't worry. Herbert's voice came from the side, his face equally pale, not looking like someone who was fine at all. There's no way around it. Although plane crashes are rare, if you really happen to be in one, it would mean the whole family is gone together. The sound of the flight attendant's voice filled the cabin, attempting to calm all the passengers' emotions. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Albert calmly reassured, nothing will happen. Even if the plane really crashes, Albert can use his phantasmagoria to take his family away before the plane falls. So, he is not worried at all about the safety of himself and his family. That calm voice quickly dispelled the Anderson family's unease and soon brought them back to their senses. As Albert said, this was just a false alarm. The plane encountered turbulence and the high-altitude air currents. Bumps are inevitable. Are you not afraid at all? A pale-faced woman across from him looked at Albert in astonishment, hardly able to believe that someone could remain calm in such a situation. Did you see that flight attendant over there? She also has a pale face, right? Is being afraid useful? Albert countered with a question, leaving her at a loss for words. Yet, if the plane really has an accident, fear is still going to kill you. Not being afraid is naturally because I know I won't die. This is just a minor episode on the way home. After landing safely, all the passengers on the plane breathed a sigh of relief. Weren't you really scared back then? Nia still voiced her inner doubts. Don't be afraid. Albert reached out and patted the girl's head, smiling as he said, because I know we won't die there, even if the plane really does have an accident. Using magic. Nia quickly thought of the reason. Yeah, using magic. Albert admitted it. But you didn't bring that stick. Nia reminded. That's called a wand, and not all magic requires a wand. Albert explained. Truly my son, as reliable as ever. Daisy wasn't quite sure if Albert's words were meant to comfort them, but she was still very pleased to hear them. What if the plane falls? Herbert asked curiously. You should focus on driving. Albert reminded him, and after a moment's thought, he added, I want to go to Grandpa Luke's house first and bring Tom and Sheila back. Perfect, I'll send over the gifts I bought in France as well. Herbert agreed, and the first thing the Anderson family did upon returning to the UK was to deliver the gifts and pick up their pet. How's France? Luke smiled, picked up Nia, and asked Albert. Not bad, it feels pretty good. Albert replied with a smile, I even learned to surf at Basque Beach. Truly worthy of being my grandson, surfing is not an easy thing to do. Albert learned it in no time. Nia muttered, doubting Grandpa Luke's claim that it wasn't an easy task. Come in, Sansa is making your favorite chocolate cake. Luke, with a smile, led the two of them into the house. As soon as he entered the living room, Albert saw Tom lazily sprawled on the sofa. He quickly walked over, picked up Tom, and shook him a couple of times, exclaiming, You've gotten fatter again. Meow. Tom let out a sound, as if protesting Albert's remark, as if saying he hadn't gained weight. Tom has been doing much better than before. Sansa placed a piece of chocolate cake on the table in front of Albert and said with a smile, It's better to be a bit chubby. Albert was speechless for a moment. Is this what they call 10 orange cats, 9 of them fat? Albert reached out and scratched Tom's chin, muttering softly, By the way, our own Tom isn't even an orange cat. Sure enough, I should really exercise more and lose weight. Albert muttered to himself, and Tom seemed to understand his words, jumping off Albert's knee and running over to Sansa. Albert, sure enough, I really need to lose weight properly. At that moment, an owl flew in through the window and dropped a letter onto the cake in front of Albert. How about we make it into soup? Albert glared at the owl with a malicious look. His own piece of cake hadn't even been eaten yet, and now it was ruined by it. It looks very tired. The owl had just finished flying and landed on the table. Nia raised her hand and poked it, asking, Should we prepare some water and disappointment for it? Don't worry about it. Albert looked gloomily at the letter from the Ministry of Magic. He knew his premonition had come true. Even without reading it, he knew what it contained. Last year, I got Truman into trouble, and this year, I got myself into trouble. Could this be what they mean by not that it won't be repaid, but that the time hasn't come yet? Whose letter is it? Luke, who was unpacking the package, asked. Nothing, I'm going to write a reply. Albert said with a smile, "It's just right to let Sheila go out for a flight, so it doesn't get too fat from being overfed." Albert wrote 2 letters, one to the Ministry of Magic, explaining the matter of the summoning charm. Since he didn't do it, Albert isn't feeling guilty at all. Besides, he didn't bring his wand, so he can't be blamed for this. Another letter was written to Professor Broad, discussing the trip to France, casually inquiring about the Extraordinary Potion Masters Association, complaining about the Ministry of Magic's extremely unreliable tracking, and seeking the other party's opinion. In Albert's view, after the Ministry of Magic sees his reply, they will most likely ignore it. After all, the Ministry of Magic is in such a state. He didn't have high expectations and certainly didn't expect much from the ministry. However, Albert is planning to use this matter to create some trouble, in order to prove that the Ministry of Magic's tracking methods are extremely unreliable and often make mistakes. In the future, if one day it really gets violated, you can use this as an excuse to prevent those people from the Ministry of Magic from causing you trouble. What, you say I used magic? But I didn't bring my wand, and beside, it's not the first time your Ministry of Magic has made a mistake with the tracking spells. Are you sure this time it's not the ministry's own fault? Climax Chapter 166 Little Things. After graduating from Hogwarts, Mafalda Hopkirk has been working for the Ministry of Magic and is now serving as the assistant to the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Hopkirk's usual job is to send a warning letter to the violator on behalf of the director after receiving illegal information, explaining the violated act. If the situation is more serious, it is necessary to notify the emergency response team to take action. However, just today, Hopkirk encountered something that made her extremely frustrated. Someone actually replied to her, telling her, "Your Ministry of Magic has made a blunder." The sender is named Albert Anderson, and he is currently studying at Hogwarts. In the letter, Anderson clearly stated that he was on vacation in France with his family at the time, did not carry a wand when leaving the country, and certainly did not use the summoning charm. The Ministry of Magic must have made a mistake, and he hopes the ministry can resolve the misunderstanding and reply to his letter. Actually, Hopkirk doesn't think Anderson is lying, because the most compelling evidence is that Anderson doesn't even know how to use the levitation charm. They just finished their first year at Hogwarts. First-year students can use the levitation charm. Even Hopkirk himself doesn't believe it. If you can't use the flying spell, then naturally you can't cast spells. So, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures was undoubtedly mistaken. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened, and Hopkirk wasn't too surprised. But what does this have to do with me? Hopkirk is only responsible for sending letters and notifications. She is not responsible for handling these issues and does not have the authority to do so. Oh, wait, this matter is actually somewhat related to her. Hopkirk has the authority to decide whether to hand this letter over to the current head of the Office for the Detection and Confiscation of Prohibited Items, or to simply toss it into a trash bin. Based on her understanding of her boss, he probably won't care about this kind of thing. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is just a small matter, and there's no need to overanalyze it. When Mafalda Hopkirk was preparing to handle it privately, the so-called private handling is actually just destroying the letter or throwing it into some trash can. After all, she is just an assistant herself. Although I have some understanding of the laws that reasonably restrict underage wizards, in the end, I am just an assistant, and my duties mainly involve helping to write warning letters and similar tasks. As Hopkirk was about to throw the letter into the trash, she suddenly remembered something from last year. She still recalled the mix-up caused by the tracking thread, which had caused quite a stir at the time. In the end, it was exposed by the Prophets Daily. Natalie, who was responsible for handling the matter, ended up getting herself into a lot of trouble and almost got transferred to the Muggle Liaison Office. Throwing it away doesn't seem right. Let's hand it over to the director. Hopkirk hesitated for a moment but still believed it was her duty. As for how her superior would handle it, that was none of her business. Of course, Hopcroft could also guess what the outcome would be after sending this letter. As Hopkirk expected, his superior didn't even glance at the letter, directly tossing it onto the desk. By the time Hopkirk saw the letter again, it had already been thrown into the trash. However, what Hopkirk did not know was that such an outcome was also anticipated by Albert. However, Hopkirk had no idea that they had unknowingly stepped in front of a pit dug by someone else. Just behind them, someone was already preparing to kick them into the pit. After returning to the country, Albert began writing replies to the letters he had sent to himself. The Weasley brothers naturally also received Albert's mailing list, along with the gift Albert bought for the twins, a rubber duck. Alright, the yellow rubber duck was actually a gift that Albert bought at the grocery store near his home. He certainly knew that Fred and George wouldn't like this gift, because it was meant for Mr. Weasley. Albert wants the twins to ask Mr. Weasley how to handle a situation like his. Fred and George expressed sympathy, schadenfreude, for Albert's predicament in their reply, and wrote in the letter, "Dad thinks this is just a minor issue, so you don't need to worry. He suggests that you should write a letter to the head of the Office for the Regulation of Magical Practices, explaining the situation to him. At the end of the letter, they also wrote, "By the way, Dad asked me to ask you, what exactly is a rubber duck used for in the Muggle world? Is it a small matter?" Albert muttered, "Well, for those who are not involved, it really is a trivial matter." Albert set aside the twins' letter and continued to open the second letter. Professor Broad's reply was somewhat unexpected for Albert. He also considered it a minor issue, allowing Albert not to worry about it. In Professor Broad's reply, he mentioned some information about the Extraordinary Pharmacists Association, also expressed his fondness for the gift Albert sent him, and briefly mentioned McDougal's new book at the end. Small matter. Albert set the letter aside, picked up the gold card, and muttered, "Now let's see how Heddick Dagworth reacts. Let's see if he also thinks losing his gold card is no big deal." From Professor Broad's letter, Albert could easily infer the value of the gold card in his hand. He believes that Heddick Dagworth will not remain indifferent. There are several letters, so it's impossible to reply immediately. The last letter was written by Rowena Smith. Beside discussing some common interests, Rowena Smith also mentioned in the letter that she would give Albert an unexpected surprise in the near future. Regarding the so-called unexpected surprise, Albert could probably guess what it was. Rowena Smith was preparing to take up the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. After reading all the letters, Albert put them into the box, stood up and stretched, drank the now-cold milk tea, patted Tom, who was lying on the cushion by the table, and refocused his attention on the remaining summer homework. This is the remaining homework Albert had before going on vacation to France, because he doesn't have the habit of doing homework while on vacation, so he temporarily set aside his summer homework when he went to France. Going on vacation to France, Albert only brought the few books about ancient magic scripts that McDougal had given him. As long as you carefully study these books, your experience in magic script skills will increase at a gratifying pace. Now, we are one big step closer to the level 3 spell. It's not that Albert doesn't like leveling up directly using experience, it's just that he prefers the feeling of studying magic. Every time there is a slight breakthrough in the magical text, it gives Albert a sense of inexplicable achievement, and this kind of achievement is exactly what Albert desires. The door was suddenly knocked on, and Nia pushed the door open and poked her head in, saying to Albert, who was sitting at the table, "Dad asked me to tell you to go to bed early today. We're going shopping in Diagon Alley tomorrow." Got it. Albert knew why Nia was so excited, because she would also be going to Diagon Alley in London. "Tom, it's time to sleep." Nia reached out and picked up Tom, who was lying on the soft mat, and placed him on the floor. "Walk on your own, you've become so heavy that I can't carry you anymore." "So, that's why I said Tom should lose some weight," Albert said with a laugh. "Go get some rest. Tom, leave, or your rations will be halved tomorrow." Nia's threat was quite effective. Tom obediently got up and followed Nia out. Albert looked at the door that had just closed again and focused his attention on his homework. These holiday assignments aren't actually difficult, they just require time to write the answers on parchment. He was considering whether to stay up all night to finish his holiday homework in one go. In the end, thinking of Nia's anticipation for shopping at Diagon Alley tomorrow, he decided to give up. Half an hour later, Albert closed the ink bottle, put the quill back in the pen holder, and got up, lazily covering a yawn. Sheila just returned from foraging. Ever since Albert told her last time not to bring prey home, she hasn't brought any dead mice back home. "Good night." Albert looked at his owl, then gazed out at the night sky, stifled a yawn, and lay back down to rest. Pinnacle Chapter 167, A trip to Diagon Alley. In the early morning, as the sun had just risen, Albert had already opened his eyes and awakened from his slumber. He slightly turned his head toward the door, and familiar footsteps could be heard in the hallway. The next moment, the door was knocked on, and Nia's voice sounded from outside. "Get up, Albert, hurry up and get up." Albert got out of bed, just covering a yawn, stretched his arms, and as soon as he did, the door was opened. Tom slipped through the crack, hopped onto the chair, and with another leap, landed on the soft cushion on the table, comfortably lying down. "It seems that Tom really likes this cushion." Albert reached out and patted Tom's head, smiling at Nia. "You go out first, I'll change clothes." "Hurry up, Dad said we need to arrive in London before 10. Nia called Tom to leave, and before leaving, she didn't forget to take Tom's cushion with her. "So early?" Albert was a bit surprised. "He said to come earlier so we would have enough time to stroll around Diagon Alley." Nia, leaning against the wall, said, "She obviously agrees with Herbert's approach. After all, this time the Anderson family is going to Diagon Alley together. In other words, it's just a family outing to Diagon Alley. If we don't make time in advance, the upcoming schedule will become very tight." When Albert went downstairs to eat, Nia even suggested bringing a camera to take some photos, but Albert directly vetoed it. "Doing that will make you stand out, and that's not a good thing." Daisy slightly furrowed her brow, carefully choosing her words, and said, "Look down on ordinary people." She ultimately didn't use the word discrimination. Yes, some wizards are like that. Albert did not deny this. They think they are superior because they possess extraordinary powers. In fact, the entire magical world is quite backward. Once you go to Diagon Alley, you'll see. But sometimes you can't deny that magic is indeed quite good and can solve many problems. But most wizards' thinking is really too backward, or rather, they are very self-conscious and afraid of being persecuted. Well, ordinary people also have to bear a lot of blame in this regard. Actually, if we could combine magic and technology, Albert immediately dismissed such unrealistic thoughts. Reformers are usually the unfortunate souls who die on the front lines. For someone like Albert, a small fry, the most important thing is to live a good, albeit short, life. Even if the world were to explode in 300 years, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. Until the end of the meal, they did not continue discussing that rather unpleasant topic, only mentioning some things to be aware of when going to Diagon Alley. At 8:30, Albert and his family set off by car for London. In the UK, this time is considered quite early for most people. The Anderson family took some time to arrive in London, and Herbert quickly took them to the big bookstore and record store. "Are we there?" Nia looked between the large bookstore and the record store, puzzled, and asked, "What about the bar?" "Here we are." Albert nodded. "During the time you were at Hogwarts, I came here a few more times, but no matter what, I couldn't find that pub." Herb couldn't help but exclaim, "Magic is truly a wonderful thing. Because there's a spell nearby that shields ordinary people." Albert explained, "The effect of this spell is to make ordinary people ignore certain things, preventing them from accidentally entering the leaky cauldron." "How do we get in?" Daisy asked. "Come with me." Albert took Nia's hand. "Don't be nervous, just try to look natural." With Albert's help, the Anderson family finally entered the Broken Pot Tavern. "I can't believe I didn't notice there was a bar here just now." After Nia followed Albert into the leaky cauldron, she was startled by the scene inside, shrank back, hid behind Albert, and tightly grasped his hand. "There's no way around it. This place is just too dark and dirty. There are a few strange characters sitting in the bar, like an old lady with a pipe, a bald and scruffy old man, and a middle-aged man who is already drunk. No matter how you look at it, this group of people is completely different from the ones Nia usually interacts with." Albert gave a slight nod to the bar owner, Tom, ignoring the glances from others, and led his family toward the backyard. "Don't be nervous, you're here to shop." Albert noticed Daisy biting her lip and spoke up to comfort her. Although Daisy appeared as calm as usual, Albert knew she had a habit of biting her lip when she was nervous. "The environment here is even more run down than I imagined." Daisy surveyed the backyard and asked, "Is the entrance here?" Since Albert visited Diagon Alley last year, the Anderson family has known that the entrance to Diagon Alley is in the backyard of the leaky cauldron. "Yes." Albert took out his wand, tapped the third brick from the left above the trash can, and then gestured for everyone to step back. Looking at the archway on the wall that opened to Diagon Alley, Nia looked exceptionally excited and exclaimed, "This is just amazing." Albert said with a smile, "Welcome to Diagon Alley. I didn't expect Diagon Alley to be a street." Daisy observed the wizards coming and going around her, and the old shops lining the sides of the alley. She began to understand Albert's description. It did look like it had been a while since it was last updated, and calling it outdated wouldn't be too far off. "Where are we going next?" Daisy asked. "First, go buy the book." Albert said. Due to Herbert exchanging a large amount of galleons last year, they haven't spent it all yet, so they didn't go to Gringotts this time. Nia felt disappointed about not being able to see the goblins. However, the magic shops lining the cobblestone street quickly caught Nia's attention. Albert was pulled into the Lighten bookstore by Nia, and Herbert and Daisy exchanged glances before following behind. Nia's gaze was immediately drawn to those distinct spellbooks. After entering the bookstore, Herbert had a brief conversation with the owner to purchase the books Albert needed. "Alright, actually, you only need to buy one, which is Standard Spells, Level 2 for the Charms class. The remaining textbooks will continue to use last semester's." "Is this book not for sale?" Albert pointed at the books on the display shelf and asked the shopkeeper. "Yes, not for sale." The shopkeeper explained, "This is Mr. Morg McDougal's new work. It said he only printed 100 copies. All 100 copies sold out." Albert was a bit surprised. He originally thought Mr. Mog McDougal's book wouldn't sell. "Why aren't they continuing to print more?" "I heard that the content inside is very difficult, and ordinary people can't understand it at all, so Mr. Mog McDougal thought it wouldn't sell even if it were printed, so it wasn't printed." The shopkeeper explained, "If you're interested in magic runes, I recommend you buy Mr. Mog McDougal's Complete Guide to Basic Magic Runes. This book is simple and easy to understand." So, those 100 books printed by Mr. McDougal were mostly meant to be given away. Albert muttered quietly. That's true, no one else can understand this book, so how could they buy it? Would they spend 5 galleons just to collect it? Don't you have a book on this? Nia asked in confusion. All right, let's go. Albert took the book, paid the other person a gallon, and left with Nia. There are still many things that need to be bought, for example, going to the pharmacy to replenish various ingredients for the potion. Speaking of which, Nia really doesn't like the pharmacy, the strange ingredients inside scare her to death. Before leaving the pharmacy, Albert had Herbert buy a bottle of white ash essence. With this, if he accidentally got hurt in the future, he could use the white ash essence to heal quickly without leaving a scar. After being introduced by Albert, the Anderson couple felt quite moved and bought another bottle to give to Grandpa Luke. This is something that can't be found in the Muggle world due to the school uniform being a few inches shorter than his limbs. Albert needed to go to Mrs. Moken's robe specialty store to have a few new robes custom made. Albert met acquaintances here, the McDougal sisters, along with their mother. The three of them came to pick up their custom-made robes. Neither party spoke a word to each other from beginning to end. After Mrs. McDougal paid, she left with her daughter. You know each other? Daisy asked curiously. Let's say we know each other, being in the same club. Albert replied casually. To this time, Nia didn't clamor to have one made for herself. She was just very curious and watched the entire process of Madame Moken making a custom suit for Albert. While Albert was replenishing ink, quills, and parchment at the Weisrick Magic Supply Store, Nia was captivated by a wonderful moving constellation model, a large glass sphere containing a model of the solar system. However, Herbert didn't buy it for her because he thought that thing had no value other than as a decoration, and it required 15 gallons, which was indeed too expensive. Nia is feeling a bit down. However, Albert secretly told her that as long as Nia excelled in her studies at school, he would help persuade the family to buy it for her. Nia's expression immediately changed from gloomy to bright, and she smiled happily, saying she would work hard to study. After buying the necessary items, the Anderson family continued to stroll through Diagon Alley. When passing by the magical menagerie store, they even went inside to buy some treats for Tom. If you get tired from walking around, you can have a bite to eat under the sunshade outside the cafe and chat with your family about the sights you saw in the alley. During this time, Albert also encountered Wood, who was shopping in Diagon Alley with his family. The goalkeeper didn't forget to remind him to remember to buy a broomstick. Flying broomstick. Albert briefly explained the game of Quidditch to his family, and Herbert asked Albert if they needed to check out the Quidditch shop, as they had passed by it earlier. In Herbert and Daisy's eyes, their son is the best. Simple Quidditch clearly doesn't faze him, and judging by what that person just said, they think Albert is qualified to join the Quidditch team. No, thank you. Albert politely declined. If I successfully join the team, I can buy a broom later. Oh, all right. Herbert respected Albert's opinion, but on the way back, he couldn't help but ask, you don't seem to like Quidditch very much. To be precise, I don't really like Quidditch practice. Albert thought for a moment and then honestly replied, it's too much of a waste of time. I think I could be doing other things. I think Albert just finds Quidditch training troublesome. Nia couldn't help but complain. In the past, he just as easily gave up basketball and tennis, and the karate he took the initiative to learn only lasted a few months. The Anderson couple fell silent. They both knew this. Albert understood a lot of things, but he was just too lazy, giving up on many without delving deeply into them. Otherwise, he should have been able to achieve good results in some field of them. It seems that the Andersons' brains have actively blocked out Albert's desire to enter the financial world. Chapter 168. What does he want to do? In the past few days, Hertog felt that his luck had been particularly bad. He managed to lose his gold membership card for no apparent reason while watching an opera in France, and his potion research, which had been going smoothly, suddenly encountered a series of problems, hitting a bottleneck. Even taking the previously stored fortune elixir didn't improve my luck. Hertog hadn't reported the loss of the gold membership card to the Extraordinary Pharmacists Association, let alone dared to tell anyone else about it. Sometimes, the more people know, the more trouble it brings upon oneself. Hedek never expected that placing a lost item ad in the Daily Prophet would help him get his gold membership card back. Through his connections, Hedek found someone to help him predict the gold membership card would be brought to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. At the moment, I should head to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, consult with Dumbledore, and identify each student one by one until I find the boy who picked up the golden membership card. However, this is undoubtedly not a good idea. Just as Hetok was still struggling with this matter, someone sent him a letter via owl. The letter read, "It seems you are encountering some minor troubles. I can offer you my assistance." Attached, at 8 in the evening, I enjoy having evening tea on the terrace. The sender's name is Bud Broad. Hertok knows Bud Broad. Both are members of Weisengamo, but they haven't actually spoken much after all. The fields they excel in are completely different, and so are their communication ranges. Different trades are like different mountains. There's a reason for that, however. Hertog still plans to visit Bud Broad. Since the other party wrote to him, it must not be without reason. 737 Hertog arrived at the lakeside early, and the cool breeze blowing toward him temporarily dispelled the summer heat. He's really a guy who loves to enjoy life. Hertog raised his head and looked into the distance, squinting slightly, and murmured, "They actually prohibit the manifestation of phantoms here." Hertog lit the tip of his wand, walked along the lakeshore, and finally stopped at a dilapidated pier. Looking at the only small broken boat on the pier, fell into a brief silence. Hertog walked over, and the small boat, facing the night wind, sailed toward the island in the lake under the cover of the night. The small boat sailed for a while before arriving at the dock on the island in the lake, where a house elf was waiting to greet Hertog. "Master asked me to wait for you here, Mr. Heddick Dagworth. Please follow me." The house elf bowed to Hertog and then led the way with an oil lamp. They walked along the gravel path, passing through several defensive spells before entering the estate. "Good evening, Hertog. You arrived earlier than I expected." Brode sat at the round table on the terrace to greet the guest. "I'm here. Tell me, do you have any good news?" Hertog suppressed his inner restlessness and asked. "Oh, it seems the rumors are true. You've lost something valuable." Brode smiled and gestured for Hertog to take a seat. Hertog sat down and continued to patiently listen to the other person ramble. As long as Brode could provide him with some useful information, he didn't mind waiting a little longer. "I have a little friend who wrote to me a while ago, telling me he encountered some strange things." Brode poured some red wine into the goblet in front of Heddick and continued. "He said he had just returned from a vacation in France, but inexplicably received a letter from the Ministry of Magic because he used the summoning charm in France. However, in reality, he had just finished his first year and hadn't even mastered how to use the summoning charm." Hertog opened his mouth but ultimately did not speak. "This is a gift he brought back from his vacation in France for me, a muggle red wine. It feels quite nice." After Brode finished speaking, he looked at Heddick with a half-smile, half-serious expression. "No matter how stupid, one can still understand the meaning of Brode's words. The kid he mentioned is probably the boy who found his gold membership card. What is his name?" Hertog took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. Brode didn't answer immediately. He just calmly looked at Heddick and asked, "How do you plan to handle this matter? Go directly to him and demand what you want, or? Doesn't seem like it has anything to do with you, right?" Hertog couldn't help but blurt it out, but the next moment he regretted it. "Of course it matters." Brode looked Heddick up and down, shaking his head and said, "It seems you need a glass of red wine with ice to calm down." Hertog fell silent and after a long while said, "Sorry, I was rude. I've been through a lot of bad luck lately, and I'm quite irritable." "I can understand." Brode did not blame the other party's rudeness and handed over the letter Albert had written to him to Hertog. After reading the letter, Heddick looked up and asked, "What do you want me to do?" "Not my wish." Brode corrected, "It seems you've caused some trouble for my little friend. I will compensate him." Hertog quickly said, Oh, it seems you didn't quite understand what I said." Brode intertwined his hands, looked at Hertog, and kindly reminded him, "He doesn't need any compensation from you, you just need to clean up the mess you've made." "A mess?" Hertog repeated softly. "Isn't it?" Brode retorted. "To some extent, it is indeed a mess." Hertog did not deny it, but it's not a big deal. "It might be a big deal for him," Brode said. Hertog fell silent and nodded again to indicate that he understood. "Thank you, Mr. Broad." Hertog stood up to express his gratitude and then prepared to leave. "Why not stay and have an evening tea together?" Brode replied with a smile, "We can sit down and chat." "No, thank you," Hertog flatly refused. "I appreciate your kindness, but I'm very busy, with a lot to do, and not much time to enjoy leisurely moments. I think you'll soon be willing to sit down and talk with me." Brode didn't mind either, laughing as he said to Hertog, "Next time we meet, it won't be here." Hertog left the lakeside cabin and took the small, rickety boat back to the shore. He already knew the boy's name, and next, he would negotiate with him to get his gold membership card back. He left. As soon as Hertog left, MacDougal sat down in the exact spot where Hertog had just been, picked up the untouched wine glass, took a sip of the red wine, smacked his lips, and said, "Not bad. However, Anderson didn't even send me a bottle. Because I am his professor." Brode stroked his beard and laughed happily. "Do you think Hertog will succeed? If he cleans up the mess he made, he will get his stuff back," Brode said with a laugh. "By the way, why are you meeting Hertog here?" MacDougal asked again. "That's right, the lakeside cabin is actually one of MacDougal's homes. Although it's called a cabin, it's actually a small estate. That guy will definitely not get that gold membership card back. By the time he comes here looking for me, I will definitely be gone. Brode said with delight. How did you guess it was a gold membership card? Mike Doherty retorted. Otherwise, what do you think would make Hedek go to such lengths to find it? Brode said with delight. Then why would it fail? Brode retorted. Anderson is different from the other kids, Brode said softly. If Hertog thinks he can resolve this with compensation, he's going to hit a brick wall. Well, I heard that Rowena plans to go to Hogwarts to be the defense against the dark arts professor. McDougal suddenly changed the subject. Brode took a sip of the red wine and frowned. McDougal's tone became very serious, his brows slightly furrowing. What is he doing at Hogwarts? Does Gerber know about this? Brode suddenly asked. Not clear for now. Mike Doherty shook his head and said, go ask him what's going on. Gerber definitely wouldn't tell Rowena about the inheritance just because of family ties. Brode shook his head, directly dismissing the most likely scenario. As a direct descendant of Smith, he must have seen some related records. Rowena is very clever, she probably inferred something from those records. He's very smart, but unfortunately, his personality isn't suitable. Mike Douglas said softly, and, never mind, since 2 suitable candidates have appeared now, we can just choose one from them later. Yeah, before that, keep an eye on them. I will. Mike Douglas chuckled and shook his wine glass. This wine is good. By the way, I won the last bet, right? I remember most of your books were given away, right? Brode shook his head helplessly and said, how many have you sold in total? Shouldn't it be half? McDougal thought for a moment, then said with a smile, a bet's a bet. All right, he's yours. Brode pointed to the opened bottle of red wine. After finishing his words, he picked up the bottle again and poured himself a small glass. Let's go find Gerber together and get this sorted out. McDougal tapped the cork with his wand, and it automatically jumped back to the top of the bottle, sealing it tightly again. McDougal picked up half a bottle of red wine and walked toward the fireplace, with Brode following behind him, disappearing into the fireplace engulfed in emerald green flames. Fastest updates, no pop-up reading please bookmark. Chapter 169. Adults like to play dirty. If it weren't for that troublesome incident at the Ministry of Magic, this summer vacation would undoubtedly be perfect. Even though he couldn't use magic during the summer break, Albert still had plenty to do, such as reading the books he never had time for before. Reading has always been one of Albert's interests, and beside, reading can also increase experience. Why not take advantage of it? On the last night, Herbert took his family to an Italian restaurant to enjoy authentic Italian seafood pasta. The taste was really quite good. After coming home, they all gathered on the sofa, snacking and chatting while watching the latest comedy TV show. Before 10 o'clock, Daisy made hot cocoa for everyone, and after drinking it, they each went to bed. The next morning, Tom once again woke Albert up with his furry tail addressed neatly. Albert walked to the table, used the key to open the drawer, and took out the gold card from inside. On the desk, there was a letter from Professor Brode to himself. Beside explaining some applications of magical techniques, it also vaguely mentioned one thing: Hedek had visited him. What this means is that Hedek knows the gold card is with him. However, Albert didn't mind. He would put the gold card in an envelope and then hand it to Sheila, asking her to deliver the letter to Grandpa Luke. Then, Grandpa Luke would send it to Hogwarts by mail. If Hedek wants to use other means to get back the gold card, there's no way, let alone a window. Albert had already decided that if the other party didn't settle that matter, they shouldn't expect to get the gold card back from him anyway. His demands aren't unreasonable. Since you caused the trouble, go and sort it out for me. As for how to settle this matter, that's no longer Albert's concern. A breakfast was very hearty. Daisy made Albert's favorite food and even helped prepare a ham sandwich. At 8:30, the family set off on time for King's Cross Station. Unfortunately, it seems that today's luck isn't very good. On the way to London, he encountered a traffic jam. It seemed there had been a traffic accident ahead. By the time Albert arrived at the station, it was already 10:15. Herbert helped find a cart for pushing the luggage. Unload Albert's suitcase from the car. You won't take Tom away, right? Nia asked while holding Tom. No, Tom will stay at home with you. Albert patted his sister's head. I believe you can definitely take good care of yourself and Tom. Don't touch a lady's head. Nia pouted in displeasure but didn't shy away. Remember to write to me, and don't forget about the photos. Got it, I won't forget. Albert reached out and patted Tom's head, advising, don't eat too much, or else no one will be able to carry this big fat cat of yours in the future. Meow. Tom let out a sound, and it was unclear whether it was a protest or something else, causing everyone to burst into laughter. If you need to buy a broomstick, use the scallion. Herbert pushed the luggage in front of Albert, casually took a bag of galleons from the car and handed it to Albert. opened his arms and hugged him, smiling as he said, "I'm really looking forward to seeing you play. If I can find a wizard who knows how to take pictures, you will see the photos." Albert shook his head with a smile and reminded, "But don't get your hopes up too high. See you during the Christmas holidays." Daisy hugged Albert, gave him a kiss on the cheek, and advised, "If you encounter any trouble, you can write to us for advice." "I will." Albert looked at Nia and spread his hands. Nia handed the cat to Daisy and stepped forward to give Albert a big hug. "All right, see you after the holidays." Albert jogged toward the wall between platforms 9 and 10, pushing the luggage cart. Anyway, there were no other people at this time, so Albert didn't bother to hide and directly walked through the wall from the side to enter platform 9 3/4. He looked up and saw the Hogwarts Express, and the small sense of loss completely disappeared. Once back in the magical world, he would be able to use magic himself. The Scarlet Steam locomotive was puffing out smoke, and on the platform, there were already wizards who had come to see their children off. As Albert was pushing his luggage toward the train door, someone suddenly blocked his way. He stopped in his tracks, looked up at the middle-aged man in a suit and tie in front of him, and couldn't help but squint his eyes. His memory is excellent. He recognized the person at a glance. "Hertog. I didn't expect to run into you here, although it was indeed a bit unexpected. It was also within his expectations." Albert's face stiffened for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He pretended not to recognize the other person and prepared to push his luggage past. However, Hertog spoke first. "Albert Anderson." Hertog's tone carried a hint of excitement as he sized up the boy in front of him. He was sure it was this kid who had found his gold membership card. "Who are you?" Albert pretended to be puzzled and asked. "Hertog Dagworth." Hertog introduced himself. "Don't know him." Albert replied straightforwardly, "Do you need something from me?" "If there's nothing, don't block the way here." Hertog's face twitched. He had never seen anyone so shameless. In the magical world, Hertog is a very famous potion master, and most people who know him are quite polite to him. However, this boy in front of me is an exception. However, Hertog wasn't angry either. According to the information he had gathered, Albert was a Muggle wizard, preparing to enter his second year at Hogwarts, and was not familiar with the magical world, so it was perfectly normal for him not to recognize himself. "We met in France, at the Opera House." Hertog reminded, "Romeo and Juliet." "Oh, you were there too." Albert scrutinized Hertog and said, "And then? If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't waste everyone's time." Hertog stared blankly at Albert, not expecting him to be so direct. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. "I know you found a gold card, a card made of gold." The boy in front of him was quite different from the 12-year-old boy in Hertog's memory. It was really hard to say, but he was just not quite the same. "Well, yes, that did happen." Albert admitted it, straightforwardly, surprising Hertog. "I hope you can return the gold membership card to me." Hertog paused for a moment and then said, "Of course, as a thank you for helping me find it, I will give you a reward." "Gratitude." Albert looked at Hertog with great interest. "What kind of reward?" 20 galleons. Hertog awkwardly said, "I don't know what kind of gift you like, but I think this amount of money should be enough for you to buy something you like. I hope you don't feel offended." "No." Albert shook his head. "Well." Hertog took out the prepared pouch of money and was about to hand it to Albert, but the latter did not take it. "Actually, even if you don't give me a reward, I will still return that gold card to you." Albert added with a smile, "Of course, it would be best if you were willing to give me some money. However, but what?" Hertog's heart tightened involuntarily, and his bad premonition grew stronger. "When I first left the Opera House, the golden card showed signs of flying away." Albert said to Hertog, "You used the flying spell on the gold card, didn't you?" Hertog opened his mouth but didn't say anything, but he undoubtedly tacitly agreed to it. "Later, shortly after I returned to my country, the British Ministry of Magic sent me this letter." Albert reached into his pocket, pulled out the warning letter sent to him by the Ministry of Magic, handed it to Hertog, and continued, "How should I put it? This matter has nothing to do with me. Given that the Ministry of Magic had a similar blunder last year, I'm not surprised. What do you want me to do?" Hertog seemed to have already realized what Albert wanted to say. It seemed that Brode's words were about to come true. Albert continued, speaking to himself, "Actually, I already wrote a letter to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic, trying to explain this matter to them, but they seem to have ignored my letter. I think my letter was probably thrown straight into the trash." Hertog's bad premonition grew stronger. "My request is very simple. Since this matter was caused by you, you'll have to go explain it to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic. I know they don't want to hear my explanation, but if it's you, they would definitely listen. Albert said calmly, "Have the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic write me a letter apologizing for the blunder the ministry itself caused. After all, it was their own mistake, so a simple apology wouldn't be too much to ask, right? As soon as I receive that apology letter, I'll send you the gold card. As for your gallon, there's no need for that. Honesty is a good quality, isn't it? By the way, your name is Hettok Dagworth, right? I've remembered your name." As Albert pushed his luggage and was leaving, he turned back to Hertok and said, "Have the head of the Ministry of Magic write it personally, otherwise, it won't count." Hertok stood there in a daze, watching Albert's departing figure, his facial muscles twitching incessantly, as if his entire face were cramping. The other party really didn't make any unreasonable demands, bringing trouble to the other person, and the other person asking him to clarify the matter. This is originally quite reasonable. If you make a mistake, a simple apology can lead to forgiveness, which means the other person is already very sincere. But, do you want to convince the Ministry of Magic to apologize? He looked down at the letter in his hand. Even without reading it, he knew what was inside. Hertok ultimately decided to take a more hardline approach. Whether the other party was willing to accept his gratitude was no longer his concern. "The gold membership card is coming." Hertok took out his wand and pointed it in Albert's direction, using the summoning charm. He had already decided to leave here as soon as he got the gold membership card, then have the owl send the gallon to the other party. As for whether Albert would accept it, it was none of Hertok's business. However, Hertok was stunned because nothing happened after he cast the spell. The gold membership card didn't fly over, which means Albert didn't have the gold membership card with him. "Don't try it, I know you adults love to play tricks." Albert stood at the front of the carriage, turned around, and said to Hertok, "Do you think I wouldn't know what you would do? Don't make pointless attempts. That gold card is indeed in my hands. However, I won't take the blame for that. Since you caused the trouble, you should go and resolve it. By the way, don't use such underhanded methods anymore, or I won't hesitate to melt the gold card back into gold and sell it at a muggle's gold shop." Albert said with a smile, "I can guarantee it will be worth more than your 20 galleons." Whether it's worth anything, Albert isn't sure, but he's certain he wants an apology from the Ministry of Magic. It must be quite difficult, right? Hertok can do whatever he wants, he doesn't care. If the other party plays dirty, he has 100 ways to take them down. Ever since the last time he ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest and fought the spiders, Albert has changed a lot. The most intuitive point is that he is stronger than before, and with strength comes confidence. Watching Albert disappear into the carriage, Hertok fell into a brief silence. Someone who can be valued by Brode is indeed not that simple. Hertok couldn't help but give a bitter smile. His relationship with Brode is indeed quite ordinary, but he also knows that Brode has his own circle. Those who can enter that circle are all elites in certain fields of the magical world. Albert Anderson is clearly one of them as well. Actually, Hedek didn't want to have a bad relationship with the other party either. There's no way around it. Albert is just too young by far. This means that in 20 years, he will be an expert in some field, and yet he still gives off an inexplicably mature vibe. Looking at the letter in his hand, Hertok suddenly realized a terrifying fact. The other party already knew I would come looking for him, and everything just now was all an act. Did Brode right to tell him? However, he knew that Albert had no ill intentions. It was precisely because he had no ill intentions that it was the greatest malice. Will the Ministry of Magic apologize? For this matter, Hertok feels it won't happen because there is no precedent. Even if this matter was indeed a blunder made by the Ministry of Magic, just as Albert said, he once sent a letter explaining the situation, but it was ignored by the other party, and the letter might have been thrown directly into the trash. Hertok didn't know if Albert Anderson was aware of this. If he was, then that man was truly terrifying. No, maybe he already guessed it long ago. Hertok had a gloomy face as the phantom appeared and left. To be honest, as someone who studies potions, Hedek doesn't like dealing with people from the Ministry of Magic, so that golden membership card, which can serve as a pass, is so important to him. Peak Harry Potter and the Alchemist. Harry Potter and the Alchemist Stone is updated the fastest. For ad-free reading, please bookmark Chapter 170. Something strange. After boarding the train, Albert walked down the corridor, looking for an empty compartment. All the way, he hadn't seen his roommate from Hogwarts yet. Probably hasn't arrived yet, Albert thought to himself. Preparing to find an empty carriage, just as he opened the door and was about to enter the compartment, he heard someone next door calling his name. Albert looked up and saw Lee Jordan waving at him. "Albert, over here." Lee Jordan walked over, smiling and greeting Albert. "How was your summer vacation?" "Pretty good, my family and I went to the beach in France for a vacation." Albert closed the trunk door again, grabbed his luggage, and followed Lee Jordan to his compartment. "Who was that guy who just talked to you?" When Lee Jordan opened the car door, he curiously asked, as he had obviously seen through the window the confrontation between Albert and Hertog. That person seems to be named Hedek Dagworth. Albert briefly recounted his experiences in France and how he received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic after returning home. Did the Ministry of Magic make another mistake? Lee Jordan expressed sympathy for Albert's ordeal and voiced concerns and frustration over the Ministry of Magic's unreliable tracking. His family also lived in a Muggle community, and who knew when they might be inexplicably scapegoated as well. The Ministry of Magic is just like that. I never expected it to be reliable. Albert's tone was filled with disdain for the Ministry of Magic as he pushed his luggage into the compartment. Lee Jordan was ready to lend a hand, helping Albert put his luggage on the overhead rack. No need, I can handle it myself. Albert took out his wand, waved it at his luggage, and all the luggage floated up, guided by him to the overhead compartment. Impressive. Lee Jordan gave a thumbs up and continued, Herto, is he asking you for something? Well, he came to me for the membership card I found. Albert said with a strange expression. However, he doesn't seem to intend to help me with the trouble. That guy really has some nerve. Lee Jordan was very angry. You didn't give him the stuff, did you? No, I straightforwardly refused. Albert shook his head and said, I just told him to go to the Ministry of Magic to help me resolve this matter, and then return the item to him. Did he agree? No, I still want to use magic to take it back. Albert couldn't help but sneer. Unfortunately, that thing isn't on me at the moment. He's really a jerk, an irresponsible jerk. Lee Jordan looked down on Hedek's behavior and asked Albert, what are you planning to do? I think that Dagworth will help me solve this matter. Albert confidently waved his wand and changed the subject, saying, not bringing my wand to France was a huge mistake, which is why I ended up in this mess. Lee Jordan forced a smile. He really couldn't understand Albert's way of thinking. However, seeing that the other party is confident in solving this matter, he is also very happy for Albert. For the next while, the two of them chatted about what happened during the summer vacation. As the departure time of the train gradually approaches, the platform shrouded in thick smoke becomes even more lively, with students every place dragging heavy luggage and bidding farewell to their families. Around 10:30, Fred, George, and his family finally appeared on the platform. Albert and Lee Jordan looked through the carriage window and saw the two people saying their final goodbyes to their families. I'm going to find them. After Lee Jordan tossed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth, he opened the compartment door and walked out, ready to lead the two of them, so they wouldn't have to spend time finding their way. After a moment, footsteps approached, and Albert in the carriage vaguely heard Lee Jordan's exclamation. Wow! You guys actually bought flying brooms. It's the Nimbus 2000. Fred grinned widely. Charlie had a hard time convincing Mom to buy us flying broomsticks. Actually, we prefer to sweep the 7 stars number 6. Unfortunately, the price of the new broom is relatively high. George felt a bit conflicted. Buying 2 flying broomsticks at once is still quite a strain for the Weasley family. Overall, George and Fred were already very happy to get their own flying brooms. Albert opened the door and walked out, looking at the twins pushing their luggage toward him and said, Congratulations to you both. Albert, what model of broom did you buy? Fred asked curiously. He thought Albert would probably buy the best flying broomstick. I didn't buy a flying broomstick. Albert's answer surprised everyone. Didn't buy it. Fred was taken aback and repeated in disbelief. Yeah, didn't buy it. Albert shrugged and said. What about the competition? Besides, I might not even be selected for the Gryffindor team, and you know I'm very busy with my studies, so I might not even have time to play. Not only Fred and George, but even Lee Jordan widened his eyes and opened his mouth. Everyone wants to get into Gryffindor, and here you are, able to join the team but not wanting to. Albert sighed and reminded, most importantly, if we all join the team, it will be so hated. Once we lose the game, Charlie will immediately become the target of everyone's blame. I've mentioned this to you before. The three of them fell silent. Although unwilling to admit it, Albert's considerations are not without merit. Alright, don't crowd here. Albert gestured for them not to block the passageway, preventing others from getting through. Charlie will definitely be very disappointed. George muttered something, dropped his luggage, and walked away, probably to find Charlie. Sorry, please wait a moment. Albert said to the girl, waved his wand, and made Fred and George's luggage fly into the carriage. Your magic is getting better and better. Fred forced a smile. Well, this saves us the trouble of carrying the luggage. A few moments after they entered the carriage, Charlie hurriedly arrived. He sat down next to George and asked, Don't you want to join the team? I'm not sure if I have any extra time to practice Quidditch. Albert casually explained, As you know, I've already joined Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club. By the way, this time the defense against the dark arts professor is likely someone I know as well. Who? Who is this year's defense against the dark arts professor? Rowena Smith. Albert said, he's a very powerful wizard. I've been corresponding with Rowena all summer, and if possible, I'd like to take the opportunity to learn a few things from him. Charlie remained silent for a long time. He knew that this was an excuse Albert had found for him, but he still said, if the team can't find a suitable player, I hope you can join then. All right, I'll do my best. Albert hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. However, your broom problem. Charlie slightly furrowed his brow. Don't worry, I have galleons. If it's really necessary, I'll spend money to order a broomstick from the Quidditch shop. Albert comforted. It's just that this sentence sounds so much like the air of a nouveau riche. Well, that's good. Charlie sighed and suggested, you might want to consider the Sweep 7 series. The price is very reasonable, and the current mainstream model in this series is the Sweep 6, which is faster than the 5 and suitable for players looking for speed. Charlie finished speaking and left, looking a bit depressed. George has already told him about Albert's words. The other party automatically withdrew, just to avoid putting too much pressure on him. What a good person. Charlie's ambitions are very high. He hopes to win a Quidditch Cup. George looked at the closed compartment door and said to Albert, as long as we win, no one dares to say anything. This time the team has several new members joining, the probability of winning. Albert's words were not finished when Fred, who had pounced over, covered his mouth. Shut up. You should say we're definitely going to win. George said sternly, a bit afraid of Albert's broken mouth. Of Fred, in order to prevent Albert from saying something inappropriate, changed the subject. By the way, what exactly is the rubber duck you sent over during the summer vacation for? Oh, that. It's a little toy used for playing during bath time. Albert explained with a smile. Muggles usually put it in the bathwater. Fred and George, upon hearing this, exchanged wide-eyed glances. They decided it would be best not to tell their father about it. What little yellow duck? Lee Keaton asked curiously. The gift that Albert gave us, he said it was a toy bought from abroad. Fred explained. Ahem. George cleared his throat forcefully and awkwardly changed the subject. By the way, have you resolved that issue of yours? Not yet, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement hasn't replied to my letter. Albert cooperatively changed the subject. I guess they just threw it in the trash as soon as they received the letter. Shouldn't be, right? Fred and George said in unison. Why do you think they threw your letter into the trash? Lee Keaton felt that Albert wouldn't make such a claim without reason. There must be some justification or evidence for him to say that. Albert mentioned that Heddick planned to give himself a 20-gallon reward. You didn't tell me about this just now. Jordan couldn't help but complain. I just briefly mentioned it earlier. Anyway, I have to say it again. You actually turned it down. Fred and George were a bit envious of Albert's luck. That's 20 galleons. How come you guys never thought of that? Albert looked at Fred and George, who were still lamenting the 20 galleons, with a speechless expression and couldn't help but remind them, why is it that the other party is willing to spend 20 galleons but not willing to help me sort out that matter at the Ministry of Magic? I think Albert is right. This matter doesn't actually take much effort, but the other party is willing to offer 20 galleons to settle it. It seems a bit strange no matter how you look at it. Lee Jordan thought Albert's words made a lot of sense. 20 galleons isn't a small amount, but it's definitely not a lot either. Chapter 171 The Alchemist Wizard's Card. While a few people were talking, the engine pistons of the express train let out a loud hissing sound, and the train started moving. However, the carriage once again fell into an eerie silence. Albert's way of thinking is indeed very strange, but one can't help but admit that his ideas are actually quite right. Anyway, I definitely won't be working at the Ministry of Magic in the future. Albert was the first to break the silence. Percy really wants to get into the Ministry of Magic. Fred muttered. What about you? Albert looked at Lee Jordan. I probably won't be going to the Ministry of Magic either. Lee Jordan said uncertainly. We actually have the idea of opening a joke shop. Fred and George exchanged glances and replied earnestly. This idea is good. If you don't have money, you can come to me later, and I'll help you invest some startup capital. Albert thought for a moment and said to the two of them. At this moment, both the twins and Lee Jordan were stunned, looking at Albert in disbelief. The strangest thing is, they all don't think Albert is bragging. Don't look at me like that. Actually, making money is quite easy, as long as you know the tricks to it. Albert said calmly. For example, Fred was very curious about the so-called easy method that Albert mentioned. The venom secreted by the eight-eyed giant spider is a very valuable liquid, with a market price of up to 00 per gallon. Albert reminded. Are you saying? The three of them were all stunned. There are a large number of eight-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest. This creature has value in other places as well. Hunting down one or two eight-eyed giant spiders and selling them on the black market can bring in a substantial amount of gallows. Speaking of the acromantula, Fred and George both shuddered in unison. However, the two quickly recalled the scene from a few months ago when Albert defeated a large group of eight-eyed giant spiders, and they instantly felt that Albert's words were indeed not a problem. Yeah, the eight-eyed giant spider, that really was a bag of shiny gold coins. When it snows, the snow mushrooms we used to eat can also earn us a lot of gallows, as long as we figure out how to handle them. The three of them stared at each other. I think what Albert said makes a lot of sense. And this. Albert shook the protective bracelet on his wrist. It is said that most of the wizards in the Ministry of Magic can't even use the iron armor charm properly. There will definitely be people who need this thing. As long as I improve it a bit, it will become a popular dark magic defense item. By then, selling one for 10 galleons shouldn't be a big problem. 10 galleons. Not just the twins, even Lee Keaton was stunned by Albert's words. The three of them looked like their eyes were about to pop out. Actually, as long as you know how to turn them into a way to make money, earning a large sum of money is still quite easy. After all, Hogwarts is backed by the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest is the most resource-rich primeval forest in the UK. No one thought Albert was bragging because they firmly believed that Albert indeed had such abilities. This guy was sharper than anyone else. There's one thing you might not know. Albert took off the non-functional protective bracelet and said, if you use magical items, the Ministry of Magic cannot detect you using magic. At that time, I used the protective bracelet to block Hetok's flying spell and left behind his gold clasp. The three of them were so surprised that they opened their mouths wide, not knowing what to say. The gold card was found in the opera house. When I first saw the gold card showing signs of flying away, I knew someone was using magic to summon it, Albert said. Albert said. Did you detain him because you thought he might be using magic nearby? Lee Jordan's mind rarely worked this fast. Yes. Albert nodded and said, if the other party is nearby, the Ministry of Magic is very likely to pin this on me. Why? Fred retorted. Just look at last year's Truman. George reminded, it was Albert who initially set Truman up. Do you think Albert didn't consider the possibility of being set up himself? In fact, you all saw it, it really was like that. So at that time I kept the gold card and asked its owner to help me explain it to the Ministry of Magic, and then I returned the gold card to him. Albert had a look of helplessness on his face. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't think so much. Lee Jordan admired Albert's intellect. It's truly a great loss for Ravenclaw that you didn't go there. I just want to say, whenever you're ready to make money, remember to take me along. Fred said seriously. The four of them looked at each other and suddenly couldn't help but laugh. This feeling was truly absurd. In the eyes of others, this is just a bunch of little kids seriously talking nonsense. The train is heading north, the sky is pitch black, and it has started to rain outside. In a moment, the rain grew heavier and more intense, with dense raindrops pattering against the glass window, and the train lights inside the carriage turned on. In the corridor outside the carriage, a small cart rattled along the passageway. Albert noticed that the person pushing the cart had changed. It was no longer the Duchess of Honey's owner, but still a kindly smiling witch. Albert and Lee Jordan both bought some snacks to share with everyone. Actually, I think you don't need the money-making methods you just mentioned to make a fortune. Lee Jordan took a sip of pumpkin juice and joked, as long as you go participate in the Daily Profits Galleon Grand Prize. That's right, winning the grand prize would mean a huge sum of galleons. Fred immediately agreed. The probability is low. Why? Is this even possible? Just think about it. Albert looked at Lee Jordan with a speechless expression. If people were really that lucky, they could just buy lottery tickets every day, go out and pick up money, or casually dig a gold mine. Why bother working hard? We think your luck is particularly good. George muttered, maybe you really can win the grand prize. Albert scrutinized George from head to toe, making him feel very uncomfortable. What's wrong? George asked uneasily. Nothing much, I was just thinking, why don't you give it a try? I have a feeling your family might have a chance to win the Daily Profit Award in the future. Albert suddenly said, why not give it a try? You won't lose anything, right? Are you sure? George was a bit skeptical, but thinking about Albert's big mouth, forget it, the future, who knows when that will be. Fred muttered, Albert is definitely pulling your leg. Write it down, hurry up and write it down. Lee Jordan joked, I'm just curious, could this really be predicted by Albert? I was just talking nonsense. Albert shrugged his shoulders and looked out the car window, saying, by the way, why does it keep raining this season? It seems like it rained last year too. Fred picked up a chocolate frog card and casually asked, "Who wants a Dumbledore card?" "No need, I already have several." "Where's Albert?" Fred asked again. "I don't collect this stuff, but let me see the cards later." Albert fiddled with the picture of the chocolate frog, recalling a type of game, and muttered to himself, "Actually, we could develop a wizard card game." Albert remembered Gwent and other card games he had played. "What the heck is that?" The three of them were a bit confused upon hearing this. They only understood a few words, cards, game, but they had no idea what it meant when put together. Albert briefly introduced the card game rules to the three of them. "Think about it, the characters in Chocolate Frog cards feature many famous wizards. We can use them, then add some well-known items, historical events, and spell effects to turn them into card backgrounds, giving them certain functions." Albert began to plan the wizard cards according to the card game and shared his ideas with others. "Yes, let's record this and try to promote it," Albert said as he took out a new notebook and wrote down the recent idea. "It sounds really interesting." George nodded and said, "I think using this method makes it easier to remember those people and events than studying the history of magic. At least, I don't have to worry about confusing the strange Uric with the demon Emmerich anymore." "Remember to take me along when the time comes," Lee Jordan said, patting his chest. "I feel this game can be promoted to various countries." "I think what you're saying is too exaggerated." Fred didn't believe it. "Don't you understand? Every country has its own famous wizards, histories, achievements, and some notorious wizards. These people and their histories are recorded on cards, turning them into a game. This is more interesting than gobstones, and we can better understand our history through the cards, instead of wasting a lot of time memorizing the damn history of magic." Lee Jordan became more and more excited as he spoke. "By then, I will definitely create my own card. Yeah, let's call it one of the founders of wizard cards, and the effect is to let players draw 3 more cards. Why don't you come up with your own card first?" Albert couldn't help but laugh. "So what do you think my card's effect should be?" "Like yours, that card of yours could be the 4 horsemen, an effect card where the 4 founders of the wizard cards come together." "Why draw only 3 cards, instead of 4? Fred asked curiously. "Because you are twins," Albert said, "so you two can only count as one." In later generations, the wizard cards that became popular in the magical world were initially formed in this small compartment. Many years later, when Lee Jordan was interviewed by the Daily Prophet, he said, "At that time, we firmly believed that this card game would be loved by a wide range of wizards, because we were not only playing a game but also learning history, exercising our minds, and we hoped that through this method, everyone would remember those wizards who had sacrificed and contributed to us, as well as the notorious dark wizards who had harmed everyone. Wizard cards are not just a game, they will also reflect the history of the magical world." Harry Potter and the Alchemist. Harry Potter and the Alchemist Stone is updated the fastest. For ad-free reading, please bookmark Chapter 172 Smith Genius website address, WeView.s. No ads. In the upcoming journey, the 4 of them gathered together to discuss the wizard cards. Albert refined the rules of wizard cards using the card games he had played before. Of course, this could only be considered a prototype of wizard cards. But Fred, George, and Lee Jordan listened with great interest and occasionally offered their own suggestions. "You guys think that one day wizard cards will really become famous? How many galleons do you think this notebook, which originally recorded the rules of wizard cards, would be worth?" Albert shook the notebook in his hand and asked his 3 companions in a joking tone. "If it were me, I definitely wouldn't sell it." Lee Jordan said without hesitation, "This notebook will become legendary, passed down along with the wizard card." The mood of several people remained in an excited state. The wizard cards and the prospects of the game that Albert described to them were simply too wonderful. Moreover, whether it was Fred, George, or even Lee Jordan, they could all feel the charm contained within this game. There's no way around it. There are just too few games in the magical world. As the Hogwarts Express began to slow down, Albert finally came to his senses and hurriedly put on his school robe. Soon after, the train arrived at the Hogsmeade station under the rain. It was still raining outside, and Fred and George were both trying to cover themselves with their cloaks. Lee Jordan took an umbrella out of the suitcase and, looking at Albert with a puzzled expression, asked, "You didn't bring an umbrella?" Lee Jordan found it hard to believe. With Albert's personality, how could he possibly forget to bring an umbrella? "No need, I have this." Albert recited a spell, raised his wand, and conjured an umbrella, reminding with a smile, "You probably forgot, but I practiced the summoning spell for quite a long time last semester. See, now it's come in handy. Don't crowd over." Seeing Fred and George crammed under his umbrella, Lee Jordan was instantly speechless. "Albert, help me duplicate an umbrella." Fred shouted to Albert, "It's really too cramped for 3 people under one umbrella." Give me your wand. Albert shouted at Fred, as it was just too noisy around them. Don't you have a wand? Fred was puzzled, but seeing Albert holding the wand, he understood what was going on and handed his own wand to Albert. Double, double. Albert took Fred's wand, recited a spell, tapped it on Lee Jordan's umbrella, and helped duplicate an umbrella. Before returning it to the other person, Albert glanced at the wand again and muttered, as expected, it's not as effective as mine, and the power of the spells is noticeably weaker. What are you talking about? Lee Jordan handed the duplicated umbrellas to the twins, allowing them to each take one for themselves. The wizards behind them watched this scene with envy, as those with umbrellas were still in the minority. If you can summon an umbrella using a summoning spell like Albert can, the rain fell heavily and fiercely, as if buckets of cold water were constantly being poured over everyone's heads. The unfortunate souls who didn't bring umbrellas were soaked as soon as they stepped off the train. They could only lower their heads, squint their eyes, and huddle their bodies in the torrential downpour, trying to fend off the rain on their heads. First years, come here. A familiar voice echoed from not far away, as Hagrid, holding a lantern, waved to the first-year students who were drenched. As per tradition, Hagrid will lead them on the traditional lake crossing. Others were pushing each other as they moved forward along the platform. Albert, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan deliberately fell behind the group, gleefully watching the unfortunate souls drenched to the bone, carelessly making snide remarks, while George and Lee Jordan were still debating why they were unwilling to bring an umbrella. Of course, Albert and the others weren't the only ones with umbrellas. Any student with an umbrella followed leisurely at the back of the line, not wanting to squeeze in with everyone else. After all, there were definitely enough carriages. A few people followed other students through a rough, muddy path, and what came into view was a large number of horse-drawn carriages, each pulled by an invisible night steed. The shivering students hurriedly climbed onto the carriage, while Albert and his three companions boarded one. Next to them, Angelina and Elia were sharing an umbrella with Sana, who was still chatting with Albert before getting on the carriage, expressing her interest in the duplication spell. If you have time, I can teach you. Albert said to Shauna, this spell isn't too difficult, as long as you're willing to spend some time practicing. It's time to go. Fred reminded. By the time Albert climbed into the carriage and closed the door, the carriage set off with a jolt. The long line of carriages made their way along the path leading to Hogwarts Castle, the wheels splashing through puddles and sending up sprays of water. Albert leaned against the car window, feeling the intense jolting inside the cabin. No one spoke, everyone gathered by the car window, looking toward the distant Hogwarts. Soon, the carriage passed through the Hogwarts gates adorned with the winged boar sculpture and finally stopped at the stone steps in front of the two oak doors. The people in the carriage ahead have hurriedly climbed the stone steps, braving the heavy rain above, and rushed into the castle. Albert, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan got off the carriage with umbrellas and leisurely walked up the stone steps through the bustling crowd. On the way, Albert casually helped a clumsy person who had slipped, and the person just said thank you before hurriedly running off again. That guy is really stupid. George muttered. How exactly is it stupid? Lee Jordan asked curiously. Guess for yourself. Albert ignored the two's bickering, standing at the door and looking back toward the Black Lake, where dim lights could be seen moving toward the dock on the lake's surface. Are the new students still crossing the lake? Albert, let's go. George urged. Here it comes. Albert withdrew his gaze, followed behind the crowd, and leisurely walked toward the foyer, passing through the double doors into the hall. It is said that every year during the new student feast, the Hogwarts Great Hall is redecorated to make it look even more magnificent and grand. Albert walked into the hall, looked up toward the guest of honor's seat, and indeed saw a stranger there. He suddenly nodded at Rowena, then sat down in the spot that Lee Jordan had deliberately saved for him, and even greeted the ghost of Gryffindor House, nearly headless Nick, who happened to pass by. Good evening. Albert withdrew his gaze and greeted his peers with a smile. You've tanned. Sana looked at Albert and said, did you go to the beach for vacation during the summer? The Basque beach in France. Albert nodded and said, the food there is really quite good, it's memorable. How enviable. Sana said with a face full of envy, staying at home during summer vacation is pretty boring. It's indeed quite boring. Fred muttered, well, it's pretty much the same every year, I've gotten used to it. You at least still get to play Quidditch. Lee Jordan couldn't help but protest. Everyone had just exchanged a few words when Professor McGonagall brought the first-year students over, and the noise in the hall began to fade into silence. The head of Gryffindor, in front of everyone, placed a tattered, dirty, and patched-up wizard hat on a three-legged stool. Then, under the astonished gazes of the new students, the Sorting Hat suddenly sang a new Sorting Hat song. After the song ended, the sorting ceremony officially began. To be honest, Watching other people's sorting ceremonies is quite an interesting thing. The freshmen are starting to be assigned to the various colleges. Alright, Albert would never admit that he was actually interested in Xiao Zhang's appearance. After all, in the Harry Potter story, Cho Chang is a lovely girl with an Eastern appearance. However, one thing that everyone has to admit is that there are differences in aesthetic standards between Europeans and Asians. No, it should be said that people from every country have their own standards. In the eyes of most Europeans, Africans and Asians might all look similar. Fortunately, Albert does not have the face blindness problem that many Europeans have. Xiao Zhang is sitting in the front row. Unlike Europeans, she has a face shape more typical of Asians. She really is a lovely girl. However, compared to Xiao Zhang, what Albert was more concerned about was a boy named Zacharias Smith. Albert didn't have any particular impression of his name, but he paid special attention to the surname Smith. By the way, this Smith was sorted into Hufflepuff. Gryffindor also welcomed a few new students, and Katie Bell was one of them. Albert had a bit of an impression of her. She seemed to be one of the 3 suitors of Gryffindor. Is that Rowena Smith you were talking about? Fred curiously looked at the defense against the dark arts professor, asking Albert beside him. Yeah, it's definitely him. It seems we won't have to worry about not learning anything in defense against the dark arts this year. While Albert was speaking, Angelina across from him was discussing broomsticks with George. She hadn't bought a broomstick yet and wanted to hear the opinions of others on the team. The Lightwheel 1700 is good. This series of brooms has always been great. Wood interjected. What did you buy? Angelina looked at Fred and George. Sweep the 7 stars 5. The twins exchanged glances and said in unison. Where's Albert? Angelina asked about Albert again. He didn't buy a flying broom. Fred answered. I suggest you borrow a broom from someone on the team to try it out, and then consider what to buy. Albert made his suggestion. However, this proposal is not very good. Most people buy Comet and sweep 7 stars, not a single one has bought the Lightwheel, because the brooms in this series are relatively expensive. What is your budget? Wood asked. If it's not too high, I recommend you buy the latest model, the Sweep 7 stars 6. Comet hasn't released a new flying broom for several years. Of course, the Comet 260 is also a decent broom, just a bit slow. It's up to you to decide. While a few people were talking, the last student entered Ravenclaw. After the sorting ceremony, Professor McGonagall took the sorting hat and the small stool. Welcome to Hogwarts for the new school year. Professor Dumbledore stood up from the head table, looking at all the students with a smile, arms open in a welcoming gesture. This year, I am very pleased to welcome a new teacher to our team, Professor Smith, who will fill the vacancy in the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. Some applause broke out in the auditorium. Alright, I think you're all hungry too, let's start the meal. Dumbledore raised his spoon and lightly tapped his goblet in front of him. The golden plates and goblets in front of everyone suddenly filled with food and drink, and the hall echoed with laughter and the clinking of cutlery. Albert wasn't really that hungry, he picked only his favorite foods, cutting his steak while discussing with Nick the academic question of whether ghosts could eat. Nick said that at ghost banquets, they usually only serve rotten food, and when ghosts want to taste the food, they pass through the table where the food is placed. I guess they let the food rot to make it taste stronger, Albert said to the person next to him, which resulted in a lot of eye-rolling. After the last dessert was completely devoured, Dumbledore stood up once again, and the buzzing chatter in the Great Hall came to an abrupt halt. All right. Dumbledore looked at everyone with a smile and said, now that everyone is well fed and satisfied, I have a few announcements to make. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, wants me to tell you all. This year, students are prohibited from planting garlic in the castle and from bringing items related to garlic. When Dumbledore mentioned this, many people couldn't help but laugh. They all remembered how someone had pranked Filch with garlic before the summer break last term. After Fred and George were kicked by Albert, they had to hold back their laughter, both of them feeling uncomfortable from holding their breath. When Dumbledore spoke, saying that everyone should go to bed, the welcome feast for the first-year students was finally over. I never thought Filch would actually ban everyone from bringing garlic. After leaving the hall, Fred finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a pity, the taste of garlic scrambled eggs isn't bad. Lee Jordan said with a straight face. This remark made Fred and George want to laugh. Albert followed everyone to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Password. As they approached, the plump lady asked. Nonsense, Percy stepped forward and said. The portrait suddenly sprang forward, revealing a large hole in the wall. Everyone crawled in from here, and the round common lounge still had those familiar furnishings. With a roaring fire burning in the fireplace, the boys all surged up the spiral staircase, heading to their respective dormitories. .44 beds stood against the wall, draped with deep red curtains, and each person's trunk was placed at the foot of their respective bed. Good night. Fred ate too much. After pulling out his pajamas from the suitcase and changing into them, he lay down on the bed and didn't want to move. Good night. Albert also changed into his pajamas and climbed into bed. Their bedding had already been warmed by the charcoal stove. Lying on the comfortable bed, listening to the sound of rain outside, Albert closed his eyes, feeling that life at Hogwarts was quite pleasant. Harry Potter and the Alchemist, 156156147, Harry Potter and the Alchemist, requests a day off. My schedule is messed up, so I'm taking a day off to adjust my sleep time. Is taking a day off currently being typed? Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest updates. Chapter 173, Creating Cards on the First Day of School at Hogwarts. Encountering a weekend was indeed a delightful event for most students. In the morning, Albert opened his eyes, got out of bed, and saw that it was still pouring rain outside. He stifled a yawn, looked up at his roommates, who were still lazing in bed and didn't want to get up. Every time it rains, I always feel particularly reluctant to get out of bed. Albert changed his clothes and prepared to go to the dining hall for a meal. Before leaving, he took out 2 brick-thick books from the suitcase. These 2 books were borrowed by Albert from the library before the summer vacation, and naturally, they need to be returned after school starts. By the way, regarding the task of reading 100 books, Albert has already read 17 books so far. Passing by the public lounge, Albert witnessed a surprising scene. There were already people in the armchairs of the common room, and quite a few Gryffindor students were actually working hard on their homework. Is the sun going to rise from the west? That's not right, it's still raining outside. Good morning. Shauna came down from another staircase and greeted Albert, who was also standing at the top of the stairs. Looking at the people in the public lounge, she asked in surprise, "Everyone is doing summer homework?" "Yeah, I'm rushing to copy my summer homework," Albert replied and walked toward the entrance of the common room. Shauna glanced at the students in the common room and followed Albert out all the way. The two of them were talking about the duplication spell. Items created using the duplication spell usually have no added value. After Albert gave directions to the lost freshman, he said to Shauna, "If you use the duplication spell to create a silver spoon, the duplicate will only have the function of a spoon, without the effect of the precious metal silver." Shauna nodded to indicate that she understood. Before arriving at the hall, they encountered Charlie and Wood in the foyer, who were discussing the Quidditch tryouts. As everyone knows, Wood will be the next captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. There's no way around it. Once Charlie graduates, Wood will be the oldest in the entire team and will have been with the team the longest. Albert stepped forward, greeted the two, and then prepared to enter the banquet hall for dinner. "Albert!" Charlie suddenly called out to Albert. "What is it?" Albert's heart skipped a beat, and he turned around to ask. "Quidditch tryouts are next Wednesday, don't be late," Charlie reminded. "Wednesday? I'm not quite sure when Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club starts." Albert hesitated for a moment, then said, "How about you give me a spot as a reserve player?" "Don't make excuses." Charlie squinted and said, "Order the Nimbus 2000 early, your position is seeker." Albert paused for a moment, puzzled, and asked, "What about you?" "I can handle the position of seeker." Charlie's tone was very flat, "So, don't make excuses for yourself. I allow you to skip Quidditch practice occasionally." "This isn't good, is it?" Albert tugged at the corner of his mouth. "There's nothing wrong with it. Finding a ball player doesn't really require coordination with others, you just need to catch the golden flyer for us." Charlie impatiently waved his hand, signaling Albert that he could leave. After Albert and Shauna entered the hall, Wood looked at Charlie and asked, "Is this really okay? You know the level of Quidditch those Gryffindor people play at." Charlie disdainfully curled his lip and said, "Besides, it's not like I didn't give them a chance. If they can't make it on their own, who can they blame?" After finishing, Charlie patted Wood on the shoulder again and continued, "You have to understand, it's relatively easy to find chasers and beaters, but finding a good seeker is much harder. That's why I want to leave you with a great seeker. Otherwise, when you take over the Gryffindor team next year, without a qualified seeker, you'll be in big trouble and definitely lose miserably. Albert is fully qualified as a ball spotter, and you've seen his last match. I just worry." Wood hesitated for a moment but still didn't say the words. "What's there to worry about? George and Fred are good friends with Albert, Angelina gets along well with him, and everyone else knows him too. Even if he doesn't come occasionally, it's no big deal." Charlie reminded him meaningfully, "The task of the Seekers is to find the golden snitch." Albert was not aware of Charlie's and Wood's interactions, and even less aware that the original Quidditch players had already been predetermined. He is teaching Shauna how to use the duplication spell. Wanting to succeed on the first try is basically an unlikely thing. So, as expected, Shauna smoothly failed while practicing with the ladle. Just as the two were casually chatting about the precautions for the duplication spell, Albert was drawn to a white owl. Sheila still delivered the letter as scheduled, despite the heavy rain. Thank you for your hard work. Albert took an owl nut out of his pocket and placed it in front of Sheila. What does the letter say? Shauna asked curiously. When the letter fell on the table, a crisp metallic sound was heard. A piece of gold. Albert replied without hesitation. He didn't plan to open the letter in the hall. Instead, he stuffed the envelope back into his pocket. As for how to handle the gold card, Albert had already thought it through and was prepared to hide it in the wish-granting house room, right next to Ravenclaw's diadem. Next time, when Albert hands the crown to Dumbledore, there will be an excuse to brush Dumbledore off. I hid the gold card nearby, and that's when I found this thing. A piece of gold. Shauna repeated it, looking at Albert with suspicion. When this guy talks, it's a mix of truth and lies, making it impossible to tell whether what he's saying is true or false. I was just joking. Actually, inside is a membership card made of metal. Albert, in a joking tone, said this without giving Shauna a chance to ask any more questions. After finishing breakfast, Albert greeted Shauna and then got up to leave. As for Sheila, after eating the nuts, she had already flown back to the owl shelter for a nap. Gold, membership card. What kind of strange things are these? Shauna looked at Albert's departing figure and couldn't help but shake her head. Ordinary people really find it hard to associate gold with membership cards. Alright, if you haven't actually seen the person, it's hard to connect the two. Albert hurriedly made his way to the 8th floor, and while no one was around, slipped into the room of requirement and placed the envelope containing the gold card near the Ravenclaw diadem. Whether Haddock would retrieve his gold card through other means, Albert really couldn't be sure. Perhaps he would seek Dumbledore's help. Keeping the gold card on you makes it easy for the other party to take it back. Hiding it is the best choice. As for whether the other party will go to get a new membership card, of course, but the replacement won't be a gold card, and it definitely won't have the benefits of a gold card. There's no way around it. The gold card is unique, and the Extraordinary Pharmacists Association won't issue a replacement. After all, I've never heard of anyone losing a trophy or medal and then having the organizers give them a replacement, unless Haddock gives up himself. If he wants to get his gold card back, he has to solve the trouble he caused himself. The probability of Haddock giving up the gold card is low. Albert walked while pondering this matter, and by the time he came to his senses, he was already standing in front of the portrait of the fat lady. When responding to the password, walking through the corridor, and returning to the dormitory, Lee Jordan was already up and checking his summer homework. He had just arrived at the public lounge and was startled by the scene there. How are you? Albert sat on the edge of the bed and asked. Didn't miss any holiday assignments. Jordan made an okay gesture and asked, when do we start making wizard cards? According to the plan, we will first create cards for the students and professors of Hogwarts. Albert took out his notes, flipped through a few pages, and said, collectively known as the Hogwarts card deck. I thought you would group us by college. Initially, of course, they will be separate. That will be more beneficial for promotion. Albert took out a piece of parchment and sketched a rough structure of the card, continuing, however, these cards will all belong to the Hogwarts card set. We need to divide them into factions, and each faction needs its own gameplay. This way, we can increase the game's fun. That makes sense. Fred said. Not going to sleep? No. Fred covered a yawn and started getting out of bed to get dressed. What is this used for? George pointed at a large blank space on the parchment and asked. Put the picture in. Albert picked up his wand, cut the picture from the parchment, then used a duplication spell to make several copies. He then picked up a quill and began creating the card. Fred Weasley. Attack 1, Health 1. Requires the consumption of 1 action point. Effect: when there is no George on the field, you can immediately summon George from the card. When the Weasley twins are both on the field, both sides' attack power increases by 1. Our attack power is only 1 point. Fred and George couldn't help but protest. I think the effect of your card is pretty good. Lee Jordan pointed to his own card. Lee Jordan. Attack 1, Health 1. Requires the consumption of 1 action point. Effect: as one of the 4 founders of the wizard cards, you can draw 1 card for free. Where's your card? The 3 of them looked at Albert curiously. My card. Albert picked up a blank piece of parchment and filled in his information. Albert Anderson. Attack 3, Health 2. Requires the consumption of 2 action points. Effect: after this card is played, you will obtain 1 Iron Armor spell and 1 Disarm spell from your deck. Why? Does your card effect work better than ours? The 3 of them couldn't help but protest. Because I'm better than you, and I can actually use these 2 spells. Albert comforted, these cards are not fixed. In the future, we can cast transformation spells on the cards to solve the card update problem. Hurry up, I can't wait to play a game. Lee Jordan urged. also include Charlie and Percy. By the way, don't forget the Gryffindor Quidditch players either. Fred continued, and the school professors are included too. By the way, how many cards do you need to form a deck? George asked. Let's go with 30 cards for now. Albert thought for a moment and replied, no more than 3 duplicate cards in the deck. Chapter 174, The Gaze from Behindside, Lost Again. Can we still enjoy playing cards? In the Gryffindor common room, George, who had just lost another round of wizard's chess, slumped helplessly in his chair, casually tossing the remaining cards back onto the table, and couldn't help but complain, why is it always me who loses? Nonsense, it would be a miracle if you could beat me now. Albert tidied up his cards, patted George on the shoulder, and comforted him, saying, after all, I invented this game. With your current skill level, it's impossible for you to beat me. You should play cards with Fred or Lee Jordan, your levels should be quite similar. No, George and Fred definitely can't beat me. Lee Jordan chuckled. You're not trying to sneak some weird cards into your deck again, are you? Albert looked at Lee Jordan suspiciously, with an expression that seemed to say, you didn't cheat again, did you? Do I look like that kind of person to you? Lee Jordan protested discontentedly. It seems like you haven't done that before. What happened with that Avada Kedavra card last time? Fred glared at Lee Jordan with a look of disdain. Cough, that card, I just used it to test whether to add the unforgivable curse. Lee Jordan cleared his throat lightly and explained, however, it doesn't seem quite appropriate. I've just removed that card from the deck. No need, I'll modify the content of the Avada Kedavra card later. Albert thought for a moment and said, if the Avada Kedavra card doesn't defeat the opponent, the person using this card will directly lose the match. Why? The three of them asked in unison. Because wizards who use the Avada Kedavra curse will be caught by the Ministry of Magic Horus and sent to Azkaban prison. Albert naturally said, this is a card prepared for the Dark Wizard faction. Only players who choose the Dark Wizard faction can use the Avada Kedavra card and not lose the game immediately if they still haven't won. However, each round, their opponent will have an aura card added to the field, lasting for 3 rounds. Did the Horus chase after the Dark Wizard after he used the unforgivable curse? This is quite interesting. Lee Keaton felt that this idea was quite good and immediately took out a notebook to jot down the ideas mentioned by Albert. Will there still be a Ministry of Magic faction in the future? Fred said confidently, Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic, Dark Wizards. If possible, there will also be cards for the wizarding world, fairies, and magical creatures. Albert explained, of course, the gameplay varies, for example, your Quidditch card deck and my spell card deck. Why does my professor always lose at this game? George couldn't help but protest. This setup is unreasonable. George, you have too many high-star cards. Fred covered his face and said, high-star cards can only be used in the later stages. If they can't be used in the early stages, then naturally, it's a loss. Yes, Fred is right. Lee Jordan nodded in agreement. You actually put 3 10-star Dumbledores in your deck. You can't even use them until at least the 10th turn. If you ask me, 1 is already too many, and you put in 3. What are you trying to do? By the 10th round, you won't be able to beat me. George said. In fact, it's going to be hard for you to hold out until then. Fred has always wanted to mock George's idea of holding back a big move. How about we increase the player's health to 30? George suggested. 15 to 20 is already enough. Lee Jordan shook his head in disapproval. You should know how to cooperate. For someone like Albert who specializes in spells, you should have a card to counter him. Isn't there? Albert reminded. Quidditch match ban. In Quidditch matches, players are prohibited from using spells. For the next 3 rounds, spells cannot be used by anyone on the field, and all Quidditch players on the field get +1 to their attacks. Fred's deck is entirely made up of Quidditch cards, so he prepared 3 of these cards, but he still couldn't win when playing against Albert. What are you all doing? Angelina walked over, looked at the 4 people huddled together not knowing what they were doing, and asked curiously. Playing cards, the card game invented by Albert. Fred casually explained. Card game, what is that? Angelina looked at the cards on the table, her face full of confusion. She had never heard of such a game in the magical world. George handed a card to Angelina, and after she read it, she was stunned because she discovered that the card actually had George's name on it. The number next to the sword symbol is the attack power, the number next to the heart symbol is the health, and the line of text below is the effect of that card. Albert explained. Do you want to join us for a game? Fred said with a smile, my card is the same as George's. This one is the Lee Jordan card, and Albert has this one. Interesting. Angelina put down Lee Jordan's card and asked curiously, Why do you use real names? This is the inspiration Albert got from the chocolate frog card. Fred explained, if you want your own card, you can ask Albert to make one for you. Is that okay? Angelina looked at Albert. Of course, no problem. Albert pulled out a blank card from his notebook, took out a pen, and began filling it out, with health and attack matching Jordan's. However, Angelina's card effect is a lead, gaining points first in a Quidditch match greatly boosts morale, increasing all teammates' attack by +1 for this round. I love this. Angelina said with a smile. If they can score first in the Quidditch match, it will undoubtedly boost their morale significantly. How about a game? Fred handed his card to Angelina. Angelina took the deck, drew another card, and it turned out to be a familiar face again. Violent batter, swing a bat to hit an enemy hard, dealing 2 damage. When Eileen and Mark are both on the field, they will deal 2 damage to an enemy each turn. After Angelina softly read out Eileen's card effect, she couldn't help but chuckle. She thought this game might be more interesting than she had imagined. She asked, "How do you play this game?" A few minutes later, Angelina straightforwardly lost to Albert. She actually lost. Angelina found this unfamiliar game very interesting. She could see that Albert's deck was completely different from Fred's deck. I told you before, don't play with Albert. Lee Jordan reminded, it's normal for you to lose to him. Now, I doubt anyone can beat him. Why? Angelina asked in confusion. Because he invented the game. Fred said helplessly, before we figured out the card combinations and the game's mechanics, no one could beat him. That's true. Speaking of which, how dare you still have the nerve to play cards with us here? Angelina glared at Albert and complained. It seems like you were the one who asked me to play cards. Albert shrugged helplessly and said, I initially suggested you play cards with George. Oh, is that so, George? Let's play a game. Angelina extended an invitation to George. A few minutes later, George slumped in his chair with a defeated expression, looking like he didn't want to play cards anymore. I told you earlier, if you don't swap out some of those high-star cards, you're definitely going to lose. Lee Jordan said to George with a speechless expression. However, I somewhat understand Albert's good intentions. Fred suddenly said. What does it mean? Let Angelina find her confidence. How pitiful. The two of them looked at George simultaneously, revealing an expression of understanding. Hey, what's with that expression on your faces? George couldn't help but protest. What are you doing? At that moment, Charlie came over with a notice, preparing to post the Quidditch tryout announcement on the Gryffindor notice board. Playing card games. Angelina smiled and handed Charlie's card over. Card game, what's that? Charlie, puzzled, took the item Angelina handed him, glanced at the content, and softly read aloud, Devil Captain, after long training in hell, all teammates on the field gain +1 attack. Wood, who was nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. It seems my training was still too easy. Charlie maliciously glared at Albert and the other three. Ahem, these cards were all made by Albert. Fred shamelessly shifted the blame. That's right, all made by Albert. George immediately chimed in. The Devil Captain is what Fred and George insisted on using. They thought it was more appropriate. Albert mercilessly stabbed the two. Is there my card? Wood asked curiously. I have this card. Fred quickly changed the subject, saying, Goalkeeper, help a designated teammate block 2 points of damage. Wood was quite satisfied with his own cards, but he found that most of the players' names could be found in Fred's card collection. It's just that, why only Gryffindor? Wood looked at Albert with confusion and asked. Currently, there are no cards from other academies. Albert nodded and said, we will consider making them in the future. However, time is limited, so for now, I'm only making these cards. Are there professors at the school too? Angelina asked curiously, do you have cards from several deans? Most of them are. Fred handed Snape's card to Angelina, who couldn't help but laugh after reading it. The effect of the Slytherin head is, the backward glance, you are being targeted, your back feels cold, it's best not to do anything. The attack power of the designated target is reduced to 0. Cough cough, are you saying it like this? Lee Jordan cleared his throat, trying to imitate Snape's usual voice, causing several people present to burst into laughter. It seems that everyone usually gets watched from behind by the potions professor. Pinnacle Chapter 175, not easy thanks, what bad luck. Rufus stopped in his tracks, looked down at the drink spilled on him, then looked up at the person who had bumped into him and was gradually walking away. He was quite annoyed, not expecting to encounter such bad luck so early in the morning. Rufus picked up his wand, removing the stains from himself, looked at the nearby Hopkirk, frowned, and asked, what on earth is going on? How did Haddock Dagworth end up here? And why is he in such a foul mood so early in the morning? They just had a fight. Hopcock pointed to the director's office door and reminded, don't ask too many questions. Had a fight. Rufus really couldn't understand what Hopkirk meant. It was already a rare enough event to see a Disley at the Ministry of Magic. There's been another problem with the tracking. Hopkirk hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, this matter seems to be related to Dagworth, which is why he came to the Ministry of Magic so early in the morning. However, it seems the negotiations fell through, so they parted on bad terms. This isn't a big deal. Rufus was even more puzzled. When it came to tracking, it mostly involved underage wizards. However, having Dagworth, the potions master, personally make a trip for this matter is already quite unusual. Moreover, the deal actually fell through. It feels a bit unbelievable. Heddick Dagworth's status in potions is very high, and he is also a member of the Wisengamot. In such trivial matters, the Ministry of Magic would definitely give him some face, yet the negotiations actually fell through. No matter how he thought about it, Rufus found this matter very incredible. Hertog Dagworth is in a terrible mood right now. In fact, he had known for a long time that the negotiations would fall apart, which is why he would rather spend some money to solve the problem than deal with the Ministry of Magic. Although Haddock rarely pays attention to the Ministry of Magic, he has still heard some things about the current director. It is said that as long as she drinks too much cider, she will start sharing some brutally ruthless and shocking views with those around her. It's absolutely impossible to reach an agreement with someone like that. The other party directly refused to write a letter of apology, even though Haddock has already clarified the matter and stated that after retrieving the gold membership card, he is willing to privately pay the other party a sum of money as a token of gratitude. However, I was still rejected. In her words, the Ministry of Magic's tracking spell had never encountered any issues, and she had never received an explanation letter from them. So, this matter fell through directly. Hertog stood at his doorstep, took a deep breath, and prepared to meet Brode again, to see if he could offer any damn advice. Since the gold membership card was lost, Hertog's mood has been terrible, and his temper has been getting worse and worse. When Haddock went to the lakeside cabin again, he found that he couldn't locate it at all. Things really aren't going well at all. Hertog gazed at the surface of the lake and murmured. He found that he couldn't locate Brode, and even the owls couldn't deliver the letter. What on earth is going on? What on earth is Brode up to? Hertog glared at the lake in frustration. There was no island in the lake, let alone a manor. It was as if all traces had been erased from existence. The other party used advanced magic to completely hide the cabin in the lake. Haddock considers himself a master potion maker, but he can't be called skilled in spells. He tried to find the dilapidated dock and the small boat, but after walking around the lake, he found nothing, as if the memories in his mind were all false. Just as the potion master turned around to leave, he suddenly noticed a house elf silently appearing behind him. Please follow me. The house elf stepped forward, slightly bowing to Hertog, then extended its palm. Hertog already understood the elf's intention, and at the moment he reached out, he was brought into the apparition by the house elf. When Hertog came to his senses, he found himself standing in front of a house, and the person he was looking for was sitting at a table in the yard, smiling and waving at him. What on earth are you up to? Hertog was in a very bad mood, quickly walked over and sat down in the armchair opposite Brode, poured himself a cup of black tea, and drank it all in one go. Failed. Although Bud Broad was asking, his tone made it clear that he was certain the other party had failed. That guy is unwilling, damn it, I've already explained everything clearly to him. Hertog poured himself another drink and downed it in one go, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. He knew his tone was not good right now. I'm not talking about this matter, I'm asking if you went to see Albert. Yeah, that little guy is a bit clever. When Haddock mentioned Albert, he couldn't help but frown, casting a reproachful look at Brode. It seems like he knew I would go to him for the gold membership card and hid it away long ago. Little cleverness. Brode ignored Hertog's gaze and didn't quite agree with his assessment. Isn't it? Hertog sneered. I already warned you not to use those petty tricks. Brode looked at Haddock and reminded him again, don't expect the next time you meet him, he'll be nice to you. Otherwise, what do you expect me to do? Hertog took another sip, slammed the teacup down on the table, and said, I just went to talk to that old woman. She flat out refused, or rather, she outright denied the whole thing. Stuck in the middle, do you think it's easy for me? Hertog couldn't help but complain, I just want to get my membership card back. He said how he would handle the gold card. Who, that boy? Haddock furrowed his brow deeply, recalled for a while, and then said, he seemed to have mentioned melting down the gold membership card and selling it in the Muggle world. Not much different from what I expected. Brode nodded and reminded, don't try to make him yield, you won't succeed, and you'll end up in trouble. I'm curious, why do you value that boy so much? Is it his talent, his abilities, or something else? Hertog looked at Brode with confusion and asked in bewilderment. This matter has nothing to do with you. Brode didn't want to talk about it any further. I'm very curious. Hertog asked. Maybe my judgment is better than yours. Brode made a cold joke, so I have high hopes for him. Hertog fell silent. He naturally didn't believe such nonsense. If you want to get your gold membership card back, I'm afraid you'll have to start with the Ministry of Magic. Brode reminded, please don't ignore my warning, or you'll definitely regret it. Since Brode discovered that Albert dared to venture into the Forbidden Forest at night, defeat a large group of spiders surrounded by acromantulas, and save Fred and George, he knew that Albert was not as simple as he had imagined. It is said that wands match the personality of their owners. Albert's wand is made of redwood, which means Albert might already possess the ability to turn danger into safety. In other words, Albert did not enter the Forbidden Forest merely out of recklessness like the Gryffindor students, but rather he had already prepared a means of retreat, and even if Brode had not appeared, he had his own plan. You have to know, Albert is only 12 years old. Since that incident, Brode's opinion of Albert has been very high. If Hertog really charges in head first, he would probably crash straight into a metal plate, leaving himself with a bloody head. However, Hertog's mood was extremely bad right now, and he had no interest in listening to these matters at all. After he calmed down, he decided to write a letter to Dumbledore, asking the Hogwarts headmaster for help, at least to prevent the second meeting between the two parties from becoming worse. Climax Chapter 176, Throwing the Mandrake. Since Hogwarts started, Albert's school life has returned to normal. He no longer stays up late every day, goes to bed on time, and wakes up at 7 o'clock in the morning. On rainy days, I occasionally indulge in staying in bed and being lazy. Yesterday, the weather finally cleared up, and this morning, it unexpectedly started drizzling again. He's definitely not making excuses for his laziness. At 8 in the morning, Albert and his roommates went downstairs to have breakfast together. At the long table of Gryffindor, there was already a large amount of porridge, pickled herring, and sliced bread, along with plates of golden fried eggs and fried bacon. Pickled herring is not fermented, and after being pan-fried, the texture is relatively firm and a bit salty, making it suitable to pair with oatmeal porridge. Of course, the premise is that no sugar or milk is added to the oatmeal. Good morning. Have you heard about the defense against the dark arts class? Angelina picked up a bowl of oatmeal with milk and sat down on the chair opposite Albert. This topic quickly piqued the interest of the surrounding students. Defense against the dark arts has always been a popular course at Hogwarts. What's the matter? Albert asked. According to the Ravenclaw students, our first class is learning how to deal with boggarts. Angelina was adding sugar to her porridge. Are you talking about Roger? I just heard him too, bragging about how he dealt with Boggart. George scoffed. Everyone knows Boggart is basically no threat, at worst he might scare you. Boggart will turn into what others fear, and it is said that when there are many people, it won't know what to turn into. Albert recalled that it seemed like Lupin only taught how to deal with a boggart in Harry's third year. However, thinking about that useless Lockhart, who didn't use dark forces, a guide to self-protection for the entire semester, it's not hard to guess that the progress was behind. I suddenly kind of look forward to what I'm afraid of. Albert took a bite of his homemade salted fish sandwich while pondering what he would be afraid of. Failed the exam. Shauna raised an eyebrow and said, I don't think he ever worried about these kinds of problems. Lee Jordan took a bite of his bread and said indistinctly, I think it's about not having money, becoming a poor person. Yeah, that's right, becoming a poor person. I do like money, but I'm never afraid of becoming a pauper. Albert said irritably, after all, becoming a wizard and having a system makes it quite easy to earn some money. I think it's either having no books to read or becoming an ordinary person. Fred said without hesitation, I'll bet a gnat. Then you've definitely lost. Albert laughed and shrugged at Fred, a gnat? Who else would bet? Fred swatted Albert's hand away and complained, I haven't lost yet. No, you're definitely going to lose. Albert said with a laugh. After all, what am I afraid of? How could I possibly not know? You actually pulled a trick. Fred pretended to be shocked, causing everyone to burst into laughter. I think it's a busy job. George said, after all, Albert is living more comfortably than anyone else, so he definitely wouldn't want to be busy with work in the future. Albert stroked his chin and shook his head in denial. If I were very rich, I wouldn't have to work, and I wouldn't need to worry about a busy job. Most people work, don't they, for money? People who work out of interest are indeed very few in reality. So, George, Nat brought it. Fred said with a laugh. Ahem, speaking of which, when do we have defense against the dark arts class? George cleared his throat and changed the subject. Don't change the subject. Fred said discontentedly. I never said I wanted to gamble. George protested, "You misunderstood." "How could there be a misunderstanding? We're identical twins. What are you thinking? Do you think I wouldn't know? The first class in the afternoon is Defense Against the Dark Arts." Angelina took out the schedule from her backpack, "But I'm a bit worried that this professor won't last long either." "That's for sure, a smart professor would resign before teaching the Defense Against the Dark Arts class." Albert said matter-of-factly, "No one wants to deal with a curse that brings a bunch of bad luck upon themselves." "By the way, what exactly is this curse about?" Sana asked curiously. "Do you know? Do you want to know?" Albert revealed a malicious smile. "I've heard some rumors." "Go ahead, don't keep me in suspense," Angelina urged. "I heard it's related to the mysterious person," Albert said softly. "The mysterious person cursed that position." Everyone widened their eyes in surprise. "You can't just say things like that." "How did you know?" Lee Kiaden asked curiously. "It's all just rumors," Albert said mysteriously. "There are many rumors about the mysterious man. Do you want to hear them?" "Go ahead, tell me." Fred was also curious. He knew that Albert had a wide circle of friends and it wasn't surprising that he would know a lot of random things. "All right, but don't let it get out." Albert said mysteriously. "It is rumored that a mysterious person stole Ravenclaw's diadem. It is rumored that the mysterious person can communicate with snakes. He is a distant descendant of Slytherin. It is rumored that the mysterious person is immortal. It is rumored that the mysterious person once opened the secret room. It is rumored that the mysterious person was once the president of the Slytherin Student Council. It is rumored that the mysterious person once had the prospect of becoming the Minister of Magic." "Rumor has it, it feels like you're getting more and more ridiculous." Sana interrupted, "Let's go, don't be late. The morning herbology class is with the Hufflepuff students." 15 minutes is enough," Fred said without hesitation. "We can still play a round of wizard's chess." While Albert was watching the two play cards, Charlie walked over and specifically reminded him, "The Quidditch tryouts are this afternoon, don't forget." "Understood," everyone said in unison. Charlie greeted everyone and then hurriedly left. "You haven't bought a broom yet, have you?" The Weasley brothers all looked at Albert. "Even if you order it, it won't be that fast." Albert helplessly spread his hands. After Fred and Lee Jordan played another round of Wizard's card, everyone headed to the greenhouse together. Their timing was perfect. Professor Sprout was just opening the greenhouse door. As for the Hufflepuff students who arrived before them, they got rained on outside the greenhouse for a while. Albert and the others followed the crowd into the greenhouse. "Today we're going to repot the Mandela grass." Professor Sprout brought over a large cardboard box containing more than 20 pairs of ear covers in various colors. She looked around at everyone and asked, "Who knows why we need these ear covers? Hearing the cry of the mandrake will cause a person to die." Seeing that no one was responding, Albert took the initiative to speak up. "Of course, young mandrake only causes a few hours of unconsciousness." "Very good, Gryffindor gets 5 points." Professor Sprout nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Now, who can tell me about the properties of mandrake?" She glanced at the students in the greenhouse, and finally her gaze landed on Albert. "Mandrake, also known as mandrake root, is a powerful restorative," Albert recited from the textbook, "used to restore a transformed person or someone who has been cursed back to their original state. It is also an important ingredient in most antidotes. Of course, mandrake is very dangerous. It is said that a wizard once used mandrake to defend his home from an invading dark wizard. Because he threw a mature mandrake, it directly caused the dark wizard to die on the spot." "Absolutely correct, plus 10 points." As Mr. Anderson said, "The Mandela grass is very dangerous, its cry can be deadly." Professor Sprout noticed everyone's unease and comforted them, saying, "Of course, the mandrakes here are still quite small, and hearing their cries will only cause you to faint for a few hours at most." "Did you eat the book?" Lee Jordan joked that he sometimes envied Albert's mind. "I can't believe you saw that." Albert pretended to be surprised and said, "So, what do you think? Do you want to give it a try? Dipping it in soy sauce would make it taste even better." "No, thanks, I don't have an appetite as good as yours," he said irritably. The twin brothers are snickering nearby. "All right, everyone come over and grab a pair of earplugs," Professor Sprout said to everyone. Everyone rushed to Professor Sprout's position, and Lee Jordan even helped Albert grab a gray ear cap. Albert took the earphones and said thank you. "Now, I suddenly understand why Professor Sprout's card effect is to throw mandrakes at the enemy." Jordan muttered softly, "But you should change that effect. Maybe it should be that it instantly wipes out the entire field upon entering. You're ruining the game balance." Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes. "When I tell you to put on the ear covers, you must cover your ears completely. I don't want anyone to faint because they didn't wear the ear covers properly. Professor Sprout, raising both thumbs, continued, when it's safe to remove the ear protection, I will raise both thumbs, just like this. These greenish-purple plants in front of you are mandrake seedlings, and your task is to repot them. She pointed at a row of deep-bottomed trays and said, alright, now put on your ear protection. After Albert put on the earmuffs, he couldn't hear any outside noise. I wonder if the magical world has tape recorders. Albert looked at the young mandrake plant in front of him and murmured to himself, if only the sound of the mandrake could be recorded, it would definitely be an invisible superweapon, even more effective than a sonic bomb. In the magical world, perhaps people would be wary of wizards holding wands, but absolutely no one would care if you were holding a grenade. Of course, no one would care if you were holding a tape recorder. How about asking when you get the chance? Professor Sprout has already put on her ear protection, rolled up her sleeves, firmly grasped the leaves of the mandrake, and is pulling it out of the pot with all her might. A chorus of screams suddenly erupted in the classroom. Of course, because everyone was wearing earplugs, no one heard each other's screams. What was pulled out of the ground was not a root like a beet, but a baby with light green skin, and Professor Sprout was holding it by its head. Leaves, this little guy just got pulled out, and is already screaming at the top of his lungs. Now, everyone knows what Albert meant by the crying of the Mandela grass. Professor Sprout brought a larger pot, forcibly stuffed the mandrake into it, and quickly covered it with damp compost and soil, leaving only the leaves exposed. She patted the dirt off her hands, gave everyone a thumbs up, and then took off her ear protection. I'll emphasize once again, make sure to wear your ear protection later. Professor Sprout reminded loudly, I don't think you'd want to miss this lesson. For people per group, there are plenty of large pots over here, compost in the bags over there. Of course, Albert's group of 4 waited until everyone had put on their earplugs before Professor Sprout signaled that they could begin. Pulling mandrake out of the ground is quite a physical task, not as easy as Professor Sprout makes it seem. This is harder than pulling carrots in the field, and the Mandela grass is even unwilling to be pulled out of the soil. Lee Keaton put in a lot of effort but couldn't succeed. In the end, it was Fred who lent a hand and finally pulled it out. The worst part was that once this guy was out, he didn't want to go back. He twisted his body, kicked his legs wildly, and waved his little fists, as if he were a living person unwilling to be shoved into a coffin. It's really interesting, isn't it? Fred laughed and poked Mandrake's cheek with his finger, only to get bitten on the finger. Fortunately, he was wearing dragonhide gloves. Seeing this, George couldn't help but laugh. Jordan didn't laugh. He was currently engaged in a standoff with the Mandela plant, which was using its foot to block the basin's opening, refusing to be shoved inside. As for Albert, he directly resorted to violent means, forcefully stuffing the mandrake into the flower pot, and quickly covering it with moist soil and compost, successfully completing the first repotting. Pinnacle Chapter 177. A heap of work. By the time class was over, everyone was covered in dirt, their faces weary, looking as if they had just finished a hard day's work. By the time they returned to the castle, took a quick shower, changed back into their robes, and hurried off to their transfiguration class, the Gryffindor students were collectively late due to the tight schedule. Professor McGonagall's face didn't look good at all. After hearing the explanation, her expression improved a bit, but she still deducted 5 points from Gryffindor. In transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall had everyone review the important knowledge points from last semester. They needed to turn a beetle into a button, compared to the exam at the end of last semester where they turned a mouse into an ashtray. This isn't actually that difficult. However, most of the students couldn't do it. Perhaps, after a summer break, this part of the knowledge went on vacation too and hasn't returned to their minds yet. Lee Jordan's beetle was running all over the table, and it accidentally fell to the floor, where it got squished by Albert. He had no choice but to ask for another one, and Professor McGonagall wasn't too pleased. Albert once again became the most relaxed student in transfiguration, effortlessly turning a beetle into a delicate silver button, and Professor McGonagall even awarded him 5 extra points for it. I don't want you to return the knowledge you learned last semester just because summer vacation is over. Professor McGonagall fixed a stern gaze on Fred and warned, Mr. Weasley, if you continue to torment that poor beetle, I'll put you in detention. Professor, during the summer vacation, we are not allowed to use magic. I don't expect you to provide better insights, Miss Ford. Before Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept over, that poor Gryffindor girl had already tucked in her neck. I hope you all take some time to review thoroughly, so you don't fall behind in the upcoming lessons. You should know that morphometrics is very difficult. If you want to achieve good results in this area, it's best to put in more effort. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. As for how much they actually know, it's hard to say. Before class ended, Professor McGonagall stopped Albert and told him there was a Transfiguration Club meeting that evening. Of course, as Albert expected, Katrina McDougal was also invited to join the Transfiguration Club. She was one of the few students in her year with a talent for transfiguration. If you don't know the exact location of classroom 21, you can ask Mr. Anderson, Professor McGonagall said to Katerina. Congratulations, Albert said to Katerina after Professor McG's departure. Expected, wasn't it? Katrina raised her chin and asked, I'm ready. When are you free to continue our bet from last semester? Don't you need to prepare a bit more? You didn't forget, did you? Or are you trying to play dumb? Katrina scrutinized Albert with a discerning gaze, trying to determine if he was playing tricks on her. Oh, of course not. Just, I've been a bit busy lately, how about we find a weekend? Albert thought for a moment and said, I need to prepare a bit, 10 questions are a bit challenging for me. Do you think I would believe that? Katrina said in a strange tone, rumor has it that Albert Anderson is a con artist. Out of every 10 things he says, 5 are lies, 3 are nonsense, and 2 are true. Who said that? Albert grumbled, I'm clearly an honest person, yet there are still people who say I'm a liar. Who knows? Katrina brought the topic back around, saying to Albert, remember to prepare 10 galleons. Don't say you don't have any galleons when the time comes. Don't worry, I definitely have more money than you. Albert laughed and said, by the way, do you know where the Transformation Club meets? Got it. Do you know the customs of the Transformation Club? Albert said again. What custom? Use the transfiguration spell to turn yourself into a chair. Albert kindly reminded, if you have time, remember to practice a bit. Otherwise, if you can't transform it into a chair, it will become a joke. This is very simple. Katrina couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, clearly not understanding the matter. That's it then. If you don't understand, you can ask Isabel. She's also a member of the Transformation Club. Albert finished speaking and prepared to leave. Of course I know, Isabel is still a member of the spell club. Katrina asked in confusion, by the way, Professor Flitwick didn't invite you to join his charms club. Not for now. This is strange. Katrina muttered. Actually, Katerina has already received Professor Flitwick's invitation. To some extent, Katrina can also be considered a genius, but she is merely a weakened version of Isabel. This unfortunate sister still cannot escape the brilliance of her genius sister. Maybe. Albert suddenly said, it's because we haven't taken the spell casting class yet. You. Humph, of course I know. Katrina let out a dissatisfied huff and turned to leave. Looking at Katrina's departing figure, Albert couldn't help but shake his head, then quickly quickened his pace to head to the hall to meet up with his roommates and have lunch together. When Albert entered the hall, Fred and George were discussing something, and Lee Jordan handed over a piece of parchment. To me. Albert reached out to take the note that Lee Jordan handed him, and asked in confusion, who gave this to me? The other party said it was Professor Dumbledore. Lee Jordan was also curious about what the headmaster had given Albert a note for. Principal. Albert directly opened the note and glanced at the contents. Dear Albert, I hope to invite you to have evening tea at the principal's office at 7 o'clock tonight. Your faithful Albus Dumbledore again. I like mead. What did Dumbledore want with you? Fred asked with confusion. Drink tea. Albert handed the note to Fred. Tea. After the three of them gathered around to watch, they all had confused expressions, unable to understand what the principal wanted with Albert over tea. Very strange. Albert retorted. It doesn't seem strange to you. George said, last semester, Professor brought off and invited Albert to his office for tea, chess, and conversation. However, what's going on today? Why is everything coming together all at once? Albert could naturally guess that Dumbledore had something to discuss with him. By the way, is Hedrick Dagworth planning to get his gold card back from Dumbledore? Albert found this very interesting. He didn't think that Professor Dumbledore would let him hand over the gold card. At least, Albert's first impression of Dumbledore was quite good. What should we do about the Quidditch player selection? Fred suddenly asked. I can only say sorry to Charlie. Albert had a look of helplessness and frustration on his face. The Transformation Club is also meeting at this time. Why does everything have to be crammed into one spot? You've had it tough. Lee Jordan looked at Albert with considerable sympathy. After seeing him get up, he asked in confusion, what are you going to do? Find someone to pass a message to Professor McGonagall. Albert said this and walked toward the Ravenclaw table, coming to sit next to Katerina to talk to her about it. Katrina looked at Albert with a strange expression and muttered, you really are unreliable, aren't you? You are the first one to say I'm unreliable. Albert shrugged and said, if you don't know where classroom 21 is, I'll take you there after lunch. All right. Katrina really wasn't clear. When she said she knew, she actually meant Isabel knew. However, she didn't refuse Albert's offer to show her the way. When Albert returned to the Gryffindor table, he saw Fred talking to Charlie about his own matters. Professor Dumbledore invited you for tea. Charlie asked about this with a confused expression. Sorry, Charlie, I have too much on my plate. Albert looked apologetic. I might also join Professor Flitwick's Charms Club, so I'm really sorry about Quidditch, and I think you should be the seeker for Gryffindor. Charlie paused for a moment, forcing out a smile. He understood Albert's implication and sighed helplessly. All right, I got it. I'll keep a spot for the substitute player for you. After finishing, Charlie patted Albert on the shoulder and turned to walk away. I didn't expect you to turn it down. Lee Jordan looked at Albert in surprise. I think you'd be perfect for the seeker position, your flying is so amazing. All I can say is, that's just how it is. Albert helplessly spread his hands and said, playing favorites will undermine the team's unity. What if the Charms Club and the Transfiguration Club meetings overlap? Fred asked curiously. We'll talk about it then. Albert was very interested in the spell club because he also liked shortcut magic. That's true, anyway, you haven't joined the spell club yet. George muttered, by the way, Hogwarts actually has a club like this. Yes. Albert nodded and said, actually, Hogwarts also has a wizard card club. How did I not know? Lee Jordan was taken aback for a moment, unable to react immediately. Idiot, it's just the four of us. Fred couldn't help but cover his face. I don't remember when I joined. Lee Jordan said. Don't you want to? Then forget it. Albert feigned surprise and asked. Who said I didn't want to? By the way, when did we even start this club? Lee Jordan muttered. Just now. Just now. That's right, just now. Fred had a look on his face that said, you seriously didn't know? Just now. George nodded in agreement. What classes do we have this afternoon? Lee Jordan quickly changed the subject. Defense against the dark arts. George immediately said, don't change the subject. There's still one more history of magic class, Fred added. I hope the new professor is as interesting as Professor Binns was last semester. I remember it was a fight with Bogut. Lee Jordan continued. Fight, don't you think that word is quite inappropriate? Albert shook his head and said, at most, it just lets us know how to drive away the boggart, not to be scared off or fainted by it. You definitely know how to deal with Bogut, right? George suddenly said. Yeah, it's written in the book. Albert honestly said, the spell is funny. Tell me, did you eat the entire Dark Powers self-defense guide? I can't believe you found out. Albert feigned surprise as he looked at George. Just a little more sauce, right? Lee Jordan had a look that said, I knew it all along. Don't steal my lines. Albert complained discontentedly. A few people couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. Chapter 178, Boggart. The entrance to Classroom 21 is related to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Albert led Katerina to the corridor on the 6th floor of the castle. What is this, a test? Katerina raised an eyebrow and looked at the portraits on either side of the corridor. She knew that many of the portraits and tapestries concealed secret passages behind them. Albert said with a smile, if you think so, I won't deny it either. Did you find the entrance back then? Katrina stared at Albert, seemingly very concerned about this issue. Found it, but in the end, it was Isabel who took me to Classroom 21. Why? Katrina asked in confusion. Because the way in is a bit special. Albert asked, so, how about it? Want to give it a try? Or should I just tell you where the entrance to Classroom 21 is? I will find it. Katrina glanced at Albert and began searching for the entrance to the Transformation Club on the 6th floor. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them had already walked through the entire 6th floor but still couldn't find the entrance to Classroom 21. They returned to the original corridor. All right, you win. I can't believe I wasted my time on this. Where's the entrance? Katrina bit her lip unwillingly and asked Albert for the location of the entrance to Classroom 21. She knew she shouldn't waste her time on such petty stubbornness. She was definitely provoked by the other person, but she never expected to be fooled herself. Right here. Albert pointed to the portrait beside him and said, you're not doing this on purpose, are you? Katrina looked at Albert with a slightly strange expression, realizing that this guy had indeed been deliberately misleading her from the beginning. No. Albert shook his head in denial. Magic cannot conjure up delicious dishes out of thin air. I know this. Katrina said discontentedly. Albert didn't mind the other person's tone and said to the witch in the portrait, we need to enter Classroom 21. The witch gave a slight nod to the two, and the painting suddenly moved aside, revealing a half-human high opening in the wall behind it.